Mom, Zhang Li's bleeding from her head. Could something serious happen? Should we take her to the hospital? If she dies, who will go to the countryside for me? Zhang Wan looked at Zhang Li lying on the ground with blood seeping from her forehead and hurriedly reminded Xia Meifeng. Xia Meifeng coldly glanced at Zhang Li on the ground and snorted, "Don't worry. That little brat has strong luck. She definitely won't die." Ugh, Zhang Li felt her head about to explode with pain. It must be the result of being struck by lightning during her thunder tribulation.
Huh?
No, after being struck by lightning, shouldn't she be dead? Why does she still have awareness? Could it be that she successfully ascended to immortality? Just as Zhang Li was about to celebrate her successful ascension in her mind, her head suddenly ached again. Then, inexplicable memories flooded into her mind. She wasn't ascending, she was struck by lightning and traveled through time. Thinking of herself as a master of metaphysics in the 21st century, thriving and proud, she never expected to be transported to the impoverished 1970s. Maybe because the original owner was also named Zhang Li, this coincidence brought her to this body. Zhang Li organized the memories of the original owner and was about to curse loudly. The original owner's grandfather was the deputy director of a machinery factory in Beijing. Her father, Jiang Wenjun, was a temporary worker who came from the countryside to the city. To get promoted, Jiang Wenjun courted the only daughter of the original owner's grandfather, Chen Lin. Thanks to his efforts and shamelessness, Chen Lin was persuaded to marry Jiang Wenjun despite her parents' objections. After they married, Chen Lin quickly became pregnant. Seeing that Chen Lin was pregnant, the grandfather finally had to accept the marriage. To give his daughter a better life, the grandfather used his connections to promote Jiang Wenjun from a temporary worker to a formal employee at the machinery factory, even making him a workshop director. Unfortunately, the grandfather died while repairing equipment during a factory fire. After his death, the grandmother couldn't bear and passed away with him. The original owner's mother, devastated by her parents' death, had a premature birth and died during childbirth. From the moment she was born, the original owner was an orphan without a mother. Jiang Wenjun, taking advantage of the need for care after the original owner's birth, quickly brought another woman into the house. It's said that once there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. The stepmother, Xia Meifeng, loved her own children and often scolded or beat the original owner. In this family, the original owner received the worst food and clothing, and they even treated her like a servant. This time, the original plan was for Jiang Wan, the younger sister-in-law, to go to the countryside. However, her stepmother, Xia Meifeng, secretly signed Zhang Li up instead. When the original owner found out about this, she argued with Xia Meifeng and Jiang Wan. During the argument, Jiang Wan pushed her, causing her to accidentally hit her head and pass away. Only then did Zhang Li's soul transmigrate into her body. Zhang Li quickly calculated and realized that things were more complicated than they seemed. It turned out that Xia Meifeng, the stepmother, was actually Jiang Wenjun's old lover from the countryside. Jiang Qingye and Jiang Wan were both Jiang Wenjun's illegitimate children. No wonder the irresponsible father ignored his biological daughter but treated these stepchildren well, because they were actually his own children. Sadly, the original owner never knew this before she died. "I knew this dead girl was pretending to be dead." Xia Meifeng looked at Zhang Li, who was moving slightly on the ground, with a sharp gaze. "Since she's awake, she better get up quickly. Don't slack off, dinner isn't ready yet." Zhang Li cleared her mind of the chaotic thoughts and got up from the ground, looking at Xia Meifeng. Zhang Li was no longer the helpless little girl she used to be. She was now Zhang Li, the powerful head of the mystical sect from the 21st century. Someone as weak as Xia Meifeng wouldn't be her match. Even in her small body, Zhang Li could handle this family easily. "Expect me to cook for you?
Dream on."
"Dare to complain, and I'll slap you to death." Zhang Li stood confidently, a bit rebellious. Xia Meifeng looked at Zhang Li and wondered if she was possessed. How could Zhang Li be so different from before? Jiang Wan saw Zhang Li talking back to her mother and immediately pointed at Zhang Li's nose, scolding her, "Zhang Li, you trash! How dare you talk to my mom like that?" Hearing Jiang Wan's insults, Zhang Li's gaze shifted from Xia Meifeng to her. In the original owner's memory, this stepsister had bullied her many times. She thought Zhang Li was easy to control, but she was wrong. Zhang Li slapped Jiang Wan across the face. Jiang Wan's face instantly swelled, and she screamed in pain. She covered her face, unable to believe Jiang Li dared to hit her. She had always been the one bullying Jiang Li before. Jiang Wan's eyes seemed to spit fire as she looked at Jiang Li. "Jiang Li, you trash, how dare you hit me?" Seeing that Jiang Wan hadn't learned her lesson, Jiang Li thought she must have hit her too lightly. She raised her hand again and slapped Jiang Wan's other cheek. "What's wrong with hitting you? Do I need to check the calendar before I do it? Jiang Wan, if you dare to talk back to me again, you little brat, I will keep hitting you," she shouted. Jiang Wan tearfully covered her other cheek, afraid to speak, and looked sadly at Xia Meifeng, hoping her real mother would stand up for her. Seeing Jiang Li hit her own daughter, Xia Meifeng couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed a broom nearby and swung it toward Jiang Li, shouting, "You little brat, you rebellious girl. Do you think you can get away with this? I will beat you to teach you a lesson." But unlike what Xia Meifeng expected, the broom didn't hit Jiang Li. Instead, Jiang Li snatched it away quickly. Holding the broom, Jiang Li started hitting Xia Meifeng a few more times. Soon, Xia Meifeng's arms had clear red marks, and some places even started bleeding. Xia Meifeng screamed in pain, trying to dodge but couldn't escape, and Jiang Li kept chasing her to hit her. Seeing her own mother being beaten even worse, Jiang Wan was so frightened she trembled. She thought Jiang Li must be possessed by a ghost, or else how could she act like this? Both mother and daughter were beaten into submission and started begging for mercy. "Jiang Li, stop it. Don't hit anymore. We know we were wrong," they pleaded. Seeing Xia Meifeng apologize and beg, Jiang Li threw the broom on the ground and kicked her again, saying, "I'm hungry. Go make me some food quickly." Afraid from the beating, Xia Meifeng hurriedly responded and ran to the kitchen, crawling on the floor. Jiang Wan, seeing Jiang Li, who looked like a fierce demon, was so scared she didn't dare stay inside and quickly followed Xia Meifeng to the kitchen. Watching the mother and daughter hurriedly leave, Jiang Li sneered coldly. As expected, the villain needs to be taught a lesson. Beat her a few more times and she'll be obedient. After the mother and daughter left, Jiang Li sat cross-legged. The original host's weak body was hard to handle, so she needed to recover and improve it. Although she was transported into a weak body after being struck by lightning, she thought it was better than dying. This life, she would work hard. Jiang Li believed she still had a chance to ascend to immortality. Jiang Li took out a rejuvenation pill from her space. As a powerful figure in the mysterious world, Jiang Li had her own space. It wasn't very big, about 500 square meters. Usually, she kept some pills in her space, but most of her treasures were stored in the treasure pavilion of the mysterious sect. Jiang Li checked her space and saw she had various pills, but not many. If she had known she would be struck by lightning and transported here, she would have stored more treasures in her space to help her cultivation. Knowing that thinking about these things now is pointless, I want to continue practicing. I need to find something that can help me improve my cultivation. Jiang Li swallowed the return to origin pill. Soon, the injuries on the original body started to heal. The cut on the forehead healed quickly, though the bloodstains remained, making it look a bit frightening. Jiang Li could feel his meridians and muscles repairing rapidly. After half an hour, Jiang Li noticed significant changes in his weak body. It was full of energy and strength. At this moment, Jiang Wenjun and Jiang Qingye returned from work together. Jiang Wenjun is the workshop director at the machinery factory, not a high-ranking leader. As a rural person with no background and little ability, he wouldn't have even held a small leadership position if not for the help of the original owner's grandfather. Jiang Qingye works at the same factory, in a respectable office position. The original owner's grandfather was considered a martyr for his work, and since he was a senior leader at the factory reserved an office position for the original owner's family after they suffered a big tragedy. When the original owner grew up, he could work at the factory. However, This position was taken away by the irresponsible father and given to his younger brother Jiang Qingye. Hearing the door open, Jiang Wan and Xia Meifeng, who were busy cooking in the kitchen, seemed to see hope. Just moments ago, they had been beaten by Zhang Li and were waiting for Jiang Wenjun to come home and complain. They couldn't let the beating be in vain or let Zhang Li dominate them. When Jiang Wenjun arrived, Xia Meifeng immediately went to him crying. Seeing Xia Meifeng's injuries and Jiang Wan's swollen face, Jiang Wenjun was shocked. "What happened to you two?" Xia Meifeng, with tears and snot, rushed to Jiang Wenjun and cried out, "Wenjun, it's that hateful Zhang Li. She hurt me and Wanwan so badly. You need to discipline her. That girl is out of control." Hearing this, Jiang Wenjun immediately went to Zhang Li's door and knocked loudly a few times. "Zhang Li, come out now." Zhang Li, who was meditating inside, adjusted her breathing, got off the bed, and twisted her neck. Oh dear, another one looking for trouble. Zhang Li was feeling a bit bored, so she didn't mind dealing with this. She opened the door and saw Jiang Wenjun standing there, furious. Zhang Li looked at him with some disdain and disgust. Her expression hurt Jiang Wenjun deeply. At this moment, Zhang Li looked at him with a gaze very similar to how his former father-in-law and mother-in-law looked when they first saw him. Jiang Wenjian felt like a country person, a temporary worker, and thus was looked down upon and despised by his former father-in-law and mother-in-law. Even after so many years, that little sense of inferiority in Jiang Wenjian was stirred again when faced with Jiang Li's dismissive and contemptuous look. The way Jiang Li looked at him made Jiang Wenjian even more angry, and he shouted at Jiang Li, "Do you think you've grown up, that your wings are strong, and you dare to hit your mom and sister?" Jiang Li mockingly replied, "My mom? My sister? I don't acknowledge them. What's wrong with hitting them? They live in the house my grandpa left me, and they want to boss me around. I shouldn't hit them? If you keep talking, I'll hit you too." Jiang Wenjian was so angry that his face turned red. Xia Meifeng hurriedly added from the side, "Wenjian, look at this. Jiang Li doesn't even respect me, her stepmother, but you're her real father. She even wants to hit you. This girl is really rebellious." Jiang Wenjian already had little affection for Zhang Li, and after Xia Meifeng's instigation, he immediately raised his hand to teach this girl a lesson. Xia Meifeng and Jiang Wan both looked on eagerly, as if watching a good show. They didn't believe Zhang Li would really dare to hit her own father. If she did, she would soon be overwhelmed by the crowd's gossip and scorn. Besides, Zhang Li was just a little girl, capable of fighting Xia Meifeng and Jiang Wan, but probably no match for a tall, strong man like Jiang Wenjian. Unfortunately, the good show Xia Meifeng and Jiang Wan hoped for did not happen. Jiang Li directly threw Jiang Wenjian with a shoulder throw. The tall man was knocked down to the ground with just this move. Jiang Wenjian felt as if his internal organs were being shaken painfully. He never expected Jiang Li to have such skills. When did this girl become so formidable? Seeing Jiang Wenjian knocked to the ground, Xia Meifeng quickly called out to her son, "Qingye, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help your father. Control that little troublemaker Zhang Li." Hearing Xia Meifeng shout, Jiang Qingye snapped out of his daze and immediately rushed toward Zhang Li. Seeing Jiang Qingye charging at her, Zhang Li smirked coldly, "If you're looking for death, don't blame me." She kicked Jiang Qingye. He was sent flying and hit the wall, then slid down from it. Uft! Jiang Qingye spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Xia Meifeng and Jiang Wan were stunned. Jiang Wenjun saw his precious son being hit and angrily reached out to slap Zhang Li. But before he could touch Zhang Li, she quickly countered by grabbing his wrist. With a cracking sound, Zhang Li gently twisted his wrist, breaking it. Without hesitation, Zhang Li slapped Jiang Wenjun several times, saying, "Still want to hit me? You don't know where the east, south, west, or north is when I slap you." The most disgusting person in this family is Jiang Wenjun, the irresponsible father. It's normal that Xia Meifeng, the stepmother, doesn't treat the original owner well, but Jiang Wenjun is the biological father. Even animals protect their young, but Jiang Wenjun doesn't understand that, so he's worse than animals. Jiang Li slapped Jiang Wenjun a few more times, as if to avenge the original owner. Jiang Wenjun cried out in pain. Xia Meifeng and Jiang Wan were so shocked they were speechless. After Jiang Li finished slapping, she stopped and looked at Xia Meifeng and her daughter. A sinister smile appeared on Jiang Li's face. You're the ones who went to complain about him, right? It seems I haven't beaten you into submission before. Since they hadn't learned their lesson, Jiang Li decided to keep going. There's no one in this world who isn't afraid of being beaten. If they aren't, it's because the beating isn't enough. Seeing Jiang Li about to attack them, Xia Meifeng scrambled out of the house, shouting, "Someone's trying to kill us. Jiang Li wants to kill us." Jiang Wan cried out, "Wah, uncles, aunts, please help us. Jiang Li wants to kill us." Jiang Li saw the mother and daughter run out shouting, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Good, they want to call others to deal with her, so today she would make them look foolish. The people in the apartment building heard the commotion and hurried out to see what was happening. The Jiang family was always crying and making a fuss, so no one knew why Xia Meifeng and her daughter suddenly changed their attitude. Meifeng, what's going on with your family? Xia Meifeng wanted to start explaining and scolding Jiang Li, but her mouth started talking uncontrollably. Our family was beaten by Jiang Li. I just didn't want Wanwan to suffer by going to the countryside. I signed her up to go, but this wicked girl came back and questioned us. After Wanwan pushed her and she hit her head, she seemed to change completely. She started hitting me and Wanwan. When my husband and son came back, I thought about letting them teach this girl a lesson, but she even hit her own father. Hearing this, the neighbors in the courtyard burst into gossip. What? Summer Meifeng is so unkind, making Jiang Li replace Jiang Wan to go to the countryside? Oh my, people say stepmothers are cruel, but it's hard to believe someone like Summer Meifeng. Usually, Jiang Wan should have gone to the countryside, but why is she letting Jiang Li go instead? Summer Meifeng doesn't know how she got so strange, and she quickly covered her mouth. Jiang Wan felt her own mother must have lost her mind because of Jiang Li. Such things shouldn't be said outside. Even though they usually weren't kind to Jiang Li, they wouldn't openly show it in front of others. Seeing the neighbor's eyes filled with disdain and blame, Jiang Wan immediately wanted to explain, but she realized she, like her mother, seemed to have lost her mind. Yes, I don't want to go to the countryside. Going there is so hard. Why should I go? Jiang Li, that worthless girl, should go instead. This girl didn't accept our plan quietly and even dared to question us. I pushed her. As Jiang Wan spoke, the neighbor's eyes grew angrier. What a shameless mother and daughter. How could they treat Jiang Li this way? Summer Meifeng, as the stepmother, wasn't expected to be kind to Jiang Li, but she shouldn't bully her so much. Honest neighbors started scolding Summer Meifeng and Jiang Wan. How can you mother and daughter be so shameless? Treating Jiang Li like that. Jiang Li already has a job and doesn't need to go to the countryside. Why make her replace Jiang Wan? Oh, this girl is so pitiful. She lost her mother at birth, and her father married a stepmother who's so cruel. TSK, I've watched this girl grow up. Life at home was really tough for her. It's a miracle she's still alive with such a stepmother. Summer Meifeng, don't your conscience hurt? Didn't you say that once Jiang Li turned 18, her job at Qingye would be transferred to her? Now she's an adult, and her job could be given to your son, but she shouldn't be sent to the countryside. Surrounded and criticized, Summer Meifeng and Jiang Wan looked terrified. It was strange. Why did their words and thoughts seem to be controlled, as if someone was deliberately making them say what they didn't really mean? Jiang Li also came out of the house at this moment, seeing Xia Meifeng and Jiang Wan sprayed with water, her lips curling slightly. Just now, she used the truth spell. Haha, they want to distort the facts and use public opinion to attack her? Not so easy. Was she still the weak and easy-to-bully original owner? Seeing Jiang Li come out, the neighbors around looked at her with pity. Immediately, someone asked with concern, Xiaoli, are you okay? Your stepmother is so cruel. Look at that serious injury on your head. That's right, you've lost so much blood. Xiaoli, does your head hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? Xia Meifeng and Jiang Wan were almost furious. Did these people not see how badly Jiang Li was beaten? Why didn't they say Jiang Li was overdoing it? Jiang Li responded to the neighbor's concern with a sweet and lovable smile. Thank you all for your concern, everyone.
I'm fine.
I'm used to it. They used to treat me like this often. Hearing this, the neighbors looked at her with even more sympathy. If Xia Meifeng hadn't spoken up today, who would have known she, as the stepmother, could be so vicious? Since Xia Meifeng is the stepmother, it's impossible for her to treat Jiang Li well. But Jiang Wenyu, her biological father, not only failed to stand up for his daughter when she was bullied but also joined Xia Meifeng in bullying Jiang Li. Isn't that too much? So, the neighbors started criticizing Jiang Wenyu, pulling him out of the house and scolding him. Wenyu, Jiang Li is your child after all. Chun Lin left early, and Jiang Li lost her mother when she was born. Such a poor child. Don't you feel sorry for her? Shouldn't you take better care of her? At this moment, Jiang Wenyu was in pain all over. Hearing the accusations, he initially wanted to argue, but when he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to control his words and started talking nonsense. That dead girl should have gone with her real mom. Why is she even alive? Hearing Jiang Wenyu's words, the neighbors were even more shocked. Who wouldn't want their own daughter to die? Wenyu, you and Chunlin had a good relationship. Jiang Li is your real daughter. How can you say such things? Jiang Wenyu couldn't control himself again and blurted out, I don't have any feelings for Chunlin. That proud young lady. I don't like her. If her father weren't a deputy factory director helping my career, I wouldn't bother to flatter her. I didn't expect Jiang Wenjun to be a typical Phoenix man, a man who marries into wealth. He initially pursued Chun Lin just to use his father-in-law's status for his own benefit. Usually, Jiang Wenjun would say things expressing his longing for Chun Lin, and everyone thought he truly loved his late wife. But it turns out all that was fake. It was all just an act by Jiang Wenjun. If these words hadn't come directly from Jiang Wenjun himself, no one would have believed the truth was like this. The neighbors around him also started to look at Jiang Wenjun with disdain. Wenjun, even if you don't have feelings for Chunlin, Shali is still your biological child and your only child. How can you be so indifferent? I see you care more about Jiang Wan and Jiang Qingye, your stepchildren, than about Shali. Jiang Wenjun suddenly started revealing more shocking secrets. Jiang Wan and Jiang Qingye are actually my biological children. What's wrong with me treating them well? They are smart and sensible, much better than that careless girl Jiang Li. As soon as Jiang Wenjun said this, he was so scared, he quickly covered his mouth. Oh no! Why can't he control his words? If this secret gets out, he will be finished. At this moment, not only Jiang Wenjun was panicked, but Xia Meifeng's face also turned pale. Everyone knew Jiang Qingye was 2 years older than Jiang Li, and Jiang Wan was only 3 or 4 months younger than Jiang Li. If others found out that Jiang Qingye and Jiang Wan were Jiang Wenjun's children, it would mean admitting that Jiang Wenjun had been involved with Xia Meifeng before marrying Chunlin. Moreover, after Jiang Wenjun married Chunlin, he was still unfaithful, having affairs during their marriage. The neighbors in the family compound watched as the Jiang family scandals kept coming out, and they were all stunned. The gossip-loving older women kept asking Jiang Wenjun, Director Jiang, from what you're saying, didn't you already get involved with Xia Meifeng? Did you come here just to deceive Shao Li's mother? Jiang Wenjun covered his mouth, trying not to speak recklessly, but strangely, after others asked questions, his mouth couldn't help but keep talking. Yes, that's true. Xia Meifeng and I were together long ago, in the countryside. If it weren't for wanting to get a permanent position and impress Director Chen, I wouldn't have wasted my time on Chunlin. Haha, luckily Chunlin didn't live long. She died giving birth to our child. Now I can openly bring my lover and child to enjoy life. As soon as Jiang Wenjun said this, the neighbors couldn't hold back their anger. Some employees who had benefited from Director Chen's kindness started shouting, demanding that the factory must give Jiang Li justice and not let her be bullied for nothing. Additionally, Jiang Wenjun must be dismissed. Someone with such poor character should not remain as a workshop director, let alone stay at the factory as an ordinary worker. This time, Jiang Wenjun and Xia Meifeng have angered everyone. Without needing Jiang Li to say anything, the people in the family compound have already brought the matter to the factory director. The current factory director of the machinery plant is Mr. Hu in his 50s. Director Hu immediately began investigating the issue. Once the facts were clear, he also thought Jiang Wenjun had gone too far. Someone with such a bad character cannot stay in the factory and ruin the atmosphere. So, Director Hu decided to fire Jiang Wenjun right away. When Jiang Wenjun and Xia Meifeng heard about the punishment, they turned pale with fear. Their family's good days depended on Jiang Wenjun. If he lost his job, it would be very hard for the family. Although Jiang Qingye has started working and earning wages, his income is small and his expenses are high, so he can't support the family. Now that the situation has become so serious, Jiang Qingye might also lose his job soon. Without work, how will their family survive in the city? They had saved some money before, but a family of several people can't just sit and wait for hardship. Jiang Wenjun and Xia Meifeng hurried to beg Director Hu, but were met with a harsh rebuke from the factory workers. How could they do such disgusting things and still have the nerve to stay? Director Hu ignored their pleas and looked at the thin figure of Jiang Li. Seeing her pitiful appearance, he felt sorry and said, "Xiao Li, if you have any difficulties in the future, just tell us. We will help you. You're such a good kid, but you've been bullied so badly and didn't say a word. If you had spoken earlier, we would have helped you." Although old man Chun is no longer around, he still has influence at the factory. If Jiang Li truly asked for help, the factory leaders would definitely be willing to support her. But the original owner was too timid and was afraid to speak up after being bullied for so long. Seeing Director Hu stand up for her, Jiang Li didn't hesitate. She pretended to be weak and pitiful and said, "Uncle Hu, since you say that, I'd like to ask for your help today. My stepbrother took my family's job, and I hope the factory can make him return it to me." When everyone heard Jiang Li's request, they thought it was very reasonable. Since Jiang Qingye already took her job, it's normal to want it back. Director Hu immediately agreed. Xia Meifeng quickly stopped and said, "Jiang Li, your father's work spot is gone, and your brother's can't be lost again. You are already registered to go to the countryside, and it can't be cancelled now. Even if the factory gives you the spot back, you won't be able to work there. Once registered for going to the countryside, it cannot be undone." Xia Meifeng's words are true, but Jiang Li doesn't want her work spot to be taken away cheaply by Jiang Qingye. Jiang Li sneered and said, "If I can't do the work myself, I can sell the spot. Going to the countryside is hard, so I need to have some money. Selling this spot will give me some cash." She looked at factory director Hu and said, "Uncle Hu, once my work spot is returned, please help me sell it." Director Hu nodded in agreement. At this moment, the machinery factory saw the work spot being sold and immediately started bidding in front of Director Hu. When city kids turn 18 and have no job, they are often pressured by the street to go to the countryside. Parents who care about their children and don't want them to suffer help buy work spots for them. But jobs in the city are limited, and even with money, it's not always possible to buy a spot. As soon as Jiang Li's work spot was available, it was quickly snatched up. In the end, through an open auction, Jiang Li's work spot sold for 1,600 yuan, a high price. Ordinary work spots usually sell for around 800 to 900 yuan, but Jiang Li's spot was valuable because of the good unit and position, so it fetched a high price. Director Hu thought this price was fair and asked Jiang Li if she was willing to sell. Jiang Li knew the price was high and wanted to sell quickly, so she agreed. Seeing her consent, the family buying the work spot happily handed over 1,600 yuan in front of Director Hu. Jiang Li took the money and planned to buy some things before going to the countryside, as she needed money. When Xia Meifeng saw her son's work spot being sold by Jiang Li, she immediately sat down on the ground and cried loudly. Jiang Li glanced at her and thought, "Oh, this wicked woman is crying too early. She'll be crying even more later." The neighbors nearby found Xia Meifeng's crying ridiculous and thought, "What's so worth crying about?" Jiang Li temporarily gave her brother the work spot, but she really thought it belonged to her son? Jiang Li was satisfied with how things turned out. After thanking Director Hu, she went home. She was starving and needed to eat something. If it weren't for the trouble caused by the Jiang family earlier, she wouldn't be starving now. Xia Meifeng saw no one paying attention to her and was somewhat lost in thought, being helped up by Jiang Wan. This incident was a big not only to Jiang Li, but also to the other 4 members of the Jiang family, especially Jiang Wenjun. Because he was a small leader at the machinery factory, now he had lost his job opportunity, and he didn't know how others would mock him later. It was all Jiang Li's fault. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be in this situation. Jiang Wenjun went home and started scolding Jiang Li. Jiang Li, are you satisfied with how things are now? I am your father.
How could you let me lose my job?
Jiang Li was almost amused by Jiang Wenjun's shamelessness. She didn't hold back and retorted, that's funny. It's not because of you and Xia Meifeng's improper behavior that you lost your jobs? TSK. The 2 of you messing around with other people. If you keep complaining, I'll report you. Then both of you will be paraded through the streets and pelted with rotten eggs. Jiang Wenjun's face turned pale. Although Jiang Li was telling the truth, he didn't allow his daughter to scold him like that. How did he end up with such a rebellious daughter? If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have just strangled her when she was born. At this moment, Xia Meifeng, overwhelmed with anger, lost her rationality and angrily scolded Jiang Li. If you didn't cause trouble, your father wouldn't have lost his job. You're so heartless at such a young age, not caring about your own father's life or death. Jiang Li glared at these shameless, despicable people and couldn't be bothered to argue with them. When dealing with shameless and unreasonable people, fists are the best solution. Jiang Li raised her fist at Xia Meifeng as a warning. Feeling itchy? If you feel itchy, I don't mind hitting you again. Thinking about the punch Jiang Li threw, Xia Meifeng felt her bones ache. Because Jiang Li reminded her, Xia Meifeng immediately regained her composure. Not only Xia Meifeng but also Jiang Wenjun, Jiang Qingye, and Jiang Wan were intimidated by Jiang Li's strength and dared not speak further. Seeing these people behave themselves, Jiang Li smirked with a mocking smile, coward. She then went to the kitchen. The meal was already prepared and kept warm in the pot. Jiang Li looked at the food. It was quite hearty, a dish of scrambled eggs with wood ear mushrooms, a serving of stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a bowl of seaweed and shrimp shell soup. The staple was multigrain rice, and a few corn cakes were placed beside the pot. In the 1970s, with shortages of clothing and food, many families were just happy to have enough to eat. Eating well was difficult, and having meat was even more so. Ordinary families might only get to eat meat a few times a month. The conditions in the countryside are worse, and they might not get to eat meat for several months. Jiang Wenjun is at least a small leader in a factory, so his monthly income isn't low. His family's meals are better than those of ordinary workers. At least they have eggs if there's no meat. Of course, in the past, the main owner of the eggs didn't share them, and the family's good things were often out of reach. Jiang Li served the food, filled a big bowl with rice, and started eating eagerly. Seeing Jiang Li stuffing so many eggs into her mouth, Xia Meifeng and the others quickly became upset. They were used to wanting to scold Jiang Li, but they held back at the last moment. This girl is now hard to provoke. If she were to be beaten, it would be inevitable. They couldn't say anything, so they hurried to grab bowls and chopsticks, trying to some food from Jiang Li's chopsticks. But whenever they reached out, Jiang Li immediately slapped their hands away. Until I've eaten well, you all can't eat. Jiang Wenjun was almost furious with this rebellious girl, angrily questioning, Jiang Li, how can you be so unreasonable? I'm your real father. How can you treat me like this? You're so ungrateful. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Jiang Li sneered, if you're not afraid of lightning, what am I afraid of? If heaven has eyes, it should strike down like you first. Enough, stop talking. If you keep talking, I'll slap you. She slapped the table hard, frightening Jiang Wenjun into silence. He didn't dare to move his chopsticks anymore, and Xia Meifeng and the others were even more afraid to eat. Jiang Li had gone crazy now. She dared to hit her own father, so she wouldn't spare them. Seeing that they were obedient, Jiang Li continued to eat happily. The original owner was very weak, so she needed to eat more to recover. Jiang Li finished 2 large bowls of rice and cleaned all the dishes on the table. Only some staple food was left, but the vegetables were all gone, which made Xia Meifeng and the others annoyed again. Xia Meifeng wanted to say something, but seeing Jiang Li's dark expression, she was too scared to speak. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Li went back to her room to rest. The house was left by the original owner's grandfather and was quite spacious, with 4 rooms, so everyone had their own room. But the original owner's room was the smallest, narrow enough to fit only a table and a small bed about 1.2 meters wide. Jiang Li thought this room was too small and preferred Jiang Wan's room, so she moved into it directly. She carried her bedding over and threw Jiang Wan's bedding out of her room. Jiang Wan saw Jiang Li's behavior and quickly asked, "Jiang Li, what do you mean? Why are you staying in my room?" Jiang Li looked at Jiang Wan with a cold gaze and said, "Your room? This house was left by my grandfather. You all are able to live here because of me. I want to stay wherever I like. If you don't want to, then leave." Xia Meifeng was so frightened that she hurriedly pulled Jiang Wan aside. "Enough. Don't say anything more. Don't offend her. She can stay wherever she wants. This house doesn't belong to Jiang Wenjun. It was left by Director Chen. Now, Jiang Li has gone crazy, and Xia Meifeng is genuinely a bit scared of her. What if Jiang Li loses her mind again and drives everyone out? Just seeing that Jiang Li dared to hit her own father shows what she might do next." Although Jiang Wan was unwilling, after Xia Meifeng's advice, she could only stay quiet. Jiang Wan hugged her bedding and went to the room that originally belonged to Jiang Li. Seeing that Jiang Li's room was dark and small, Jiang Wan kept complaining. Jiang Li, in her room, naturally heard Jiang Wan's constant grumbling. Haha, now she complains about the small room, but soon she won't leave any room for them at all. This house was left by the original owner's grandfather, and it's not even Jiang Wenjun's to inherit. The family has lived in the original owner's grandfather's house for so many years. It's time for them to leave. Jiang Li must go to the countryside. Before leaving, she definitely needs to sell this house to get money to take with her. She can't just stay and let the scoundrel father's family benefit. Thinking this way, Jiang Li planned to find an opportunity tomorrow to see if anyone was willing to buy the house. The house is considered a big one in the neighborhood, so it should sell for a good price. Jiang Li lay on her bed and began to meditate. First, she took a rejuvenation pill to adjust the original owner's body. Now she took out a bone-washing pill to cleanse the muscles and marrow. The original owner's body was weak, and Jiang Li wanted to continue cultivating and successfully ascend. She needed to improve her body first to reach a good state for cultivation. After taking the bone-washing pill, black, foul-smelling stains started to come out of her body layer by layer, making her feel nauseous from the smell. About an hour later, Jiang Li had almost cleaned all the dirt from her body, and she felt much lighter. The bone-washing pill not only improved her internal constitution but also changed her appearance. Jiang Li's skin and complexion looked much better now. At this moment, she felt sticky and uncomfortable all over her body, so she immediately went to take a shower. The dirty clothes she took off smelled terrible, so Jiang Li decided not to keep them. Anyway, the clothes belonged to the original owner, Jiang Wan, who didn't want them, so there was no point in feeling sorry for throwing them away. After selling her job, Jiang Li had about 1,000 or 600 yuan in her hand. Once she sold the house, she would earn another sum. She could easily buy a few new outfits. After taking a shower, Jiang Li felt much more comfortable. She lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. The next morning, after a good rest, she felt full of energy. When she got up and saw that breakfast hadn't been prepared yet, Jiang Li kicked Xia Meifeng and said, "It's already so late, and breakfast isn't ready. Are you trying to starve me on purpose?" Xia Meifeng cried out in pain after the kick. Jiang Wenjun, standing nearby, blushed and clenched his fists. He wanted to defend Xia Meifeng and scold Jiang Wan for being rude to their stepmother, but he hesitated and dared not speak. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Li acted so arrogantly in front of him. Seeing Jiang Li like this, Xia Meifeng hurriedly said, "I'll go make breakfast right now." She was truly scared of Jiang Li. This mean girl would attack without warning, and with everyone teaming up, they couldn't fight back. Now their family's reputation in the neighborhood was ruined. No matter how unreasonable Jiang Li was, no one would defend them. After preparing breakfast, Xia Meifeng called Jiang Li to eat. Just like last night, everyone had to wait until Jiang Li finished eating before they could eat. After breakfast, Jiang Li planned to buy some supplies from the countryside, so she left early. Oh, she also needed to find out if anyone was willing to buy their house. Once Jiang Li left, Jiang Wenjun and the others finally felt less pressure. Jiang Wan looked upset and said, "Mom and Dad, Jiang Li has gone crazy. She hits us whenever she wants. How are we supposed to live like this?" Jiang Wan felt so frustrated she was about to cry. Jiang Li's sudden violence was unbearable, even for strong people. Xia Meifeng felt even more bitter inside. What can we do? We can only wait until Jiang Li goes to the countryside. In a week, that girl will leave, and then life will be easier for us. Xia Meifeng's words comforted the others in the family. Yes, just one more week, and Jiang Li's bad days will be over. Jiang Li left the factory's residential area and went to the black market in Jing City. Although she had money now, she didn't have any tickets. To buy things, she needed to exchange some tickets first. Jiang Li found a black market trader and exchanged some tickets. Luckily, she had plenty of money, so she didn't mind spending a little extra. After Jiang Li finished arranging her tickets, she went straight to the department store in Beijing. In the 1970s, supplies were scarce and everything was rationed. Compared to later times, even the items inside the department store were not very abundant. Jiang Li was dressed simply, wearing old clothes that Jiang Wan no longer needed. When she entered the store, the sales clerks only glanced at her indifferently and did not offer any service. Currently, sales clerks at the department store and supply and marketing cooperatives were highly sought after, and most staff members were proud and arrogant. Jiang Li didn't bother to pay attention to their attitude and started choosing what she needed at the counter. In the countryside, hard currency mainly consisted of white wine, cigarettes, and red sugar. Jiang Li ordered 4 bottles of white wine, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 5 jin of red sugar. After selecting these items, she also bought some cakes and daily necessities for herself. For items that were easy to find, she planned to buy them locally when she went to the countryside. She ordered a large variety of things, including 2 pairs of new shoes and several sets of new clothes. Seeing Jiang Li purchase such a large amount of goods, the store clerks realized they had underestimated her. They had thought she was just browsing, but it turned out she was a big customer. Jiang Li carried 2 large packages of her purchases, which cost her quite a bit, several hundred yuan this time. Although she spent a lot, Jiang Li didn't mind. After all, she was a master of the mysterious arts, and money was easy for her to come by. Once she finished shopping, she found a quiet corner and stored everything directly into her space. After shopping, Jiang Li went to a state-run restaurant for lunch. The food there was quite good. She ordered 2 meat dishes, a meat-based main course, and a bowl of soup by herself. The chefs at the restaurant were very skilled, possibly because the ingredients of that era were better, especially the meat, which had a much richer flavor than in later times. Thinking about going to the countryside, she decided to buy more delicious food to take with her. After finishing her meal at the state-run restaurant, Jiang Li ordered several more dishes and 20 large meat buns, asking them to pack everything for her to take away. Her space not only had storage but also kept food fresh, so the dishes she bought could stay good for a long time inside. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Li then began to sell the house left by her original grandfather. She inquired about it and then found a small-time troublemaker in Beijing with some influence. This kind of person bought a house to prevent the Jiang family from freeloading later on. Otherwise, with the Jiang family's shameless nature, even if Jiang Li sold the house, they would probably still bother the buyer. But if they find someone with some influence, the Jiang family would be in big trouble if they cause trouble. After Jiang Li brought up the idea of selling the house, a called Brother Long offered to go with her to see the house at the mechanical factory residential area. They needed to see the size of the house in person before making an offer. Jiang Li took Brother Long and a few of his men directly to the residential area. Jiang Wenjian saw Jiang Li and the group of rough-looking men arrive and was curious about what was happening.
Who are you?
What do you want? Get out of my house now, Jiang Wenjian shouted, feeling brave, but not daring to say Jiang Li's name directly. He scolded Brother Long and the others. Brother Long frowned and said, "Your daughter says this house belongs to her and came to sell it to me." His words made Jiang Wenjian and his family feel stunned. Xia Meifeng screamed and asked Jiang Li, "Are you selling the house? Where will we live if you sell it?" Jiang Li sneered when she heard Xia Meifeng's question. "Where we live has nothing to do with me. This house was left to me by my grandfather, so I have the right to handle it." Jiang Wenjian was beaten a few times by Jiang Li. Although he was a bit afraid of her, hearing that they might lose their house made his anger take over his reason. He yelled at Jiang Li, "How can you do this? No matter what, I am your father. Do you want me to end up on the street?" Jiang Li sneered, "You still remember you're my father? After all these years, I've never seen you act like one. I don't consider you a real dad. I'll publish a notice to cut ties with you. Go wherever you want. It's none of my business." Jiang Li didn't want to have anything to do with Jiang Wenjian anymore, nor did she want to be emotionally blackmailed by such a bad father. When Jiang Wenjian heard she planned to cut ties, his head throbbed with pain. Jiang Wen pointed at Jiang Li and scolded her. "Jiang Li, you shouldn't be so ungrateful. No matter what he raised you, you can't treat him like this." Jiang Li was annoyed by Jiang Wan's scolding. She slapped Jiang Wan hard. "Stop talking so much. Jiang Wan, this is none of your business," Jiang Li said sharply. Jiang Wan cried out in pain. Hearing the commotion, many neighbors came to see what was happening. Xia Meifeng first kept her distance from Jiang Li, then started crying in front of the neighbors, trying to emotionally pressure Jiang Li. "Boo, Jiang Li, do you not want us to live anymore? No matter what. Wenjun is her biological father. We raised her with all our effort, and now she wants to sell the house and leave us homeless." After crying, Xia Meifeng was followed by Jiang Wenjun, who said, "Jiang Li, all parents are not perfect. Even if I haven't done everything right, I am your real father. You can't just sell the house and leave us with nowhere to live, right?" Seeing these two shameless people, Jiang Li directly retorted, "Jiang Wenjun, I told you I want to cut ties with you publicly. From now on, your family has nothing to do with me. Don't use the fact that you raised me to justify yourselves. Over the years, I served as a nanny for your family, and no one ever said anything about that. This house was left to me by my grandfather. How I handle it is my business." However, the neighbors understood Jiang Li. They thought, if Jiang Wenjun and Xia Meifeng are so mean, it's normal for Jiang Li to cut ties with them. So, none of the neighbors supported Jiang Li. Instead, they condemned Xia Meifeng and Jiang Wenjun for being shameless. The house that Director Chen left to Jiang Li should not be given to them. Did they think they could live there just because they stayed long enough? No matter what outsiders said, Jiang Li decided to sell the house. Seeing that no one was supporting them and that they couldn't fight Jiang Li, Jiang Wenjun and Xia Meifeng were anxious, but had no other options. Jiang Li took Longa to see the house. Longa thought the house was good and offered a price. "Little girl, I'll offer 3,000 yuan. Are you willing to sell?" A house for 3,000 yuan was quite a lot, but Jiang Li thought since it was a property in Beijing, it was still a good deal. If she didn't want to give a discount to Jiang Wenjun's family, she could hold on to it and wait for its value to increase. After some hesitation, Jiang Li said, "Longa, you see, this house isn't small, and the layout is good. If you add a little more, say 3,500, we can go handle the paperwork right now." Longa thought Jiang Li's offer was a bit high. An extra 500 yuan. Seeing Longa hesitate, Jiang Li whispered in his ear, "Longa, has your mother been feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath recently? Is she very uncomfortable? Has she been having nightmares at night?" Longa was surprised and looked at Jiang Li, wondering how she knew. He hadn't told anyone about his family's situation. Jiang Li saw Brother Long looking at her and smiled, saying, "Brother Long, I don't mean anything special. I just want to tell you that your father was troubled by an evil spirit and has been haunted by something dirty lately. This is an exorcism talisman. Take it with you, and it will work immediately. Brother Long saw the talisman Jiang Li handed him and, for some reason, was willing to believe her words. All right, I'll take this talisman. Little girl, I'll buy this house for 3,500. If Jiang Li's talisman really worked, Brother Long was happy to spend the extra 500. After they agreed, they went to the property office and quickly completed the transfer. Brother Long was generous and immediately gave Jiang Li 3,500 yuan. Adding the money Jiang Li earned from selling her work, she had spent a few hundred today, but still held a large amount of cash. Jiang Li put the money away and then asked, Brother Long, I will be going to the countryside in a few days. Before I leave, can I stay in this house for a few days? Sure, you can stay here for a few days. When you go to the countryside, I'll come to take it back. Jiang Li gratefully thanked Brother Long with a smile. She was happy to have received so much money, but Jiang Wenjun and the others looked very upset. Now that Jiang Li had sold the house, they would all be kicked out once Brother Long came to reclaim it. Jiang Wenjun and his family hated Jiang Li, but they couldn't fight back now. Xia Meifeng sat on the ground, crying and feeling like she couldn't go on. Her husband's job was gone, and they had lost their house. How would their family of four survive in Beijing? Would they have to go back to the countryside? No, going back was impossible. Jiang Wenjun and Xia Meifeng had enjoyed a good life in the city for years. Whenever they visited their hometown, their poor relatives would come to flatter them. If people found out their current situation, they'd be laughed at when they returned home. Jiang Wenjun and Xia Meifeng cared about their reputation and couldn't accept such a fall. Jiang Li looked at Xia Meifeng crying on the ground and sneered. Cry all you want. There will be a time when she would cry. Unlike Jiang Wenjun and his family, Jiang Li felt very good and lazily stretched. It was getting late and she needed to eat dinner. She told Xia Meifeng, stop crying and start cooking, or don't blame me for hitting you. Xia Meifeng was crying sadly, but when she heard Jiang Li's threat, she immediately stopped. Seeing Jiang Li's fierce expression, Xia Meifeng felt angry, but she obediently got up from the ground and hurried to the kitchen to cook. Jiang Li returned to her room, resting and meditating while waiting for dinner. She knew she needed to rebuild her cultivation. Reaching her previous level would take a long time. Jiang Li understood that such things couldn't be rushed, so she took her time. She practiced in her room for a while, and if anyone had been there, they would have seen a faint purple glow surrounding her body. Jiang Li, the food is ready. Come and eat. Jiang Wan knocked gently on Jiang Li's door, cautious not to upset her. Knowing Jiang Li often responded with a slap. Jiang Li came out of her room. During this meal, Jiang Wenjun and the others behaved well. Only after Jiang Li finished eating did they start to eat. After she was full and satisfied, Jiang Li washed up and lay down to rest in her room. The next morning, without Jiang Li needing to say anything, Xia Meifeng had already prepared breakfast. After yesterday's lesson, Xia Meifeng no longer dared to slack off, knowing she would be kicked if she didn't do a good job. Since she knew what would happen if she failed, Xia Meifeng was smart enough not to seek trouble. After breakfast, Jiang Li went out again to see what needed to be bought and took some supplies to the countryside. This time, she was heading to He Province, where it was said to be very cold in winter. Although she bought some clothes yesterday, they were mostly thin, not suitable for cold weather, and she hadn't bought winter coats or quilts. Today, she planned to buy some warm clothing. When Jiang Li stepped outside, Jiang Wenjun and the others finally gathered to discuss what to do next. If Long Ge took the house, their family would be homeless. Xia Meifeng calculated their savings over the years. Jiang Wenjun was the workshop director, earning 100 yuan a month. While 100 yuan wasn't a small salary, their family depended on Jiang Wenjun alone, and their expenses for food and daily needs were not small. Xia Meifeng was quite good at managing the household, and over the years, they had saved 2,138 yuan. For both rural and urban families, this was a significant amount of savings. However, holding so much money still made them anxious. Finding a new job was difficult, and they had lost their house. If they wanted to stay in the city, they would need to rent a place. Renting and living expenses meant their income was just enough to cover costs, and no matter how much money they had, it couldn't sustain such continuous spending. If they went back to the countryside, they could barely get by, but a family used to city life wouldn't want to return to the countryside. Jiang Qingye directly suggested, "Why don't we steal Jiang Li's money?" She sold her job and her house, and made a lot of money. Hearing this, the Jiang family thought it was a good idea. Jiang Li had so much money, it would be perfect to take a little from her. Once Jiang Li's money was in their hands, they could survive in the city for a while. After the others agreed with Jiang Li's idea, they went to her room to search. They found that Jiang Li's money wasn't at home. Of course not. With so much money, Jiang Li wouldn't keep it at home. She was deliberately guarding it. Not finding the money, Jiang Wan asked anxiously, "She doesn't keep her money at home. What should we do now?" Jiang Qingye's eyes flashed with a ruthless look. "She'll definitely come back tonight. She wouldn't leave her money outside. She probably has it on her. But even if she comes back, it won't help. We can't fight her, and we can't steal it by force," Xia Meifeng said, still haunted by the scene of Jiang Li hitting her and feeling pain where Jiang Li had hit her. Jiang Qingye suggested, "We can't just forcefully steal it. We can give her some medicine to make her faint, then steal her money. As long as we deny stealing it, she won't have any proof." Hearing this, the other members of the Jiang family thought the plan was feasible. Jiang Wenjun eagerly said, "All right, Qingye is clever. I'll go buy the medicine now." He ran out to buy some sleeping pills. When the medicine was bought, Xia Meifeng planned to put it into Jiang Li's food for her to eat. Jiang Li was out shopping, unaware of the family's plans at home. She bought some warm, thick cotton clothes and blankets because she now had enough money. Jiang Li kept buying more supplies. She didn't mind storing extra items in her space. After shopping all morning, Jiang Li had lunch at a state-run restaurant and packed some more food into her space. This time, she bought 3 roasted chickens, 3 roasted geese, and 3 local Beijing roast ducks. The Beijing roast ducks were still very authentic at this time, much tastier than what Jiang Li would have in her later years. In the afternoon, Jiang Li went to the newspaper office, issued a statement severing ties with Jiang Wenjian, and then continued exploring Beijing. When the time was right, she headed back to the Jiang family. After returning home this time, Jiang Li found that her family had become much more honest. Xia Meifeng was already cooking in the kitchen, and the smell of meat was drifting out. Given their current situation, Xia Meifeng surprisingly bought meat for her to eat. When Jiang Li arrived, her family eagerly welcomed her inside. "Shaoli, sit down quickly. Dinner will be ready soon. Eat more. In a few days, you'll go to the countryside. Life isn't easy, so your aunt bought some meat for you to enjoy a good meal," they said, flattering her with a submissive attitude. Jiang Li guessed that they might be trying to use their feelings to persuade her. Seeing that they couldn't be tough, they switched to being soft, hoping to get her forgiveness. If that was their plan, they were very naive, thinking she was easy to fool. Jiang Li decided to play along, knowing she wouldn't forgive them easily. When Xia Meifeng heard Jiang Li was back, she immediately brought out a bowl of braised pork. "Shaoli, come eat the braised pork." Seeing the large bowl of meat and smelling its delicious aroma, Jiang Li found it very tempting. Jiang Wan and Jiang Qingye looked at the meat on the table, their mouths watering with greed. If it weren't to keep Jiang Li dizzy, who would spend so much on this? But if this plan succeeded, Jiang Li's thousands of dollars would help improve their difficult life in the city. As the dishes arrived, Jiang Li picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. But quickly, she sensed something was wrong with the meat. Unlike ordinary people, Jiang Li, a master of the mystical arts, had heightened senses. The meat had been laced with a sleeping drug. She thought, how could this family suddenly be so eager? It turned out they had drugged her. But the amount of medicine wasn't enough to fully knock her out. Jiang Li could use her magic to force the drug out of her body. She quickly calculated their plan. It turned out they wanted to knock her out and steal her money. Haha, she hadn't even taken action yet, and they had already made a mistake trying to scheme against her. Fine. Since some people couldn't resist their own foolishness, Jiang Li would let them go ahead. She pretended nothing was wrong and continued eating the braised pork. In the end, she finished all the meat in her bowl. Seeing Jiang Li eat the meat, her family felt relieved. Xia Meifeng had added a lot of medicine to the braised pork, and enough to knock out a cow. She didn't believe Jiang Li could stay awake. But after Jiang Li finished eating and tidied up, she showed no signs of fainting. The Jiang family members suddenly panicked. Since Jiang Li wasn't knocked out, how could their plan proceed? Jiang Wenjun immediately whispered to Xia Meifeng, "Are you sure you put medicine in the braised pork?" Why didn't Jiang Li react after eating a bowl? Xia Meifeng also felt confused. She personally put the medicine in, so she knew whether she had used real or fake drugs. She asked Jiang Wenjun, "I did put it in. Are you sure the medicine you bought is real and not fake?" Her question made Jiang Wenjun suspicious. Could he have bought fake medicine? If it was real, how could Jiang Li not have any reaction? Maybe that's possible. What should we do now? Jiang Li is fine now. How do we proceed? Xia Meifeng sighed. Tomorrow, I'll buy some medicine from a trusted friend, so we won't buy fake drugs. But I'll have to spend more money to buy a kilo of meat again. Today, Xia Meifeng felt very distressed about giving Jiang Li braised pork. Her meat coupons were almost used up, and a kilo of meat cost a yuan. Their family couldn't afford any waste. But when doing big things, they couldn't be too petty, or they wouldn't be able to steal thousands of yuan from Jiang Li. After they finished talking, they decided to wait until tomorrow to act. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, inside the room, calculated and understood their plans. Trying to trick her? Do they have that ability? If they anger her, she'll make their situation worse. Jiang Li waited until the family went to sleep, then cast a deep sleep charm on each of them. After being hit by the charm, they would sleep more deeply than if they had taken sleeping pills. Jiang Li waited for them to fall asleep, then began to search the Jiang family's house. They wanted her money, so Jiang Li used their own methods against them. Everything she could find, she put directly into her space. Even a bowl from the house was taken. The clothes and bedding weren't valuable, but she could sell them on the second-hand market later. During her search, Jiang Li found some surprises. For example, the Jiang family had a bicycle which she could use after going to the countryside, saving her from buying a new one. Jiang Wen also had a women's watch, which Jiang Li took, perfect for checking the time after she moved to the countryside. Xia Meifeng hid her money very well, probably to prevent thieves. She only kept 300 yuan in cash under her pillow. Jiang Li calculated and found all her other hiding spots for money. Besides hiding money under the pillow, Xia Meifeng also found money and bills hidden under the insoles of shoes, in the gaps between floor tiles, and even in Jiang Meifeng's own pocket. She searched all the places where money could be hidden, emptying everything she could find. Only after she had taken everything did Jiang Li stop. This time, she found over 2,100 yuan in cash, another huge sum. There were also many bills, including cloth tickets, cotton tickets, coal tickets, industrial coupons, and sugar tickets. The least common were meat tickets. The Jiang family now only had 2 jin of meat tickets left. Eating meat was hard in those days. An average worker could only get a few jin of meat per month. Jiang Wenjun was still the workshop director at the machinery factory, and he only received a few jin of meat tickets each month. But since the items were free for the taking, Jiang Li didn't think they were few. She collected everything into her space. Wherever Jiang Li went, she took everything valuable. In the end, besides the clothes they were wearing, she emptied everything else in the house. After finishing, Jiang Li felt good and went to bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Li was woken up by Xia Meifeng's screams. She was still tired and in a bad mood. Although she knew why Xia Meifeng was screaming, Jiang Li still came out of her room and slapped Xia Meifeng hard. Xia Meifeng spun around and fell to the ground. "Stop yelling. Can't you see I'm sleeping?" "It's so noisy," Jiang Li said. The Jiang family saw her like this and dared not speak up. Who could argue with her fists? Jiang Wenjun quickly explained, "Shaoli, someone broke into the house last night. Did you hear anything?" Jiang Li pretended to be surprised and frowned. "What? Someone broke in? Did you guys cause it?" I need to check if my money is gone. Jiang Li said this and hurriedly went into her room. Then she came out angrily and punched each of the other family members. My money is gone. Did you steal it? Are you crying, thief? Jiang Wenjun and the others screamed in pain. They had planned to steal, but it didn't work. Now Jiang Li's money was missing, and their house had been emptied too. It was unbelievable. They hadn't even noticed the commotion last night. It's not us. It's not us. Jiang Li, we wouldn't dare steal your things. Besides, other things in the house were also taken last night, Xia Meifeng said, her heart bleeding. Jiang Li's money was gone, but their own money was also stolen. Someone had cruelly emptied their house without them knowing. Jiang Wenjun immediately started shouting to report to the police. The neighbors nearby also heard the commotion at Jiang's house and realized that the family had been emptied out. Without saying a word, it was clear that Jiang Wenjun and Xia Meifeng had been too unkind, so they faced their punishment. Sadly, Jiang Li, the child, had lost so much money. How would she manage her life in the countryside now? The police arrived quickly but couldn't find any clues after investigating. They told the family to wait for further notice, and if they found anything, they would inform them promptly. Hearing this, the Jiang family understood that it would be very difficult to recover what was stolen. Jiang Wenjun's family of four sat on the ground, feeling hopeless. It was over, completely over. They had already lost their jobs and home, and although they had some savings before, now they had nothing. They couldn't survive like this. Jiang Wenjun didn't want to go back to the countryside, but without a house, a job, or money, staying in the city meant starving to death. The pride they once had was no match for hunger. Besides Jiang Wenjun, Xia Meifeng and others also had to accept that they could only return to the countryside. Jiang Li was going to the countryside no matter what, so this didn't affect her at all. However, the neighbors still believed that Jiang Li's money had been stolen and felt very sympathetic toward her. This girl had a hard life since she was young. Before going to the countryside, she managed to sell some things to make her days a little easier. But now, she faced the misfortune of having her money stolen again. Some kind neighbors decided to help Jiang Li. Before she left for the countryside, they tried to gather some money and supplies for her. Director who also heard about the Jiang family's situation. Knowing that Jiang Li's grandfather had sacrificed himself for the factory and seeing how hard her life was now, he knew he had to help her. So, Director who arranged for a subsidy of 200 yuan from the machinery factory, along with some money and supplies. Other neighbors also chipped in and finally, they sent a representative to give Jiang Li the collected money. The total amount from the neighbors was about 120 yuan, which was a significant sum at that time. Jiang Li was touched by the help from the factory and neighbors. After all, her own father, Jiang Wenjun, hadn't been so kind to her. It was strangers who cared for her this much. Jiang Li didn't refuse their kindness and accepted their gifts. When she went to the countryside, she promised to send back some good things to thank them. Compared to Jiang Li, Jiang Wenjun and his family were much worse off. They also borrowed money from others to go back to their hometown. At first, the nearby neighbors didn't want to lend them money because they knew there was a high chance they wouldn't get it back. But Jiang Wenjun and his friends were stubborn and persistent. The residents of the family compound were worried about being involved, so they pooled their money to buy tickets for them to leave quickly. Before Jiang Wenjun and his friends left, Jiang Li gave each of them a symbol of bad luck. Once they were marked with this symbol, they faced continuous misfortune. Considering what Jiang Wenjun and his friends had done to the original owner, it was impossible to just let them go. With the bad luck symbols, no matter where they went, they wouldn't have an easy time. After being marked, Jiang Wenjun and his friends indeed started experiencing ongoing bad luck. For example, Jiang Wenjun, upon arriving at the train station, fell and knocked out a tooth. Jiang Wan's situation was even worse. She was targeted by human traffickers and was kidnapped when she wasn't paying attention. As for what happened to Jiang's family afterward, Jiang Li could easily predict it by counting on his fingers. Knowing their tragic experiences made Jiang Li feel quite happy. During these days, Jiang Li was busy preparing for the trip to the countryside. He had bought almost everything he needed, and once it was time to go, he started making arrangements. On the day Jiang Li was leaving, Longo came to collect the house. This time, when he saw Jiang Li, he was very friendly and smiled as he said, "Little girl, you're really amazing. I took the talisman you gave me, and my mother's symptoms immediately improved." Longo used to be skeptical about these things, but now he believed. Sometimes, you have to experience things yourself to truly understand. Jiang Li smiled and told Longo, "That's good if it works. In the future, you should do more good deeds. Accumulating merit will benefit you and your family." Although Longo was a troublemaker, he wasn't someone who harmed others without reason. Hearing Jiang Li's words, he nodded and agreed. "All right, little girl, I'll remember what you said. By the way, I heard you're going to the countryside, so I prepared some tickets for you. Take them along. I heard the place you're going is in the Black Province, which is not as good as our Jing city. If you have more tickets, life will be easier for you." Longo believed that it was thanks to Jiang Li's mother's condition improving that he was willing to give her some tickets. Jiang Li politely declined but reached out his hand to accept them. Seeing Jiang Li's gesture, Longo thought the young girl was quite adorable. After handing over the house keys to Longo, Jiang Li carried 2 large bags to the youth office to have them arrange his trip. As Jiang Li left the family compound of the machinery factory, many neighbors came to see him off. "Little Li, when you arrive in He Province, remember to write us a letter and say hello." "Yes, Little Li, if you have any problems after going to the countryside, remember to tell us. We will help you find solutions. Little Li, the countryside is not like the city. After you go there, you must take good care of yourself, okay?" Jiang Li listened to these greetings and felt warm inside. She waved to them and then got on the bus to the youth office. When she arrived, she saw many other young people her age waiting to go to the countryside. These young people going to the countryside all carried big bags and looked unhappy. A few years ago, they might have been full of energy when they first went. But over the years, they all knew how hard it was to go to the countryside and how tiring it could be. If they could avoid going, they usually would. Most of these young people had no choice. Unless their families could get them a work quota, they would be sent to the countryside once they reached a certain age. If not, the local authorities would persuade them to go. If it weren't for Jiang Qingya stepping in to help Jiang Li keep her job, she would also have been sent to the countryside. Compared to these young people, Jiang Li was in a better mood. She was confident and capable, so she believed she wouldn't have trouble wherever she went. This time, she was assigned to He Province. She guessed that the local production team was in the mountains, full of spiritual energy, making it a good place for cultivation. There was also a chance to find ginseng and lingzhi mushrooms in the mountains, which would help her practice. If she stayed in Beijing, some of these things would be hard to get. Jiang Li didn't expect to meet someone she knew at the youth office. It was Lu Yulan, a classmate and good friend of Jiang Wan. Lu Yulan's brother also worked at a machinery factory under Jiang Wenjun, so Lu Yulan had always tried to flatter Jiang Wan in hopes that her brother would get noticed. Jiang Wan often bullied Jiang Li, and Lu Yulan, being her good friend, joined in. Now that Jiang Wan had been taken care of by Jiang Li, it was unexpected to meet Lu Yulan again. Jiang Li looked at her and thought to herself, "Oh, what a coincidence. Lu Yulan was assigned to the same production team as her." They were both sent to Shengli Production Brigade, Hongqi Commune, Anfeng County, He Province. Since they were in the same place, it would be easier to handle things. This Lu Yulan used to bully the original owner along with Jiang Wan. Since Jiang Li now occupies the original owner's body, she feels she must help teach Lu Yulan a lesson for her past actions. Later, when she was sent to the countryside for work, it became much easier for Jiang Li to deal with Lu Yulan. Jiang Li looked at Lu Yulan and saw her arguing at home.
I don't want to go to the countryside, Mom.
"I don't want to go. Didn't you say you would help me find a way? Didn't you say you would get me a work spot?
Why didn't you get it for me?
Why am I still being sent to the countryside?" Seeing Lu Yulan causing a fuss, her mother had to soothe her.
It's not that I want you to go, Yulan.
I've been looking into work opportunities these days. The city jobs are very competitive, so I couldn't get one for you. Lu Yulan said, "Mom, since I can't get a job here, why don't you let my younger brother go instead? You're just favoring boys. You're unfair, caring only for my brother and not for me." When she shouted this, The people around looked at her mother with strange eyes, especially some women who seemed to understand her feelings. In this new era, it's not the old society. Leaders say women can hold up half the sky, and the idea of favoring boys is no longer acceptable. Her mother felt embarrassed under everyone's gaze, but didn't scold her daughter. Instead, she said, "Mon Fan, I know you'll suffer if you go to the countryside. But don't worry, I will send you money and letters. Your younger brother is still small and not suitable for going yet."
You will have to endure it for now.
But Lu Yulan was still unhappy and kept fussing. "I don't want to go. You're just biased, Mom. Hurry up and find a way to change my name to my brother's so he can go instead." Her mother only had this daughter. Unlike other families that favored boys, their family treated daughters well. Seeing Lu Yulan causing trouble, her mother felt upset too. She hesitated whether to let her youngest son go in her place. At this moment, Zhang Li understood her mother's feelings and thoughts. She thought, no, this won't do. If Lu Yulan doesn't go to the countryside, how can I stand up for the original owner? Zhang Li immediately stepped forward and mocked coldly, "Oh, look, isn't that Lu's classmate? If I remember correctly, isn't your younger brother only 15? How can he go to the countryside at such a young age? Most of us young people only went after we turned adults. You're just about to be an adult this year. Isn't that your designated spot? Feske, you're already so old, and you still have the nerve to let your younger brother, who is 3 years younger, go instead. How can you say your mom favors boys?" When Zhang Li spoke, the people around her looked at Lu Yulan with contempt instead of sympathy. It turned out they only understood part of the story and missed the whole picture. If that was true, it was really shameless for the older sister to send her younger brother, who is 3 years younger, to the countryside. Lu Yulan looked at Zhang Li. She didn't expect to meet Zhang Li here. Zhang Li now looked very different from the timid girl she used to bully at school. Lu Yulan had heard about the recent changes in Zhang's family. Before Zhang Wan went back to the countryside, she came to complain and borrow money from Lu Yulan. Lu Yulan thought Zhang Wan was just exaggerating when she said Zhang Li had changed. But now, standing in front of her, Zhang Li seemed like a different person. As Lu Yulan stared at Zhang Li, the people around started mocking her. "I thought her mother was really sexist, but it turns out she was always meant to go to the countryside. She's an adult now, and she still makes her little brother do farm work? Wow, her skin is thick. As an older sister, she should be caring for her brother, not pushing him into such a tough situation. Who has parents like that? It's really frustrating." Lu Yulan's face turned red with embarrassment after hearing the teasing comments. She believed Zhang Li was the cause of everything. Angrily, she pointed at Zhang Li and yelled, "Zhang Li, you shameless girl. My family's matters have nothing to do with you."
Why are you talking about me?
After shouting, she still felt unsatisfied and reached out to slap Zhang Li. Although Zhang Li now looked completely different, Lu Yulan still thought she was easy to bully because she used to be timid. Zhang Li stood still, calmly watching Lu Yulan rush toward her. Some people just seek trouble, and she decided to give her a little lesson. Just as Lu Yulan's hand was about to slap Zhang Li's face, Zhang Li quickly grabbed her wrist and then slapped her hard across the face.
Ah!
Lu Yulan screamed as the slap sounded. Soon, a bright red handprint appeared on her cheek. Lu Yulan covered her swollen face and stared at Zhang Li in disbelief. How dare this girl hit her? She had always been the one hitting Zhang Li before, but now Zhang Li had fought back. "Zhang Li, you actually hit me?" Zhang Li just found Lu Yulan's question amusing. "What's wrong with me hitting you? You are about to hit me, so why can't I fight back? Are you that powerful? Do I have to stand here and take your beating?" People around watching also think Zhang Li went too far and say, "Exactly, didn't you start by hitting her? So, you think it's okay to hit others but not allowed for them to hit you?" The young girl looks young, but is unreasonable. Oh, if she was reasonable, how could she let her underage, 15-year-old brother go to the countryside instead of herself? Good hit. When someone says something about you, you just hit back. At home, your parents spoil you, but outside, others are not obliged to do so. Lu Yulan is furious again. Not only did Zhang Li hit her, but she also caused her to be mocked. That hateful girl, she won't let her go. The staff from the youth office heard the commotion and came to find out what happened. After understanding the situation, they immediately scold Lu Yulan. You, the youth go into the countryside, have serious ideological problems. You city youth should respond to the country's call and go to the countryside to help our rural areas. If everyone is afraid of hardship like you, how can our country progress? After scolding Lu Yulan, the staff then turned to scold Lu's mother, and you, as a parent, shouldn't guide your child's thoughts properly when there's a problem? She's an adult now, not a child, and you can't spoil her. The youth going to the countryside is to respond to the national call. If it's her turn, other children in the family shouldn't replace her. Your poor guidance as parents will be reported to your workplace. Hearing this, Lu's mother's face suddenly turned pale. She had been thinking about letting her younger son go instead of her daughter, but now that idea was immediately dismissed. If she actually did that, it might affect her and her husband's jobs. She quickly nodded at the staff and then tried to comfort Lu Yulan, saying, Yulan, you see, it's not that I don't want you to stay, but we really can't. Don't worry, once you go to the countryside, I will try to send you money and letters. You won't have a very hard time. Although Lu Yulan was unwilling, she had no other choice. She could only hold her luggage, glare angrily at Ang Li, and follow the staff from the youth office onto the train. Mother Lu initially wanted to show more care for Lu Yulan, but Lu Yulan ignored her and went straight onto the train. Seeing her daughter like this, Mother Lu knew she was holding some resentment inside, but she couldn't do anything about it and could only sigh. The staff from the youth office urged the group of young people to get on the train quickly, as they would depart soon. Zhang Li carried her 2 large bags and followed onto the train. The people behind her were surprised to see her with such big luggage. She looked small and thin, so they wondered how she had so much strength and could carry such heavy bags. Bai Zirong whispered to Mu Jingshuan, Brother Sun, look at this girl. She's really impressive. She looked sharp and confident when she was fighting earlier, and I didn't expect her to be so strong. She looks delicate, but she's quite tough. Hearing Bai Zirong's words, Mu Jingshuan also looked at Zhang Li. The contrast in her appearance was quite striking. Rarely, he became interested in a young girl. As they talked, both carried their own bags and followed onto the train. Zhang Li, with her large bag, squeezed into the crowd heading onto the train. The green train cars were somewhat old and crowded. The weather was getting warmer, and once she got on, Zhang Li immediately smelled a strange odor inside the car. There was a sweaty smell, like smell and foot odor. Almost overwhelmed, Zhang Li quickly blocked her sense of smell. After she couldn't smell anything, she felt much more comfortable. Zhang Li headed toward her carriage and seat. When she arrived at her seat, she found an elderly lady sitting there, occupying her original spot. Zhang Li said directly, Ma'am, please move aside. You're sitting in my seat. After her reminder, the old lady ignored her and continued sitting there, confidently saying, Why can't I sit here? You're a young woman with nimble legs. You can stand for a while. I'm older, my legs aren't as good. I need to sit. Zhang Li looked at the old lady speechlessly. It seemed she had encountered another odd person. The best way to deal with odd people was to act directly and avoid unnecessary fuss. That was the experience Zhang Li learned from her family. She simply lifted the old lady with one hand, then went inside, placed her luggage, and sat down firmly in her original seat. The old lady didn't expect Zhang Li to react like this, and the passengers watching from the nearby cars were equally surprised. Wow, this young comrade is really strong. She just used one hand, and lifting someone was as easy as picking up a small chicken. Before the old lady could react, she immediately became angry and shouted at Zhang Li, You little girl, how can you be so rude? Don't you know about respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Since your parents didn't teach you, I, an old woman, will teach you a lesson. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Zhang Li. Seeing this, Lu Yulan immediately felt pleased. She thought Zhang Li was so annoying, and now she was in trouble. She believed that Zhang Li wouldn't dare hit an old lady. But things didn't go as Lu Yulan expected. Zhang Li, seeing the old lady still causing trouble, sneered inwardly. Was she being too kind, making others think she was easy to bully? So, before the old lady's hand could reach her, Zhongli quickly slapped her hand back with a loud snap, showing no mercy. After the slap, Zhongli sneered and said, "Just because you're old doesn't mean you can be unreasonable." "What? Trying to act superior? You took my spot, and now you're blaming me? I shouldn't have moved you? How dare you hit me?" The old lady's hand was swollen from the slap. But many people around, seeing this, covered their mouths to hide their smiles. Dealing with such a bully, it felt better to be direct like Zhongli. Many onlookers felt their spirits lift. Knowing Zhongli was not someone to be messed with, the old lady immediately became obedient. Lu Yulan saw that the old lady hadn't even fought back once and had lost to Zhongli, feeling very bored. Bai Zihong and Mu Jingxuan's eyes also turned to Zhongli again. Bai Zihong whispered to Mu Jingxuan, "Brother Sun, this girl is quite fierce." Mu Jingxuan silently agreed. Yes, she was very fierce. It was the first time he saw a young girl prefer talking over fighting. If you only looked at Zhongli's face, you'd never guess she had such a strong personality. At this moment, a woman across from them looked toward Bai Zihong and Mu Jingxuan. When she saw Mu Jingxuan, her eyes lit up with happiness. Her name was Sun Wunwin. In her past life, Sun Wunwin also went to the countryside today. In her past life, she had a tough time. Her family was average, so after moving to the countryside, life was hard. Eventually, she couldn't bear the hardships anymore and chose to marry a local team member. After marriage, her husband was kind to her and didn't make her work in the fields. But no matter how good he was, what could he do? Life in the countryside was poor, food was scarce, warmth was lacking, making it hard to live well. Sun Wunwin endured several years in the countryside, but she didn't expect the news of the college entrance exam being restored and the educated youth returning to the city. At that time, she was married with children and she didn't pass the exam, nor did she get a chance to go back when the educated youth returned to the city. So, Sun Wunwin spent her whole life in the countryside, always regretting why she married a rural man. If she hadn't married, she might have had a chance to go back to the city and not suffer in the countryside her whole life. Unexpectedly, after Sun Wunwin died, heaven gave her a second chance at life, bringing her back to before she went to the countryside. When she was reborn, she hadn't signed up for going to the countryside yet. If she thought carefully, maybe she could find a way to avoid going. But this time, Sun Wunwin still chose to go to the countryside. Her goal was Mu Jingxuan. She had seen Mu Jingxuan on TV before. At that time, Mu Jingxuan appeared on TV as a senior official. She had the chance to meet him when they went to the countryside as educated youth, but she didn't seize that opportunity to marry a rural person. If she had held on to Mu Jingxuan, she wouldn't have wasted her life in the countryside but could have gone to Beijing and become the glamorous wife of an official. When she saw Mu Jingxuan again on the train, she was so excited. However, in this life, things seemed a bit different from her previous life. She hadn't met Zhongli on the train before. Sun Wunwin thought maybe her rebirth caused a butterfly effect, making things different. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that Mu Jingxuan also went to the countryside this time. Sun Wunwin was excited and thought about finding a chance to show herself in front of Mu Jingxuan to catch his attention. So she deliberately raised her voice and scolded Zhongli, saying, "Comrades, how can you do this? The old lady is old, and you let her sit. What's wrong with giving her a seat? Even if you don't want to give up your seat, you shouldn't hit an elderly person, right?" Zhongli looked at Sun Wunwin sitting opposite her. Oh, is this a saint? Zhongli usually hated these self-righteous people. Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan also heard Sun Wunwin's words. Bai Zirong muttered to Mu Jingxuan, "This person must be crazy. How can anyone be so kind to someone like her?" Mu Jingxuan nodded, which was his way of agreeing with Bai Zirong. Zhongli then said directly to Sun Wunwin, "Since you're so kind, don't just talk. Give up your seat for this elderly lady, and then all these problems will be gone." TSK, some people just talk and use morality to pressure others. Sun Wunwin's face turned red from Zhongli's words. Then she looked at Mu Jingxuan. To appear kind in front of him, She stood up and said to the elderly lady, "Grandma, please sit in my place. Your legs must be uncomfortable. Some people have no empathy at all." Jiangli almost wanted to laugh when she saw Sun Wunwin giving up her seat. Hee, she wouldn't bother with fools. She would just stand later, and she could handle that. Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan were even more sure that Sun Wunwin was a fool. They decided to keep their distance from such a person. The elderly lady was happy to have someone give her seat. Maybe she met someone with a dull mind, and now she was willingly suffering. Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan found their seats and sat down. Their seats were next to Zhang Li's, separated by an aisle. After Sun Wunwin gave up her seat, she could only stand. More people kept boarding the train, and finally, the train slowly started moving. Zhang Li looked out the window as the scenery receded. She was about to leave Beijing. This time, it would take 2 days on the train. Zhang Li felt a bit tired just thinking about it. It would be great to get a sleeper ticket and sleep through the journey. Most of the people in their carriage were young people going to the countryside together. Once the train started, everyone felt bored, so someone began to chat, introducing themselves and their destinations. "Hello everyone, my name is Sumingda. I am going to Liaoning province this time. I hope I can contribute to rural development. My name is Zhang Ping. I am going to Jilin province." When it was Sun Wunwin's turn, she glanced at Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan, then said, "My name is Sun Wunwin. I am going to Anfeng County in Heilongjiang province." When Zhang Li heard that Sun Wunwin's destination was also Anfeng County in Heilongjiang, her eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. Could it be that they were going to the same place? If so, Zhang Li would definitely feel sick. Having such a strange person around after arriving in the countryside would make her days miserable. Zhang Li thought this but kept her expression calm, staring at Sun Wunwin in front of her, quickly calculating something. This wouldn't be too bad if I didn't check, but once I did, Zhang Li realized something was off. Sun Wunwin really did go to the same place for the countryside assignment, but it turns out she is reborn. Regarding Sun Wunwin's previous life, Zhang Li figured out most of the details. She also deduced Sun Wunwin's purpose for going to the countryside this time. It seems she's here to attract admirers. Zhang Li looked at Mu Jingxuan with some sympathy. This man looks pretty good and quite handsome. If Sun Wunwin gets involved with him, it could be quite unfortunate. Mu Jingxuan didn't notice Zhang Li looking at him. Instead, he frowned when he heard that Sun Wunwin's countryside assignment was in Anfeng County, He province. He was worried they might be assigned to the same place. He didn't want to be with such a foolish woman in the same team. Bai Zirong also silently thought about this. He definitely didn't want to be assigned to the same team as her. When it was their turn to introduce themselves, both Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, like the other young people, simply said their names and the place they were assigned to. Zhang Li wasn't very interested in participating in these introductions, but she didn't want to seem too different. When it was her turn, she lazily said, "My name is Zhang Li. I'm also assigned to Anfeng County in He province." When the others heard Zhang Li was going to Anfeng County, they all commented on how many people were headed there this time. They heard that the area was relatively wealthier and had many farms. Maybe the authorities knew there was plenty of grain there, so they sent more young people to help out, easing the city's food pressure. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong didn't expect Zhang Li to be going to the same place as them. They even hoped she would be assigned to the same team. They found Zhang Li quite interesting. If they could be in the same team, it would be more fun. Sun Wunwin was surprised and looked at Zhang Li more carefully. She wondered, this woman is going to He province's Anfeng County? I didn't have anyone like her in my past life. Still, Sun Wunwin attributed Zhang Li's appearance to the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth. In the carriage, after everyone introduced their assigned places, they started talking about their hopes and dreams. Sun Wunwin stood for a while but soon felt her feet and legs hurt. If she had known it would be like this, she wouldn't have let that old lady take her place. She pretended to be weak and asked Bai Zirong, "Comrade Bai, my legs are sore from standing so long. Could you give me your seat for a bit?" Sun Wunwin remembered that in her previous life, Bai Zirong was quite easy to talk to. She was also but just asking him to give up a seat, he probably wouldn't refuse. Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan's seats were together. If Bai Zirong was willing to let her sit for a while, Sun Wunwin could sit next to Mu Jingxuan, getting closer and having a chance to contact him. In this life, she was determined to work hard to win Mu Jingxuan's affection and become his wife. Bai Zirong thought Sun Wunwin was a bit slow in her thinking and already had a bad impression of her. He certainly wouldn't be willing to give up his seat. Not only did he refuse, but he also mocked her, saying, "You're good at pretending to be kind, giving your seat to the older lady. Now you're expecting me to give up my seat? Dream on. I don't want to stand. If you're tired, go ask this old lady to take back her seat. Why are you bothering me? Do I owe you something?" Bai Zirong's rude words made Sun Wunwin's face turn red. There were so many people in the carriage, and it was in front of Mu Jingxuan. Sun Wunwin felt embarrassed and helpless. Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Mu Jingxuan, feeling wronged. But Mu Jingxuan didn't look at her or say anything to help. Zhongli almost laughed when she heard Bai Zirong's sharp words. She liked his temper. He was quite straightforward. At this moment, a young male worker kindly said to Sun Wunwin, "Comrade, if you're tired of standing, you can sit in my seat for a while." "I'll stand." Seeing someone give her a seat, Sun Wunwin finally felt like she had a way out. She thanked him and then sat down without hesitation. The train continued moving forward. At noon, Zhongli bought a box meal on the train. Most of the young workers had brought snacks for the journey and didn't want to buy expensive train meals. Only a few, including Zhongli, Bai Zirong, and Mu Jingxuan, bought box meals. They were heading to Anfeng County in Heilong Province, which would take 2 days and 2 nights by train. At first, everyone was still energetic, but as time went on, they all became tired and sluggish, just waiting to get off the train and reach their destination. Because they spent so long on the train, some people initially offered Sun Wunwin their seats, but later, everyone was too exhausted to stand up or give up their seats. Sitting was already tiring, let alone standing. Sun Wunwin regretted giving her seat to the older lady. After a whole day, she couldn't bear it anymore and told the old lady she wanted to go back to her own seat, but she was scolded by the old lady. This time, Sun Wunwin truly suffered a loss and didn't say a good word. The main point is that she didn't gain any favor from Mu Jingxuan. After enduring 2 days and nights on the train, it finally stopped in the city, where they were going to the countryside. Once in the city, they had a transfer by bus to get to Anfeng County. Unlike others who looked tired and sluggish, Zhongli appeared energetic and lively. During the journey, even though she was sitting with her eyes closed, she was secretly practicing. The original body was weak, but after taking the bone-washing pill and refining her muscles and bones, her condition improved a lot. However, her current body still had some difficulty returning immediately to her previous level. To recover quickly, she needed to meditate and practice regularly. After these 2 days of training on the train, Zhongli felt her body was in much better shape than before. She carried her luggage and followed others off the train. There were many people getting off, and Zhongli was almost squeezed into a pancake. Lu Yulan was right behind Zhongli, holding a grudge against her. When she saw an opportunity to deal with Zhongli, Lu Yulan deliberately pushed her as she was about to step off the train. There was no one in front of Zhongli, so her push would definitely cause her to fall and land badly. Mu Jingxuan saw Lu Yulan's move from behind, so he quickly pulled Zhongli to prevent her from falling. Even if Mu Jingxuan hadn't pulled her, Zhongli wouldn't have fallen seriously. She felt someone pushing her, so she immediately steadied herself. Just as she was about to land smoothly, Mu Jingxuan caught her. In the next second, Zhongli found herself in Mu Jingxuan's broad arms. The original body was small and delicate, with her face only level with Mu Jingxuan's chest. Zhongli could feel Mu Jingxuan's strong build, and she was surprised by how good his physique was, considering his handsome face. Zhongli even wanted to take a peek, but she was afraid of being mistaken for a troublemaker. Seeing Zhongli in Mu Jingxuan's arms, Sun Wunwin's jealous eyes almost seemed to spit fire. Mu Jingxuan belonged to her. How could another woman get so close to him first? That shameless woman. I will definitely make her pay. Zhongli reluctantly left Mu Jingxuan's embrace, thanked him, and then got off the train. Mu Jingshuan's ears turned slightly red as he replied to Jiang Li, "You're welcome." Just as Jiang Li fell into his arms, Mu Jingshuan felt a faint fragrance and sweetness from the girl. Jiang Li's scent was very pleasant, and Mu Jingshuan felt his heartbeat quicken a little. He had met many girls, but none had given him this kind of feeling before. When Lu Yulan saw Jiang Li calmly get out of the car without falling as she had planned, she felt disappointed. What a good opportunity it was, but it didn't work out. It was all Mu Jingshuan's fault. If he hadn't meddled, Jiang Li would have fallen badly this time. Lu Yulan quickly got out of the car, but as soon as she did, Jiang Li stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Jiang Li was different from the original. She was not the kind to suffer quietly. If Lu Yulan wanted to hurt her, Jiang Li wouldn't hesitate to slap her back. After being slapped, Lu Yulan screamed in pain, "Jiang Li, you hit me?" Jiang Li sneered, "You wanted to hurt me, and now you're surprised I hit you back? Lu Yulan, you pushed me from behind earlier, didn't you? If it weren't for Mu Jiqing, I would have fallen out of the car." Lu Yulan naturally wouldn't admit to this. "There were so many people squeezing out of the car, I accidentally bumped into you. It was just an unintentional act." "How can you hit me like this, Jiang Li? Don't you think you're being too harsh?" Hearing Lu Yulan say this, Sun Wunwin saw an opportunity to slander Jiang Li and didn't want to miss it. She added, "Exactly, Jiang Jiqing, you're being too petty. Lu Jiqing accidentally bumped into you, and you responded so harshly." While speaking, Sun Wunwin deliberately glanced at Mu Jingshuan, hoping her words would influence his impression of Jiang Li. Some nearby young people who had come out of the car also heard Lu Yulan and Sun Wunwin's words and thought Jiang Li's actions were a bit excessive. Their eyes toward Jiang Li carried some bias and dissatisfaction. At this moment, Mu Jingshuan stepped forward. "Lu Jiqing, I saw clearly just now that you deliberately pushed Jiang Jiqing. Now you're claiming it was an accident?" Bai Zirong then testified, "Yes, I saw it too. Lu Jiqing, you intentionally pushed Jiang Jiqing out of the car. How can you lie?" Another young woman who had witnessed the scene also came forward, no longer afraid of offending others, and explained what had happened. The others who had been watching the scene initially thought Jiang Li had gone too far, but after understanding the situation, they realized Lu Yulan's character was poor. She deliberately pushed someone, and if Jiang Li had fallen badly, it could have been very serious. Jiang Li only responded with a slap, which was already a mercy to her. She not only refused to repent but also falsely accused the other person. Fortunately, someone saw what happened and testified, or it would have been hard to explain. Jiang Li looked at Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zirong, who helped her with the testimony. Originally, she planned to use a truth symbol to deal with Lu Yulan, but unexpectedly, they helped clarify things for her. Jiang Li didn't need their help, but she appreciated their kindness. In the future, if there's a chance, she would take care of these two guys. Since they were all going to the same place for the countryside assignment, Jiang Li had many opportunities to repay their kindness. As for another young female worker, because she wasn't assigned to the same place as Jiang Li sent her a safety charm to keep her safe. The dangers she might face after going to the countryside are many, so this charm could protect her a few times, which made Jiang Li feel it was worth helping her testify. Thanks to Jiang Li's safety charm, the young woman avoided danger, but that's a story for later. Seeing no one else speaking up for her now, Lu Yulan could only angrily cover her face, unable to argue further with Jiang Li. Sun Wunwin felt her cheeks burning painfully as she remembered defending Lu Yulan. She originally wanted to ruin Mu Jingshuan's impression of Jiang Li, but now it seemed Mu Jingshuan might think she was helping without understanding the situation. After all the young workers got off the bus, those going to work in Anfeng County boarded a car heading to the county seat. The trip from the city to the county took about an hour. The car technology at that time wasn't very good, and it didn't do well at preventing bumps or shocks. Plus, the road was gravel, uneven and bumpy, making many of the young workers. Jiang Li naturally was fine, sitting calmly, without showing any discomfort. Additionally, Jiang Li helped Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zirong each with a balance charm, and they also showed no signs of motion sickness. After a bumpy ride, the car finally arrived at the county seat of Anfeng. When they got off, many young workers were squatting by the roadside, vomiting violently. The local youth office had already arranged for staff to wait at the bus station for the newcomers. Seeing them arrive, they led them to the youth office entrance, where they started assigning countryside work locations and distributing subsidies. Each young worker received 40 yuan. Since resources were plentiful and food was abundant in northeast China, the subsidies for the workers were slightly less. In poorer areas, like the northwest, each worker would get 80 yuan. Everyone was happy with the amount, whether it was more or less, and quickly stored their subsidies. At the same time, the young workers learned their specific countryside destinations. Jiangli, Lu Yulan, Sun Wunwin, Mujingxuan, and Bai Zirong were assigned to the Shimli Production Brigade of Hongqi Commune in Anfeng County. After hearing the assignment, Sun Wunwin and Lu Yulan looked unhappy. They didn't expect Jiangli to be assigned with them. Mujingxuan and Bai Zirong were quite happy. They found Jiangli interesting and thought it would be fun if they could go to the countryside together. Mujingxuan, Bai Zirong, Jiangli, Sun Wunwin, Lu Yulan, come over here for a gathering, a deep voice of a middle-aged man called out. The speaker was Li Chongping, the team leader of Shimli Production Brigade in Hongqi Commune. After hearing his call, Zhang Li and the others dragged their luggage and headed toward him. When they reached Li Chongping, they saw him observing the new young workers carefully. His gaze fell on Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong and looked satisfied. These two young men were tall, strong, and lively. Most importantly, their clothes clearly showed they were wealthy. Wealthy people had advantages. They didn't need to worry about earning enough work points or borrowing grain from the team. Li Chongping nodded slightly and then shifted his gaze to Jiang Li. At first, when he saw Jiang Li's delicate and weak appearance, he almost frowned. But when he saw her carrying several large parcels without seeming tired, he realized she was not as fragile as she looked. Her clothes and appearance were also quite nice, which reassured him. Although she was a girl worker, she probably wouldn't be a burden to the team in the future. When Li Chongping's eyes turned to Sun Wunwin and Lu Yulan, his disdain was obvious. Sun Wunwin had been disliked by Li Chongping before in her previous life, but facing his contempt again made her uncomfortable. If it weren't for wanting to get close to Mu Jingxuan, she wouldn't have come to the countryside. Although Li Chongping was the team leader, wasn't he just a rural person? What right did he have to look down on her? Once she became a wife of an official, someone like Li Chongping wouldn't even be worthy of tying her shoes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Chongping, and I am the team leader of Shimli Production Brigade in Hongqi Commune. Now, hurry up and get on the truck. I'll take you back to the team, he said after inspecting the new young workers. Having finished his look over, Li Chongping called them to get on the ox cart. It was almost mealtime, and he was eager to go home for lunch. If it weren't for the policies from above, he wouldn't have wanted to come to pick up these new young workers. The educated youth from the Victory production team were already enough, but then 5 more were sent over. Later, he planned to go to the county's educated youth office to cry properly, so they wouldn't send more to their team. If they kept sending more, their harvest wouldn't be enough to support so many people. Like other team leaders, Li Chongping took the new educated youth and left with them. Most teams used ox carts to pick up the youth, only a few used tractors. In the 1970s, tractors were valuable. Only well-off, advanced teams could have them. Teams like the Victory production team didn't qualify for tractors yet. Lu Yulan saw some youth riding in a tractor, but her team used ox carts. She complained, "Team leader, are we really riding such dirty, broken ox carts? Why do some teams use tractors to pick up the youth? Why not use a tractor for us? Can these ox carts even carry people?" Li Chongping was annoyed when he heard this. Was he unwilling to use a tractor? No, it was because their team didn't have one. He glanced at Lu Yulan and said, "I wish I could use a tractor, but I don't have one. If you're so capable, go help the team get a tractor. Our Victory team has these conditions. If you don't like the ox cart, you can walk back yourself." Lu Yulan's face turned red from his words. Didn't she understand the situation? Was he so fierce? He was just a team leader, still a rural villager. Lu Yulan didn't realize how arrogant Li Chongping was. Jiang Li saw that Lu Yulan had just offended the local team leader and thought she was really foolish. With her personality and brains, she probably wouldn't have a good time after going to the countryside. Li Changping didn't bother arguing with Lu Yulan. After the other youth got on the ox cart, he urged the old man driving the cart to leave quickly. No need to wait for Lu Yulan. Seeing this, Lu Yulan didn't dare complain anymore and hurried to catch the ox cart and sit down. It took about an hour to travel from the county town to the victory production team. Riding a bicycle would be faster, about half an hour, since the ox cart was only a little faster than walking. Jiang Li and the others sat on the ox cart, looking at the scenery along the way. Although the rural construction at this time was poor, with dirt roads and dilapidated houses, Jiang Li believed that the pure environment was more vibrant and suitable for cultivation than in later times. After an hour, the ox cart slowly arrived at the victory production team. It was just time for lunch, so the team members had all gone back to rest. On the way, Jiang Li and the others didn't meet many team members. Li Changping first took the newly arrived educated youth to the youth station. Pung Jiang, a few new educated youths have arrived. You are responsible for arranging them, Li Changping told Pung Jiang, the team leader at the youth station, and then left. He was almost starving and felt his task was done once he brought the new youths back to the team. As for the rest, he preferred to let others handle it if possible. As the team leader, Li Changping had a lot of work every day, so he didn't have time to do everything himself. When Pung Jiang heard Li Changping's instructions, he came out of the house. Okay, team leader, leave it to me. Once Li Changping left, Pung Jiang looked over the new educated youths. When his eyes fell on Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, he frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. These two new male youths from the city looked better than him. The male educated youths from the city were already popular among the girls in the team, and with Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's good looks, many girls from other teams would surely fall for them in the future. These two new youths posed a real threat to him, and Pung Jiang couldn't help feeling a bit hostile. When his gaze shifted to Jiang Li, he was immediately attracted by her appearance. This new female educated youth was very pretty. Too bad she was a bit thin. If she gained a little weight and looked a bit rounder, she would be even better. Jiang Li sensed Pung Jiang's lecherous and unfriendly look and frowned unhappily. She thought he better not have any inappropriate thoughts about her, or she would definitely teach him a lesson. When Pung Jiang saw Lu Yulan and Sun Wunwin, he lost interest in these two new female youths. Actually, if compared without Jiang Li, Sun Wunwin's looks weren't bad. She could be considered pretty. But when Sun Wunwin stood next to Jiang Li, she suddenly seemed dull. After sizing up everyone, Pung Jiang finally introduced himself to the new educated youths. My name is Pung Jiang, and I am the team leader here at the youth station. If you need anything, you can come to me or go to the team leader. But if it's something within our youth group, I suggest we handle it ourselves. The team members in the village did not welcome us, the young educated youths from the countryside. So I hope any conflicts or issues don't escalate to the team leader to avoid damaging his and the team members' impressions of us. Although Pung Jiang was just the leader of a youth station, Jiang Li felt he was very formal and didn't like him much. Sun Wunwin, having lived through a rebirth, understood Pung Jiang better than others. This Pung Jiang was quite fake. During the time in the countryside, he often flirted with the girls in the team, tricking them into giving him food and drinks. Later, he got involved with the daughter of the local party secretary, and after getting into a workers' and peasants' university, he went to college. But after leaving the team and returning to the city, he never came back. The party's secretary's daughter was pregnant with his child, but he abandoned her. Later, the family realized Pung Jiang was just using them, taking advantage of their connections to move back to the city. Sun Wunwin didn't care what kind of person Pung Jiang was. She just kept her distance from him. As long as Pung Jiang didn't ruin her plans, everything else was fine. After introducing himself, Pung Jiang continued, Now I'll tell you about the situation at our youth station. Since you just arrived, you can choose to sleep in the communal beds with most of the other young people, or rent a single room by yourself. The communal beds are free, provided by the team for us young people in the countryside. Renting a single room costs 2 yuan a month. Pung Jiang led a few people to look at the living conditions at the youth station. If you sleep in the communal beds, at least 3 to 5 people share a room, similar to the collective dormitories at factories and schools. More people together can be inconvenient. Renting a single room is much more comfortable, but many young people don't have much money, and 2 yuan a month for rent is hard to afford. Although the team added 5 single rooms for rent at the youth station, only one has been rented out so far. Most young people prefer to stay in the communal beds. Saving 2 yuan a month on rent is enough to buy a lot of food. Currently, the team's grain prices are low, about 8 to 10 cents per jin of rice, and similar for flour. Spending 2 yuan on 20 or 30 jin of food is definitely more cost-effective than renting a single room. After learning this, Lu Yulan wanted to rent a single room, but she didn't have much money. Her mother said she would send her some extra money, but their family's financial situation was limited. If their family had better conditions, Lu Yulan wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Due to limited financial resources, Lu Yulan disliked the poor conditions of the large communal bed, but still chose to live in a free large bed. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong said, "Let's rent a single room together." Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong are childhood friends, and sharing a single room is convenient for them. Living alone in a room is too wasteful, and they would have to pay more rent. When Pung Jiang heard that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong wanted to rent single rooms, he felt more hostility toward them. These 2 new male youths sent to the countryside looked better than him and had more money. What if the young women in the team were attracted to them in the future? Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong sensed Pung Jiang's hostility and found him inexplicable. What's wrong? Does he envy wealth? Can't stand them renting houses? Jiang Li wasn't short of money and naturally wouldn't choose to squeeze into the large communal bed with other youth. Living with many people has no privacy and affects her cultivation. In a place filled with spiritual energy, she needs to use it well to improve her skills. Jiang Li told Pung Jiang, "Pung youth, I also choose to rent a house." When Pung Jiang saw Jiang Li choosing to rent a house, he looked at her more carefully. He didn't expect Jiang Li to be wealthy too. Jiang Li is very beautiful, and if her conditions were even better, Pung Jiang thought about pursuing her. He wasn't sure when he would return to the city. He's not young anymore, and his family has long urged him to get married. But he doesn't like the women from the countryside. After all, he's from the city, still a high school student, and needs to find someone suitable. Marrying a rural woman would not only be mismatched in conditions, but also might affect his future return to the city. So, if he really wanted to find a marriage partner, Pung Jiang hoped to find a well-off youth sent to the countryside. Jiang Li, being beautiful and wealthy, would be the best match. Jiang Li didn't know Pung Jiang's thoughts. If she did, she would surely mock him. A toad wanting to eat swan meat? Someone like me, a master of the spiritual arts, is he worthy? Lu Yulan saw Jiang Li choosing to rent a separate house and immediately felt jealous. She used to have a worse life than Jiang Li, but now this woman was living much more comfortably. Sun Wunwin, upon hearing Mu Jingxuan rented a house and Jiang Li also chose to rent, felt a sense of crisis. If Jiang Li and Mu Jingxuan lived close, they would have more chances to interact in the future. She couldn't allow that. Mu Jingxuan belonged to her. No one should try to take him away. Although Sun Wunwin doesn't have much money right now and finds it a bit difficult to cover her rent, she thinks that once she successfully charms Mu Jingxuan, she can become a future official's wife. She knows she must be willing to spend some money now. With a determined look, Sun Wunwin tells Pung Jiang, "I'll rent a single room too." Out of the 5 new educated youths, choose single rooms, and only one stays in a large shared bed. Pung Jiang feels a bit jealous. These new youths all seem to have some money. "All right, you can choose your rooms first. Once you've decided, I'll take you to see the squad leader this afternoon and pay the rent," Pung Jiang says. When he asks Jiang Li and the others to pick single rooms, he also tells Lu Yulan, "Comrade Lu, you can stay in the large shared room and coordinate with the older youths to choose a room you like." Lu Yulan carries her luggage to the rooms where the older youths are staying. Jiang Li just picks a random single room. All the rooms are similar. Empty inside, with only a bed built in and no furniture, so they need to buy their own. The 5 single rooms built by the squad are in a row, facing the larger shared rooms where the older youths live. Jiang Li chooses the room on the far west side. Next to her are the rooms chosen by Mu Jingxuan and by Zirong, and Sun Wunwin's room is next to theirs. So, the room between Jiang Li and Sun Wunwin is occupied by Mu Jingxuan and by Zirong. After Jiang Li picks her room, Pung Jiang tells them they can move in. Later, they need to buy locks themselves, as the youth station doesn't provide them. Buying these items requires industrial coupons, which are hard for ordinary people to get. Jiang Li thinks that although she can store her things in her space later, she doesn't want others to peek or touch her belongings, so she plans to buy a lock just for show. She carries her things into the room and sets down her luggage. The room is dirty and messy, so Jiang Li needs to clean it up. It's lunchtime now, and she plans to eat first before tidying up. Pung Jiang also calls the new youths to stop working and join the older youths for a meal. Li Chongping had already informed them in advance that new youths would arrive today, and he brought a few pounds of grain to cook extra food so they wouldn't go hungry. Jiang Li and the others follow Pung Jiang to the dining area at the youth station, where the older youths are already seated and ready to eat. The veteran-educated youths were not very interested in the newcomers at first, but when they saw Mu Jingxuan, Bai Zirong, and Jiang Li, their attention was naturally drawn to them. The three new educated youths looked very handsome, just like movie stars. Jiang Li and the others felt uncomfortable being stared at so openly by the older youths. Fortunately, their attentions soon shifted away. Lu Yulan saw the food on the table and led the complaints, saying, "Is this all you give us to eat? No oil or flavor at all. Even a dog wouldn't eat this." Lu Yulan's criticism annoyed the older youths. What did she mean? Were they being called dogs? One of the female youths sarcastically responded to Lu Yulan, "Conditions in the countryside are like this now. You just complained about the poor living conditions, and now you're saying the food is bad. You're already sent down here. Do you think you're still at home? Either get used to it and stop acting like a princess, or ask your family to find a way to send you back to the city." This girl was Ma Guixiang, known for her straightforwardness. The other older youths didn't speak as directly, but warned Lu Yulan not to complain too much. In the countryside, having enough to eat and being full was good enough. Don't expect life to be as good as in the city. Lu Yulan's face flushed with embarrassment. She was telling the truth. Why were they criticizing her? Was it just because she was new and they wanted to bully her? Jiang Li's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Since Lu Yulan had just come down from the city, offended the team leader, and annoyed the older youths, she wouldn't have an easy future. She didn't need to do anything. Lu Yulan's days would be tough from now on. Seeing the tense atmosphere among the youths, Pung Jiang changed the subject, saying, "All right, enough of this. Since it's our first meeting, let's introduce ourselves and get to know each other." As the team leader of the youth station, he deserved some respect. The new and old youths gathered together and started introducing themselves. When it was Jiang Li, Mu Jingxuan, and Bai Zirong's turn, the older youths looked at them with even more interest, especially because Jiang Li, Mu Jingxuan, and Bai Zirong all came from Beijing. Pung Jiang seemed more confident about Jiang Li, coming from the city with good conditions. If she became a revolutionary partner with a woman like her, her future wouldn't be bad. After everyone finished introducing themselves, they ate most of the meal. Jiang Li only ate a small bowl of rice because she really didn't like the food here. Before going to the countryside, she stored many good things in her space. When she returned to her single room later, Jiang Li planned to prepare an extra meal for herself. Since she would be living at the youth commune, she didn't want to share meals with the older youths. She was glad to have a single room, which made cooking easier. She could make whatever she wanted. However, there was no stove in her room, so Jiang Li needed to find someone to help set up a stove. If she didn't want a stove, she could buy a coal stove herself. Before going to the countryside, Jiang Li had exchanged many tickets, industrial coupons, coal stove tickets, and coal tickets, so she had saved some. It would be easier to buy a coal stove directly later, which would also save her the trouble of buying firewood for cooking. She could just stockpile some firewood for boiling water and, in winter, for heating her bed. People like Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong also planned to do the same. They couldn't get used to the meals at the youth commune. Both of them were wealthy young men and could afford to cook their own good meals. They also had coal stove tickets and planned to buy a stove and a pot in the county town when they had time. Just now, they had checked with Pung Jiang. They were new to the countryside and didn't need to start working immediately. Tomorrow was a day off, giving them time to buy what they needed. The day after tomorrow, they would have to work in the fields like the other older youths. So, they planned to go to the county town tomorrow to buy everything they needed. When they went to the countryside, they didn't bring many things. Most were sent directly to He province in advance. The items had already been sent, and they could pick them up at the county post office tomorrow. Sun Wunwin was reborn and remembered that in her previous life, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong cooked for themselves and didn't share meals with the older youths. She thought that if she could join them, she would have more chances to interact with them. Thinking this, Sun Wunwin went to knock on Mu Jingxuan's and Bai Zirong's doors. Bai Zirong heard the knocking and went to open the door. When he saw it was Sun Wunwin, his handsome brows immediately furrowed. He impatiently asked, "What do you want?" Sun Wunwin didn't like Bai Zirong's attitude, but had to endure it for Mu Jingxuan's sake. "Bai youth, I have something to discuss with you, and Mu youth. Can we share meals together in the future? I'm a woman and good at cooking. My dishes taste pretty good. If we share meals, you and Mu can be responsible for gathering firewood, and I will cook."
How about that?
Sun Wunwin believed that Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan probably wouldn't refuse her. After all, both of them are men who aren't good at cooking, and with her helping them, they should be happy, right? Unexpectedly, Bai Zirong didn't even think and directly refused, saying, "No, it's inconvenient." Bai Zirong didn't have a good impression of Sun Wunwin and didn't want to argue with her. Also, Bai Zirong could tell that Sun Wunwin was clearly interested in their brother's son. Her intentions were too obvious, and Bai Zirong didn't dare give her a chance to get close to Mu Jingxuan. After being rejected by Bai Zirong, Sun Wunwin looked at him unwillingly. "Bai Jiqing, we were all sent to the countryside together as educated youths. Shouldn't we help each other? Why is it inconvenient to team up with me?" Mu Jingxuan came out from behind Bai Zirong. "You're a woman and we're men, so it's not convenient. Jijiang, if you want to find someone to team up with, go ask others. We have no such idea." After Mu Jingxuan personally refused her, Sun Wunwin was disappointed but could only think of other ways to get close to him. Zhongli heard the conversation outside and slightly smiled. She knew Sun Wunwin was aiming for Mu Jingxuan. Fortunately, he was smart and didn't give Sun Wunwin a chance. Zhongli started tidying up her rented small room. Since no one had lived there for a long time, it was a bit messy. She needed to clean it first before moving in. However, while tidying up, Zhongli didn't do it manually. She silently recited a few spells, and the broom and cloth on the floor started working automatically. Zhongli kept the door closed. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. After half an hour of automatic cleaning, her once messy room was now clean and tidy. After finishing the cleaning, Zhongli saw Pung Jiang come to call the new educated youths. "I'm taking you to the squad leader's house to pay the rent. Also, as new arrivals in the countryside, each of you can get an advance of 30 jin of grain from the team." Most of the new educated youths didn't bring much grain, but the local squad couldn't let them starve, so they gave them an advance. Of course, this grain wasn't free. It would be deducted from their work points later. If they didn't have enough points, they could pay extra money. Zhang Li and the others followed Pung Jiang to the squad leader Li Chongping's house. The squad leader's house was not far from the youth station, about 5 or 6 minutes walk. After arriving at Li Chongping's house, Pung Jiang discussed the accommodation arrangements for the new educated youths with the team leader. Li Chongping was very happy to hear that the new arrivals chose to rent houses. They rented 3 rooms, each costing 2 yuan, totaling 6 yuan. Additionally, an old educated youth had already rented 1 room, so the team earned 8 yuan each month from these rents. For the team, this was a good income. Zhang Li and others handed the rent money to Li Chongping. The rent was paid monthly, and when it was due, they could simply renew the lease with him. Each of the new youths received 30 jin of grain. Of this, only 10 jin was fine grain, and the remaining 20 jin were coarse grain. If they wanted more fine grain, they had to buy it themselves. The team's grain trade was quite affordable, without needing grain coupons, and the prices were similar to outside grain stations. Jiang Li thought 10 jin of fine grain was not enough, so he bought an extra 20 jin of rice and 10 jin of white flour. Mu Jingxuan and others also spent some money to buy additional fine grain. After receiving the grain, Jiang Li and the others planned to leave. At that moment, Jiang Li heard the hurried and anxious voice from the team leader's house. "Oh no, old man, Jian's condition is getting worse. He's taken fever medicine, but the fever won't go down. What should we do? Should we send him to the hospital again? We don't want to damage the kid's brain." The speaker was Wu Meixia, Li Chongping's wife. The child she referred to, Jian, was the grandson of the team leader. He had already been taken to the commune's health clinic, where the doctor examined him. The doctor prescribed fever medicine and they were told to give it to him at home. But after several doses, the fever still hadn't gone down. Instead, it seemed to be getting worse. If this continued, the child might suffer brain damage. Many rural children with high fever end up with brain issues. As a grandfather, Li Chongping couldn't bear to see his grandson get hurt. He thought that the commune doctor might not be able to properly treat the child, so he decided to take him to the county hospital. Going to the county hospital was troublesome and expensive, but there was no other choice now. The child's health was the most important thing. For his sake, even if it meant spending all their savings, they had to get him treated. Li Chongping didn't care about the new educated youths anymore and told his family, "Hurry up and bring Jian out. We're going to the county hospital right now. We can't delay his treatment." As soon as Li Chongping finished speaking, his eldest son, Li Guobing, and his daughter-in-law, Su Hongmei, quickly came out of the house holding the child. The child had a high fever that wouldn't go down, and the parents were obviously the most worried. At this moment, Li Guobing and Su Hongmei looked tired and had dark circles under their eyes, clearly worried because they hadn't slept well about the child's condition. Since this was a matter of the brigade leader's family, the child's fever was considered normal. Besides Jiang Li, the other young workers who had recently arrived didn't take it seriously. After collecting their grain, they planned to leave. Seeing that Jiang Li wasn't leaving, Pung Jiang reminded him, "Young worker Jiang, what are you doing here? Aren't you coming back with us?" Jiang Li replied to Pung Jiang, "You go ahead first. I just remembered I have something to discuss with the brigade leader." Pung Jiang responded, "All right. You bought so much grain this time. Do you want me to help carry some back for you?" Pung Jiang was also thinking about pursuing Jiang Li and wanted to find an opportunity to show his kindness and gain her favor. Jiang Li politely declined, "No need. I can carry it myself, so I won't trouble you, young worker Pung." Pung Jiang initially wanted to say, "With dozens of jin of grain, can your small frame carry it?" But remembered how Jiang Li had carried several large bundles when she went to the countryside today, so it didn't seem like bragging. Seeing that he missed his chance to flatter her, Pung Jiang felt disappointed. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong glanced at Jiang Li. Although they didn't know what else Jiang Li was staying for, they were not nosy and left the brigade leader's house without asking further. After the brigade leader's son and daughter-in-law brought out the child, Li Chongping asked his wife to take the family's money and ration tickets. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Li stopped him. "Brigade leader, wait a moment. I have something to tell you." Li Chongping had a good impression of Jiang Li. She looked delicate but was actually strong-willed. He thought she wanted to ask him something, so he said, "Jiang young worker, unless it's very important, wait until I return from the hospital. You can ask the older workers first." Jiang Li saw that Li Chongping misunderstood her and explained, "Brigade leader, I want to talk about your grandson." Li Chongping was slightly surprised. Why was this young worker asking about his grandson? Jiang Li looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then quietly said to Li Chongping, "Your grandson doesn't need to be sent to the county hospital. It wouldn't help even if he was sent." Li Chongping immediately frowned, confused about why Jiang Li was saying this. Looking at Li Chongping with doubt, Jiang Li explained, "Captain, your grandson isn't sick in the usual way. He's just scared, so normal medicine doesn't work for him. Right now, our country is cracking down on superstitions. I know you might not believe some things, but if you trust me, I'll give you this talisman. Burn it into water and give it to the child, and he'll be fine." Zhongli took out a charm for warding off evil and handed it to Li Changping. If you don't believe me, you can take the child to the county hospital first. If they can't treat him, quickly burn the talisman and give the water to the child. No matter what, don't delay his treatment. After giving Li Changping the talisman, Zhongli carried her supplies and left. She decided to help this time because she felt sorry for the child. If he became mentally disabled, it would be terrible. Also, she thought that since Li Changping was the leader of the victory production team, saving his grandson would earn her a favor. Since she was working in the countryside, having the captain's support would make her life easier. Li Changping held the talisman Zhongli gave him and watched her walk away, lost in thought. Nowadays, superstitions like this are very taboo in China. But Li Changping came from an old, traditional background. He had heard about and seen many strange supernatural things. For example, he knew about burning charms into water to cure illnesses. This is called zhuyushu, a form of mystical medicine. When he was young, he was often unwell, and after his family sought help from a master and used charms, his stomach pain was cured. So he believed in these practices deep down. However, the current political climate is complicated, and such superstitions are not openly discussed. As a team leader, he couldn't openly admit to believing in them. Seeing Li Changping lost in thought, Wu Meixia approached him and said, "Old man, why are you just standing there? We've got the money, so let's hurry and take Jian to the county hospital." Thinking of Jiang Li's words, Li Changping couldn't help but believe her. He clutched the talisman in his hand, thought for a moment, and then took his family inside the house. He repeated what Jiang Li had said to his family. They also felt that something was wrong with Jian's condition. If it was just an ordinary illness, medicine should have worked by now. If we say the child was scared and fell under some evil spirit, that explanation makes sense. Wu Meixia immediately said, "I think what Jiang Jiqing said might be true. Maybe we should try giving the child some talisman water first. It can't hurt." Li Changping's eldest daughter-in-law, Su Hongmei, was desperate to save her son. She thought, if giving some talisman water might help, even if it's a long shot, it's worth trying. The child's condition was very bad, and they couldn't delay. Traveling from the production team to the county seat by ox cart took over an hour. Wasting so much time would cause the child more suffering, and if they delayed further, the consequences could be terrible. They decided to give the talisman water now, without delay. If it didn't work, they would then take the child to the county hospital. The family agreed that trying wouldn't hurt. Jiang Li was a young educated youth sent to their village from the countryside. She had no reason to harm their family. If she had the courage to do harm, she wouldn't be safe staying in the village. Wu Meixia quickly burned the talisman water given by Jiang Li and then fed it to her grandson. After giving him the water, the family anxiously waited by the child's bed, eager to see if it worked. To their surprise, a miracle happened. The child's high fever gradually subsided. His expression looked less pained. Finally, his red face turned normal, and the sleeping child slowly woke up, opening his eyes. Seeing that the child was fine after drinking the talisman water, the Li family was overwhelmed with excitement. They were very curious about how Jiang Li, a young girl sent to the countryside, knew such mystical techniques. But regardless, Jiang Li had indeed saved their child's life. Li Changping was grateful to Jiang Li, but also knew that such superstitions shouldn't be spread around, or it might cause trouble for her. He told his family, "Don't tell anyone about this, and don't cause Jiang Jiqing any trouble." The Li family understood why he warned them and nodded seriously, promising not to speak of it lightly. Now that the child was okay, they didn't need to take him to the hospital anymore. Feeling relieved, Wu Meixia discussed with Li Changping, "Old man, we owe a lot to this new girl, Jiang Jiqing. Without her help, what could have happened to Jian is unthinkable. We should repay her." Li Changping nodded, knowing well that his wife didn't need to remind him. Jiang Li is a new educated youth. At worst, he will help out more in the future. We still have some eggs at home. I'll take them to the young girl as a small gift from our family. What do you think? Li Changping had no objections. "All right, just do as you say. You can take some eggs to her." After discussing with her husband Wu Meixia, They went inside to get the eggs. The best thing in their village is eggs. Usually, everyone saves them and hesitates to eat them, keeping them to exchange for oil or salt. But they had nothing else valuable at home, so Wu Meixia could only take eggs from her house to give to Jiangli. She took 10 eggs, some vegetables, a jar of pickles, and a small jar of homemade soybean paste. At this moment, Jiangli was tidying up the bed in his room. The house was cleaned, and now he needed to make the bed because he would sleep on the kong, a traditional heated bed, tonight. The weather wasn't cold now in July, so no need to heat the kong at night. It would only get cold in November here in Black Province. Jiangli looked at the walls, which were covered with yellow mud that easily dusted off. When he went to the county town tomorrow to buy supplies, he also planned to buy some old newspapers to patch the walls. Just as Jiangli finished fixing the window and was about to sit cross-legged to meditate and practice, he heard a knock on the door. He went to open it and saw Wu Meixia standing outside. Seeing the wife of the team leader's family, Jiangli guessed her purpose. He smiled and asked, "Andy, is your grandson okay now?" Hearing this, Wu Meixia's face showed a hint of a smile. "Yes, Jiang the educated youth. Thank you so much. I didn't expect you to have such good skills. My grandson has now fully recovered. Both the team leader and I are very grateful for your help. This is a small gift from me. Please accept it." Wu Meixia handed a basket of items directly to Jiangli. Jiangli looked inside. Vegetables, pickles, and soybean paste might not be much, but the 10 eggs were a rare treasure for villagers. Seeing Jiangli not speaking or reaching out, Wu Meixia quickly said, "Jiang the educated youth, if you don't accept these, it would be disrespectful to me. We owe you such a big favor, and I really don't know how to thank you. I can only give you these. Please don't dislike them." Jiangli saw her sincerity, smiled, and took the basket. Since she had come so sincerely, refusing would make her feel uncomfortable. Seeing Jiangli accept her gift, Wu Meixia felt even happier. "Andy, okay, I accept these things, and I also appreciate your and the team leader's kindness. Actually, I just helped out a little. You don't need to worry about it. If you need my help with similar matters in the future, just come to me." Seeing how confident and poised Jiangli was, Wu Meixia liked her even more. The young girl is really nice. After giving the items, Wu Meixia and Jiangli chatted briefly, and Wu Meixia told her to come to her house if she ever needed help again. Then she left the youth commune. Jiangli carried the things Wu Meixia gave her back to her room. She still hasn't bought a pot. Once she does tomorrow, she can start cooking by herself. In the afternoon, the older youths continued working in the fields, while the new youths had little to do. After tidying up her room, Jiangli was free. The other new youths gradually finished organizing their rooms. Since they just arrived and hadn't bought anything yet, Sun Wunwin and Lu Yulan decided to go with a team member to buy some supplies. As new arrivals, they found it easier to stick together. Sun Wunwin didn't like Jiangli, so she could only team up with Lu Yulan. After all, she didn't get along well with Jiangli. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Jiangli also planned to go out for a walk and pick up some firewood. At this time, the team members were working in the fields. When they saw Jiangli come out, many of them looked at her. Jiangli was pretty, and the young girls and boys in the team were all attracted by her appearance. "Is that the new young girl? Wow, she's really beautiful. Yeah, how can this girl be so good-looking? I've never seen such a pretty female comrade. Look at her skin, so fair. City girls are really different from our countryside girls." Jiangli didn't pay attention to the gossip behind her back. As long as others meant no harm, she wouldn't mind. The young girls in the team found Jiangli attractive and friendly, so some brave ones came over to say hello. "Sister, you look so beautiful, like a fairy from the sky." "Yes, sister, you're the prettiest person we've ever seen." Jiangli felt good seeing these innocent little faces. Who doesn't like being complimented? Jiangli was no exception. These kids' words were like honey, making people feel happy inside. At this moment, Jiangli noticed that these young girls looked quite thin, all seeming malnourished. In the 1970s, conditions were poor and living standards couldn't keep up. People often couldn't get enough to eat or eat well, so the children were very thin and weak. Seeing the children like this, Zhongli felt a wave of sympathy. She reached into her pocket and took out a few white rabbit candies, offering them to the kids.
You are so sweet. Here, have some candy, she said.
When the children saw the white rabbit candies, they hesitated and didn't dare to step forward to take them. Fruit candies were already good, let alone these milk candies. Seeing that the children didn't move, Zhongli understood they were shy about accepting others' things. They were young but more sensible than children in later generations. After thinking for a moment, Zhongli said, I need to gather some firewood. Can you help me collect some? I'll give you more candy. Hearing this, the children hurried to help gather firewood. It wasn't hard for them, as they often helped their families collect firewood. Soon, each child carried back a bundle of firewood. When they handed the firewood to Zhongli, she happily accepted the white rabbit candies she had given them. She had originally planned to go gather firewood herself, but now that there was enough, she carried the children's firewood back to the youth commune. It felt good to hire child labor this way. Next time she needed firewood, she would ask these little girls for help again, so she wouldn't have to do everything herself and she could still give them candies openly. After putting away the firewood, Zhongli looked at the time and decided to go into the mountains. The mountain air was rich and perfect for her cultivation. It would be even better if she could pick up some wild game while she was there. The Shumli production brigade was near the mountains, which stretched out in several ranges. Compared to other production teams, theirs was poorer because they had fewer farmland and more mountains. But mountains also had their benefits. The northeast mountains were fertile and full of good things. The team members often went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables, gather mountain products, and collect firewood, which was more convenient than elsewhere. If luck was on her side, she might even catch some wild game. Zhongli walked up from the foot of the mountain, and seeing her go up, the children who had just eaten her candies reminded her, Sister Jiang, are you going into the mountains? Zhongli nodded, yes, I'm going for a trip into the mountains. Sister Jiang, you have to be careful. The mountains are dangerous. Please stay safe and try to stay near the foot of the mountain. Don't go deep inside. Yes, Sister Jiang. My grandma says there are ghosts in the deep mountains, and they're very scary. Please don't go there. Because Zhongli gave them white rabbit milk candies, the children liked Zhongli very much and reminded her to be careful. Zhongli smiled and nodded, saying, okay, sister understands. I will be careful and pay attention to safety. After saying goodbye to the children, Zhongli headed into the mountains. For ordinary people, entering the mountains might be dangerous, but Zhongli didn't need to worry. She noticed that the spiritual energy grew richer the higher she went. It seems she chose the right place for her rural retreat. The cultivation conditions here are much better than in later generations. Without her family's support and resources, it would be very hard for Zhongli to improve her cultivation. She hopes that with the spiritual energy here, she can successfully cultivate and ascend in this life. Zhongli found a good spot and sat cross-legged to meditate and cultivate. After absorbing spiritual energy for an hour, she felt her spiritual power had increased a lot, and she felt refreshed. When her cultivation was almost done, Zhongli started searching for wild game in the mountains. Since she was already here, it would be a shame not to bring back some food. She silently recited a spell, and several rabbits and wild chickens ran toward her. Then, these animals seemed to freeze in place, which would look very strange to anyone observing. Zhongli controlled the animals and tied them up with some wild grass. There were 3 rabbits and 4 chickens, enough for a hearty meal tonight. Holding the game in her hands, Zhongli was satisfied and prepared to go down the mountain. On her way down the mountain, Zhongli saw an old man who had fainted beside some bushes. Seeing this, she quickly went over. The old man was very thin, looked unwell, with white hair on his temples. His condition was worse than that of the local team members. Zhongli didn't recognize him, but that didn't stop her from being able to tell his situation. She carefully examined his face and then quickly used her fingers to calculate his health. Soon, Zhongli figured out most of his story. The old man was from the Victory production team, but he had been sent down here. Before being sent down, he was a soldier who fought in battles. Thanks to his military achievements, he became a high-ranking officer in the military district. However, 2 years ago, he and his wife were sent down to the victory production team. As a person who had been sent down, his life was difficult. His health was now very poor, weakened by malnutrition and hard farm work, and he was getting worse. Recently, the old man fell ill and couldn't hold on. During this trip up the mountain, he accidentally fainted beside a patch of grass. Luckily, Zhongli happened to come down the mountain at that time. Otherwise, the old man might not have survived. Zhongli admires these heroes who have fought on the battlefield all their lives and protect the people of China. If it weren't for these revolutionary pioneers, they wouldn't be living such good days now. Since he is a hero, Zhongli naturally wouldn't ignore him when she saw him. She quickly took out a rejuvenation pill from her space and fed it to the old man. After finishing the pill, the old man slowly woke up shortly after. His name is Qin Chongfeng. When Qin Laoyi opened his eyes, he felt that something was wrong with his body. Before fainting, he felt extremely unwell. But now, Qin Laoyi felt surprisingly good, and the pain in his body seemed to have disappeared. He was puzzled by this change in his body. Soon, Qin Laoyi saw a young girl standing in front of him. The girl was very beautiful, especially her bright, lively eyes. Although she was quite young, Qin Laoyi could sense a strong pressure emanating from her. Having been a soldier for decades, he was used to feeling a strong sense of authority from others, but this was the first time he felt such a feeling towards someone so young. It was even more surprising that she was just a little girl. This girl is not as simple as she looks. Qin Laoyi's deep, aged voice asked Zhongli, "Little girl, did you save me?" Zhongli didn't hide anything from Qin Laoyi. "Yes, I saw you fainted. Grandpa, your health isn't very good, so I gave you a rejuvenation pill. There's one more here. You can take it tomorrow, and you will recover completely." She then took out another rejuvenation pill and handed it to Qin Laoyi. If it weren't for the fact that he was a hero, Zhongli wouldn't be willing to give him the pill. Now, the pills in her space are taken in small amounts only, unless she can find the right herbs to make more herself. Hearing Zhongli's words, Qin Laoyi finally understood why his body had changed so much. The girl's medicine was truly amazing. Just one pill had such a powerful effect. Now that Zhongli said he only needed to take one more pill to recover, he believed without a doubt. Qin Laoyi didn't want to die yet. He had important things to do. So, he didn't refuse Zhongli's kindness and accepted the other rejuvenation pill she offered. "Young girl, thank you for saving me. Can you tell me your name? When I get the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you." Old Master Qin wasn't sure if he would ever have the chance to thank Zhongli again, but as long as he was alive, there was hope. Zhongli didn't mind sharing her information. "Grandpa, I am a young person sent to the countryside from the victory production team. My name is Zhongli. If you need help in the future, you can come find me. You should rest and take care of your health, and eat well to regain strength. I brought you a wild chicken and a wild rabbit to help you eat and recover." As she spoke, Zhongli handed the wild chicken and rabbit to old Master Qin. He felt grateful because she had already saved his life, and now she was giving him wild food. He felt a little embarrassed to accept more. "Jiang, I can't take these. You've already helped me a lot. I shouldn't accept more," he said. Zhongli pushed the food into his arms. "Grandpa, only if you take good care of yourself can you have a chance to repay me. Otherwise, your promises won't mean much. I was lucky today and caught a lot of wild game. If I share some with you, it will be enough for your meals. I'm leaving now, so please be careful." This place wasn't deep in the mountains, but near the foot of the hill, so it wasn't very dangerous. Zhongli decided not to personally see him off. Since old Master Qin was a displaced person, if anyone saw them together, it might cause trouble. Zhongli wanted to help, but she also didn't want to bring herself unnecessary problems. After Zhongli left, old Master Qin looked at her figure walking away, and then at the wild game in her hands. He knew she was kind-hearted. He would remember her kindness, and hoped that someday he could truly repay her. A few steps after Zhongli left, She felt a wave of virtue energy fall on her head. She was surprised for a moment. She hadn't expected that helping someone could earn her merit. The more merit she accumulated, the better. When she eventually ascended to a higher realm, this merit would help her break through. It seemed that next time she met old Master Qin, she should continue to help him. When Jiang Li was carrying the wild game down the mountain, the team members had already finished work. Seeing her with the game, many team members were amazed. How could a young girl like her go up the mountain and catch wild animals? It was incredible. Jiang Li didn't pay attention to their surprised looks. She simply carried the wild game back to the youth station. According to the team's rules, small game like these could be taken home by herself. Jiang Li only caught a few wild chickens and rabbits, so she didn't need to hand them over to the team. She thought about building good relationships with the older young people at the station now that she had just arrived. Jiang Li took out a wild chicken and a wild rabbit to find Pung Jiang. Pung Jiang, I caught some game. These are for everyone to enjoy tonight. When Pung Jiang saw the game Jiang Li brought back, he almost had to hold in his surprise. He looked at Jiang Li with wide eyes and asked, Jiang Jiang, did you catch these yourself? Jiang Li nodded. Is there a problem? What's the problem? It's a big deal. Pung Jiang never expected that such a gentle-looking girl like Jiang Li would go hunting. Usually only a few people in the whole production team hunt. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong overheard their conversation and looked at Jiang Li with surprise. Bai Zirong whispered to Mu Jingxuan, Brother Sun, Jiang Jiang is amazing, isn't she? She can hunt. That's really impressive. I've never seen a woman like her before. Mu Jingxuan's gaze stayed on Jiang Li with a hint of admiration. Truly, he had never met a woman like her. She always seemed to surprise people. Mu Jingxuan was growing more curious about Jiang Li, wanting to know how many skills she had that he didn't know about. Jiang Li thought Pung Jiang was overreacting. She had only caught a few animals, and she hadn't even shown all her skills yet. I learned a few tricks from others. Catching some game isn't a big deal, Jiang Li said casually. Pung Jiang finally came back to his senses. Now that he knew Jiang Li's abilities, he wanted to win her over even more. If he could get a girl like her, he wouldn't have to worry about a hard life in the countryside later. The other young workers saw Jiang Li contribute a rabbit and a chicken, and they were all excited to eat meat. It had been a long time since they had meat, and they were craving it badly. But words of kindness can be fragile, and favors can be short-lived. Jiang Li invited the older workers to eat meat, and from then on, everyone would probably take better care of her. The new workers thought Jiang Li was the most impressive. Lu Yulan and Sun Wunwin were happy to hear they could eat meat that night. But when they found out Jiang Li was the one who brought it, the older workers praised her extravagantly. They even compared her to others, saying she was far better, and their mood suddenly turned sour. Jiang Li knew how to act friendly, but those who couldn't produce anything good were overshadowed by her. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong saw Jiang Li bring out game and share it with the older workers, so they thought for a moment and took out 2 cans of meat to join in. Since she had to live at the youth station for a while, it was important for everyone to build good relationships. Anyway, the two of them didn't lack these things, so it was better to learn from Jiang Li and give everyone some benefits. With these supplies, the dinner at the youth station was quite good. The old youth workers looked like hungry wolves, starting to gobble up the meat. Seeing how eagerly they ate, Lu Yulan complained, "You guys are overdoing it. It's just a little meat, is it really necessary?" Although Lu Yulan also craved meat before going to the countryside, she could still eat meat a few times a month. These old youth workers seemed to have gone years without eating meat. The main point was that they looked so happy eating, which showed respect for Jiang Li. Lu Yulan couldn't hold back her words and teased a little. Ma Guixiang, who was sharp-tongued, immediately scolded. "Overdoing what? Just wait and see after you stay here for a while. The countryside is not like the city. The last time we ate meat was during the New Year." Ma Guixiang was telling the truth. Last time, they only ate meat because they slaughtered a pig for the New Year. Usually, without meat coupons, they couldn't buy meat. Only families with good conditions who cared about their children might send some meat coupons to their kids. Most of these youth workers sent to the countryside had been abandoned by their families, so they couldn't receive meat coupons from home. Therefore, the old youth workers had not eaten meat for a long time and could only wait for the team to distribute meat like everyone else. It had been almost half a year since they last ate meat. After half a year without meat, how could they not crave it? If it weren't for Zhongli, they still wouldn't have eaten meat now. The old youth workers enjoyed the fragrant meat and grew more grateful to Zhongli. After Ma Guixiang finished speaking, another young female youth worker named Zhang Lady criticized Lu Yulan. Lu youth worker, you don't understand what it's like to be hungry. We just crave meat. If you don't crave it, then eat less and let us have more. Lu Yulan looked at the meat in the pot and didn't want to give it to others, so she didn't dare to complain anymore, afraid her share would be taken away. After everyone ate their fill and finished cleaning up, they wiped their mouths and went to wash up. The old youth workers brought some hot water to Zhongli, while she fetched cold water herself. There was a large water tank at the youth station. These new youth workers could use water and firewood for free, but if they wanted to use them later, they would have to participate in labor sharing. Before going to bed, Zhongli continued practicing meditation for an hour before resting. Early the next morning, Zhongli and the other new youth workers had to go to the county town. They just arrived in the countryside and needed to buy many things. The older educated youths suggested that they could go to the county town by ox cart every morning at 7 a.m. The ox cart to the county town was not free. It cost a little money, 2 cents each trip, and a round trip was only 4 cents. Zhongli only needed to take one trip there. Once she returned, she wouldn't need to ride again because her bicycle, which she had taken from the Jiang family, was ready to use from the storage. Having a bicycle made traveling much easier than riding the ox cart. In the future, Zhongli could go to the county town anytime she wanted. The new educated youths arrived at the village entrance and waited for the ox cart. After paying, Zhongli and the others got on. Lu Yulan kept complaining about how dirty and broken the ox cart was. If she could take a bus, she wouldn't bother with the ox cart. Unintentionally, her complaints made the villagers on the cart look very unhappy. One Andy didn't like Lu Yulan's attitude and directly said, "If you dislike it so much, why did you come to the countryside? Acting like a wealthy lady, how can you help build the rural area?" TSK exactly. If you're a wealthy lady, then maybe you shouldn't come to our village. You're just a burden. What can you contribute to our rural community? Lu Yulan's face turned red from embarrassment. The most serious thing was that someone called her a wealthy lady, which was a big deal. Fearing trouble, Lu Yulan didn't dare to complain anymore. The ox cart rocked for an hour before reaching the county. The old man driving the cart tied the ox to a big tree and leaned on the cart to smoke a pipe. He planned to wait here for 2 hours. If anyone had urgent business in the county, they should finish quickly. When 2 hours were up, he would leave without waiting for anyone. People going to the county to handle affairs hurriedly went about their tasks, worried they might miss the return ox cart if they ran out of time. The return trip was over 10 or 20 miles. Walking back would be exhausting. Zhongli got off the ox cart and started doing her own things. Knowing that Sun Wunwin and Lu Yulan should go to the supply and marketing cooperative first, Zhongli decided not to go with them but to visit the scrap yard instead. She thought she might find some old furniture, as she needed to buy some. The condition of the furniture didn't matter much, just usable. Buying new furniture would require ordering and waiting for the carpenter to finish, which could take time. Ready-made furniture was also available, but much more expensive. Zhongli thought it would be easier to buy some used furniture, especially those that were about 80 to 90% new. She also needed to pick up some old newspapers from the scrapyard to use for wall covering when she returned. She quickly found out where the county scrapyard was and explained her situation to the gatekeeper at the entrance. The gatekeeper told her to go inside at her own pace and call him when she was ready to pay. Zhongli entered the scrap yard alone. There were many items inside. She looked around and saw that many old pieces of furniture were still in good condition. She was lucky. While searching for furniture, she found a set made of golden silk Nanmu wood. Zhongli guessed that it probably belonged to a wealthy family that had been raided, and their furniture was sent here. This set was not only made of valuable wood but also crafted with fine workmanship. Zhongli thought, Since she found it, it would be a big loss not to buy it. However, she couldn't carry the whole set on her bike, so she planned to hire someone nearby to help transport it with a cart. After buying the furniture, she would hire someone to deliver it to the Victory production team. After choosing the furniture, Jiang Li went to the book section to look for old newspapers. She was lucky again. While searching, she found a few rare ancient medical books. As a master of the mysterious arts, Jiang Li's medical skills were quite good. It was common for talented experts in the mysterious arts to also have medical knowledge, and some skilled traditional Chinese doctors knew some secret techniques. Jiang Li thought these ancient medical books were valuable, so she quickly stored them in her space. Once she finished collecting what she needed, Jiang Li went to settle the bill with the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper looked at her with a complicated expression. The young girl's eyes were sharp. She had chosen the golden silk Nanmu furniture in one glance. Since it was scrap, the price was very cheap. Jiang Li bought a set of tables and chairs, a wardrobe, and a desk for just over 10 yuan. She was very satisfied with the price, knowing that these Nanmu furniture pieces would be valuable in the future. After buying the furniture, she discussed the delivery fee with the man at the cart outside the scrap yard. He agreed to help deliver her items to the Victory production team for only 80 cents. Jiang Li silently marveled at how low the labor costs were back then, such a long-distance delivery for only 80 cents. With her furniture sorted, Jiang Li guessed that Lu Yulan and the others had finished shopping for their supplies, so she headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. Now that she was preparing to go to the countryside, Jiang Li needed to buy many things. She ordered a coal stove and bought some coal. Since coal were inconvenient to carry on her bike, she asked the delivery man helping with her furniture to transport them together. The stove was packed on the same cart as the furniture. She also bought a pot, along with dishes and utensils. Next, she needed various seasonings. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were essentials. After buying almost everything she needed, Jiang Li took some items and asked the cart driver to deliver them, while she carried the rest herself. When she left the supply and marketing cooperative, Jiang Li found a quiet spot and took out her bicycle. She tied the purchased goods securely to the back seat. Once everything was properly secured, Jiang Li finished her shopping and rode her bike back to the production team. On her way to Xingli production team, she met Lu Yulan and Sun Wunwin. When they saw Jiang Li riding her bicycle, a hint of jealousy appeared in their eyes. Lu Yulan asked, "Jiang Li, where did you get this bicycle?" Jiang Li, tired of dealing with her, noticed her jealousy and deliberately provoked her, saying, "I bought it. Where else could I get it from? I didn't steal it." This made Lu Yulan feel sour inside. She didn't have a bicycle, yet Jiang Li could buy one. Under Lu Yulan's envious gaze, Jiang Li kicked her long legs and rode her bicycle away gracefully. Watching Jiang Li get farther and farther, Lu Yulan stomped her feet angrily. Jiang Li was just showing off. She just bought a bicycle. What was there to boast about? Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zerong each also bought a bicycle. After shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative, they went to the post office to pick up their parcels. Several large packages were tied to the back seats of their bikes. After finishing their errands, they rode toward the Xingli brigade. Lu Yulan and Sun Wunwin saw the two pass by on their bicycles. Sun Wunwin knew that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zerong were well off. In their previous life, they bought bicycles shortly after arriving in the countryside. So, she wasn't surprised to see them with bikes again. However, Lu Yulan felt a pang of jealousy. Why could they all afford bicycles, but she couldn't? Did wealthy people have to be richer than her? Jiang Li rode her bicycle back to Xingli production team in just half an hour. In the countryside, bicycles were rare and special, so her arrival caused a stir. The team members discussed her, thinking that the new girl, Jiang Jiqing, must come from a wealthy family since she could afford a bicycle. She was pretty and good at hunting. If such a girl married into the family, it would be a great blessing. Wu Meixia overheard the gossip among the women and interrupted, "Stop dreaming. Look at your own sons. Do they match Jiang Jiqing? Being practical is important. With conditions like Jiang Jiqing's, only someone not from the countryside could match her." Wu Meixia's words brought many people back to reality. Yes, how could Jiang Li consider someone from their rural area? Oh well, better not to dream anymore. Wu Meixia thought about Jiang Li's first trip to the countryside. She was too naive and might be easily fooled. She decided to remind Jiang Li to be more cautious around the village women and young men. Anyway, Jiang Li had helped their family, and Wu Meixia didn't want her to suffer or get into trouble. When Jiang Li rode her bike away, the team members quickly noticed Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong also riding back to the youth commune. Seeing them on bikes again, everyone was shocked. Wow. Jiang Jiqing bought a bike, and now Mu Jiqing and Bai Jiqing also bought bikes? Are the new group of young people sent to the countryside all wealthy? It's good to have money, but with money, they wouldn't worry about slowing down the team, right? Seeing how well-off Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were, the village women started to have ideas. They wished they could introduce their daughters to Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, much better than marrying local farmers. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong didn't realize they were being targeted because of their wealth. They followed Jiang Li back to the youth commune, one behind the other. This time, Jiang Li bought a lot of things. She needed to organize her belongings. For example, the new pot she bought had to be cleaned and seasoned. By noon, she could cook with her own pot, no longer sharing meals with the older youths. As for their cooking skills, Jiang Li couldn't praise them much, maybe just slightly better than pig feed. If she hadn't stored some food in her space, she would have gone hungry in the countryside these days. Jiang Li finished washing the pots and bowls, then carried out a wild chicken and a wild rabbit. She planned to have a meal for herself. Yesterday, she still had 2 wild chickens and 1 rabbit. She intended to cook 1 rabbit and stew 1 chicken, saving the last chicken for tomorrow. Seeing Jiang Li preparing the wild game, Mu Jingxuan, thinking it might be difficult for a young girl to handle such things, volunteered, "Jiang Jiqing, let me help you with that." Jiang Li looked at Mu Jingxuan, who offered to help. She thought for a moment and decided not to refuse him. Handling these animals was a bit bloody, and she didn't want to do it herself. Since someone was willing to help, she was very happy. "All right, Mu Jiqing, that's very kind of you. Once you're done, I'll give you a taste of what I cook." Jiang Li is not a stingy person and believes she shouldn't ask others for help for nothing. Since there's plenty of meat, she thought Mu Jingxuan might not finish it alone, so giving him some wouldn't hurt. Mu Jingxuan pursed his lips, worried that Jiang Li might misunderstand his intentions, so he explained, "I'm helping you just to assist, not to exchange anything. If you don't want to give me a taste, that's fine. I bought some meat in the county myself." Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong didn't lack meat coupons, and today he specifically bought 2 jin of meat from the county. He planned to eat 1 jin himself and give the other to someone else. Additionally, he took a package that his family prepared before going to the countryside, which included some cured meat, sausages, and ham. In the future, at the youth commune, Mu Jingxuan wouldn't lack meat either. Seeing Mu Jingxuan clarify his intentions, Jiang Li smiled and said, "Mu Jiqing, I know you just want to help me, with no other purpose. I trust your character, but since you helped me, I want to give you a little to try." Hearing this, Mu Jingxuan felt relieved that Jiang Li didn't misunderstand him. He didn't refuse when Jiang Li mentioned giving him some to taste. He was actually quite curious about Jiang Li's cooking skills. Such a talented girl. Maybe her cooking is also excellent? Mu Jingxuan carried the wild chicken and rabbit to prepare them. Jiang Li found Mu Jingxuan very capable. He handled the wild chicken and rabbit quickly and skillfully. After Mu Jingxuan finished processing, Jiang Li washed the meat with water. She wasn't sure when the delivery person would arrive. If they came early, she could use her coal stove. If not, she could only borrow the stove at the youth commune. While thinking about this, she saw the delivery person pulling a cart approaching the youth commune. "Comrade, I've brought your goods," said the delivery man. When he saw Jiang Li, he asked, "Comrade, where should I put the goods?" Jiang Li pointed to her house here. The delivery man nodded and started helping to carry the goods. Jiang Li thought he was only responsible for delivering, but he also helped with the unloading. At this time, labor costs were very low, just 80 cents for such a long trip and unloading. After all the goods were unloaded, the delivery man was exhausted and sweating profusely. Jiang Li went to pour him a glass of cold water. The delivery man didn't refuse and drank it quickly, then thanked Jiang Li. She handed him the payment. Comrade, you gave me too much. I agreed on only 80 cents, but you gave me a whole yuan. Jiang Li explained, Sir, you worked hard helping me unload. The extra 2 cents are for your effort. When we agreed on the price, you didn't mention that you'd help unload. The delivery worker felt a bit embarrassed. Isn't this just a simple task? You're just a young girl, not that strong. Helping with the unloading isn't a big deal. I don't want the extra 2 cents. You can keep it. You young comrades going to the countryside have it tough too. It's better to keep a little more money in your pocket. The delivery worker said this as he returned the 2 cents to Jiang Li. Jiang Li silently thought that people in this era were truly honest. They wouldn't take extra money. She carefully looked at the delivery worker's face and saw that he was a kind and honest person. But even such honest and kind people, heaven hadn't blessed with a good life. His family had a child who often fell ill. Because the child was prone to sickness, they needed money for medical treatment, and life was not easy. Seeing that the delivery worker had good character, Jiang Li took out a talisman and handed it to him. Sir, since you don't want to take extra money, take this talisman home and have your child wear it close. Your child's birth chart is delicate and prone to evil spirits, and they are weak and often sick. This talisman can help keep him healthy and safe. The delivery worker was surprised when Jiang Li handed him the talisman. He quickly took it, worried someone might see. Nowadays, breaking superstitions is common, and such things are not allowed. But he and Jiang Li didn't know each other, and since she knew about his child's situation, she must be a skilled master. Thank you, young comrade, he said. If it really worked, Jiang Li would be his benefactor. Jiang Li smiled and replied, You're welcome. After delivering the items, the delivery worker left. The coal stove and coal were delivered, so Jiang Li didn't need to go to the youth commune to use their stove. She first lit the coal stove. While she was busy, another delivery cart arrived. It was furniture bought by Mu Jingshuan and by Zirong. Jiang Li bought old furniture, but these two bought brand new pieces. Clearly, their conditions were not bad. Jiang Li wasn't interested in others' privacy. Otherwise, she could have used her skills to find out everything about these two. At this moment, other young workers finished work and returned, including Sun Wunwin and Lu Yulan from the county town. Compared to Jiang Li and Mu Jingshuan, they had bought much less. Neither of them had industrial coupons, so they couldn't buy a stove and had to continue sharing meals with the older workers. Seeing Jiang Li had bought a stove and coal stove, Lu Yulan secretly felt annoyed. Why did Jiang Li, this unlucky girl, have such good luck? Life now was much better than hers. She didn't want to share meals with those old educated youths because their cooking was too poor and she simply couldn't get used to it. If she could eat alone, she would cook whatever she wanted, which was much better than eating with the old youths. However, she didn't have a pot, so she couldn't cook alone or even eat properly with them. Sun Wunwin also saw Jiang Li buy a pot and a coal stove alone and felt jealous. The only thing that made her feel a little better was that Jiang Li wasn't sharing meals with Mu Jingshuan, or she would feel even worse. After lighting the coal stove, Jiang Li started cooking. She had already cleaned wild chickens and rabbits. First, Jiang Li stir-fried some sour and spicy cabbage, which Wu Meixia had brought her yesterday. Once the cabbage was cooked, Jiang Li began stir-frying spicy rabbit meat. The rabbit she cooked was quite fat, weighing several pounds of meat. If one person ate it, it probably wouldn't be finished in 2 meals. Today, Jiang Li bought plenty of seasonings in the county. When she was cooking the rabbit, she added garlic paste and chili, and as she stir-fried, a rich aroma of meat filled the entire yard. Meanwhile, Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zirong were inside preparing lunch. They bought meat today, so their lunch was quite good. But these two grown men were not very good at cooking. Before going to the countryside, they had specifically learned the skill. Men generally didn't have a talent for cooking, so even after training, they could only cook the dishes until they were done and edible. The taste was unlikely to be very good. Bai Zirong looked at the meat in the pot and said to Mu Jingshuan, Sun Ji, you still need to work hard and improve your cooking skills. Mu Jingxuan sensed the slight disdain in his tone and snorted. Why don't you say you should work hard too? You can't expect me to do all the cooking, right? Bai Zirong chuckled. Sunji, don't you know your own skills? I really want to try harder, but everything I cook nobody will eat. I'm worried I might accidentally poison you. Mu Jingxuan rolled his eyes at Bai Zirong. Are you thanking me? Just as they were talking, they caught the smell of food drifting from Jiang Li's house next door. Bai Zirong sniffed deeply and said, Sunji, it smells so good. I didn't expect Jiang Jiqing's cooking to be this delicious. Wow, it's even better than the chefs at state-run restaurants. Bai Zirong said this, feeling his mouth watering. Mu Jingxuan also smelled the aroma. He had been wondering whether Jiang Li's cooking skills were good, but now he realized her level exceeded his expectations. Remembering Jiang Li said she would bring some meat over, Mu Jingxuan was looking forward to tasting her cooking. Rabbit meat needs to be simmered for a while until it becomes tender and flavorful to taste good. When Jiang Li was simmering the rabbit, she also pinched some flatbread and pressed it along the edge of the pot. The bread soaked in the meat broth tastes much better than plain fried bread. She planned to put the remaining wild chicken in a clay pot to stew slowly. For dinner, they would have chicken soup and chicken noodle soup. At noon, there was a spicy and sour cabbage dish and a fragrant spicy rabbit dish, enough for Jiang Li to eat alone. The old educated youths also prepared lunch, but they still cooked a pot of plain vegetables with little oil. If Jiang Li's presence wasn't there, it might be acceptable, but now the smell of meat was filling her room, and they could only eat oil-free vegetables, which made some people feel a bit unfair. Sun Wunwin didn't like Jiang Li and deliberately took the opportunity during the meal to complain to the old educated youths, saying, Jiqing Jiang is so stingy. She eats meat alone and doesn't think of sharing with us. Her plan was clear. If the old youths got jealous of Jiang Li, they might target her in the future, making her life difficult. Lu Yulan, who was aligned with Sun Wunwin, quickly chimed in, Sun Jiqing is right. Jiang Li is really stingy. She hides in her room eating meat and doesn't share with us. We're all sent-down youths from the countryside. Shouldn't we help each other? The old educated youths found these two newcomers quite foolish. It's just meat, not cabbage. What's their relationship? Why would someone who's unrelated give them meat for free? Ma Guixiang didn't hold back and retorted, Didn't Jiang Jiqing give us wild chicken and rabbit yesterday? Do you think she'll keep giving? How dare you accuse her of being stingy? I haven't seen either of you generously share your meat or invite everyone to eat. Some people are really shameless, stingy themselves, but have the nerve to criticize others. After Ma Guixiang's rebuke, Lu Yulan and Sun Wunwin's faces turned red. The other old educated youths silently agreed with Ma Guixiang. Jiang Li was eating meat, not something else. Relying on her to share meat every day might be unrealistic. Pung Jiang looked at Jiang Li's house and became even more determined to win her over. As long as Jiang Li became his partner, all her good things would be his too. After Jiang Li finished simmering the rabbit, she served a bowl to Mu Jingxuan. Bai Zirong saw Jiang Li bringing a bowl of rabbit and eagerly stepped forward, saying, Jiang Jiqing, thank you. Mu Jingxuan also thanked her. Jiang Jiqing, thank you for the rabbit. You're welcome.
Try some.
If you like it, you can go back and get another bowl. I cook a lot. Jiang Li was happy to give them a bowl, and Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong didn't want to take too much. After all, it was meat, so they didn't want to be greedy. Jiang Li brought them rabbit meat and went back to eat. She had been sharing meals with the old educated youths these days, so today was a bit more special. Although Jiang Li was a master of the mysterious arts, she was very interested in food and often experimented with cooking. Even if her skills weren't professional, they were quite good. Jiang Li tasted her own cooking. It was good. Her skills hadn't declined. Meanwhile, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong also started eating Jiang Li's food. Bai Zirong took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. He pointed at the rabbit meat and said to Mu Jingxuan, Sunji, I didn't expect Jiang Jiqing to be such a good cook. Mu Jingxuan also tasted the food and agreed with Bai Zirong. The young girl had surprised him. Her cooking was excellent. As he ate his own meat and then tasted Jiang Li's, Mu Jingxuan felt a bit self-critical. After praising her, Bai Zirong quickly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Seeing Bai Zirong eating so fast, Mu Jingxuan immediately tried to compete with him. If he didn't, he thought Bai Zirong might finish all the meat himself. The two of them fought over the meat, and for a small piece of rabbit, these usually close friends seemed ready to fight. In the end, the bowl of rabbit meat Zhongli gave them was quickly finished, but the braised pork Mu Jingxuan cooked remained untouched. After lunch, Zhongli tidied up and went back into the mountains to practice for an hour. Since there was a wild chicken that evening, she wasn't in a hurry to hunt again. She planned to replenish her supplies after finishing what she had. As evening approached, Pung Jiang came to remind them about the new educated youths, telling them to rest early so they could start working officially tomorrow. The second day of work was important for the team members' impressions of them. The new youths shouldn't embarrass themselves or the team. Zhongli ate well, then lay on her bed to meditate for a while before going to sleep early. The 1970s had a healthier daily routine. Modern nightlife was too lively, affecting rest and sleep. Early the next morning, with the bugle call, the educated youths hurriedly got up, ate breakfast, and prepared to go to work. The new youths followed the old ones to the rice field for gathering. Besides the educated youths, the team members also came out slowly. After everyone gathered, team leader Li Chongping began assigning farm work. Since Zhang Li and a few other new educated youths were the first to start working, Li Chongping gave them lighter tasks, like pulling weeds. Once they received their tasks, everyone started working. Although it was just pulling weeds, it wasn't very easy. The easiest farm work was collecting pig feed. Collecting pig feed was a bit easier than pulling weeds, but it was usually done by the older kids in the team. Originally, Li Chongping wanted to take care of Zhongli more and assigned her to collect pig feed directly. After all, she wasn't short of money, and doing a lighter task would be better. But Li Chongping couldn't give Zhongli special treatment on the first day, fearing other educated youths might cause trouble. In the first few days, everyone was given the same work, and later they might take care of Zhongli a bit more. Zhongli received her task and put on a pair of work gloves. Pulling weeds could hurt her hands, and she worried her palms might hurt if she pulled too much. She wasn't being delicate. She just wanted to be more comfortable, if she could. Seeing Zhang Li's work gloves, Lu Yulan immediately became jealous. She hadn't bought gloves herself. She had been pulling weeds with her bare hands, which made her hands hurt terribly. Sun Wunwin also saw Zhang Li's gloves. She wasn't jealous because Zhang Li had gloves and she didn't, but she saw an opportunity to criticize Zhang Li in front of Mu Jingxuan. Wow, some people are just delicate, acting like a rich young lady. Just pulling weeds, and she wears gloves? Is it necessary? Our educated youths are here to build the countryside, and we should show a spirit of not fearing hardship or tiredness. If everyone is so fragile, how can the countryside be built well? After saying this, Sun Wunwin deliberately glanced at Mu Jingxuan. Hearing Sun Wunwin's sarcastic tone, Zhang Li couldn't hold back and walked up to slap her across the face. She had tolerated her for a long time. She didn't hit her last time on the train, but this woman kept provoking her. Haha, if a tiger doesn't show its claws, people might think it's a sick cat. For such a rude woman, a few more slaps would teach her to behave. Zhang Li moved quickly, shocking everyone around her. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were somewhat used to Zhang Li hitting people because they had seen her do it before. But the other team members didn't expect a new educated youth to be so fierce. Only after Sun Wunwin felt a burning pain on her cheek did she realize Zhang Li had slapped her. She angrily covered her face and asked Zhang Li, you actually hit me? Zhang Li crossed her arms and stood confidently, replying, yes, I hit you. So what? Who told you to speak badly? Who told you to talk nonsense? I won't just hit you this time. Next time, I will do it again. If you can't keep your mouth shut and keep talking about me, I will hit you every time I hear it. Zhang Li looked so proud and bold that it was surprising. Her wild and confident attitude was truly unexpected. The members of the Victory production team thought Zhang Li looked delicate and weak, but they didn't expect her to have such a strong personality. She seemed hard to provoke, and in the future, anyone who tried to bully her would need to think twice. This time, Zhang Li hit Sun Wunwin in front of the team members partly to scare them and show that she was not someone to be bullied. Lu Yulan immediately helped Sun Wunwin and criticized Zhang Li, saying, "Zhang Li, don't you think you went too far? Sun Jiqing just said a few words to you, and you had to hit her?" Zhang Li sneered. "Too far? She started trouble first. Do I have to hit her? Why does she keep accusing me of being a rich girl? Just because I wear gloves, does that mean I'm a rich girl? No one said you can't wear gloves while pulling weeds. Some people should stop staring at others. I have money to buy gloves. What's it to you?
If you want, go buy some yourself. Who's stopping you?"
Hearing the commotion, Li Chongping hurried over. Thinking about how Jiang Li helped their family, Li Chongping naturally wanted to protect her. He scowled at Sun Wunwin and warned her, "Sun Jiqing, you need to be responsible for what you say. Don't say things you shouldn't. You can't just accuse someone of being a rich girl without reason. I hope you don't cause trouble again. If anyone keeps stirring up trouble, don't blame me for sending you back to the youth cadre office." If she was sent back, she wouldn't have it as good as now. Anyway, the conditions in the He province were pretty good, high grain yields, and most of the time, people could stay home and rest without working. Being sent back to the youth cadre office meant being reassigned to another rural area. If they sent her to the northwest, she'd probably just cry quietly. Sun Wunwin's goal this time was to get close to Mu Jingxuan. If she was sent back, she would lose the chance to contact him. Although she was very unwilling, she didn't dare cause trouble now and could only silently endure this disappointment. Lu Yulan saw the team leader assert himself and didn't dare to speak up for Sun Wunwin anymore. Seeing these two finally behaving, Zhang Li continued pulling weeds. Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan also looked away from Zhang Li. Mu Jingxuan's lips curled slightly. Zhang Li was definitely the most spirited girl he had ever met. Pulling weeds is not difficult for Zhang Li. Wearing gloves, she doesn't find it hard. While she was pulling weeds, Pung Jiang approached her proactively. Seeing Pung Jiang come close, Zhang Li frowned in displeasure. "Pung Jiang, do you need something?" Pung Jiang acted very eager and considerate in front of Zhang Li. "Zhang Jiang, this is your first time working in the field. You might not be used to it. If it feels too hard or you can't keep going, just tell me and I'll help you." Seeing Pung Jiang showing off his kindness to Zhang Li, Sun Wunwin nearby looked on with glee. Sun Wunwin knew very well that Pung Jiang was quite a scoundrel. Haha, now it's clear Pung Jiang has his eyes on Zhang Li. If he tricks Zhang Li into being with him, she will definitely have a very bad ending. That way, she can see Zhang Li get what she deserves without having to do anything herself. Zhang Li glanced at Pung Jiang, who was trying to flatter her, and said calmly, "Pung Jiang, thank you for your kindness, but I don't think I need help. I can handle this small task myself, so you don't need to bother." Seeing Zhang Li's cold attitude, Pung Jiang was a bit frustrated but continued, "Zhang Jiang, we're all young people sent to the countryside, comrades in the revolution. Please don't be so distant."
Jiang Li frona tun hapili.
"Pung Jiang, are you deaf? I said I can do it myself. I don't need your help. Can you stay away from me?" Seeing this, Lu Yulan couldn't stand Zhang Li anymore and said to Pung Jiang, "Zhang Jiang, Pung Jiang is just being kind. You shouldn't be so ungrateful." Zhang Li's cold gaze fell on Lu Yulan. "Lu Jiang, I think you're getting a bit too bold. Do you want to get slapped like Sun Jiang? If you still want to be hit, I wouldn't mind satisfying you." Lu Yulan remembered how Zhang Li slapped Sun Wunwin earlier and felt her face burn with embarrassment. She didn't dare to keep pushing. However, Pung Jiang still refused to leave, showing he wasn't willing to go. Mu Jingxuan saw that Pung Jiang wasn't leaving and understood his intentions clearly. This old young intellectual wanted to bother Zhang Li? Haha, he also looked at his own situation. With his conditions, could he really match a girl like Zhang Li? "Pung Jiang, do you not need to do your own work? Why are you still here? Zhang Li has already made it very clear she doesn't need your help," Mu Jingxuan said with a sneer. Bai Zirong mocked, "Pung Jiqing, since you're so free and eager to help each other, come on. Zhang Jiqing doesn't need your help. You can do my work instead. I am willing to accept your help." Seeing two troublemakers arrive, Pung Jiang gritted his teeth in anger. He had long disliked these two new male youths, and now they were ruining his good mood. Pung Jiang glared fiercely at Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. You two grown men. Do you think it's right to ask me for help? Bai Zirong nonchalantly replied. What's wrong with that? Who says men can't accept help from others? Pung Jiang, we're all new youths here. You can't treat us differently. Pung Jiang saw the situation clearly and didn't want to stay near Jiang Li anymore, afraid Bai Zirong might really make him work. When the annoying Pung Jiang finally left, Jiang Li stifled a laugh. She saw that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong really had some skills. She still had a wild chicken left. Yesterday, she picked some mushrooms while going up the mountain. She planned to cook a small chicken stew with mushrooms. She decided to give these two a bowl at noon as a thank you for helping her. After Pung Jiang left, Jiang Li continued working. Pulling weeds was really no trouble for her. She quickly and efficiently pulled all the weeds from her assigned land. Seeing Jiang Li work so fast, not only the youths but also the members of the victory team were surprised. Wow, that Pung Jiang just now said he was helping others, but look at Jiang Jiang, the new girl. She's doing so well. She doesn't need anyone's help. Exactly. I thought Jiang Jiang was ungrateful, but it turns out she really doesn't need help. Pung Zikang's work isn't as good as Jiang Jiang's. Haha, I think he was just embarrassing himself by offering to help. Our victory team has finally got a capable youth, unlike those weaklings before who couldn't do anything. I think the new youth Sun Wunwin is also pretty good, can do some work. But she's far behind Jiang Jiang. The surrounding team members were discussing among themselves. Sun Wunwin felt uncomfortable hearing their comments. She had initially wanted to perform well on her first day, make a good impression, and gain some favor from Mu Jingxuan. But her spotlight was stolen by Jiang Li again. Sun Wunwin secretly thought that Jiang Li couldn't stay. Without her, she was confident she could win Mu Jingxuan. However, with Jiang Li present, there was a big change. She was not returning to the countryside to suffer, but to pursue Mu Jingxuan and hopefully become a government wife. After finishing the weeds on her assigned land, Jiang Li called the scorekeeper to record her work points. Normally, clearing weeds on this land would earn 4 points, but as a new rural youth, she received a subsidy and could earn 6 points. After finishing her work, Jiang Li asked the team leader, Li Chongping, "Team leader, I've finished my work. Is there anything else I need to do?" Li Chongping, who had planned to take care of Jiang Li, didn't want to give her extra work. Still, he asked Jiang Youth, if you want to earn more points, I can assign you some more work. The maximum points per day are 10. If you don't want to earn more, you can rest after finishing your assigned tasks. Jiang Li nodded. Okay, team leader. I don't need extra money, so I won't earn more points. I'll go now.
Call me if you need anything.
After finishing her work, Jiang Li left. Lu Yulan watched her finish early and felt very envious. She had just pulled a little grass and her hands hurt badly, the palms red and sore. She realized she needed to buy a pair of gloves if she went to the county again, or her hands would be ruined by this kind of work. Lu Yulan was about to give up when she went to find Pung Jiang. Pung Youth, I can't do this anymore.
Can you help me?
Jiang Youth doesn't need help, but I do. Look at my palms, they're all red and hurt so much. Pung Jiang, who helped Jiang Li voluntarily, was trying to impress her and gain her favor. He didn't want to waste his effort helping Lu Yulan. Before he could refuse, Bai Zirong whistled nearby, saying, "Pung Youth, we're all rural youths. Lu Youth is having a hard time now, so you definitely wouldn't refuse to help, right? And as the leader of the youth team, you should show mutual help and support, helping the new youths overcome difficulties. I'm just a male youth, so it's okay if you don't want to help me, but Lu Youth is a girl. You wouldn't refuse her, would you? You were very enthusiastic with Jiang Youth just now, so you shouldn't treat Lu Youth differently." Hearing Bai Zirong's words, Pung Jiang couldn't find a reason to refuse. Once he refused, it showed that he was helping Jiang Li with some hidden purpose. Pung Jiang could only grit his teeth and agree to help Lu Yulan pull weeds. Seeing Pung Jiang's defeat, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong both felt satisfied. Pung Jiang secretly hated Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, vowing not to let them get the chance to get back at him, or he would make sure they paid the price. Jiang Li returned to the youth commune, sat quietly for a while to meditate and practice, then prepared to cook lunch. The other youths also came back from work, all looking exhausted. The most tired seemed to be Pung Jiang. When Jiang Li saw Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong return, she asked, "Did anything interesting happen after I left?" Seeing Jiang Li's curious expression, Mu Jingxuan thought she was very cute. Mu Jingxuan then told her what had happened after Jiang Li left. After hearing his explanation, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. People like Pung Jiang, who are so scheming, need to be dealt with this way. In a good mood, Jiang Li took out the last wild chicken to prepare. Mu Jingxuan still volunteered to help with the chicken. Jiang Li had no objections, saying, "Okay, you help me with this, and I'll treat you to meat again today." Mu Jingxuan remembered the taste of the rabbit meat Jiang Li gave him last time, and now he couldn't wait to try the wild chicken Jiang Li cooked. Bai Zirong was happy too, hearing there would be chicken for lunch. Mu Jingxuan handled the wild chicken, and Bai Zirong eagerly helped chop it into pieces and wash it before handing it to Jiang Li. Jiang Li thought these two were quite thoughtful, saving her a lot of trouble. After preparing the wild chicken, Jiang Li went back to her room to cook. Although she only made one dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, it was enough for her alone. She cleaned the mushrooms, and since the chicken was already tender and flavorful, cooking it with mushrooms made the taste even more delicious. Jiang Li then kneaded some dough into small pancakes and stuck them along the edge of the pot. The pancakes soaked in chicken broth tasted wonderful. As the aroma of the chicken filled the air, the old youths couldn't help but drool with hunger. They just wished they could also eat meat someday. When Jiang Li finished cooking the chicken, she served large bowls of chicken and mushrooms to Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, along with some pancakes. Both of them were also preparing lunch, stir-frying 2 small green vegetables and cooking rice, waiting eagerly for Jiang Li's chicken. When they finally smelled the delicious chicken aroma, they started salivating. As soon as Jiang Li brought the chicken over, they wolfed it down happily. Her small bowl of chicken with mushrooms was truly delicious. Bai Zirong was eating and sighing, "Brother Sun, Jiang Jiqing's cooking skills are really good. If we could team up with Jiang Jiqing, we'd be lucky to eat such good food. We have plenty of nice ingredients, but the dishes we make usually taste average. It feels like a waste of good food." Mu Jingxuan originally thought his own cooking was okay, but comparing it to Jiang Li's, he felt he was wasting ingredients. Jiang Li's dishes tasted much better, even better than those from state-run restaurants. Eating Jiang Li's food, Mu Jingxuan started thinking about teaming up. He just wasn't sure if Jiang Li would agree. He felt he should ask her, just in case she was willing. If they teamed up, they could enjoy delicious meals every day. Thinking this, after finishing lunch and washing the bowl with chicken inside that Jiang Li had brought, Mu Jingxuan sent it back and also asked Jiang Li about teaming up for meals. "Jiang Jiqing, I want to discuss something with you," Mu Jingxuan said. Jiang Li looked at him and said, "Just say it." Mu Jingxuan felt nervous under her gaze, which was unusual for him, as he had never felt this way around other girls before. "Jiang Jiqing, can Bai Jiqing and I team up with you for meals? If we do, we won't let you lose out. We can provide lots of ingredients, and you just need to handle the cooking. We can take care of coal, firewood, and other supplies. You only need to cook. We can handle washing dishes and cleaning." Hearing Mu Jingxuan's conditions, Jiang Li became interested. She didn't mind cooking, but she really didn't want to wash dishes or scrub pots. If someone could share the chores, she'd be happy just to cook and prepare the meal. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Li said, "All right, I agree to team up with you. But from now on, I'll decide what we eat. I'll cook extra, so we can all share. If you're okay with that, we'll team up. If not, then forget it." Mu Jingxuan agreed immediately, without hesitation. Jiang Li's cooking was excellent, so whatever she made would be good. And she could decide what to eat, no problem there. After they agreed, Mu Jingxuan happily told Bai Zirong the good news. When Bai Zirong heard Jiang Li was willing to team up, he was very happy. Now they could enjoy delicious food every day. Bai Zirong immediately urged Mu Jingxuan to send some ingredients from their side to Jiang Li. They had cured meats, sausages, and ham, good ingredients that Jiang could make the most of. Regarding the food, they also moved some over to Jiang. When Sun Wunwin saw this, she realized that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were planning to eat with Jiang. She immediately confronted the two. Didn't you say it's inconvenient to eat with female colleagues? Why aren't you eating with me, but with Jiang Jiqing? Sun Wunwin's tone sounded quite accusatory. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong thought Sun Wunwin's mind was a bit narrow. Who was Sun Wunwin to question them? Bai Zirong directly retorted. Why? Because Jiang Jiqing looks good, and you look ugly? Seeing you makes me lose my appetite. Brother Sun and I can eat with whoever we want. Do you have a say in it? Giggling, Jiang couldn't hold back her laughter at Bai Zirong's sharp words. He really had a quick tongue. After being criticized, Sun Wunwin's face turned green. She called herself ugly? Although she wasn't as pretty as Jiang, she certainly wasn't ugly. If she truly looked bad, how could a country boy from her past life be so captivated by her? Even though she knew Bai Zirong was deliberately teasing her, Sun Wunwin still couldn't accept it. Especially because Bai Zirong intentionally compared Jiang to her. Sun Wunwin sobbed and then shot a resentful glare at Jiang before running back to her room. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong again thought Sun Wunwin was a bit slow. Why was she glaring at Jiang? Jiang hadn't said anything and hadn't provoked her. But Jiang understood why Sun Wunwin was glaring at her. This woman came to the countryside because of Mu Jingxuan. Now that she saw Jiang with him, she felt jealous. She saw Jiang as a rival. But Jiang wouldn't indulge her. No matter what Sun Wunwin thought, Jiang would just follow her own plan. After lunch, Jiang lay down to rest for a while, taking a nap. The other young workers also hurried to sleep because they had to work again in the afternoon. They knew they wouldn't have the strength to work properly if they didn't rest well. Since Jiang had completed her assigned tasks, she didn't go to the fields in the afternoon but continued up the mountain. First, to absorb the mountain's spiritual energy and help her cultivation, and second, to see if she could catch some wild game for a meal. Jiang was not willing to settle for bad food. If she could eat well, she definitely wouldn't eat poorly. After the young workers went to work in the afternoon, Jiang headed up the mountain. This time, Jiang was lucky and found a ginseng plant that was dozens of years old. Such rare herbs could be used to make various pills. Although Jiang's space stored some pills, she only took a little at a time. So she had to gather rare herbs herself to make medicine. These pills are very helpful for improving her cultivation. Although Jiang really wants to improve her skills now, she can't just use up all the pills stored in her space at once. The pills in her space are for emergencies. To increase her cultivation, she needs to collect good herbs and make pills herself. Relying only on collecting herbs from the mountains is too slow. Jiang plans to find opportunities to buy some needed herbs. Many of the herbs she needs are quite valuable, so buying them all would cost a lot of money. Thinking about her current money, Jiang sighed. This little money isn't enough to buy many herbs. She needs to find a way to earn more. Since the economy isn't open yet, she can't do business, so she can only trade some things in the black market. The mountains are full of game, so Jiang thinks selling wild meat in the black market is a good idea. After planning this, Jiang sat cross-legged to practice for an hour, then went into the mountains to look for prey. Her mental power extended quickly, locking onto some animals. This time, Jiang found 4 wild rabbits, 3 wild chickens, and a wild mountain goat. She only kept 2 chickens and 1 rabbit in her hands. The mountain goat and the other rabbits she threw into her space. When she has more wild meat stored in her space, she plans to sell it in the county black market to get money for the herbs she needs. After finishing this, Jiang went down the mountain. Unexpectedly, she met Old Man Qin again. Unlike last time, this time Old Man Qin looked much better. His health had almost fully recovered. Seeing Jiang, Old Man Qin was very happy. "Little girl, we meet again," he said. Jiang smiled and nodded at him. "Grandpa, your health is looking good." Hearing this, Old Man Qin was very grateful to Jiang. The medicine she gave was truly miraculous. After taking her medicine, his illness was cured, and he felt stronger than before. Now that he was healthy again, Old Man Qin saw hope for living on and was very thankful to Jiang for helping him. When Jiang asked about his condition, Old Man Qin shared his story and also thanked her. Jiang thought about the merit points she gained from helping Old Man Qin and felt she had really made a big gain. Doing good deeds, helping ordinary people usually earns her 1 or 2 merit points. But helping Old Man Qin earned her a full 100 points. It is difficult to accumulate good deeds, and I want to ascend to a higher realm. Only with a large amount of good deeds can I better help her gain recognition from the heavenly path and succeed in ascending. In her past life, Jiang failed once before. She was overly confident, thinking that ascending through the mysterious sect was not very difficult. Now, she wants to be fully prepared this time. She needs to improve her cultivation and gather more good deeds. She cannot afford to fail again. Jiang smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't thank me with words. When I leave here and have a chance to turn things around, I will repay you properly." Old Master Qin quickly agreed with a smile. "All right, little girl, don't worry. When I have a chance to turn things around, I won't forget you." Then, she gave him a wild chicken to help strengthen his body, saying, "Grandpa, take this and live well. Only then will you have a better chance. Anyway, you already owe me a favor, so I don't mind owing a little more." Seeing Jiang offer the wild chicken again, and hearing her words, Old Master Qin chuckled. He found her personality quite interesting. He had never met someone so lively. "All right, I accept it. No need to be polite," he said. After saying goodbye to Old Master Qin, Jiang carried the game down the mountain. The team members naturally saw her with the game again. She was quick and skilled at hunting, and her family was wealthy, which made many people interested. Most people were still clear-headed. They knew Jiang wouldn't be interested in them, the rural folks. But some who weren't so smart had their eyes on her. For example, Aunt Ho-Hot from the village kept saying, "It would be great if Jiang Jiqing became my daughter-in-law. Then we could eat meat every day." When she said this, some older women nearby mocked her, saying, "Pung Ho-Hot, what kind of dream are you having? You must be blind. Look at your son Ermazi. He's ugly, lazy, and not very capable. Why would Jiang Jiqing want him? Are you blind? You should pick someone better, like your son." Some people dared to dream big, but their brains were full of nonsense. Hearing the teasing from others, Ho-Hot got very angry. Her son wasn't handsome and wasn't very capable, but he had his good points. He was good at making people happy and easy to get along with. Maybe he could even win Jiang over. At this moment, Sun Wunwin overheard the conversation between Aunt Ho-Hot and the others. An idea suddenly came to her mind. She remembered that in her past life, Li Ermazi had married a girl from the youth station. Of course, Li Ermazi had poor conditions, and ordinary girls wouldn't look at him. It was actually Li Ermazi and Aunt Ho-Hot who planned everything to force the girl-educated youth to marry him. Originally, that girl went to wash clothes at the pond, and Aunt Ho-Hot secretly pushed her from behind. Li Ermazi then jumped into the river to save her. Aunt Ho-Hot immediately called others over to the riverbank. In the end, many team members came to see Li Ermazi saving the girl and touching her. Nowadays, if a woman is touched without consent, her reputation is ruined. Aunt Ho-Hot even spread rumors, making the girl too ashamed to go out. Finally, Aunt Ho-Hot took Li Ermazi to propose marriage, saying their family was willing to take responsibility. Since Li Ermazi saved her, it was like a traditional gesture of gratitude. Plus, because Li Ermazi touched the girl, if she didn't go back to the city and stayed in the countryside, she wouldn't be able to marry anyone and would have to endure gossip. Reluctantly, the girl agreed to marry Li Ermazi. After marrying her, Li Ermazi didn't feel he had gained much. Instead, he thought he was capable but hadn't treated his wife well. Aunt Ho-Hot was also a harsh mother-in-law, often criticizing her daughter-in-law. So, within 2 years of marriage, the girl's health was damaged from the constant criticism, and she died after a difficult childbirth. If Jiang fell into Li Ermazi's hands, her fate would surely be tragic. Thinking of her tragic end, Sun Wunwin felt a bit relieved. She knew she had to help from behind the scenes. So, Sun Wunwin approached Aunt Ho-Hot and whispered, Aunt Ho-Hot, do you want Zhongli to become your daughter-in-law? Aunt Ho-Hot glanced at Sun Wunwin, thinking she was being silly. But then she realized Sun Wunwin probably wasn't asking just out of curiosity, so she asked back, What? Do you have a plan? Sun Wunwin looked around and whispered to Aunt Ho-Hot, Aunt Ho-Hot, I do have a plan. Maybe I can give you some advice, but you can't reveal me later. Aunt Ho-Hot immediately agreed. Of course, if you help me, I won't betray you. Sun Wunwin then shared her plan. It was actually an old trick from their family's past. Aunt Ho-Hot listened and thought Sun Wunwin's idea was good. Once Jiang Li's reputation was ruined, even if she didn't want to marry into their family, she would have no choice. All right, Sun-educated youth, your idea is good. When Jiang Li goes to wash clothes, you should find a chance to give us a message. Sun Wunwin quickly responded, Okay, Auntie. Don't worry, I will definitely inform you in time. Aunt Guohua glanced at Sun Wunwin again. Sun Jiqing, you wouldn't help my family without a reason, right? Once things are done, what do you want in return? Aunt Guohua felt that Sun Wunwin and she weren't close, so she didn't think she would come to give her advice for no reason. Of course, Sun Wunwin couldn't say she wanted to see Jiang Li get into trouble, so she found a reasonable excuse. Auntie, you see, I am a rural youth, new here and unfamiliar with the place. It's easy for people to bully me. If I help you succeed, maybe you can look out for me in the future. Hearing Sun Wunwin's explanation, Aunt Guohua thought it was quite reasonable. So she patted her chest and said, All right, no problem. Jiqing Sun, if this really works out, you will have helped our family a lot. I will definitely look out for you then. The two agreed and waited for Jiang Li to go back and do laundry so they could carry out their plan. Jiang Li didn't know anyone was scheming against her behind her back. She carried game back to the youth station. At this moment, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong had finished their work and returned. They didn't have much work today and both were quite capable, so they finished around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. When they arrived home, they weren't idle. They gathered some firewood. Also, their family bought a water tank from the brigade, which was already filled with water. The old youth also had a water tank, and everyone took turns fetching water. Mu Jingxuan thought it was inconvenient to share the water tank with the older youth, since it didn't cost much to buy one himself, so he wouldn't have to share the work of fetching water with them. Seeing Jiang Li come back with game in hand, Bai Zirong happily stepped forward. Sister Li, you caught more game again? Hearing Bai Zirong call her that, Jiang Li almost wanted to laugh. You call me Sister Li? I think I'm younger than you. Bai Zirong waved his hand. Sister Li, the name is secondary. I'm showing respect. You're so capable, I have to call you sister. Mu Jingxuan, noticing Bai Zirong flattering Jiang Li, rolled his eyes. Having a mother is like having a daughter. Jiang Li made some delicious food for them, and the boy happily called her sister. With this little achievement, he was quite proud. Hearing Mu Jingxuan's teasing, Bai Zirong snorted, Brother Sun, if you want, you can call her that too. Sister Li is really impressive. This is the first time I've met a woman I truly respect. Mu Jingxuan looked at Jiang Li, but he couldn't bring himself to call her Sister Li. No matter how capable she was in his eyes, she was still just a cute little girl. Jiang Li brought back a wild rabbit and handed it over to Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan to handle. She planned to start cooking the other wild chicken tomorrow morning before work, so she could enjoy a delicious chicken soup at noon. Looking at the time, she realized she could start preparing the meal early. Since meat dishes take longer to cook, she needed to prepare them in advance. Besides the meat, Jiang Li also had to prepare some vegetarian dishes. There were some vegetables left from Wu Meixia's gift, and the vegetable plot at the youth station also grew vegetables. The vegetables at the plot were planted by the older youths, and the new youths could pick and eat them. But in the future, everyone would need to share the responsibility of taking care of the garden, as they couldn't just eat without contributing labor. Seeing that the vegetables in the plot were growing well, Jiang Li picked 2 cucumbers to make a cold cucumber salad later. The vegetables Wu Meixia gave also included cabbage and potatoes. Jiang Li thought that since it was 3 people eating, 1 wild rabbit wasn't enough, and she needed to add some vegetarian dishes. With the cucumber salad ready, she planned to stir-fry some spicy and sour shredded potatoes. The main staple would be plain rice. Jiang sorted out the vegetables, and Mu Jingshuan had already prepared the wild rabbit by cleaning and cutting it into pieces. Jiang put it directly into the pot to cook. She had her own coal stove, and Mu Jingshuan also bought one, so they used both at the same time, making cooking much faster. Jiang first stir-fried the rabbit meat in one pot, and then simmered it slowly. In the other pot, she stir-fried shredded potatoes and cooked the rice. When the rabbit was tender and the rice was almost done, Bai Zirong and Mu Jingshuan were already waiting to eat, mainly because the food Jiang cooked smelled so good that they couldn't resist taking a bite immediately. Without a doubt, their delicious meal made the other youths at the youth station envious. Jiang arranged the dinner and invited Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zirong to eat together. Her cooking was excellent, and with the rabbit, all three of them ate very satisfyingly. Bai Zirong couldn't help but praise Jiang for making the shredded potatoes so tasty, tangy, and spicy, very appetizing. After eating and drinking their fill, Jiang didn't need to do any more chores. Bai Zirong and Mu Jingshuan took responsibility for washing the dishes and utensils. Because they were full and happy, they worked diligently when cleaning up. Jiang felt that this way of sharing chores was good. She disliked washing dishes and pots the most, so it was nice to have help. During this time, Jiang took a shower. The weather was a bit hot, and after starting work, she was quite sweaty. Feeling comfortable, she took a refreshing shower and carried her clothes to wash them by the river. Not far from the youth station, there was a small pond where the team members and youths usually went to wash their clothes. Jiang Lishuan thought that this was quite troublesome. If there was a water well at the Jiqing site, fetching water would be much easier. This way, they wouldn't have to carry water for eating or washing clothes, which would be very convenient. However, digging a water well costs money, about 10 or so yuan. That's not a small amount, and the Jiqing would need to contribute together. Families with poor conditions might be reluctant. Jiang Lishuan considered whether to discuss with Mu Jingshuan later, so they could share the cost of digging a well. If they refused, Jiang Lishuan could pay alone. When she saw Sun Wunwin carrying a basin to wash clothes, she thought she had found an opportunity. Once this was settled, Jiang Lishuan would have to marry her Matzi and could leave the Jiqing site without worrying about Mu Jingshuan being taken away. Sun Wunwin also carried a basin of clean clothes and went out. She couldn't push Jiang Lishuan directly into the water, so she planned to create an accident. According to Sun Wunwin's plan, she would be washing clothes by the pond and then pretend to accidentally bump into Jiang Lishuan, pushing her into the water. She would then pretend to call for help, and Matzi would take the chance to go into the water to rescue her. Since there might be others around the pond besides Jiang Lishuan, pushing her into the river openly could get her into trouble if someone saw. This way, no one would think she pushed Jiang Lishuan intentionally, and she wouldn't be blamed. After quickly notifying Aunt Ho-Hot and then heading to the pond, Sun Wunwin prepared to carry her basin of clothes. Jiang Lishuan was washing clothes at the pond when she sensed someone approaching from behind. If it was just someone approaching, it wouldn't be a problem, but Jiang Lishuan's sixth sense told her something was wrong. She didn't turn around but quickly started calculating. It wasn't too bad. She realized that Sun Wunwin was planning to harm her. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Lishuan's mouth. If this woman wanted to hurt her, she had to consider whether she had the ability to do so. Jiang Lishuan stayed still, pretending not to notice anything. Sun Wunwin slowly approached Jiang Lishuan, afraid she would be detected. Fortunately, Jiang Lishuan was focused on washing clothes and showed no reaction. Finally, Sun Wunwin was just a step away from Jiang Lishuan, holding her basin of clothes, ready to set them down. But unexpectedly, she slipped and bumped toward Jiang Lishuan. Just as Sun Wunwin thought her plan was going smoothly, Jiang Lishuan suddenly dodged. Her quick move not only prevented Sun Wunwin from hitting her, but also nearly caused Sun Wunwin to lose her balance and fall into the river. Sun Wunwin was just feeling lucky that she didn't fall into the pond when suddenly she sensed a force behind her and she was pushed into the water. Naturally, this was Jiang Li's doing. Jiang Li cast a spell, and an invisible hand pushed Wunwin into the pond. Since Wunwin wanted to harm her, Jiang Li wouldn't let her off easily. She was someone who always repaid grudges. With a splash, Wunwin fell into the water, immediately struggling and calling for help. Just like Wunwin's plan, now she and Jiang had switched roles. Jiang shouted around, "Someone fell into the water. Who can swim? Hurry and help." At this moment, Li Ermatzi, waiting for the right chance, rushed out and jumped into the pond to save her. He didn't realize that the person in the water wasn't Jiang but Wunwin. Aunt Ho-Hot, following the original plan, quickly called more team members over. Seeing Li Ermatzi swimming toward her, Wunwin thought to herself, "Oh no, this isn't how I expected things to go. The person who fell into the water should be Jiang, so why is it me?" Meanwhile, Jiang was standing on the shore, watching Wunwin in the water with a cold gaze. Under Aunt Ho-Hot's shouting, many team members gathered by the pond. Everyone saw Li Ermatzi jumping into the river to rescue a young woman. Because it was summer and their clothes were thin, they clung to each other for a while, and the young woman's reputation was ruined. When Aunt Ho-Hot saw that the person her son rescued wasn't Jiang but Wunwin, her brows furrowed immediately. Oh dear, her son had rescued the wrong person. But thinking that Wunwin was also a city girl from the countryside, though not as good as Jiang, she wasn't much worse. Her son could marry Wunwin, and that would be a good catch. Even if the person wasn't perfect, since things had come to this, Aunt Ho-Hot decided to go along with it. She would help her son marry Wunwin first. In the end, Wunwin was pulled ashore by Li Ermatzi. The nearby spectators pointed and whispered about Wunwin. Most of them said that Li Ermatzi had touched her and that she should marry him, or no one would want a woman whose reputation was ruined. Wunwin looked at Li Ermatzi's face, feeling sick and almost vomiting. If she had to marry Li Ermatzi, she would rather marry her former husband, Li Daju. At least Li Daju was hardworking, more handsome than Ermatzi, and her mother-in-law was nice. Unlike Aunt Ho-Hot, who always nagged her about her daughter-in-law. Sun Wunwin suspected there was something suspicious about falling into the water, believing someone had pushed her into the river. The person closest to her at the time was Jiang, so Sun Wunwin suspected Jiang was responsible. Captain Li Chongping heard the news and hurried to the pond to find out what happened. Sun Wunwin sat on the ground, crying and accusing Jiang of pushing her into the water. After such a big fall, she wanted to involve Jiang too. Jiang showed no emotion, with a faint smile, and asked, "Really? Sun Jiqing, you say I pushed you? Do you have proof? Was there anyone nearby who saw me push you? Also, I was here first washing clothes, and you came later. You came from behind me and immediately fell. If I hadn't moved quickly, I might have been pulled into the water with you." After Jiang finished speaking, two young women from the production team who had been washing clothes nearby immediately stepped forward to testify for her. "I can prove we were washing clothes by the river just now. When Sun Jiqing came, she accidentally fell into the water herself. Yes, when Jiang Jiqing heard the noise, she moved aside. She was just standing there, not pushing anyone. She fell into the river herself, so she can't be blamed for pushing her." Jiang looked at the two women supporting her. They were local girls from the Victory production team. Jiang remembered those who testified for her and planned to find a way to thank them later. Thanks to their help, Jiang quickly cleared her name. Li Chongping, who also supported Jiang, then looked at Sun Wunwin and said, "Sun Jiqing, now that someone has testified that Jiang Jiqing didn't push you, you shouldn't falsely accuse others without proof. Framing someone is a legal offense. If Jiang Jiqing reports you to the police for spreading rumors, you might end up in detention." Seeing that she had suffered such a big loss and failed to involve Jiang, Sun Wunwin started crying even harder. The villagers pointing and whispering continued, and Sun Wunwin couldn't bear the noise around her. She hurried back to the youth station. Aunt Ho-Hot watched her run away, and her eyes flickered. The plan still had to go on. She needed to find more gossiping women to spread the story and force Sun Wunwin to marry into their family. After Sun Wunwin left, Li Chongping approached Jiang and advised, "Jiang Jiqing, in the future, when washing clothes, be careful and try to go with someone. The water side isn't safe." Concerned about Li Chongping, Jiang nodded with a smile. "Okay, Captain, I understand. Don't worry, I can swim myself. Even if I fall into the water, it's fine." Li Chongping was a bit surprised to hear that a girl from the city, Zhang Li, knew how to swim. But it was a good thing she could swim. Good, since you can swim, that's even better. Just be careful when you go out. Yes, Captain. Thank you for your concern. After finishing the matter, Li Chongping left. Zhang Li then walked over to the two girls who had spoken up for her. Hello, what are your names? Thank you for standing up for me earlier. The two girls, seeing that Zhang Li was pretty, naturally liked her. My name is Ma Xiaofeng.
Im Erni.
Zhang Li nodded and took out two colorful hairbands from her pocket, giving them to the girls. These are for you. Consider it a thank you gift for helping me today. When Ma Xiaofeng and Li Erni saw the colorful hairbands, their eyes lit up. Such pretty hairbands were too expensive for girls from the countryside. They liked them very much, but didn't accept Zhang Li's gift. Jiang Jiqing, we only told the truth, it's nothing special. We can't accept your hairbands. Jiang Li thought these two girls were simple and honest, so she pushed the hairbands into their hands. For me, these aren't much. I feel a good connection with you, and want to make friends. The hairbands are just a small gift to meet you. If you don't want to accept them, it means you don't want to be friends with me. Ma Xiaofeng and Li Erni were quite surprised. Girls from the city were usually proud and rarely wanted to be friends with local girls. But Zhang Li was willing to make friends with them. They liked Zhang Li very much and immediately accepted the hairbands, saying they wanted to be friends. Jiang Jiqing, since you just arrived at Xingli Production Brigade and are new here, if you encounter any trouble in the future, just come to us for help. Yes, Jiang Jiqing, now that we're friends, we'll look out for you. Zhang Li happily agreed. Okay. The three sat by the pond, chatting and washing their clothes. When Zhang Li returned, she overheard some young workers discussing Sun Wunwin falling into the water. Although Sun Wunwin was not very likable, a few local girls still came to show concern and comfort her. Girls tend to empathize more easily. This time, Sun Wunwin experienced something that will likely harm her reputation in the future. If she doesn't marry Li or Motzi, she might face gossip in the collective. But if she does marry him, it would be a big mistake. Zhang Li's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Causing trouble only harms oneself. If Sun Wunwin hadn't maliciously thought this way about her, she wouldn't have to bear such consequences now. After hanging up her clothes, Zhang Li sat cross-legged to practice. This time she practiced for a longer period. She didn't know exactly how many hours she had been training. When she finished and was about to rest, she noticed movement from the next room. Zhang Li frowned slightly. Why are Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong sneaking out so late at night? She didn't go out herself, but with her mental awareness, she could see what was happening outside. She saw Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong each carrying a large bundle. They tiptoed away from the youth station toward the cattle shed. Jiang Li didn't intend to investigate their secrets, but it was dangerous for them to go out so late. So she sent out a bit of her spiritual awareness to monitor them. If they encountered danger, she could help them in time. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, guided by the moonlight, reached the cattle shed. Over the past few days, they had learned the layout of the production team. Now, several families lived in the cattle shed of Xingli Production Brigade. The easternmost was Old Qin and his wife. They heard that Old Qin was a former military officer before being sent down. In the middle was a professor from Beijing and his wife. This professor was also Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's teacher. To the west was a capitalist family. When they reached the cattle shed, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong quietly knocked on the door of one of the middle households. The people inside heard the knocking and wondered who was visiting so late. Thinking it might be others in the same situation seeking help, they opened the door. To their surprise, they saw their students, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. When they saw them, Lin Chung froze for a moment. "Why are you here?" he asked. They shouldn't be in Beijing, so why are they in Xingli Production Brigade? Mu Jingxuan reminded him, "Lin teacher, let's go inside and talk." Lin Chung quickly realized and let Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong enter the house. Seeing them come in, Lin Cheng's wife, Zhang Jing, was also surprised. "Jingxuan, Zirong, what are you doing here?" Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong both politely greeted Zhang Jing, saying, "Madam, hello." When Zhang Jing saw these two people approaching, she looked around her home environment and felt a bit guilty. She said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't even prepare tea to serve you. Would you like some water?"
Yellel pour you a bowl.
"Madam, you don't need to be so polite. We're not thirsty, so there's no need to drink anything," they replied. Zhang Jing nodded, deciding not to insist on pouring water since they declined. Besides, she didn't even have a proper bowl at hand, which was quite embarrassing and made it hard to host guests. Lin Cheng brought out 2 small wooden stools and asked Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong to sit down. He then said, "Now tell me, how did you come here?" Mu Jingxuan explained first, "Teacher Lin, we are here to do rural work." Lin Cheng thought about the recent arrival of some new young workers at the production team, but he hadn't met them yet. He didn't know if among the newcomers were his 2 students. "Why did you come here to work in the countryside? The countryside isn't as good as the city. Why leave good days behind to suffer?" "Teacher, the environment in the city isn't good either. My family asked me to come here to stay safe, just in case something happens and I get affected." Lin Cheng had been here for several years and wasn't familiar with the city's current situation. He knew the backgrounds of the Mu and Bai families and didn't expect them to think the situation was unstable, so they sent their children out to avoid trouble. "Did you choose to come to Xinli Production Brigade specifically to look after me?" Lin Cheng thought more and more that it might be true. Otherwise, with so many places to go, it was too coincidental that these 2 children came here to work in the countryside. Mu Jingxuan didn't hide anything and honestly told Lin Cheng, "Teacher Lin, we came to Xinli Production Brigade partly to look after you, but more importantly, we have an important matter to handle here. We can't tell you exactly what it is, please understand. Everyone has their secrets," and Lin Cheng knew that these 2 students must have a reason for coming here. He wasn't the type to pry into others' affairs, so since Mu Jingxuan had said so, he decided not to ask further. "All right, I understand. Since you have something to do here, I won't say more. The countryside isn't like the city, so take care of yourselves." Mu Jingxuan and Lin Cheng both nodded in response. "Good, teacher. We will take good care of ourselves. We also brought some things for you and madam," Mu Jingxuan said as he handed 2 large packages to Lin Cheng. In the past, Mu Jingxuan had sent things here before he went to the countryside. However, because of Lin Cheng's special status, they couldn't send good things openly. Lin Cheng and Zhang Jing's days here were still hard, but thanks to the supplies Mu Jingxuan had sent earlier, they didn't go hungry. Now that Mu Jingxuan personally brought the supplies, they didn't need to go through inspection, so he made sure to send some nourishing items. Lin Cheng looked at what Mu Jingxuan had brought: milk powder, brown sugar, dried meat, and cured sausage. These were nutritious foods Lin Cheng couldn't usually get in the countryside, but now he had received so much. Knowing the conditions of Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's families, Lin Cheng didn't refuse their kindness. He asked about the outside situation, guessing it would take several years to end the current difficulties. As long as the situation didn't improve, he couldn't return to the city for now. Lin Cheng wasn't in a hurry. He had his wife to take care of him, and now 2 students had come here, so he believed they could hold on until they could go back. Worried about causing trouble for Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, Lin Cheng didn't let them stay long at the cattle shed and urged them to go back quickly. If anyone saw them with him, who had been sent away from the city, it might cause trouble for them. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong listened carefully and planned to visit their teacher again later. They were currently at a production team, which made it easier to meet. After leaving the cattle shed, they returned to the youth commune. They had a smooth journey and didn't meet anyone. They were relieved that no one had seen their movements, but they didn't know Jiang Li had learned everything. Although Jiang Li knew their secret, he wouldn't spread it. Seeing that they had arrived home safely, Jiang Li withdrew the spiritual awareness he had placed on them and then lay on the Kong to sleep. The next day, Jiang Li got up to prepare breakfast. Since he needed to eat with Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, he made extra. He cooked millet porridge, made some thin pancakes, and stir-fried shredded potatoes. The pancakes with shredded potatoes tasted very good. Jiang Li also fried a dish of pickled vegetables that Wu Meixia had sent earlier. The simple breakfast of porridge, pancakes, and small dishes tasted quite good. Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zirong enjoyed their meal very much. Neither of them expected that Jiang Li's simple cooking could taste so good. After enduring a tough start in the countryside for a few days, good days had returned, and life here was even better than at home. After breakfast, Jiang Li went out to work. The team leader still assigned light work to the new young workers. Today, it was weeding the peanut fields. When weeding, you must be careful not to mistake the peanut seedlings for weeds. After assigning this task, the team leader paired each new worker with an experienced old woman from the team. These older women are very skilled at farm work and also teach the newcomers how to tell apart peanut seedlings and weeds. Jiang Li, the new worker, knows basic facts like this, so even without supervision, she wouldn't get confused. Her partner is an old woman named Chen Jinhua from the production team. When Chen Jinhua saw that her partner was Jiang Li, she felt happy because she had seen that Jiang Li was capable yesterday. Working with her, Chen Jinhua could take it easy. Instead of doing the work herself, she just told Jiang Li how to tell the difference between peanut seedlings and weeds and asked her to. Jiang Li could see that the old woman was trying to let her do all the work while she relaxed. So, after giving instructions, Jiang Li simply nodded and didn't start weeding. Chen Jinhua got annoyed immediately. "Jiang, don't just say you know, start weeding," she snapped. Jiang Li smiled and said, "Auntie, don't just tell me what to do. You should do some work too. We're partners, so you can't expect me to all by myself." Chen Jinhua was actually planning to do that, but hearing Jiang Li say it so plainly was another matter. "Nonsense. Do you think I'm like that? I'll start now," she said, slowly beginning to. Jiang Li followed her pace, slowly pulling weeds as well. Seeing how fast Jiang Li weeded yesterday, Chen Jinhua started to complain. "Jiang, I remember you weeded pretty fast yesterday.
Why are you so slow today?
Are you doing it on purpose?" Jiang Li smiled politely, but didn't show her true feelings. "Auntie, you've been farming for decades. You shouldn't be so slow. My speed is about the same as yours. Do you really think it's okay to complain about me?" Chen Jinhua's face twitched, realizing Jiang Li was deliberately teasing her. Not wanting to lose out, Chen Jinhua stopped pretending to be lazy. The new worker was from a wealthy family. She didn't care about earning work points, but her family's livelihood depended on it. Without work points, there would be no grain, and she would go hungry. Mu Jingshuan saw Jiang Li's actions from not far away and truly admired her cleverness. It was very difficult for others to scheme against her or take advantage of her. While Mu Jingshuan was working, an older woman who was working with him asked, "Mu Jiqing, I see you're not young anymore. Do you have a partner? If you're willing, I can introduce you to my daughter." Mu Jingshuan, who was being helped by this caring woman, looked at Jiang Li and shook his head decisively. He wanted to marry someone he liked, and no one else could arrange that for him. Mu Jingshuan said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. My parents have said I should follow their arrangements. They will help me find someone later, and I shouldn't be choosing a partner randomly." Hearing Mu Jingshuan's answer, the old woman's eyes dimmed a little. Mu Jingshuan's family was clearly well off, and his relatives probably wanted to arrange a marriage with a family of equal status. The local girls from the countryside likely wouldn't be interested. Mu Jingshuan couldn't rely on that, and soon the old woman focused her attention on Bai Zirong. Bai Zirong also made an excuse, saying his family had already arranged a marriage for him. The two new young men were both good, but there was no hope of an introduction. The old woman felt disappointed and lost her energy for work. Meanwhile, the team members mostly gossiped about Lu Yulan and Sun Wunwin. Many saw Lu Yulan touching Sun Wunwin's body, and her innocence was considered lost. If she didn't marry Lu Yulan, who else would want to marry her? Which man would be willing to take her in? Sun Wunwin, hearing these rumors, was so angry she wanted to sew their mouths shut. Yes, Lu Yulan did touch her, but she didn't sleep with him. Aunt Ho Hot was quite satisfied with the team's gossip and deliberately said in front of everyone, don't worry. Our Lu Yulan touched Sun Jiqing, and he will take responsibility. Our Li family is not irresponsible. Later, I will go to propose marriage to Sun Jiqing. After saying this, Aunt Ho Hot took Lu Yulan and a matchmaker from the team to the youth camp after lunch. She made a big show of proposing marriage, almost making Sun Wunwin furious. The older youth from the camp all came out to watch the fun. Zhongli had been about to sit down and eat, but seeing the commotion, she grabbed her bowl and went out to see what was happening. Now, it was a contest of who was more capable, Aunt Ho-Hot or Sun Wunwin. Sun Wunwin saw Aunt Ho-Hot and Li Matzi coming to propose marriage. She grabbed a stick and waved it at them. "You better not talk nonsense. Li Matzi saved me from drowning, but he didn't do anything to me. I will never marry him, and your family doesn't need to take responsibility. Stay far away from me. If you dare to mention this again, I will beat you to death." Seeing Sun Wunwin like this, Aunt Ho-Hot stepped back a few paces. "Sun Jiqing, our family is just being responsible. Now, everyone knows that your body was touched by my family's heir Matzi. If you don't marry him, you'll never marry anyone in the future. How can a woman not marry? Without a husband who will support you. Isn't that right?" Sun Wunwin spat on the ground. If Aunt Ho-Hot hadn't dodged quickly, the spit would have hit her face. Aunt Ho-Hot was a bit annoyed by Sun Wunwin's behavior. This little girl dared to spit at her. When she marries her, she will teach her a lesson. Even if I never marry, I won't marry Li Matzi. Did I say I would take responsibility? Get lost. Stay far away from me, Sun Wunwin said, then swung her stick at Aunt Ho-Hot and Li Matzi. Seeing her act so crazy, Aunt Ho-Hot had no choice but to take Li Matzi and leave the youth camp. Although the mother and daughter left, Sun Wunwin still ran back to her room crying and covering her face. Zhongli was busy eating her rice and felt bored. Is that all? Aunt Ho-Hot's fighting power seemed weak. Zhongli finished eating her melon with no interest and went back to eat more. After eating, she went to the fields to pull some weeds in the afternoon, then went up the mountain to practice. Others thought Zhongli was going to hunt wild game, not knowing if she could catch anything this time. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong finished work early too, and they planned to go to the mountain. Zhongli entered the deep mountains and found a place full of spiritual energy to meditate and practice. After more than an hour, she broke out in a light sweat on her forehead. When she finished practicing, Zhongli wiped the sweat from her forehead and began to search the mountain with her spiritual awareness. She was originally looking for herbs or wild game. Finally, she saw two people fighting. Although Zhongli had watched many movies in her past life, this kind of live broadcast was her first time seeing. It was really intense. Soon, Zhongli recognized the main male character, Pung Jiang. As for the female lead, Zhongli didn't know her, but she could tell from her calculations that she was the daughter of the village secretary's family, Li Yulan. Zhongli was immediately disgusted. If these two were really just having casual, that would be one thing, but if they were a couple, it's natural to sometimes lose control. Zhongli isn't the kind of traditional person. Relations don't necessarily have to wait until marriage. However, over the past few days, Pung Jiang has been acting overly attentive in front of her, only to go off and have casual with other women. He's a real scumbag, an awful one. Using her mental powers, Zhongli listened in on their conversation. She saw that Li Yulan was speaking softly, clearly worried about being overheard, but sometimes she couldn't help raising her voice. After 3 minutes, they finished. Seeing how quickly they wrapped up, Zhongli felt even more speechless. With Pung Jiang's limited strength, who could he impress? Li Yulan probably just loves being in love or hasn't experienced other men. Otherwise, with Pung Jiang's poor stamina, no one would look up to him. Li Yulan leaned into Pung Jiang's arms and asked, "Jiang, do you like the new girl, Zhang Jiqing? Why have you been so attentive to her these past few days?" Her tone was full of grievance and jealousy. Pung Jiang hurriedly comforted her. "No, I only care for the new girl because I'm in charge of the youth. She's not as good as you. Look at her, so fierce. She's quick to fight if she's upset. Men prefer gentle women like you. You're kind and understanding, unlike those city girls who are hard to please." Zhongli felt speechless listening to this. Why was he trying to put her down? He deserves a slap for that. As for Li Yulan, she was happily deceived by Pung Jiang's words, her heart fluttering. "All right, I believe you. Jigang, I've given you my body, so you have to take responsibility. When will you come to propose to me at my home? Lu Yulan was the daughter of the village secretary. If Pung Jiang married her, he wouldn't be at a loss. Before Zhongli arrived, Pung Jiang had already planned to marry Lu Yulan.
But now he wanted to wait and see.
If there was no chance with Zhongli, he might choose to marry Lu Yulan instead. However, Pung Jiang couldn't reveal his true thoughts and tried to coax her. Let's wait a bit longer. I'll come to your house to propose. Don't you think we should prepare some gifts? Otherwise, your parents won't look favorably on me. I plan to talk to my family about us, have them send some money and a letter. Then I'll buy some things and come over. Your parents will be more comfortable trusting me to marry you. Lu Yulan still believed Pung Jiang's words were true and felt touched by how much this man valued her. Okay, Jiang, then I'll wait for you to marry me, Lu Yulan said, affectionately wrapping her arms around Pung Jiang's neck. Seeing the two start to get intimate again, Zhongli felt her eyes hurt. Forget it. She decided not to watch anymore and washed her eyes. Just as she was about to withdraw her mental energy, she sensed Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong heading toward Pung Jiang and the others. Zhongli didn't want them to see such a passionate scene, but she didn't have time to stop them. At this moment, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong heard strange sounds from the bushes and followed the noise. To their surprise, they saw a very intense scene of intimacy. The main person involved was Pung Jiang. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong shared Zhongli's thoughts. It wasn't unusual for Pung Jiang to be involved with other women, but he had been acting kindly in front of Zhongli these days, only to be with other women behind her back, eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. As men, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong felt ashamed of Pung Jiang's behavior. The two were so engrossed in their own activity that they didn't notice anyone approaching and continued passionately. Mu Jingxuan's face grew colder. Knowing what kind of person Pung Jiang was, he would have to be careful around such a scoundrel in the future. Zhongli was such a good girl. She must not be hurt by someone like Pung Jiang. Bai Zirong whispered to Mu Jingxuan, "Brother Sun, my eyes hurt. When we go back, I need to wash my eyes thoroughly." Mu Jingxuan also wanted to say he needed to wash his eyes. "Let's go then, stop watching," Bai Zirong pulled Mu Jingxuan. "Sunji, should we ignore these two? They're messing around with relationships. Should we report them? Pung Jiang isn't a good person. If he stays, what if he keeps bothering Zhongli in the future?" If it were someone else, Bai Zirong probably wouldn't want to interfere, but Zhongli was different. Hearing Bai Zirong's words, Zhongli's mental energy felt touched. She didn't expect Bai Zirong to think of her. For those who show her kindness, Zhongli wouldn't mistreat them. Mu Jingxuan frowned slightly. "It's too late to report now. When we call others over, these two will be done." Zhongli almost couldn't help but laugh at Mu Jingxuan's words. Should she tell him the truth? With Pung Jiang's limited skills, he wouldn't last long. Mu Jingxuan had only taken a few steps before it was over. Bai Zirong also thought so. If he went down the mountain now to call people, everything here would already be over. But these two were messing around with each other in a way that looked really disgusting. Bai Zirong suddenly had an idea and quietly moved toward Pung Jiang and the others. Mu Jingxuan grabbed Bai Zirong and asked, "What are you going to do?" Bai Zirong whispered, "Brother Sun, I want to steal their clothes." "What if they can't find their clothes later?" Mu Jingxuan nodded silently. "I'll go too." Bai Zirong looked at Mu Jingxuan in surprise. "Brother Sun, since when did you become so mischievous?" Mu Jingxuan didn't respond. Did he really say that about himself? Zhongli, with her mental powers, naturally knew what they were planning.
She found it amusing again.
These two really were mischievous. Bai Zirong usually had a playful personality, so Zhongli wasn't surprised that he would do such things. But Mu Jingxuan looked very proper, and Zhongli never thought he would do something like this. This guy was sneaky. Pung Jiang and Lu Yulan were lost in their own world, not expecting anyone to come close and steal their clothes. Once they had the clothes, Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan quickly left. A few minutes later, Pung Jiang and Lu Yulan finished their fight. Pung Jiang felt it was getting late and tried to coax Lu Yulan to go back now. But when they went to look for their clothes, they found them missing. Pung Jiang panicked immediately. If the clothes were gone, how could they go back? If they went back, it would be obvious to everyone that they were sneaking around together. Lu Yulan was also a bit nervous, but she was less worried than Pung Jiang. If their relationship was exposed, so what? She was planning to marry Pung Jiang anyway. Neither of them was married, so if they were caught, they could just show their marriage certificate. Pung Jiang was anxious about what to do now. Without the clothes, he couldn't go back. He decided they would have to wait until nightfall and sneak back. Pung Jiang hoped the young people at the youth camp wouldn't come looking for him, or he would definitely be exposed. After seeing Pung Jiang's situation, Zhongli put away her mental powers and started looking for game. Luckily, her luck was good. After releasing her mental powers, she quickly found 2 roe deer, 3 wild rabbits, 2 wild chickens, and a nest of eggs. She stored everything in her space and then planned to go down the mountain. Just as Zhongli was about to leave, she suddenly heard Bai Zirong calling for help. Help! Help! Someone save me! Oh no, you beast, can you stop chasing me? Zhongli quickly located Bai Zirong and moved swiftly to help. Then Zhongli saw a huge wild boar chasing after Bai Zirong. Seeing this, she naturally stepped forward to assist him. Zhongli quickly took out a small axe from her backpack. Mu Jingxuan saw Zhongli suddenly rush out and immediately ran to her, grabbing her and shielding her behind him. Then Mu Jingxuan softly warned, "Be careful. Don't get too close. If you get hurt, it will be bad. I am a man. I can handle this." Seeing Mu Jingxuan's action, Zhongli felt a warm feeling inside. Although she didn't need his protection, she was touched that he was willing to protect her and put her safety first during danger. Zhongli then pulled Mu Jingxuan back and said, "It's okay, let me handle it. I can protect myself and deal with this animal." She then grabbed her axe and rushed forward, directly confronting the wild boar. Zhongli raised her axe, leapt up, and with a swing, cut through the boar's neck. After cutting its neck, Zhongli quickly stepped back to avoid the blood splattering on her. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong watched this scene in shock. Could they be seeing things? How could such a thing be possible? Zhongli looked small and thin, but she had such skills and strength. The wild boar weighed over 300 jin, and wild boars in the mountains are very fierce animals. Yet, this young girl had killed it so easily? Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong thought Zhongli was incredibly powerful, almost beyond normal human ability, and they stared at her in amazement. After Zhongli finished dealing with the wild boar, she saw Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong staring blankly. She slightly raised her eyebrows. Were they frightened by how she handled the wild boar? Although Zhongli was a bit fierce with wild boars, she was not like that with her friends. They could rest assured. Normally, she was very gentle. Just as Zhongli was about to call Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong to help carry the boar down the mountain, 2 more wild boars suddenly appeared from the woods. Seeing the 2 boars rushing out, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong snapped out of their daze, their eyes showing worry and tension again. Zhongli immediately shouted to Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, "Hurry, come behind me." If they hadn't seen Zhongli and the wild boars, when they heard Zhongli's call, they probably wouldn't have hidden behind her. Instead, they would have thought of ways to protect their female teammate. But now, knowing Zhongli's strength, they realized that hiding behind her only adds to her burden. Seeing Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zihong quickly hide behind her, Zhongli shows a satisfied smile. She likes to listen to advice. Zhongli continues to grip her machete tightly and steps forward to attack the 2 wild boars that have charged out. These are wild boars, after all, and they are meat. If these few boars are carried down the mountain, the team members can enjoy a good meal, which is also a way to earn merit. Although the merit points gained this time might be a bit less, Zhongli doesn't mind. Slow and steady wins the race.
Viangli swiftly scenes her machete.
The 2 fierce wild boars are no match for Zhongli, who easily overpowers them like tiny chicks. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zihong are still amazed. They knew Zhongli was strong, but they didn't expect her to be this powerful. It seems they need to update their understanding of her strength. After killing 2 more wild boars, Zhongli looks at the 3 large boars lying on the ground. thinking that she can share plenty of meat with the team this time. These 3 big boars, however, might be difficult to carry down the mountain. Jiang Li says to Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zihong, "Each of us takes one. Try to see if you can carry them." Seeing that the boars weigh about 300 jin, around 150 kilograms, their brows furrow deeply. 300 jin is not a small weight. How could one person carry such a heavy boar? Is Jiang Li trusting them too much, or is she teasing them? Seeing their awkward expressions and silence, Jiang Li realizes they probably can't carry a 300 jin boar. But she also understands that ordinary people might struggle with such weight. She glances at the 3 boars on the ground and picks the smallest one, about 200 jin, around 100 kilograms, then says to Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zihong, "You two try to lift this one together. If you can lift it, we can go down the mountain now. If not, go back and inform the team to come and help carry the boars." Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zihong work together and manage to lift the 200 jin boar. It's still quite heavy, but with their combined effort, they barely manage to lift it. We can carry them together, but there are 2 ends to consider. One trip definitely won't get them down the mountain. We should call the team members to help carry the wild boars up the mountain. Just as Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong finished speaking, they saw Jiang Li lift the 2 wild boars off the ground. One wild boar, weighing about 300 pounds, on one shoulder. 2 of them would be 600 pounds, and Jiang Li lifted them effortlessly. Bai Zirong's mouth opened wide, almost able to fit an egg inside. Mu Jingxuan was also shocked and amazed. Who can tell them, is Jiang Li human? Can a normal person have such strength? Thinking about how they, 2 grown men, struggled to carry a wild boar of over 200 pounds, yet Jiang Li easily lifted 2 300-pound boars alone. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong instantly felt like their faces were being crushed under Jiang Li's foot. They, 2 strong men, were actually weaker than Jiang Li, a woman. Jiang Li carried the boars about 10 meters away, then stopped and looked back at them. She said, "What are you 2 standing there for? Hurry up and follow me." Only then did Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong snap out of their shock and quickly caught up with Jiang Li. She was carrying 2 large boars and had a powerful talisman on herself, so 600 pounds was no problem. Without the magic of the mystical arts, most people couldn't lift such heavy wild boars. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, working together with 20 people, couldn't match Jiang Li's strength. She moved swiftly, almost like she was flying, while they were exhausted, beads of sweat on their foreheads. The 3 of them reached the foot of the mountain fairly quickly. Once there, Jiang Li put down the 2 wild boars. Seeing Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong covered in sweat and looking tired, she figured they might struggle to carry them further. It was fine to leave the boars here. They had reached the foot of the mountain, so they just needed to notify the team leader and members to come over. Jiang Li told Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, "You watch the boars here. I'll go and inform the team leader." Both of them were very tired and didn't have the energy to do the notifying, so Jiang Li went instead, giving them a chance to rest. After Jiang Li left, Bai Zirong, panting heavily, said to Mu Jingxuan, "Brother Sun, how does Sister Li have such great strength? Is she too incredible? Who has a girl that's strong? Compared to her, I feel like I'm useless as a man." Bai Zirong was quite discouraged, and Mu Jingxuan felt the same. Jiang Li was so amazing that Mu Jingxuan felt the gap between himself and the girl was quite big. Such a talented girl. Could he really like her? Yes, Mu Jingxuan felt some admiration for Jiang Li. This feeling was different from anything he'd experienced with other women. But Jiang Li was so outstanding. If he was not as capable as her, why would she like him? Mu Jingxuan clenched his fists. Over the years, he had been a bit lazy. He should work harder. Meanwhile, Jiang Li had gone to the fields to call Captain Li Changping. Seeing Jiang Li rush over worriedly, Li Changping thought she had encountered some trouble and asked quickly, "Jiang Jiqing, what's wrong?" Jiang Li replied, "Captain Mu Jiqing by Jiqing, and I ran into some wild boars when we went up the mountain." She hadn't finished speaking when Li Changping asked anxiously, "Are you all hurt?" Wild boars are fierce animals in the mountains. If they encounter one and get attacked, the situation could be very serious. No matter what, These young people sent from the city were assigned by the authorities. If something unexpected happened locally, Captain Li would have a hard time explaining. Plus, it could affect their team's evaluations and awards. Seeing Li Changping look so worried, Zhang Li quickly said, "Captain, it's okay. We're all fine." Hearing this, Li Changping finally relaxed. Zhang Li continued, "Not only are we fine, but we also killed 3 wild boars. They're now at the foot of the mountain. Please arrange some people to handle this." Li Changping's eyes widened in disbelief. "Jiang Jiqing, you said you killed 3 big wild boars?" "Yes, Captain. Please arrange to distribute the meat to the team." Although Li Changping found it hard to believe, he trusted that Zhang Li wouldn't joke about such things. He was very excited inside. How long had it been since the team had meat? The last time was during the New Year, when they slaughtered pigs. It had been half a year, and they hadn't seen even a bit of meat. They were eager for some. Especially now, during the busy farming season, everyone was working hard. If they didn't eat well, their health could suffer. Being able to share some meat was really good. It would satisfy their cravings and help them recover their strength. Li Changping immediately called the team members over to help carry the wild boars from the foot of the mountain, so they could share the meat later. The team members' reactions were similar. First shock, then excitement. Soon, the team members cheered together, excited to eat meat.
Great. Great.
We're going to have meat now. Wow, we're lucky. The new young workers caught a wild boar, and now we can share the meat. Everyone come quickly. Let's all help to prepare the wild boar, so we can eat sooner. At this moment, both adults and children in the victory production team were happy to have meat to eat. Li Changping and the team members quickly reached the foot of the mountain. When they arrived, they saw 3 wild boars lying on the ground. Li Changping thought that this time, the team members would enjoy good food. The 3 large wild boars meant they could share several pounds of meat, which was more than what they usually get during the New Year slaughter. Although wild boar meat isn't as tasty as farm pig meat for the villagers, just having meat was enough. They didn't care whether it was farm pig or wild boar. Before seeing the 3 big wild boars, many team members couldn't believe the new young workers had actually caught wild boars. Now that they saw the boars lying in front of them, they knew it was true. Wow, those new young workers are really talented. They actually caught wild boars. Amazing skills. Yeah, even the professional hunters in our team usually have to be careful around wild boars, but they managed to catch 3 at once. I think Mu Jiqing and Bai Jiqing are tall and strong. Obvious they're capable. It's no surprise they caught wild boars. Exactly. Among the young workers in our team, they seem the most capable. Being able to catch wild boars shows their real skill. If a girl from our village married them, she'd be very lucky. Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zhirong were nearby, listening to the team members, especially the older women, praising them. Instead of feeling happy, they felt their cheeks grow hot. The others misunderstood. They thought the wild boars were caught by them, but actually, Zhang Li was the one who caught them. The credit belonged to Zhang Li alone. Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zhirong didn't want to take the credit, so they explained to the team members, "Everyone, you're mistaken. We didn't catch these wild boars. Jiang Jiqing did." Although they wanted to clear up the misunderstanding, the team members didn't seem to believe them. An older woman directly said, "Mu Jiqing, Bai Jiqing, don't talk nonsense. With such thin arms and legs, how could Jiang Jiqing catch wild boars? You say that others can still be trusted. Do you believe what you are saying?" Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zhirong felt speechless. This story sounds unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have thought that Zhang Li, a delicate young woman, could kill 3 wild boars alone. So, it's understandable that the older woman doesn't believe them. Since no one believes the clarification, Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zhirong gave up explaining. This time, both of them owe their thanks to Zhang Li. The team members are happy to eat wild pig meat and are grateful to the person who brought it. They believe that in the future, they will get more help from that person. Team leader Li Changping arranged for the team members to carry the wild boars to an open area, then called a few more people to help process the meat. Because everyone was eager to eat, they worked quickly and enthusiastically. With many hands and skilled workers, The 3 big wild boars were soon processed. Since all 3 were fat, there was plenty of meat. Li Chongping asked Jiang Li and the others, Zhang young worker, Mu young worker, Bai young worker, these wild boars were caught by you. You contributed the most. You can ask for your share of the meat and decide how much and which parts. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong looked at Jiang Li. They trusted her to decide everything. They knew that Jiang Li was mainly responsible for catching the boars, and they only helped carry one down the mountain. Now, Jiang Li was also in charge of cooking and deciding how to share the meat. Seeing that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong left the decision to her, Jiang Li didn't mind. She said to Li Chongping, Captain, I want 2 jin of pig fat, 2 jin of wild boar meat, and half a pig's head. Please give me 2 ribs and also 2 pieces of pig intestines. Jiang Li's request wasn't much. Li Chongping thought she was considerate of the team members, only asking for these few things. Except for the pig fat, the head meat, ribs, and intestines are parts that rural folks usually don't care much about. After receiving the meat, Jiang Li said to Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, let's go back. Okay, Mu Jingxuan replied. Since the smell of pig intestines was quite strong and might have soiled Jiang Li's clothes, he kindly offered, Jiang Jiqing, let me carry this. Jiang Li, not bothering to refuse, handed everything in her hands to him. As for how to divide the pork among the team members, she didn't need to worry. Team leader Li Chongping would arrange it. First, Li Chongping counted the meat and then distributed it evenly. The standard for dividing the meat was naturally based on the number of people. Because Jiang Li had caught a lot of meat this time, 3 big wild boars, which, after removing bones and miscellaneous parts, still weighed about 600 to 700 jin. The Victory Production Brigade had about 1,000 people, so on average, each person could get about 6 or 7 liang of pork. That was quite a lot for one person. Families with many members could get several jin of meat. One by one, the team members received their share, praising Jiang Li, Mu Jingxuan, and Bai Zirong, the 3 new educated youths. Without these 3, they wouldn't have been able to eat meat. When Sun Wunwin and Lu Yulan heard the team members praising Jiang Li so highly, they were instantly furious. They thought Jiang Li was very lucky, taking advantage of Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong to get the spotlight. Both believed that it wasn't Jiang Li who killed the wild boars, but Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, and Jiang Li was just riding on their coattails. Jiang Li and the others carried their things back to the educated youth station. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong followed Jiang Li's instructions to wash the pig ribs and intestines. Bai Zirong almost vomited from the strong smell while washing the intestines. He suspiciously looked at Jiang Li and asked, Sister Li, are you sure we can eat something this stinky? Jiang Li confidently replied, yes, you can eat it. Don't worry, what I make won't smell bad. It will taste better than the meat. Bai Zirong still had doubts. Such a strong smell was hard to associate with something delicious. Anyway, since Jiang Li asked him to handle it, he would follow her instructions. If it still smelled bad after cooking, he wouldn't eat it. While Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong cleaned the pig heads and intestines, Jiang Li didn't sit idle. She took 2 jin of pork fat to make lard. She cut the pork fat into pieces and slowly boiled it in a pot. Soon, the aroma of pork lard filled the air. Jiang Li finished making the lard, which was enough for them to use for a while. The leftover pork cracklings could be sprinkled with salt and pepper to eat directly, or used for cooking, making dumplings, or chive pockets. Jiang Li first served herself a small bowl with a sprinkle of pepper and salt. She ate a piece, which was fragrant and crispy, even better than small fried pork pieces. It made a great snack. Jiang Li then handed the freshly cooked, crispy pork cracklings to Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. These pork cracklings just came out of the pan and they taste pretty good. Do you want to try some? Bai Zirong immediately washed his hands and grabbed a handful, stuffing it into his mouth. Sister Li, you're amazing. How can you make pork cracklings so delicious? So fragrant and crispy. Seeing that Bai Zirong liked it, Jiang Li smiled and said, if you like it, eat more. There are plenty left. Bai Zirong grabbed another handful and kept eating. All right, Sister Li, it's really tasty, but I won't eat any more. If I eat too much, I won't be able to finish dinner. I'm waiting for you to make something delicious for me. Jiang Li then offered some pork cracklings to Mu Jingxuan. Mu Jiqing, do you want to try some? Mu Jingxuan raised his hand. My hands are dirty. I'll eat after I wash them. Jiang Li simply took a few pieces and fed them to him directly. Try now, or they won't be as crispy later, and it will affect the taste. Seeing Jiang Li feeding him, Mu Jingxuan was momentarily surprised. She was actually feeding him? What's wrong? Don't want to eat? Jiang Li asked when Mu Jingxuan didn't respond. Mu Jingxuan quickly opened his mouth. As he ate the pork cracklings Jiang Li fed him, his lips accidentally touched her fingertips. He felt a jolt like an electric shock, and his ears turned red quickly. Is it good? Yes, it's good. Mu Jingxuan nodded, but didn't dare to look at Jiang Li. Do you want more? I can feed you some more. Mu Jingxuan shook his head. No, I've had enough. If I eat more, I won't be able to finish dinner. Jiang Li didn't think much of it, but she found it strange that Mu Jingxuan's ears suddenly turned red. At this moment, the other young workers also received wild boar meat and returned to the youth camp. When Sun Wunwin arrived, she saw Jiang Li feeding pork cracklings to Mu Jingxuan. Seeing their interaction, Sun Wunwin clenched her fists tightly. That woman, Jiang Li, was deliberately trying to flirt with Mu Jingxuan. Mu Jingxuan belonged to her. No one could take him away. A cold glint flashed in Sun Wunwin's eyes. Because of Jiang Li, she had endured many rumors these past days. She had to find a way to deal with her. Besides taking revenge, she also needed to cut off her connection with Mu Jingxuan. Seeing that most of the pork cracklings in her bowl had been eaten, Jiang Li didn't want to eat more and decided to take the remaining pork cracklings and walk around the brigade. Because there were many children in the team, Jiang Li called them over to share some pork fat and cracklings. The children loved to eat it because it tasted good and contained some oil and water. For rural folks, oil and water are often hard to come by. When they ate the pork cracklings, everyone was very happy. Because of this, Jiang Li became the favorite older sister among the children. After distributing the pork cracklings, Jiang Li went back home. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong had already cleaned the large pork intestines and ribs. They also washed some Chinese cabbage. Dinner shouldn't only be pork intestines, they needed to eat some vegetables too. Seeing that all the ingredients were cleaned, Jiang Li went to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Over at the youth station, other young people, having received wild boar meat, were busy cooking and eating. No one had noticed that one person was missing. Captain Pung Jiang hadn't come back yet. Everyone was eager to eat meat, so no one remembered that Pung Jiang was absent. Sometimes delays happen and that's normal. Jiang Li first stir-fried some Chinese cabbage with pork cracklings, adding the cracklings to make the cabbage more flavorful and juicy. Then she continued to cook a stir-fry with pork intestines and braised ribs. The aroma of both dishes was so tempting that it made everyone's mouths water. The smell was so good that Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan couldn't wait to eat. After half an hour, they finally sat down to enjoy a hearty dinner. Bai Zirong first tasted the ribs. The meat on the ribs was very tender and fell off the bone easily. The ribs tasted great, even better than usual. At that time, people loved eating fatty meat because, in the 1970s and 80s, there wasn't enough oil and water, so they preferred foods with more fat. But Bai Zirong thought Jiang Li's ribs were even tastier than fatty meat. He praised her, saying, "Li Jia, your cooking is really amazing." Hearing this, Jiang Li smiled and said, "Don't just eat the ribs, try the pork intestines. They taste even better." Bai Zirong looked at the plate of pork intestines and remembered how he had just cleaned them. The thought of the contents inside made him hesitant to eat. He asked Li Jia, "Can we really eat this? Is it really tasty?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and said, "You don't trust my cooking?" Bai Zirong trusted her skills, but still felt a bit uneasy about the pork intestines. He hesitated before picking up his chopsticks again. Only brave people could eat such things. "Li Jiqing, I believe you," Mu Jingxuan said as he bit into a piece of pig intestine. Bai Zirong looked at Mu Jingxuan with admiration. Their brother Sun really is brave, he can eat pig intestines. While feeling impressed, Bai Zirong eagerly looked at Mu Jingxuan, wanting to hear his opinion. "Are these pig intestines really tasty? Brother Sun, how is it? Is it good or not?" Mu Jingxuan didn't answer immediately, which made Bai Zirong even more eager to ask. Mu Jingxuan was surprised by the flavor of the pig intestines. He hadn't expected that, after cleaning, the pig intestines that smelled bad could turn into such delicious food. Mu Jingxuan shook his head and said, "Not good.
Don't eat it."
Even though he said it wasn't tasty, he quickly used his chopsticks to grab more pig intestines and put them in his mouth. Seeing this, Bai Zirong understood clearly. Brother Sun was pretending it was bad, so he could eat it all himself. "Brother Sun, you're unfair. I want to eat too," Bai Zirong said, grabbing his chopsticks and quickly picking a piece of pig intestine to eat. Jiangli watched their interaction and couldn't help but smile. Mu Jingxuan was a bit cunning. When Bai Zirong tasted the pig intestines, his eyes showed shock and amazement. "Sisterly, you're amazing. You turned something trash into treasure. How can you make something so delicious from such a stinky thing?" Jiangli smiled and said, "If you like it, I'll make it again next time." Many rural folks don't eat pig intestines. They buy them cheaply and don't need receipts. If you want to eat some, just go to the county town. The meat factory supplies it daily, so it's easy to buy. Everyone here enjoyed the meal happily, and the other young workers also ate with joy. They rarely get to eat meat, but today each person had about 6 or 7 ounces, so they could eat freely. After everyone finished eating, the older workers remembered that Pung Jiang hadn't come back yet, and it was getting late, which was suspicious. So some of the older workers went to knock on Jiang Li's door. The visitor was Lin Shuang, the female squad leader at the young workers' camp. Lin Shuang asked Jiang Li, "Jiang Zhigong, did you see Pung Jiang this afternoon?" Jiang Li had seen him, but now she had to say she hadn't. Jiang Li shook her head and said no. Lin Shuang responded and then said, "Jiang Zhigong, if you see Pung Jiang again, let us know." "Okay, Lin Zhigong." After asking at Jiang Li's place, Lin Shuang went to knock on Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's doors. "Lin Jiqing, is something the matter?" Lin Shuang asked. "Pung Jiqing hasn't come back yet. It's so late, I don't know where he went. Have you seen him around?" Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong probably wouldn't say anything about the encounter on the mountain today. They secretly took Pung Jiang's clothes, likely hiding in the mountains now, and unable to come down. Both guessed that Pung Jiang was waiting until night to sneak back. Neither showed any unusual behavior in front of Lin Shuang. "No, we haven't seen Pung Jiang. Did something happen to him? Should we go look for him? If you need help finding someone, just let us know." Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan weren't really helping out of kindness. They just thought Pung Jiang was probably hiding in the mountains without clothes. If someone found him, they might see him without clothes, which was quite a shocking thought. Just imagining it made them excited. They both wanted to see the gossip. They were especially interested in the drama involving Pung Jiang, a scoundrel. At this moment, Lin Shuang was also considering whether to go look for Pung Jiang. Since he hadn't come back late at night, there was probably a reason. But going out now to find him, where could she look? She had no clues. Plus, Pung Jiang might have gone somewhere for an urgent matter, or been delayed by some special reason. Lin Shuang and the old educated youths discussed and decided to wait until dawn. If Pung Jiang still hadn't returned by morning, they would inform the team leader to arrange for people to search for him. Searching during the day would be easier, especially with more people involved. More people meant more strength, and they might find Pung Jiang quickly. If the team couldn't find him, they could report to the police, better than searching in the middle of the night at their youth point. So, the youths at the youth point decided to wait and see if Pung Jiang would come back by morning. After Jiang Li finished washing up, she lay down to meditate and cultivate. Perhaps because the spiritual energy here was more abundant, she felt her cultivation was progressing much faster than in her previous life. In her past life, her rapid progress was largely thanks to resources from the mysterious sect, but in this life, she had fewer resources at her disposal. Jiang Li finished her cultivation and was about to sleep when she sensed she had gained some merit points again. As she had expected, this time, by sharing a meal with everyone, she truly accumulated merit. Initially, Jiang Li thought she could only earn a few merit points, which seemed impressive. But suddenly, she gained over 100 points. Jiang sensed something was wrong and calculated that these merit points came from Bai Zirong. This time, Jiang helped those wild boars, which was considered saving Bai Zirong. If she hadn't appeared, Bai Zirong might have been seriously injured. The high merit points she received for helping Bai Zirong were not only because he could do many good things for China in the future, but also because Bai Zirong's ancestors had accumulated a lot of virtue. The Bai family had been kind and helpful for many generations, saving many villagers. This person was benefiting from his ancestors' good deeds. Jiang helped such a person, so she earned a lot of merit points. Gaining so many merit points at once made Jiang feel she had really gained a lot. If she kept earning merit this quickly, she would be confident when she ascended and faced her trials. Jiang happily planned to sleep, but then she sensed movement outside the educated youth camp. Pung Jiang, whose clothes had been stolen, had quietly returned to the camp. Under the cover of night, Pung Jiang slipped back to his room. When he was sure no one else was around, he finally relaxed. Although he had escaped danger, Pung Jiang was feeling uncomfortable. He had spent so long in the mountains and had been bitten by many mosquitoes along the way. Also, because he and Li Yuehong had been alone, undressed, and together, Li Yuehong kept pestering him to do things several times. Pung Jiang thought that doing such things occasionally was okay, but doing so many in one day was exhausting and could drain his strength. He felt he couldn't keep up and was more determined than ever not to be with Li Yuehong. With a woman like her, how could he ever satisfy her in the future? Jiang no longer paid attention to Pung Jiang's problems and lay down to sleep. The next day, the old educated youths saw Pung Jiang return and finally relaxed. Pung Jiang, where did you go last night? Why did it take so long to come back?
We were worried about you.
Yes, Pung Jiang. What happened yesterday? Why didn't you come back so late? Pung Jiang naturally didn't tell the truth about where he had been. He had already coordinated with Li Yuehong on what to say. I went to the mountains yesterday to gather firewood, but I didn't expect to fall into a pit. It took a lot of effort to climb out, he explained. Hearing his story, the other educated youths didn't think much about it. Pung Jiang, you're lucky to have climbed out on your own. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found you, and you wouldn't know how long you were trapped. Pung Jiang managed a guilty smile and said, Yes, luckily I was lucky, or I can't imagine what might have happened. Good, now you're safe. Next time you go up the mountain, it's better to go with others. Going alone can be risky if something happens. Pung Jiang nodded. Yes, that's right. Next time I go up the mountain, I definitely won't go alone. Now that Pung Jiang was back, everyone felt relieved. Lin Shuang handed him the 6 or 7 ounces of wild boar meat that had been originally assigned to him yesterday. Pung Jiang looked at Lin Shuang with some confusion. Why are you giving me so much meat? Lin Shuang explained that the meat was from the wild boar caught by Jiang Li and the others on the mountain, and it was shared among everyone. Since Pung Jiang was not there yesterday, Lin Shuang helped bring his share back. Now she was just returning what belonged to him. Hearing that Jiang Li, Bai Zirong, and Mu Jingshuan had gone up the mountain and caught a wild boar, Pung Jiang's face changed slightly. These 3 had gone up the mountain yesterday too? He wondered if they saw what he and Li Yuehong were doing. If others found out about that, it would be considered inappropriate behavior. Oh, they actually caught a wild boar? Did they say anything about what they saw on the mountain? Pung Jiang asked Lin Shuang cautiously. Lin Shuang shook her head. No, they didn't say anything. Did they see me on the mountain? Lin Shuang continued shaking her head. No, if they had seen you, that would be good. They could have helped you pull you out of the pit. It wouldn't have taken so long for you to be trapped. Pung Jiang felt reassured by her words. The mountain was so big, it was normal they didn't run into each other. If they had, Pung Jiang thought those 3 would definitely report him. Seeing that everything was fine, Pung Jiang relaxed. He happily carried the 6 or 7 ounces of meat back, waiting to cook it for lunch. But after hearing that Jiang Li and the others had caught a wild boar, Pung Jiang became more determined to get close to Jiang Li. If he could have her, he could eat meat every day, and he wouldn't be so happy just because of a little meat. In the morning, Jiang Li woke up and remembered that she still had a lot of pig fat residue left from yesterday. She boiled a pot of millet porridge, then chopped the pig fat residue and mixed it with chopped chives and shredded vermicelli, planning to make a few chive pockets to eat. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong quickly enjoyed the chive pockets Jiang Li made, constantly praising how delicious they were. After the three of them finished eating happily, they went to work together. The team leader saw that yesterday the three young workers had eaten meat with the team members, so today he assigned them to a group for lighter farm work, like pulling weeds. All three were capable, so working together would help them finish faster. Sun Wunwin saw Jiang Li and Mu Jingxuan, Pung Jiang, being assigned to the same group and immediately felt jealous, biting her lip. Jiang Li, this mean girl, was getting closer to Mu Jingxuan, and her threat was growing stronger. So Sun Wunwin was now even more eager to eliminate Jiang Li. Pung Jiang was still trying to get close to Jiang Li. Even though she rejected him, he kept trying to approach her. Seeing Pung Jiang bothering Jiang Li didn't get angry. Pung Jiang and Mu Jingxuan couldn't stand it anymore. Pung Jiang, who was always flirting and had a bad reputation, was trying to bother Jiang Li. What right did he have? What qualification did he have to bother Jiang Li? Mu Jingxuan directly told him, Pung young worker, Jiang young worker is a female comrade. Don't you think you're harassing her? Seeing Mu Jingxuan meddling, Pung Jiang immediately looked serious and said, Mu young worker, you're overdoing it. I just see Jiang young worker as a new female comrade, and as a male comrade, I want to help her as much as I can. Why do you say I'm harassing her? As the leader of the youth workers, isn't it right for me to care about the women in our village? Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong both disliked Pung Jiang's hypocritical attitude. They knew well what his real intentions were. Bai Zirong didn't want Pung Jiang to keep pretending in front of them, nor did he want him to bother Jiang Li. So Bai Zirong took out a pair of underwear from his pocket and waved it in front of Pung Jiang. Seeing Bai Zirong's move, Pung Jiang's face turned pale instantly. Jiang Li was stunned. Wasn't that Pung Jiang's underwear? Bai Zirong had tucked Pung Jiang's underwear into his pocket. That guy really didn't feel disgusted at all. Faced with Pung Jiang's shocked and angry expression, Bai Zirong smiled and said, Pung young worker, I found this pair of pants in the mountains yesterday. It looks a bit like yours. Is it yours? Seeing the underwear in Bai Zirong's hand, Pung Jiang couldn't hide his suspicion anymore. Yesterday, he and Lu Yulan's incident must have been seen by Bai Zirong. That's why Bai Zirong was asking about his and Lu Yulan's clothes suddenly disappearing. I initially thought he was taken away by a wild animal, and I also thought the animal wouldn't just tear his clothes apart. Now I understand that his clothes were taken by someone, and of course, not a single piece was left. The person who stole his clothes, needless to say, is Bai Zirong. When I think about how my affair with Lu Yulan was seen yesterday, Pung Jiang feels very guilty. When Bai Zirong shows him the underwear, Pung Jiang obviously can't admit it. He looks uncomfortable and says, this isn't mine. Maybe it's someone else's. There are many underwear that look similar. Bai Zirong smirks sarcastically, oh really? Not yours? Then forget it. Pung Jiang feels even more guilty under Bai Zirong's gaze. Now he is sure that Bai Zirong saw his affair with Lu Yulan. Otherwise, his tone wouldn't be so strange and meaningful. Because he's nervous about being exposed, cold sweat starts to appear on his forehead. Seeing Pung Jiang so nervous, Bai Zirong walks up, smiles, pats his shoulder, and comforts him. Pung Jiang, don't be nervous or scared. I'm not here to hurt you. Rest assured, I'm not someone who spreads rumors easily. Even if I saw some things, I wouldn't tell anyone. He then adds, but I think some people should be more sensible and not get so close to Jiang Jiang. Pung Jiang understands Bai Zirong's hint. Bai Zirong won't reveal his affair with Lu Yulan, but only if he keeps quiet. He must also stay away from Jiang Li and not have any inappropriate thoughts about her. Although Pung Jiang still wants to get Jiang Li, after weighing the pros and cons, he can only agree to Bai Zirong's request. After Pung Jiang leaves, Jiang Li gives Bai Zirong a big thumbs up. Bai Jiang, you're really impressive. I didn't expect you to get rid of Pung Jiang so easily. Bai Zirong chuckles, Jie Jiang, don't praise me too much. I just found out a little secret of his. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Jiang Li still admires him. Only someone as clever as him could think of such a sneaky trick. Normal people wouldn't do something like keep someone's underwear as a threat. Mu Jingxuan also gives Bai Zirong a thumbs up. Sometimes, these little flaws can be useful. If he hadn't threatened Pung Jiang with the underwear, this shameless scoundrel wouldn't be so easy to dismiss. No matter what method Bai Zirong used to send Pung Jiang away, he definitely helped Jiang Li solve a problem. Otherwise, with Pung Jiang clinging to her like that, Jiang Li really wouldn't know how to handle him. After all, they came with good intentions to help you. If you act recklessly, you'll only be seen as ungrateful and unreasonable. Bai Jihong, thank you so much this time, Bai Zirong chuckled. Li Jia, there's no need to be so formal. If you want to thank me, just cook me some good food.
Jiang Li nudda.
Of course, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. Bai Zirong was even happier to hear this. Mu Jingxuan, who was nearby, listened to Jiang Li and Bai Zirong's conversation and felt a bit jealous. Bai Zirong seemed better at showing his feelings, and Mu wondered if Jiang Li liked him more. Pung Jiang, who had left Jiang Li's side, was feeling uneasy. Although Bai Zirong said he wouldn't tell anyone as long as Pung didn't bother Jiang Li, Pung still felt threatened because he had something to lose. There was always a risk that this could be exposed someday. Pung Jiang couldn't accept such threats. He needed to find a way Bai Zirong couldn't stay. Mu Jingxuan was also involved with Bai Zirong, and he couldn't stay either. Pung suspected Mu had seen what happened with Li Yuehong, especially since they went up the mountain together yesterday. Pung quickly thought of ways to trap Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. Jiang Li and the others were capable and worked well together, so they finished the assigned farm work quickly. After finishing, they called the scorekeeper to record their work points. By noon, all the work was done, and the afternoon was theirs. Jiang Li usually went hunting in the mountains, hoping to catch more game. This way, she could sell more meat to earn money, buy herbs, and make pills to improve her cultivation. When they returned home at noon, they smelled a delicious aroma of braised pork as soon as they entered the courtyard. Jiang Li had already started braising the pig's head in the morning. Since they used a coal stove, she didn't need to add fire manually. The meat was slow-cooked in a clay pot, which was very convenient. Unlike the rural earth stoves that require adding firewood constantly, which can't be left unattended for long. Li Jia, it smells so good. Is it ready to eat? Bai Zirong couldn't wait to try the fragrant braised pig's head. Jiang Li and the others had left at 7 a.m., and now it was past 11, after more than 4 hours of cooking, so it was naturally ready and flavorful. Facing Bai Zirong's question, Jiang Li nodded and said, "Yes, the meat is ready. I am now steaming some rice and stir-frying vegetables. We can start eating soon." Hearing this, Bai Zirong immediately offered enthusiastically, "All right, Sister Li, you rest. I'll pick the vegetables, wash them, and rinse the rice." When Jiang Li heard this, a small smile appeared on her face, thinking that this young man was really helpful and hardworking. Since Bai Zirong was willing to do these chores voluntarily, Jiang Li naturally wouldn't stop him. She also wanted to relax a bit. Seeing Bai Zirong act so diligent in front of Jiang Li, Mu Jingxuan didn't want to fall behind. If he didn't try to show his effort now, his position in Jiang Li's heart might be less than Bai Zirong's. So Mu Jingxuan started competing with Bai Zirong to do more work. Bai Zirong noticed Mu Jingxuan was so eager and a bit confused. Bro Sun doesn't seem like himself today. Why is he competing to do chores with me? He used to not mind being lazy and even encouraged me to do more. At this moment, Jiang Li returned to her room to check the braised pig's head in the clay pot and see how it was cooking. Because the pig's head had been braised for over 4 hours, it was now very tender and soft. The meat was a rich sauce color, looking flavorful and well marinated. Jiang Li took some out and tasted it. It was really delicious. The aroma was tempting. Jiang Li thought she could also braise some pig intestines next time, as they taste just as good and are not inferior to stir-fried dishes. Seeing that the pig's head was ready, Jiang Li turned off the heat. Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan worked very quickly. Soon they finished washing the rice and vegetables. While the rice was steaming, Jiang Li started stir-frying the vegetables after a little while. For lunch, They had dry-fried green beans with some mincemeat added, which made the flavor even more fragrant. Besides vegetables and meat dishes, Zhongli also made a tomato and egg soup. She thought that next time she went to the county town, she should buy some seaweed and dried shrimp to add more variety to the soups. With ingredients from the garden, she could only make tomato and egg soup or loofah and egg soup now. Buying dried shrimp and seaweed would expand the types of soups and help her change flavors. When everything was ready, Zhongli sliced a big bowl of pig's head meat. Although there was quite a lot, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were big eaters. Both men had large appetites, and even if she brought out another plate, they could probably finish it. Zhongli also prepared a dipping sauce. Eating the braised pig's head meat directly was tasty, but dipping it in sauce made it even better. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong finally waited for the meal to start. The two quickly gathered at the table, began picking up pieces of pig's head meat, and started tasting. The marinated pigs had smelled very fragrant, but I don't know how it tastes. When the pig's head was put in the mouth, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong both exclaimed in surprise again. The flavor was truly amazing. After a brief moment of praise, the two of them happily ate without saying much more. Seeing Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's reactions, Zhongli couldn't help but think that these two guys are definitely big food lovers. After they finished eating and drinking their fill, Mu Jingxuan went to wash the dishes and clean the pots. Bai Zirong took a bucket to the river to fetch water. The family's water jar was almost empty, so Bai Zirong needed to refill it. Besides filling his own water jar, Bai Zirong also asked Zhongli, sisterly, "Is there enough water in your water jar? Do you want me to help you fill it later?" Zhongli's water jar still had a little water left, so she agreed. "Okay, then please fetch a bit more water later, and help me fill mine too."
Got it.
Bai Zirong, after enjoying a delicious meal, happily whistled as he went to fetch water. Sun Wunwin watched Bai Zirong's departing figure with a thoughtful expression. If she remembered correctly, she thought that on this day in her previous life, Bai Zirong was injured by a wild boar while going up the mountain and ended up disabled for life. At that time, Bai Zirong was quickly sent back to the city after the injury. But in this life, it didn't happen. Sun Wunwin wondered if she remembered wrong, since it's quite possible she got the exact timing mixed up. Or maybe some external factor caused this life to be different from the previous one. After all, in her previous life, Zhongli didn't exist, but in this life, she does. Sun Wunwin's gaze shifted away from Bai Zirong, and she cast a resentful look at Zhongli's room. That wicked woman better watch out. She would deal with her soon. Zhongli, after Bai Zirong left, thought about digging a water well. Fetching water from the river all the time was troublesome, so it would be better to dig a well herself. There were still a few years before the college entrance exams and her return to the city. Since she was going to stay here for a while, she might as well make things more convenient. Having a water well would make drinking and using water much easier. Thinking of this, Zhongli decided to discuss the idea of digging a well with the other educated youths. There were many people at the youth station, and if everyone was willing to contribute money, each person would only need to pay less than a yuan, just a few cents. However, conditions for the educated youths in the countryside weren't very good, and some people didn't want to spend even a few cents, preferring to work harder to fetch water. Zhongli wasn't counting on these people to fund the well. She just wanted to ask around first. If they can share the cost, that would be better. If they are unwilling to pay, she will cover it herself. In the end, only Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan agreed to pay for the water well, and another educated youth named Chu Ling, who was renting a single room, also said she would contribute. When the time comes, they will dig a water well at the educated youth courtyard, and the cost will be split equally among the four of them. Since the other educated youths are unwilling to pay, Zhongli had already discussed with them in advance. Once the well is finished, the paying youths will have priority to use it, and the others can use it when they are not using it. Essentially, they paid for the well, and the others benefit for free. The other youths who gained this advantage naturally have no objections. After confirming the plan for the water well, Zhongli went to Li Chongping's house to talk to the team leader about it. When Wu Meixia saw Zhongli arrive, she hurriedly approached and asked warmly, Jiang, educated youth, you came to see your team leader uncle, right? Is something wrong? Jiang Li nodded. Yes, Auntie, I have a small matter and need the team leader's help. Wu Meixia immediately shouted loudly into the house. Jiang Li was standing right next to Wu Meixia and was startled by her loud voice. The aunt's voice was really loud, but it seemed many older women in the countryside have similarly loud voices. Li Chongping hurriedly came out of the house. When he saw Jiang Li coming to his home, he quickly greeted her. Wu Meixia told Li Chongping, "Little Jiang, the educated youth came to see you about something." Li Chongping immediately asked Jiang Li, "Jiang, educated youth, what can I do for you?" "Team leader, I want to dig a water well at the educated youth courtyard. Can you help me find workers?" Jiang Li was not familiar with the people in the team and didn't know who to ask for this kind of work, so it was best to come to the team leader. Seeing that it was a small matter, Li Chongping agreed right away. "Sure, no problem. Jiang, educated youth, I'll arrange it for you later." Jiang Li quickly thanked him and then handed him a handful of candies, saying, "Team leader uncle, you can give these candies to the children at home. Let them have a sweet treat." Li Chongping knew very well that Jiang Li brought these candies as a thank you for helping him. He waved his hand and said, "Jiang, educated youth, it's just a small matter. No need to be so polite. You helped us a lot before. These candies are valuable, so keep them for yourself." Jiang Li insisted on giving the candies to him, saying, "Team leader uncle, these are for your children, not for you. I brought plenty from the city, so don't worry, I have enough to eat myself." After saying that, Jiang Li ran off quickly, not giving Li Chongping a chance to refuse. Li Chongping stared at the candy in his hand. What could he do?
He could only accept it.
But honestly, Jiang Jiqing is very honest. He came to ask for a small favor and was given a gift in return. Wu Meixia also stood nearby, commenting that Jiang Li is good at managing relationships. If only the other educated youths in the production team were like Jiang Li, they wouldn't dislike the educated youths so much and might even get more sent over from above. After talking with the team leader about this matter, Jiang Li went back to pack his basket and headed up the mountain. This time, Jiang Li spent over an hour practicing cultivation first, then used his spiritual power to search for wild game. Soon, he found a large black bear. In the mountains, black bears are very fierce, even more so than wild boars. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand an attack from such a bear. But Jiang Li was different. He held a talisman in his hand, and the fierce black bear was immediately restrained. When no one was around, Jiang Li used mystical techniques, which were faster and safer. Yesterday, because Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were both present, Jiang Li could only use force. But whether using mystical techniques or her own strength, she was quite capable. After capturing the black bear, Jiang Li felt very pleased and thought about going to the county town tomorrow. The bear's body was full of treasures. Bear paws and bear bile were quite valuable. Jiang Li also had a wild mountain goat, some wild chickens, and rabbits in her space. Selling all these could bring in a good amount of money. She happily stored the black bear in her space and was about to go down the mountain when luck was on her side again. She encountered 2 more mountain goats. Today's harvest was much richer than usual. Jiang Li also stored the mountain goats in her space. The goat meat tasted good, and she wondered whether she should bring some to sell in the county tomorrow, using an excuse. The meat could be cooked hot pot style or made into dumplings. Braised lamb, cumin roasted ribs. Just thinking about it made her salivate. Well, she decided not to buy this goat meat, but keep it in her space to enjoy herself. After finishing her chores, Jiang Li headed back down the mountain. Because she left early, she arrived at the youth camp gate around 3 or 4 o'clock. Many people hadn't finished work yet, and Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong weren't there either. They seemed to have gone somewhere else. When Jiang Li arrived at the youth camp, she saw a sneaky figure coming out of Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan's house. When she looked carefully, it was Pung Jiang. Judging by his appearance, he was definitely up to no good. After Pung Jiang left Mu Jingxuan's and Bai Zirong's rooms, he quickly ran out of the youth village. Jiang Li was worried she might bump into Pung Jiang, so she immediately stuck an invisibility charm on herself. Pung Jiang then brushed past her without noticing. Watching his back disappear into the distance, Zhongli thought this man was definitely up to no good. As for what Pung Jiang had done, Zhongli quickly calculated it with her fingers. It turned out that Pung Jiang had secretly set a trap for Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zirong. Because Bai Zirong had caught him and Li Yuehong in a compromising situation, Pung Jiang saw them as threats and wanted to frame them to kick them out of the youth village. His plan was to secretly hide some English books in their rooms. During this time, hiding such books was considered very serious. If caught, they could be sent for forced labor. After Zhongli figured out Pung Jiang's plan, her eyes grew colder. Not only was Pung Jiang a scoundrel, but he was also very wicked. Such a person couldn't be allowed to get away with it anymore. Zhongli decided to fight fire with fire. She quickly went to Mu Jingshuan's and Bai Zirong's rooms. Their doors were locked, but Pung Jiang, somehow learning lockpicking techniques, used a wire to open Mu Jingshuan's door. Zhongli didn't know where Pung Jiang hid the books, but she could calculate it. She quickly used her fingers to figure out where Pung Jiang had hidden the books. He had hidden several English books in the wall. If Mu Jingshuan wasn't specifically looking for them, he wouldn't have found these two books. If Pung Jiang hadn't bumped into her, who would have thought he was secretly doing such things to frame others? Zhongli knew very well that the reason Bai Zirong and Mu Jingshuan offended Pung Jiang this time was because they stood up for her. If Bai Zirong hadn't threatened him with Pung Jiang's underwear, Pung Jiang wouldn't have resorted to the murder to silence tactic out of worry that his affair with Li Yuehong might be discovered. Zhongli put away the English books and went to Pung Jiang's room. He shared a room with several other young workers, and the door was locked. But for Zhongli, the lock was no obstacle. She gently waved her hand, and the lock automatically opened. When Zhongli entered Pung Jiang's room, she saw several quilts spread on the bed. She didn't know which one belonged to Pung Jiang, so she just calculated again. After another finger calculation, she pinpointed Pung Jiang's bed. Zhongli placed these English books under Pung Jiang's bedding. To prevent Pung Jiang from noticing the books, Zhongli even cast a protective spell so that even if Pung Jiang lifted the bedding, he wouldn't find the books. After finishing these tasks, Zhongli left Pung Jiang's room, locked it again, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Originally, Zhongli planned to go to the county town tomorrow to sell some items from the space. But now, she could only delay and go at a later time because she wanted to watch the excitement. Zhongli guessed that tomorrow, inspectors would come to search Mu Jingshuan's and Bai Zirong's rooms at the youth station. They might not find anything in Bai Zirong's and Mu Jingshuan's rooms, but they could discover some English books hidden under Pung Jiang's bedding. She wondered if Pung Jiang's expression would be very interesting when that happened. Thinking about the big surprise, Zhongli felt happier. After finishing all this, she soon saw Bai Zirong and Mu Jingshuan returning. These two often went into the mountains, bringing back firewood each time. Zhongli thought they probably had other reasons for going into the mountains, not just collecting firewood. As for their motives, Zhongli chose not to investigate. Everyone has secrets, and she considered them friends, so she didn't want to pry into their private matters. If she really wanted to know, she could simply use her fingers to calculate what they were up to. Big sisterly, Bai Zirong greeted Zhongli with a smile as soon as he returned. Zhongli also smiled and asked, "You're back?" "Yeah, sisterly, what are we eating tonight?" Bai Zirong asked. Mu Jingshuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but chide him. "Why do you ask about food as soon as you get back? Dinner's not ready yet." "How did I not notice before that Bai Zirong is so greedy?" Since moving to the countryside, he's become quite the little foodie. After Mu Jingshuan scolded him, Bai Zirong didn't get upset but just chuckled foolishly. "What's the big deal? Brother Sun, Sister Li's cooking is so delicious. We're so bored in the countryside, and my favorite thing every day is just eating."
Mu Sun.
Forget about scolding Bai Zirong now because he's starting to think he might be the same way. Zhongli smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll cook for you. We still have 2 jin of wild boar meat left." Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zirong didn't know exactly what they wanted to eat. Honestly, they felt like anything was fine. Both of them said in unison, "You decide. Whatever you cook, we'll eat." Zhongli is a good cook and makes delicious food, so just let her handle the cooking. When Zhongli heard this, she nodded and said, "All right, since you all trust my plan, we'll have braised noodles tonight." Recently, she had been cooking a lot, so she wanted to change things up and have noodles for dinner. She hadn't eaten noodles in a long time and they turned out pretty tasty. Since making noodles is quick, Zhongli decided to wait a bit before cooking them, as it was still early to eat. After about an hour, the other young workers gradually returned from their work. When Pung Jiang saw that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong looked fine, he guessed they hadn't discovered the English books he hid in their room. A proud smile appeared on Pung Jiang's face. Tomorrow, those two annoying guys would be taken away, and at least they would be sent to the farm for reform. After that, no one would know his secret, and he could continue to flatter Zhongli. Li Yuedong was far worse than Zhongli in looks, background, and education. Plus, Li Yuedong's needs were greater, and Pung Jiang couldn't handle it anymore. When Zhongli thought it was about time, she started preparing dinner. She took half a jean of leftover wild boar meat and began making braised noodles. Since only 3 people were eating, they didn't need that much meat. The remaining wild boar meat would be cooked again tomorrow. First, Zhongli prepared the braising sauce, then rolled out the noodles. Making noodles requires skill. The better the technique, the more chewy and flavorful they are. Zhongli had strong hands, so her noodles were very chewy. After rolling out the noodles, she boiled them directly. Once cooked, she added the braising sauce, mixed everything well, and the fragrant braised noodles were ready. She added some shredded cucumber inside, making the dish even crisper and more delicious. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong both held large bowls and started eating. The braised noodles received high praise again. Seeing they enjoyed the meal, Zhongli smiled and said, "Eat slowly, don't rush, and don't choke. There's plenty in the pot, and no one's fighting over it." Hearing her words, the two slowed down their eating. "Li Jie, can we have braised noodles again for breakfast tomorrow? These noodles are so good. I don't think one meal is enough," Bai Zirong asked eagerly. Zhongli nodded, "No problem. I'll make you another meal tomorrow morning." "Li Jie, you're so kind. From now on, you're like my real sister," Bai Zirong said happily. He felt lucky to have Zhongli with him in the countryside. Otherwise, following Mu Jingxuan, he definitely wouldn't be eating well. Brother Sun's cooking skills are not bad, but they are far behind Zhongli's. After dinner, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong went to wash the dishes. Zhongli returned to her room to take a shower, and after that, she had to go to the river to wash clothes. If it weren't inappropriate for the men to help Zhongli wash clothes, Mu Jingxuan would have wanted to do it himself. If he could date Zhongli or even marry her, he could openly help her wash clothes. Not only that, he could also help her wash her underwear. Luckily, Zhongli doesn't usually listen to others' thoughts, or she would be speechless if she heard what Mu Jingxuan was thinking. Aside from Pung Jiang's incident, the day at the youth station was relatively peaceful. Zhongli first meditated and practiced, then early the next morning, she followed Bai Zirong's request and made some noodle soup. After eating, just as she was about to go to work, a few workers arrived at the youth compound. They said the team leader asked them to help dig a water well. They needed to find out where the water well should be dug. Zhongli discussed with other youth who had invested money, and they decided to dig near the single rooms where they were staying. Since they paid for it, they wanted it to be convenient for themselves. But it wasn't far from the large communal tent, just a few more steps. Once the location was decided, the workers could start digging the well, and Zhongli and the others didn't need to worry about it. Zhongli then went to work with the other youths. Today, team leader Li Chongping still grouped Zhongli, Mu Jingxuan, and Bai Zirong together. Knowing that the 3 young workers were capable and worked well together, it was best for them to be in the same group. Li Chongping remembered the fruit candies Zhongli gave them yesterday, and the children at home said they were delicious. Zhongli had given the children candies, so Li Chongping thought she should take extra care of her. After finishing their tasks, the 3 of them worked for about an hour when the inspection team from the commune arrived. Seeing the inspectors, Li Chongping's face changed. The team members also looked unhappy. The arrival of the inspection team meant someone had reported issues with the production team. If the report was true, not only would someone get into trouble, but the whole team could be affected. Now, the reputation of the entire team was connected. Every year, the commune would evaluate and select the best teams, and they checked all aspects of each team. Once the team was involved in something that could affect their chances of being recognized for excellence, they would definitely lose the opportunity to be named an advanced group during the year-end evaluation. Being recognized as an advanced group is not just an honor, it also brings various benefits. Usually, the recognized production team would receive more grain, more meat, and possibly more fertilizer from the commune the next year. Overall, for the team's reputation and interests, no one wanted any trouble to happen. Li Chongping hurried over to the inspection team member and asked, "Captain Lu, why are you here at our victory production team today?" The inspection team leader's surname was Lu, and Li Chongping was very polite to him. The inspection team members were not easy to deal with, so Li had to be careful. Captain Lu looked at Li Chongping and then said, "We received a tip-off. The letter said that your victory production team has some young workers hiding foreign language books." When Li Chongping heard this, his face turned very pale. Being caught with foreign language books was a serious charge. If they had professional academic books, it might be understandable, but ordinary foreign books, if found, could lead to being sent to a farm for reform. The authorities' handling of the young workers was not his concern, but this would definitely involve the victory production team and himself as the team leader. Li felt cold inside, worried that the commune might accuse him of poor supervision. No, it can't be. Who exactly reported this? Which young worker at our youth point could have done such a thing? Li knew some of the young workers were not very reliable, but he thought such acts were rare. Who would dare to hide foreign language books? Captain Lu then named the individuals, intending to search their room. When Li heard the names, he was even more stunned. He then asked with disbelief, "Captain Lu, are you sure it's Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zihong? They've been doing very well recently. It's hard to believe they would do such a thing." Li had a good impression of Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zihong. They were young, hardworking, positive, and decent people, not like the spoiled city kids. Also, they had shown kindness by secretly sending gifts to his family when they first arrived: 2 packs of brown sugar, a pack of cigarettes, and 2 bottles of white liquor, all valuable in the countryside. He helped him out, and no matter what, Li Chongping would definitely take care of these 2 people if he had the chance. The team members remembered how they had benefited from Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong before, which allowed them to enjoy wild boar meat. Now, many of them spoke up to defend the 2. "Yeah, maybe there's a mistake."
Who reported them?
Mu Jiqing and Bai Jiqing probably aren't the kind of people to do such things. These 2 kids look honest and decent. They definitely wouldn't do that. I think someone is just making false accusations. Hearing the team members defend Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, Pung Jiang worried that something might go wrong. He quickly stepped forward. "Captain, we can't say that. You never really know a person's true character just by looking. Who knows what Mu Jiqing and Bai Jiqing are really like? Since they've been reported, it's possible they did something wrong. We should wait for the investigation team to search. If they find nothing, Mu Jiqing and Bai Jiqing will be proven innocent." Both Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong frowned, feeling something was off. They knew very well whether they had hidden foreign books. But now, someone was accusing them of hiding foreign books. Without a doubt, someone was deliberately trying to frame them. Since they had moved to the countryside, they hadn't offended anyone, and those who didn't like them wouldn't report them. At this moment, Pung Jiang stepped forward, and with a little thought, they realized who was behind this. It was probably him, especially since they had previously caught him with Li Yuehong. He wanted to ruin them. It seemed they had been too soft on him. Although they suspected Pung Jiang might be framing them, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong had no choice. They couldn't stop the investigation team from searching. If they tried to block it now, people would say they had something to hide. Captain Lu also spoke up. "Yes, since we received the report, we should search first. We need evidence. If nothing is found, we won't jump to conclusions based on just a report." Although Li Chongping was still worried, he couldn't oppose Captain Lu's words. So, he led Captain Lu to the Youth Education Center. Many team members followed to watch the excitement. On the way there, Pung Jiang looked especially excited. He knew Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong would soon be in trouble. The thought of those two annoying people being sent to do labor reform made him feel very pleased. He thought, how dare they threaten him? He would show them his power. Soon, they arrived at the Youth Education Center. Which room do Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, the educated youths, stay in? Before Li Chongping could speak, Pung Jiang pointed out Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's room first. Captain Lu, this is their room. Captain Lu nodded, but Li Chongping looked displeased. Was Pung Jiang being too eager? Did he dislike other educated youths? If Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong really hid foreign books, as the leader of the youth dormitory, Li Chongping would be responsible for poor management and might face criticism. Most importantly, if an educated youth commits a mistake, it could affect others. As the dormitory leader, shouldn't he have some sense of collective pride? Li Chongping was thinking that after this incident, he would consider replacing the current leader of the youth dormitory. Pung Jiang was chosen mainly because he was the oldest and had been sent down for the longest time. But in terms of ability, Pung Jiang was only average. It was clear that he had some character issues, and such a person was not qualified to be the leader. Pung Jiang was now thinking of getting revenge on Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, not realizing he had already upset Li Chongping. Open the door, please. We need to search inside. Captain Lu ordered Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong to open the door. If they refused, they would break in directly. Mu Jingxuan had no choice but to open his door first. Zhongli could see that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were nervous, so he patted their shoulders with a smile. Don't worry, it's fine. Don't be afraid. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong didn't understand why Zhongli said that. They wondered if Zhongli knew something. Seeing Zhongli so confident, they felt reassured. They knew Zhongli's skills, so when he said everything was fine, they believed him. When Mu Jingxuan opened the door, the inspection team went inside to search. They rummaged through everything and soon, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's room was in chaos. Although they were upset to see their room like this, they felt helpless. The inspection team looked everywhere but couldn't find a single foreign book. After finishing the search, Captain Lu said, "Sorry for the trouble, comrades. There's nothing inside. The report was false. We are just following procedure. Please forgive us. If there were no informants, they wouldn't come. So, if anyone is to blame, it should be the informants, not the inspection team following the rules." Mu Jingxuan also spoke kindly, saying, "Captain Lu, you are being modest. This is your job and we understand. It is just a bit tiring for Captain Lu to personally come and investigate today. Since the matter has been clarified and we are no longer suspects, we naturally won't pursue it further." As he spoke, Mu Jingxuan took a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to each of the inspection team members. Cigarettes are valuable items, whether in the countryside or the city. To buy cigarettes, one needs industrial coupons. City workers receive only a limited number of coupons each month, and rural folks have none. Because coupons are rare, most people spend them on essentials, rarely on cigarettes. So, when the inspection team saw Mu Jingxuan handing out cigarettes, their eyes lit up. This young man is good at talking and knows how to handle things. Since nothing was found in Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's rooms, and with Mu Jingxuan's gesture, the matter was considered settled. Li Chongping felt relieved that the issue was resolved smoothly. However, Pung Jiang couldn't believe it and suddenly jumped out, asking Captain Lu, "Captain Li, are you sure your search was thorough? Did you miss any corners?" Captain Lu was annoyed when someone suddenly questioned him. He looked at Pung Jiang with displeasure and asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying we didn't do our job well, or miss something? Or do you think we took bribes and deliberately let those two young comrades go?" Seeing Captain Lu's unhappy expression, Pung Jiang quickly waved his hands and said, "No, Captain Lu, that's not what I mean. I just wonder if there's a chance you missed something hidden in a corner. Since they reported, it's unlikely to be baseless. Maybe they hid the books very well, in a secret place, so we couldn't find them. We must search carefully and not let any bad person go." Hearing Pung Jiang's words, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong became more certain that Pung Jiang wanted to harm them. Was he just eager to see them get into trouble? Li Chongping also felt something was off about Pung Jiang. If the inspection team hadn't found anything, wouldn't that be better? But Pung Jiang seemed to want them to have problems, clearly wishing Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong bad luck. Li Chongping secretly guessed that he might be the one who reported Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. If that were true, Li Chongping thought that people like Pung Jiang could no longer stay in the production team. He hated the act of reporting others, which caused everyone to feel anxious and tense, with a chaotic atmosphere. Every day, people were busy reporting, leaving no time to work. Under Li Chongping's management, the number of reports in their team was quite low. Even the few people in the pigsty received better treatment from him than others. Captain Lu looked at Pung Jiang and snorted. Since you doubt that we haven't found out everything, why don't you go search yourself and see if you can find anything? Search thoroughly, and then you can't say we didn't check. Pung Jiang thought this was a good idea. He knew exactly where those few books were hidden. He had placed them himself, so he didn't believe they weren't there. At this moment, other young workers saw Pung Jiang acting this way and felt speechless. As the leader of the youth workers team, shouldn't he defend the other young workers? But now, Pung Jiang not only failed to defend Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong but seemed to deliberately undermine them, as if he wanted them to get into trouble immediately. Such a leader was truly disheartening. In the future, if other young workers got into trouble, would Pung Jiang behave the same way? Pung Jiang paid no attention to others' opinions. His only thought now was to quickly punish Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. He personally went to their room to search. First, he pretended to search other places. After finishing, he checked the spot where he kept his books. But when he rummaged through it, his face suddenly darkened. The place where he kept his books was empty. The books he had placed there were gone without a trace. Pung Jiang couldn't believe it and continued searching, but he still couldn't find the books. Captain Lu saw Pung Jiang repeatedly rummaging in one spot and grew impatient. You're just moving around in one place. What are you doing? Hurry up and look somewhere else. We don't have all day to waste on you. Although Pung Jiang was reluctant, he couldn't find anything in his hiding spot. So, he had no choice but to look elsewhere, thinking maybe he had accidentally hidden the books somewhere else in the room. But he checked every corner of the room thoroughly and still couldn't find the books he had hidden. Finally, after searching everywhere, Pung Jiang gave up.
How could this be?
The books I personally placed cannot just disappear without a trace. Could it be that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong discovered them earlier and took them away? That's not impossible. But if that happened, my plan would be ruined. Pung Jiang thought that he hadn't successfully tricked Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, and he felt a bit upset. However, since Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong escaped punishment this time, Pung Jiang would still find another chance to get rid of them in the future. No matter what, he wouldn't allow these two people who threatened his existence to stay in the youth camp. Captain Lu sneered at Pung Jiang. Well, comrade, we've let you check yourself, and you didn't find anything. There's nothing more to say, right? Pung Jiang bit his lip and couldn't say anything more. To have the inspection team arrest someone, there must be evidence. Since no evidence was found in Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's rooms, they couldn't be held responsible. I have nothing more to say, Pung Jiang said. Seeing that Pung Jiang wouldn't speak anymore, Captain Lu snorted. Then he smiled and said goodbye to Li Chongping and Mu Jingxuan. This trip wasn't a loss. At least the brothers each smoked a cigarette. Mu Jingxuan, being clever, directly handed the pack of cigarettes in his hand to Captain Lu. Captain Lu, this time, thank you for your hard work. I don't smoke, so you can take these remaining cigarettes back and share them with everyone. Captain Lu looked at Mu Jingxuan and sighed, thinking this kid was really good at getting along with people. When Mu Jingxuan offered the remaining cigarettes, Captain Lu was reluctant to refuse. But since he took the stuff, he wouldn't let him down. So Captain Lu patted Mu Jingxuan's shoulder and said, Comrade Mu, if you ever have trouble at the commune, just come find me. I might be able to help. Mu Jingxuan naturally didn't refuse. Okay, Captain Lu. Jiang Li saw Captain Lu was about to leave and initially planned to directly report the illegal foreign books in Pung Jiang's room openly. But she remembered that Li Changping and the other team members didn't like reporting such things openly. If she directly reported Pung Jiang, he would definitely get into trouble. However, she was worried that reporting this might leave a bad impression on Li Changping and the others. Because of this, she might be ostracized or suspected by the other youths in the camp later. Pung Jiang chose to report anonymously, probably for this reason. Since Pung Jiang could report anonymously, Jiang Li could do the same. Today afternoon, Jiang Li planned to find an opportunity to visit the commune and report Pung Jiang. Haha, let Pung Jiang enjoy one more day of happiness. His good days will end tomorrow. After the inspection team left the team, everyone finally relaxed. Li Changping looked deeply at Pung Jiang and said, Pung Jiang, as the leader of the youth point, you don't seem to care about protecting the interests and reputation of the youth. Instead, you are eager to push people into trouble. You should reflect carefully on this. I hope you won't make such mistakes again. Pung Jiang, hearing Li Changping's criticism, confidently replied, Captain, I don't think I did anything wrong. If Mu Jiqing and Bai Jiqing really kept foreign books, should we protect such bad elements? Li Changping smirked with a hint of sarcasm and said, Enough of your big talk. You know in your heart what you're thinking. Our victory production team doesn't want to see people who betray us. From now on, don't report others without good reason. If anyone reports falsely, I'd prefer not to find out. But if I do, just wait and see. After giving this warning, Li Changping looked at Pung Jiang with a meaningful expression. Actually, Li Changping had a faint suspicion about today's events. Pung Jiang's restless behavior might be because he couldn't tolerate Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, so he reported them. Thinking about how Pung Jiang had taken half a day off yesterday to go to the commune to buy something, Li Changping felt even more that Pung Jiang might have had the chance to do the reporting. Not many people left the victory production team yesterday, just a few. Others showed no unusual signs, except Pung Jiang. Although Li Changping had this suspicion, he had no solid evidence. He hoped that after this warning, Pung Jiang would behave himself. If he caused more trouble, Li Changping would definitely take action against him. Pung Jiang felt a bit guilty under Li Changping's gaze. The team leader probably guessed that he was the one who reported the incident. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Pung Jiang's forehead, and he dared not meet Li Changping's eyes directly. All right, since everything is clear now, everyone should go back to the fields and continue working. Stop watching the fuss, Li Changping ordered. The curious youth and team members, upon hearing this, returned to the fields to continue working. Jiang Li and the others were capable workers, so they finished their tasks by midday and could rest in the afternoon, which was convenient for Jiang Li to send the report to the commune. After finishing their work, Jiang Li and the others left the fields. When they arrived at the youth camp, after closing the door, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong eagerly asked if Jiang Li knew anything about the matter. Jiang Li didn't hide anything from them. Yesterday, I saw Pung, the youth, sneaking into your room when no one was around. I guessed he had bad intentions and might try to hurt you. So I secretly watched him. I didn't expect to see him hiding English books in your room. After he left, I quietly took the books away. I didn't tell you earlier because I was worried you might show strange behavior in front of him. Today, seeing him fail to frame you and look so frustrated, don't you feel happy? After hearing Jiang Li's explanation, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong realized that they owed Jiang Li a big thank you. If it weren't for her, if they had found English books in their room today, they would definitely have been punished. They might have been able to handle it through family connections, but it would still be a hassle. Bai Zirong immediately cursed. I knew Prum wasn't a good person. I didn't expect him to be so mean. Playing tricks behind our backs. How could someone like him be the leader of the youth camp? I spit on him. Even a dog is better. Mu Jingxuan was more polite but also speechless about such sneaky tactics. When Prum was messing around with relationships, they didn't want to hurt him. But now he was treating them like this. Mu Jingxuan kept a serious face, unwilling to let this go easily. Pung had harmful intentions toward them, and they had to make him pay. How exactly to make Pung pay, Mu Jingxuan planned to discuss with Bai Zirong later. He still hoped not to appear petty or vengeful in front of Jiang Shu. Instead of dwelling on Peng's actions, Mu Jingxuan looked at Jiang Li and thanked her. Jiang, this time Bai and I owe you a lot. Without you, Peng would have tricked us. Bai Zirong nodded in agreement. Yes, I and my brother are grateful to Sister Li. She saved me once on the mountain, and now she's saved me again. You're really a great benefactor. Jiang, if you need anything in the future, just ask me. I'll do anything for you. Jiang Li quickly responded to their thanks. We're friends, so don't say that. Honestly, it's because you helped me that Peng resented you. Since I was framed by him, isn't it right for me to help you? When Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong heard Jiang Li say this, they stopped being polite. They remembered her kindness and would naturally repay her when they had the chance. After finishing this matter, Jiang Li started preparing lunch. There was a little wild boar meat left at home. Jiang Li planned to make spicy stir-fried wild boar for lunch. She added extra garlic, chili, and to remove the gamey smell. Besides the meat, Jiang Li also cooked braised eggplant, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and a gourd soup. The lunch was very tasty. After eating, Jiang Li took the opportunity to go to the commune. To avoid being seen as the one who wrote the report letter, she used a stealth charm when leaving the production team. No one saw her leave, and when the report was made public, no one would suspect her. The trip to the commune took her over an hour. Luckily, she had a bicycle. Walking would have taken even longer. After submitting the report, Jiang Li returned to Xingli production team. It was still early, so she went up the mountain to practice. She practiced for 2 hours and felt refreshed. After training, her mental strength searched nearby for game. Luckily, she caught a wild boar. Once Pung Jiang's issue was resolved, Jiang Li planned to go to the county town to sell the game from her space. Besides the wild boar, she also caught 2 wild chickens and 2 rabbits. She carried the rabbits down the mountain, planning to cook roasted rabbit for Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong at night. The rabbits were quite fat, so she decided to roast them directly. Thinking of the delicious smell of roasted rabbit, Jiang Li started to salivate. When she returned, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were already at the youth camp. Because Jiang Li went to the commune and practiced on the mountain for 2 hours, she was a bit later than usual. By the time she arrived at the youth camp, it was almost 5 in the afternoon. Seeing Jiang Li return with 2 fat rabbits, their eyes lit up. Bai Zirong was the first to speak. Sister Li, you're so amazing. You went into the mountain and caught 2 rabbits again? Jiang Li nodded. Yes, it was good luck. I just happened to meet them. We'll have roasted rabbit tonight. Bai Zirong happily said, Great. Sister Li, we're all listening to you. Mu Jingxuan took the rabbits from Jiang Li and said, I'll handle it. Jiang Li was not polite to Mu Jingxuan. During this time, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong helped handle these tasks. When Mu Jingxuan was processing the rabbit, he carefully peeled off the rabbit skin, making sure it stayed intact. Once the skin was cleaned, he quickly cured it. Jiang Li saw Mu Jingxuan's actions and asked, Are you planning to keep the rabbit skin? Mu Jingxuan nodded. Yes, rabbit skin is also a kind of fur and it's warm. In the cold winter of the Northeast, if I can make gloves or a scarf from it, it will be very warm. I'll keep it for now, and when winter comes, I can make gloves or a scarf for you if you need. Hearing this, Jiang Li was even more surprised. You can sew and do needlework? Mu Jingxuan now looked proud, like a peacock displaying its feathers. He wanted to show more of his good qualities in front of Jiang Li, so that Jiang Li would like him more. Yes, I learned some basic skills when I was sent to the countryside as a youth. I can sew and do needlework, and I can cook too. But my cooking skills are average, not as good as yours. Jiang Li looked at Mu Jingxuan with admiration. It was impressive for a grown man to know how to do these things. Mu Jingxuan was good-looking, kind, and skilled. He seemed like a perfect family man. Jiang Li thought that in the future, if he looked for a partner or husband, he would want someone like Mu Jingxuan. Ahem, getting sidetracked. Mu Jingxuan felt his cheeks heat up as Jiang Li stared at him. Jiang Li snapped back to reality and smiled at Mu Jingxuan, saying, Mu Jiqing, I didn't expect you to have these skills. When winter comes, help me make a scarf. I haven't bought one yet. Mu Jingxuan also smiled and agreed. When Jiangli smiled at him, Mu Jingxuan felt his heart beat a little faster. Jiangli was already good-looking, and his smile made him look even better. Now Mu Jingxuan was more certain that the partner he wanted for life was someone like Jiangli. After saying this, Jiangli went back to his room. Mu Jingxuan continued processing the wild rabbit. After peeling the rabbit, he had to clean out the internal organs. Bai Zirong was also busy, washing rice and vegetables. Seeing Mu Jingxuan smiling while cleaning the rabbit, Bai Zirong couldn't help but come closer and ask, "Brother Sun, did you find something good? Why do you look so happy?" Mu Jingxuan didn't want to tell Bai Zirong the real reason. "I'm happy, I like it. What's wrong with that?" Bai Zirong felt something was off. He thought Mu Jingxuan seemed a bit excited, but he didn't dare say anything, worried that he might get scolded. After Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong finished washing the vegetables and rabbit meat, Jiangli started cooking delicious food. She first marinated 2 plump rabbits, then skewered them with wooden sticks and placed them over the fire to roast. While roasting the rabbit meat, Jiangli asked Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong to watch the heat carefully. They needed to turn the rabbits constantly to prevent them from burning. Jiangli then made a simple cucumber salad, and with so much rabbit meat, it was enough for everyone. Since eating meat without garlic reduces the flavor by half, Jiangli peeled extra garlic cloves. After roasting the rabbits for a while, she brushed them with honey. Luckily, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong came from good families, or they might have thought Jiangli was being wasteful when she used honey on the meat. When both sides of the rabbit turned golden brown, it was ready to eat. While roasting, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were tempted by the delicious smell. Seeing that the rabbits had been roasting for a long time, Mu Jingxuan couldn't wait and asked Jiangli eagerly, "Li Jie, how's it coming?
Can we eat now?"
Jiangli checked the rabbits and replied, "Almost ready, you can eat now." Hearing this, Bai Zirong became very excited. The 2 roasted rabbits were brought to the table. Jiangli took out a small knife, so everyone could cut the meat into small pieces when eating. She also prepared some dipping sauce. Cutting a piece of rabbit, dipping it in the sauce, wrapping it in lettuce, and adding a garlic clove made the flavor truly amazing. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong found the taste of eating the rabbit directly to be already very delicious. When they followed Jiangli's way of wrapping the meat in lettuce and adding garlic, the flavor became even better. Jiangli couldn't eat much, but Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong loved it and ate the 2 rabbits completely clean. Seeing that they had finished all the rabbit meat she cooked, Jiangli was actually quite happy. It meant her cooking was appreciated. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they started washing up. The water well wasn't ready yet. Digging a well would take at least a few days. Once it was finished, washing clothes would be much easier. After Jiangli finished washing, she went to bed. But she didn't rest for long. She continued her training. Later, when night fell and Jiangli was about to sleep, she sensed some movement from Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. The 2 quietly sneaked out, planning to get revenge on Pung Jiang. They had deliberately set a trap to lure him in and deal with him. In the afternoon, they called a child from the team to help and used Lu Yulan's name to invite Pung Jiang to meet in the small woods that evening. Lu Yulan had often made such plans with him before, so Pung Jiang didn't think much of it and didn't suspect anything. Following their agreement, Pung Jiang quietly left the youth camp late at night, planning to meet Lu Yulan at the designated spot. But he didn't expect that when he arrived at the small woods and hadn't yet seen Lu Yulan, suddenly a sack was pulled over his head. Pung Jiang shouted in surprise. However, since this was a quiet small woods with no one passing by, even if he called out loudly, no one would hear him. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, after putting the sack over Pung Jiang's head, started hitting him. They beat him until he fainted, then felt satisfied and returned to the youth camp. Everything they did was known to Jiangli. Jiangli didn't think they were wrong for taking revenge. Seeing Pung Jiang get a good beating even made her feel relieved. Today, she let Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong vent their anger. Tomorrow, she could help them do the same again. Thinking about what Pung Jiang would face tomorrow, Jiangli felt a bit of schadenfreude. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong quietly returned to the youth camp, reached their room smoothly, and no one else knew what had happened except Zhongli. After feeling refreshed, they lay back on their calm beds and quickly fell asleep. If they hadn't taken care of Pung Jiang today, they would have felt uncomfortable holding it inside. No one at the youth camp noticed Pung Jiang was missing until he woke up the next day and returned. As soon as Pung Jiang got back, he angrily went to confront Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, asking if they had beaten him last night. He felt he hadn't offended anyone in the production team except Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, so no one else would have attacked him. The people at the youth camp then saw Pung Jiang's face swollen and bruised. Seeing him so badly beaten, Zhongli couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pung Jiang looked at Zhongli with displeasure, thinking that since he was already so miserable, how could Zhongli laugh at him? Zhongli, seeing Pung Jiang's annoyed expression, snapped back angrily. "Oh, is this Pung the youth? I thought it was some pig-headed person, almost didn't recognize him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Pung Jiang, what kind of trouble have you caused? You got beaten so badly." Pung Jiang was already very angry, and now, after being provoked by Zhongli, he almost lost his temper and collapsed. "Mu Jiang, Bai Jiang, my injuries were caused by you, right? You must give me an explanation and account for this." Pung Jiang withdrew his gaze from Zhongli, suppressing his anger, and continued to question Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. Both Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong stood at the door, arms crossed, looking at Pung Jiang with a confident attitude. Compared to Pung Jiang's frantic state, they appeared much calmer. Mu Jingxuan spoke softly. "Pung Jiang, you should have proof before accusing us. How can you falsely claim that I and Bai Jiang beat you? Do you have any evidence? Did anyone see us hitting you? If you can provide proof, you can ask us confidently. Otherwise, we might sue you for spreading rumors." Evidence? Pung Jiang couldn't produce any. He had sneaked out last night and no one saw him. Even without evidence, Pung Jiang still shouted, "Besides you two, I haven't provoked anyone. If it's not retaliation from you, then who else could it be?" Mu Jingxuan sneered, "Pung Jiang, you're narrow-minded. Don't think we're the same. Yesterday, you tried to pit me and Bai Jiang, hoping the inspection team would find foreign books in our room. Neither I nor Bai Jiang want to bother with someone like you. We've ignored you, but now you're still trying to smear us. Don't you think you're being too much, overstepping?" Bai Zirong snorted, "Brother Sun, why bother with someone like him? If he has no proof, he can't pin this on us. If he's unhappy, he can complain to the team leader." Bai Zirong then pulled Mu Jingxuan into the house for breakfast. Zhongli had just finished preparing breakfast, and the aroma was filling the air. It wasn't worth wasting time arguing with someone like Pung Jiang. Seeing that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong ignored him, Pung Jiang's anger grew even more. Fine. Just wait and see. I'll go find the team leader and get an explanation." Pung Jiang quickly went to find Li Changping. Li Changping first briefly understood the situation, but his prejudice against Pung Jiang grew even more. Why hadn't he realized before that Pung Jiang was such a troublemaker? Now he increasingly feels that he is not being listened to. Later, he plans to ask other young workers what they think and see if they can replace him as the team leader. He knows he shouldn't believe only one side of the story. So, after Pung Jiang filed a complaint, Li Changping went to the youth station to find out what is really happening. To understand the situation, he needed to ask Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. Of course, before gathering information, Li Changping already leaned toward trusting Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. When Li Changping and Pung Jiang arrived at the youth station, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong had just finished breakfast. Li Changping told them everything Pung Jiang had said and asked if they were involved. In front of the team leader, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong calmly said, "Team leader, there's nothing like that. We didn't hit Pung Jiang, and he has no proof that we did." Seeing them deny it again, Pung Jiang angrily shouted, "You're lying. If it's not you two, then who else? You hit me and won't admit it. Team leader, you have to stand up for me. Look at how badly I'm hurt. They should pay for my medical bills and lost wages, at least 200 yuan. When Pung Jiang asked for 200 yuan, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong thought he was dreaming. Just forget it. Nothing will happen in your dreams.
Li Shangping frowned.
This Pung Jiang really dares to ask for so much. Whether Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong did it or not, 200 yuan is too much to ask for. Does he even understand what 200 yuan means? Many rural families can't even come up with that much money. Li Changping looked at Pung Jiang unhappily and asked Pung Jiang, "Do you have any proof?" I think Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong have a point. If you don't have proof, I can't support you. Team leader, isn't it obvious? They must be retaliating against me because of what happened yesterday, Pung Jiang said. Li Changping told him, "That's just your guess. Without proof, you can't blame them." Then he casually asked the other young workers, "Did anyone hear strange noises last night at the youth station? Did anyone see Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong hit Pung Jiang?" The youth workers shook their heads. Li Changping understood the situation and sarcastically said to Pung Jiang, "You say Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong hit you. Why didn't anyone hear any noise here at the youth station? If it really was them, wouldn't others have heard something?" Pung Jiang hurriedly explained, "Captain, they didn't attack me at the youth station. They went to the small woods to attack me." Jiang Li mockingly said, "Oh, Pung the youth, can Mu and Bai really tie you up in the small woods right in front of everyone in the middle of the night?" As soon as Jiang Li said this, the other youths nodded in agreement. That's right, with so many people at the youth station, it wouldn't be easy for Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong to secretly take Ping away in front of everyone. Hearing this, Pung Jiang wanted to defend himself, but realized he couldn't reveal the true situation. Could he say he went to the small woods to meet Li Yuehong? Of course not. If he said that, his relationship with Li Yuehong would be exposed. But if he didn't say anything, he couldn't explain what happened. Pung Jiang didn't want to suffer losses or be beaten by Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong for nothing. While Pung Jiang was thinking about how to solve this problem, another danger seemed to approach him. The inspection team came again to the youth compound. Seeing Captain Lu leading people again, Li Changping also became suspicious. Why did the inspection team come so early in the morning? Hadn't yesterday's issue been resolved? Could there be some unresolved problem? The youths in the compound were also very curious about the inspection team's arrival. Why were they here? What were they investigating? Were they still looking into yesterday's matter? When Pung Jiang saw the inspection team arriving, he felt a bit relieved. Maybe they found something yesterday and now wanted to take Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong away? Thinking about how these two might get into trouble, Pung Jiang's gloomy mood suddenly lifted. Just as he was happily imagining Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong getting into trouble, Li Changping stepped forward and asked Captain Lu, "Captain Lu, didn't your inspection team come yesterday? Why are you here again today? Is the investigation from yesterday not finished?" Captain Lu waved his hand and explained, "No, it's not the same as yesterday. Our inspection team received another report." Hearing this, Li Changping's forehead suddenly thumped. Who was foolish enough to report again? He had already warned the team members and youths yesterday that no more reports should be made unless necessary. It seemed these people hadn't listened to him, or else why would the inspection team come again today because of a report? Li Changping quickly asked, "Captain Lu, who is the person that made this report?" Captain Lu spoke softly. This time, the person reported is Pung Jiang, accused of secretly keeping foreign language books. I was thinking maybe the person who reported yesterday was mistaken. The ones secretly keeping foreign books are not comrades Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, but Pung Jiang. That's why I came here early this morning to investigate. If it had been someone else under investigation, the inspection team might not have been so eager to act. But since Pung Jiang is the target, Captain Lu brought people here early to look into it. Yesterday, Pung Jiang left a bad impression on him. He also accepted the cigarettes from Mu Jingxuan. Whether or not they find anything this time, it's like he's helping those two young comrades vent their anger. When he heard someone had reported Pung Jiang for secretly keeping foreign books, Li Changping's brow furrowed deeply. What is going on? Why are there so many issues with their production team? Could Pung Jiang really be that foolish, secretly hiding foreign books? When Pung Jiang heard he was reported, he was stunned. What's happening? Isn't the inspection team here to investigate Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong? How could they also investigate him? Pung Jiang immediately went to Captain Lu to explain, Captain Lu, this is a misunderstanding. I would never do such a thing. Someone is falsely accusing me. Zhang Li, seeing Pung Jiang defending himself, immediately mocked him with words he had said before. Pung Jiang, you can't say that. You never really know a person just by looking at them. Since you've been reported, it's not just rumors, right? Maybe you really did it. Whether you did or not, the inspection team will check. If they find nothing, you'll be cleared. Pung Jiang could tell these words were what he had said before. Now Zhang Li was deliberately quoting him, making it hard for him to reply. Everyone around nodded in agreement with Zhang Li. Yes, Pung Jiang, the only way to prove your innocence is for the inspection team to search your room. Don't worry, if you haven't hidden any books, they won't find anything to accuse you. Didn't Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong get reported before? After their reports, the inspection team searched, but found no evidence, and they weren't punished, right? Captain Lu responded firmly, since you've accepted the report, you must cooperate with the investigation. I don't care what kind of person you are normally or whether you could do this. I only look at the evidence. Please open the door to your room. Captain Lu finished speaking, and Ping and Jiqing, who shared a room with Pung Jiang, immediately took out the keys to help open the door. The inspection team waited for the door of Pung Jiang's room to open, then quickly entered to search. Seeing the inspectors go into his room, Pung Jiang knew he hadn't hidden any foreign books, but he felt uneasy. He had a strong feeling that he was going to get into trouble. He wondered if others could hide things in his room, just like he secretly hid items in Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's rooms. Thinking that his room might contain hidden items, Pung Jiang became more nervous. As expected, the inspectors soon found several English books under his bed. Seeing the books, Captain Lu questioned, "Whose bed is this?" The young workers sharing the room with Pung Jiang were worried they might be blamed, so they all pointed at Pung Jiang, afraid the inspectors would think they hid the books. Captain Lu sneered at Pung Jiang, "Comrade Pung, we found several English books under your bedding, so your report is confirmed. Now, please come with us, so we can continue the investigation." Pung Jiang saw that the books were the ones he had placed in Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's rooms, so he immediately understood that they had discovered them and might retaliate by framing him. He quickly begged Captain Lu, "Captain Lu, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't do it. I am being framed. I would never normally read these books. Someone must have secretly put them under my bed." Captain Lu refused to listen and mocked him. "You say you're framed? Do you have any proof? Without proof, you have to come with us. Our inspection team handles cases, and everyone we catch claims innocence. If you say you're innocent, you can submit evidence to prove it. Once you do, you'll be released, and you won't be wrongfully accused. But right now, you must come with us and cooperate." Pung Jiang couldn't produce any evidence. If he went with the inspectors, the final result would likely be being sent to a farm for reform. He begged Li Changping, "Captain, please help me. I am being framed.
Please plead for me."
Li Changping looked at Pung Jiang with mixed feelings, more disappointment than anything else. As the leader of the youth point, Pung Jiang was causing too much trouble. Pung Jiqing, "I am just a squad leader and do not have the ability to interfere with the inspection team's work. I cannot handle this matter. You must take responsibility for what you did yourself." Pung Jiang felt that Li Changping was being too biased. When Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were reported, the squad leader kept defending them. But when it was his turn, he didn't offer any help at all. "But I am truly being framed." Seeing Pung Jiang still struggling, Captain Lu impatiently told his team, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take Comrade Pung away." The inspection team was not easy to deal with, and they quickly controlled Pung Jiang and took him away from the youth camp. "Captain Li, we have already investigated the matter and taken the person away," Captain Lu said before leaving, greeting Li Changping. So, in front of everyone, the inspection team took Pung Jiang away from the youth camp. After the excitement, the young people at the camp were still in shock. Pung Jiang had secretly kept some English books? How could a squad leader at the youth camp do such a thing? Usually, the young people already had a poor impression of Pung Jiang, and now that he was caught, no one defended him or spoke up for him. Just as Pung Jiang left, the position of squad leader at the camp became vacant. Many young people wanted to become the squad leader because it had benefits. Being a squad leader meant priority for exams at the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university and for returning to the city. At this moment, many team members, still confused about what had happened to Pung Jiang, approached Li Chongping to ask, "Squad leader, what exactly is going on? What did Pung Jiang do to be taken away by the inspection team?" "Yes, squad leader Li. Why did the inspection team take Pung Jiang?" Li Chongping didn't want to say much. No matter what, Pung Jiang's mistake would definitely affect their Victory Production Brigade. He was worried about the upcoming year-end evaluation. With such an incident, their brigade's chances of winning the year-end awards were gone. As squad leader, Li Chongping felt more upset than anyone else. Now, facing the team members' questions, Li Chongping looked displeased and said, "Yesterday, the inspection team made a mistake. It wasn't Mu Jiang and Bai Jiang who kept foreign language books, but Pung Jiang. Today, they came to investigate again and found some foreign books under Pung Jiang's bed." Hearing Li Chongping's explanation, many team members were surprised. How did the person who was hiding foreign books turn into Pung Jiang? Captain, isn't that right? If Pung Jiang really dared to hide foreign books, why was he so happy jumping around yesterday? Shouldn't he have felt guilty? Yesterday, Mu Jiang and Bai Jiang were reported. Shouldn't he have thrown the books far away? Yet he still kept them? Smart team members started to question this. Li Chongping thought their point made sense. As long as Pung Jiang wasn't stupid, he should have thrown those books away yesterday. Why would he still keep them in his room? Jiang Li quickly stepped forward. Yesterday, he was so lively, maybe he was feeling guilty. The more guilty he felt, the more he acted out. Besides Pung Jiang, did anyone else stand up and say anything yesterday? As for why he still kept the books, maybe he thought the inspection team came once, so they wouldn't come again. He was just hoping for luck. After hearing Jiang Li's explanation, everyone agreed it made sense. Li Chongping urged everyone, "All right, stop making a fuss. The inspection team will find out the truth. Don't guess randomly. It's getting late, so everyone should go back to work." At the captain's command, those who wanted to join the crowd dispersed quietly. Jiang Li and the others also went to the rice field. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong followed Jiang Li and whispered in her ear, only audible to the three of them, "Sister Li, is this matter with Pung Jiang something you did?" If it wasn't Jiang Li, no one else could be responsible.
Jiang Li smiled meaningfully.
"Whether or not I did it, you only need to know one thing. Doing wrong will lead to trouble. You shouldn't have malicious intentions. Trust in the cycle of justice." Jiang Li was a cultivator herself, so she believed in the way of heaven. Although she knew some mystical arts, she didn't abuse them without limit. Using magic to harm others and being judged by the cycle of justice would seriously affect her ascension and tribulation. Jiang Li usually used her magic only against those who had problems themselves. Although she didn't directly answer their questions, after she spoke, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong understood her meaning. Bai Zirong gave Jiang Li a thumbs up. "Sister Li, you're still awesome." They just wanted to beat Pung Jiang up to vent their anger. But Jiang Li took a different approach, eliminating future trouble. Pung Jiang was taken away by the inspection team. As long as he couldn't provide evidence, he would face being sent to a farm for reform. Captain Lu immediately showed a bad impression of Pung Jiang. Even if Pung Jiang had evidence, it wouldn't be easy for him to submit it. In short, Pung Jiang is going to have bad luck. Thinking about his misfortune, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong felt happier. They were glad not only because Pung Jiang had tried to frame them, but also because once Pung Jiang was dealt with, he wouldn't come back to the Victory Production Team or bother Jiang Li anymore. The team members and educated youths gathered at the rice field. When everyone arrived, Li Chongping held a meeting for all the team members and youths. He briefly mentioned Pung Jiang's misconduct and warned others not to imitate his foolish actions. He told everyone to behave properly and warned that if anyone caused trouble affecting the team's evaluations, he, as the team leader, would not be lenient. After scolding the team members, Li Chongping assigned farm work. Jiang Li and her two friends worked together and became more coordinated each day. By noon, they finished the farm work. After work, Bai Zirong eagerly approached Jiang Li. "Sister Li, what delicious food shall we have for lunch?" Seeing Bai Zirong's eager look, Jiang Li was reminded that he was a big foodie. "What do you want to eat?" Bai Zirong flattered her directly. "Anything you cook is good, Sister Li. I'll eat whatever you make." Jiang Li nodded. "All right, I will make braised rice with preserved meat for lunch." Although Bai Zirong had tried braised rice with preserved meat before, he believed Jiang Li's version would be even better. Before returning to the youth station, Bai Zirong already looked forward to it. "Sister Li, let's go back quickly and prepare the meal." "Okay." The three of them headed toward the youth station. Once back, Jiang Li started assigning tasks to Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. She asked Bai Zirong to wash some rice first, Mu Jingxuan to pick peas and a potato from the vegetable plot, and she herself went to the kitchen to cut some preserved meat into small pieces. Mu Jingxuan washed the peas and potato chunks and handed them to her. Jiang Li then diced the peeled potato. When the pot was hot, she fried the diced preserved meat until fragrant, then added the peas and potato chunks to stir-fry together. After adding seasonings and cooking for a while, she poured everything into the washed rice. Then she steamed the rice until it was fragrant and ready, and the braised rice with preserved meat was done. While the rice was simmering, Jiang Li went to prepare some pickles. She had made these pickles herself earlier. They had been marinating for a while and were now ready to eat. Compared to other people's pickles, Jiang Li's homemade pickles are truly special. Eating the smoked pork with rice and some pickles means there's no need to cook other dishes. However, since the smoked pork rice is quite dry and might make you thirsty, Jiang Li also cooked a soup. Once she finished these tasks, the tempting aroma of the smoked pork rice filled the air. Bai Zirong, a true foodie, was already gathered around the pot, waiting to eat. At Jiang Li's signal, he immediately grabbed his bowl to serve himself. Mu Jingxuan stopped him, saying, "Let Jiang Jiqing go first. Ladies first. As a man, you should know to let the women go ahead." Hearing Mu Jingxuan's teasing, Bai Zirong grinned shamelessly and said, "Brother Sun, Sister Li is not a stranger. Even if she's not a stranger, you should still show her some respect," Mu Jingxuan replied seriously. Bai Zirong looked at Mu Jingxuan and said, "Brother Sun, I just realized something. My position in your heart isn't as high as Sister Li's. Do you like Sister Li more than me now?" Mu Jingxuan quickly looked at Jiang Li, worried she might misunderstand. Then he said to Bai Zirong, "What nonsense are you talking? We're just brothers. There's no such thing as liking or not liking." Mu Jingxuan hoped Jiang Li wouldn't misunderstand that he and Bai Zirong were romantically involved. They were just childhood friends. Jiang Li naturally understood and smiled at them, saying, "We're close enough. No need for such formalities. If Bai Jiqing wants to eat, let him go ahead. It's no big deal." Seeing Jiang Li protect him, Bai Zirong grinned and said, "Sister Li, you really care about me." Mu Jingxuan felt a twinge in his heart at how easily Bai Zirong said that. The three of them finished serving their food and sat at the table to eat. The aroma of the smoked pork rice was irresistible. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong each ate 3 large bowls, while Jiang Li could only manage 1. After finishing 3 bowls of smoked pork rice, they also drank 2 bowls of soup. Jiang Li silently marveled at how much these two could eat. If their families weren't well off, how could they afford to eat so much? Just as they finished, Lin Shuang came over again. As soon as she arrived, she smelled the aroma of smoked pork. Although Jiang Li and the others had already finished eating, the scent still lingered in the room. Lin Shuang secretly envied them. These new young workers had such good conditions. They never lacked meat. They hunted their own food, which was something she couldn't envy. Jiang Li saw Lin Shuang come over and asked her, "Lin Jiqing, is there something you want to tell us?" Lin Shuang snapped out of her thoughts, nodded, and said, "Yes, the team leader told me that Pung Jiang has had an accident, so we need to choose a new Jiqing team leader. I'm here to inform you all so we can choose a new leader together." Jiang Li listened to Lin Shuang's explanation and nodded. Since Pung Jiang is not here now, The position of team leader can't be left empty for long because someone needs to lead and help manage things. Choosing a new team leader must involve everyone, and they would vote to pick the best person for the role. Okay, Lin Jiqing, should we go now? Lin Shuang replied, yes, if you've finished eating, let's go now and discuss together.
All right.
Lin Shuang then informed the others. The Jiqing members gathered at the old Jiqing's place. Lin Shuang, acting as the temporary leader, held a small meeting with everyone, then sent out notes asking each person to write down their preferred candidate for team leader. Everyone started thinking about who would be the best choice. Zhongli quickly counted on her fingers, trying to decide who to choose. Living in the Jiqing compound, she knew that if they didn't pick a suitable person, she would feel uncomfortable later. Someone like Pung Jiang, who looked serious but was not trustworthy, wouldn't do. After quickly calculating, Zhongli decided that Chao Jinping, a straightforward and honest young man, was a good fit. He had a good character, was sincere and dependable, and also had some ability. Good character alone wasn't enough. He needed to be capable too. Since there are many old and new Jiqing together, if they pick someone with poor skills, it could cause chaos. After deciding who was suitable, Zhang Li quickly wrote Chao Jinping's name on the note. Mu Jingxuan looked at Zhang Li and asked, Zhang Jiqing, who did you choose? Curious, Zhang Li asked, why do you want to know who I picked? Because I will follow your choice. I trust your judgment. Zhang Li thought to herself that she trusted her own eye for people. She told Mu Jingxuan who she selected. Bai Zirong also looked at Zhang Li and decided to choose Chao Jinping too. After all, Zhang Li's judgment was very sharp, so following her was the safest. The other Jiqing members also started writing down names. After everyone had submitted their notes, Lin Shuang arranged to count the votes. The person with the most votes would become the leader of the youth commune. The results were announced quickly. Because Zhang Li and the others received a few votes, Chao Jinping was elected as the new leader of the youth commune, winning by 1 vote over the second-place candidate. Lin Shuang remained in charge of the female youths in the commune. After Chao Jinping was elected, he gave a speech, promising to serve everyone well and to do his best for the youths, not to let everyone down. Later, Lin Shuang and Chao Jinping went together to inform the team leader, Li Chongping. Li Chongping was satisfied with Chao Jinping's election. Chao had been working in the countryside for several years and was honest and capable. It was a good choice to make him the leader of the youth point. After the election, everyone took a short rest before continuing their work in the afternoon. However, Zhang Li and the others finished their assigned tasks in the morning, so they didn't need to work in the afternoon. Zhang Li went back to the mountains, hoping to find more wild game to sell and earn more money tomorrow. She was eager to get rich quickly and buy some valuable medicinal herbs. Zhang Li practiced for 2 hours in the mountains, then used her mental powers to search for wild game. Luckily, she found a few wild chickens and rabbits and also discovered a rare, high-quality medicinal mushroom called lingji. Judging by its age, it was probably dozens of years old. If she hadn't found it, she would have had to buy it at a high price. She put the lingji into her space, then carried a wild chicken and headed down the mountain. Suddenly, just as she was coming down, she heard a cry for help. This time, it wasn't from Bai Zihong and Mu Jingxuan, but from Lin Cheng. Yes, Lin Cheng, the teacher of Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zihong. Behind Lin Cheng, several wild wolves were approaching. These wolves were even more ferocious than wild boars. If they encountered wolves in the forest, it would be very hard to escape once they were targeted. Lin Cheng was just a scholar and not skilled in fighting. Facing several hungry wolves, he was sweating coldly on his forehead and palms. He had finally managed to get into a better situation with the help of his 2 students, and his life wasn't too difficult. But luck was not on his side today. He had run into wolves. He couldn't die. He still had unfinished business and beliefs to hold on to. He had to survive until he could return home. If he died, what would happen to his wife? Even with Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan here to watch over, Lin Cheng still worried that something might happen to him and that his wife might not be able to hold on. A few wild wolves slowly approached Lin Cheng. He clutched a piece of wood and waved it around, trying to scare the wolves away. But the wolves were clever and knew the stick posed no real threat, so they kept coming closer. Lin Chung saw the wolves getting nearer, and his forehead sweat coldly. Just when he thought he might die today, a young girl suddenly appeared nearby. She was very beautiful. Although her features were not the most striking, she had a special aura. She looked delicate, but carried a sense of resilience. Her black eyes sparkled brightly and were very captivating. Still, she was just a girl. Seeing her walk toward him, Lin Chung worried she might also be in danger. If he got into trouble, that was one thing, but he didn't want to drag her into it. So he shouted to Zhang Li, "Little girl, run quickly. These wolves are dangerous. I'll hold them off.
You should take the chance to escape."
Although Zhang Li didn't know Lin Chung, that night she had followed Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong to the barn with her spiritual awareness. She knew that man was their teacher. Since he was Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong's teacher, Zhang Li wouldn't ignore him. Besides, another reason she was willing to help was that she thought Lin Chung had an extraordinary appearance. If she saved someone like him, she could make a significant contribution to Huagua and earn a lot of merit. After Lin Chung warned her, Zhang Li didn't run away. Instead, she took a few more steps forward. Seeing her do this, Lin Chung couldn't help but feel anxious. Why was this girl so reckless? He wanted her to run, but she seemed to deliberately risk herself. Did she not see how many wolves there were? As Zhang Li moved forward, the wolves sensed her presence and all turned their heads to look at her. Lin Cheng's forehead sweat increased. Now, the girl couldn't even run away. He looked at her with some worry. His biggest trouble was people who didn't listen. Did she think she could help him? She was just being foolish. This is a wild wolf, a dangerous predator that even skilled hunters fear. Surprisingly, she knew it was a wolf, but still deliberately approached it. Several wolves with sharp teeth slowly moved closer to Zhang Li. Lin Chung saw this and immediately picked up a stone from the ground, throwing it at one of the wolves. "If you want to eat, come and eat me first. Don't bully a little girl," he said. After throwing the stone and attracting the wolves' attention, he quickly told Zhang Li, "Little girl, you still have a chance to run now. If you don't leave soon, there might be no chance at all." The angry wolves then turned their attention back to him. These wolves, with their sharp teeth, lunged toward Lin Chung. Seeing Lin Chung being attacked, Zhang Li said, "Since you animals want to die, I won't stop you." She suddenly launched her own attack. Lin Chung watched in amazement as Zhang Li moved faster than the wolves, attacking them with incredible speed. She didn't use any weapons, just her fists. Her punches were powerful and fierce. With each punch, the wolves were knocked down, bleeding and lying on the ground. Lin Chung, holding a stick, was stunned. What was going on? Is Zhang Li really a person? If so, where did she get such skills? She was fighting wolves, not rabbits. It's not easy to handle even a few village dogs, let alone wolves. After defeating the wolves, Zhang Li took a towel from her pocket and wiped the blood off her fists. Although the wolves were gone, she was still worried there might be more lurking around. So she used her mental energy to scan the area. After confirming there was no danger, she looked at Lin Chung and said, "Next time you go into the mountains, be careful. If you encounter wolves again, try to climb a tree to stay safe." While Zhang Li was speaking, Lin Chung snapped out of a shock. "Young comrade, what's your name? I really thank you today. And your skills are amazing. You fought those wolves barehanded." Lin Chung was still deeply amazed. Even a soldier king in the army would find it hard to kill wolves with just their fists. This girl is truly extraordinary. When did the Victory production team have such a remarkable person? Lin Chung saw Zhang Li for the first time and didn't recognize her. He wondered if Zhang Li was a new educated youth who had just arrived. He didn't know anyone in the entire Victory Brigade, so the new people must be the recent arrivals. Zhang Li didn't hide her identity. She told Lin Chung, "My name is Zhang Li. I'm a new educated youth sent to the Victory Production Brigade. Before going to the countryside, I learned a few skills, just some basic martial arts." When Lin Chung heard Zhang Li introduce herself, he looked as expected. He was right. She was indeed a new educated youth. However, when Zhang Li said she only knew some basic skills, He thought she was being too modest. She was much more capable than she let on. While Lin Cheng was lost in thought, Zhang Li had already started dealing with the wild wolves on the ground. She didn't want to waste the meat. Nowadays, meat was valuable, and wolf meat needed to be treasured. There were 4 wolves in total. Zhang Li kept 3 of them and gave the remaining 1 to Lin Cheng. Everyone shares. Although I killed these wolves, you were the one who brought them here, so I want you to have a piece, she said. Lin Cheng was surprised and didn't know what to say. The girl was kind-hearted. She helped him kill the wolves and even wanted to share the meat with him. I'm heading down the mountain now. Be careful and stay safe, Zhang Li said as she carried the 3 wolves and prepared to leave. Seeing her carry the wolves, Lin Cheng quickly picked up the remaining 1 and once again thanked her from behind. Although Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong had given him some cured meat, sausages, and canned food, these couldn't compare to fresh meat in terms of nutrition. The 2 other households living near the cattle shed were also struggling, so this wolf meat was a good opportunity to share some with them. The families living in the cattle shed supported each other through tough times, which is how they managed to survive until now. Seeing Zhang Li with the wolves, Lin Cheng knew she was doing the right thing. She couldn't just leave the wolves in her space to sell later, so she carried them down the mountain. The production team had rules about hunting wild animals, and wolves weren't part of the items to be handed over, so Zhang Li could take them home herself. When Zhang Li returned to the educated youth compound with the 3 wolves, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were stunned. Li Jia, did you catch these on the mountain? Bai Zirong asked, pointing at the wolves.
Jiang Li nudda.
Is there a problem? Bai Zirong quickly shook his head. No problem at all. After all, she had previously caught several wild boars in front of him, and now she had killed some wolves. Nothing unusual. Sister Li, you're really impressive. You managed to handle such fierce, wild wolves. Mu Jingxuan asked Jiang Jiqing, do you want me to deal with these wolves? Jiang Li felt that processing wild game was too bloody, so since Mu Jingxuan was willing to handle it, she didn't mind letting him do it. She handed the task over to him. Mu Jingxuan then began to process the wolves. There were 3 wolves. Each could provide at least a few dozen jin of meat, enough for people to eat for a long time. Mu Jingxuan carefully processed the meat in the yard. When he finished, the other young workers gradually returned to work. Seeing Mu Jingxuan handling the wolves, everyone was envious. They thought Mu Jiqing and the others are really amazing. They managed to kill the wolves. Now we can enjoy the meat too. Mu Jingxuan brought the processed wolf meat to Zhang Li and said, Jiqing Jiang, after removing the internal organs and bones, these wolves have about 120 jin of meat. 1 wolf could yield around 40 jin of meat, and with the organs and bones included, it would be more. With so much meat, if only the 3 of them ate, it would last a long time. But even if they couldn't finish it all, Zhang Li wouldn't share it with everyone in the team, because 120 jin divided among many wouldn't even give each person a little. It wasn't worth it. Zhang Li planned to give each young worker in the team 1 jin of meat, as living under the same roof, sharing benefits was fair and could make things easier for her in the future. There's a saying, the mouth is soft when eating, and taking from others is short-sighted. Of course, the young workers Zhang Li planned to give meat to did not include Lu Yulan and Sun Wunwin. One was someone she disliked, and the other was trying to trap her. Zhang Li wasn't naive enough to give benefits to those who would harm her. The wolves Zhang Li obtained were her own, and she had no objections to Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong arranging them as they saw fit. Seeing that Zhang Li had plenty of wolf meat, Mu Jingxuan thought for a moment and asked her, Jiqing Jiang, can I buy a few jin of wolf meat from you with money? He wanted to send the fresh meat to his teacher Lin Cheng. Buying a few jin could let his teacher and his wife enjoy several good meals. Zhang Li guessed that Mu Jingxuan wanted to buy the meat to give as a gift, probably to Lin Cheng. She had already shared 1 wolf with Lin Cheng today, so Mu Jingxuan didn't need to send it now. But she couldn't say this aloud, as she couldn't reveal that she knew Lin Cheng was their teacher. Zhang Li waved her hand and told Mu Jingxuan, our relationship is close enough. There's no need to be formal. If you want a few jin of meat, just cut it yourself. No need to pay.
Mu Jingxuan nodded, understanding Yang Li's personality.
Since she said that if he insisted on giving her money, she would get angry.
Jiang Jiqing, I only need 5 jin. Okay, you cut it yourself. Jiang Li said, then asked Mu Jingxuan to help cut a few more pieces of meat, each weighing 1 jin, and sent them over to the old Jiqing. The old Jiqing saw Jiang Li bringing each of them a 1 jin piece of meat and quickly thanked her. After eating Jiang Li's meat, they naturally felt very grateful to her. Lu Yulan and Sun Wunwin saw they didn't get any meat and immediately became upset. Since the old Jiqing on the Jiqing side all received meat, why were only they two ignored? Why wasn't meat given to them? Was Jiang Li deliberately targeting them? So Lu Yulan directly angrily went to Jiang Li to ask, Jiang Li, are you deliberately targeting us? Why did everyone else get meat, but Sun Jiqing and I didn't? You shared the meat with everyone, so why not us? Hearing Lu Yulan's question, Jiang Li retorted, Why? Why do you ask why? Because this meat is what I got. Since it's mine, I can give it to whoever I want. You. Lu Yulan pointed at Jiang Li angrily, unable to find words after being retorted. Seeing Lu Yulan pointing at her, Jiang Li frowned displeasedly. Lu Yulan, you'd better not point your finger at me. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time when I hit your face? If you want a beating, just say so, no need to provoke me. Lu Yulan suddenly remembered how Jiang Li had slapped her face painfully before. Feeling a bit afraid, she became a little more honest. The old Jiqing, after receiving Jiang Li's wolf meat, naturally helped her speak up. Originally, Lu Yulan, who had come to argue confidently, suddenly lost interest and left. Sun Wunwin saw Lu Yulan quickly fall apart in front of Jiang Li and thought this woman was as useless as trash. But to win over someone on her side, Sun Wunwin deliberately approached Lu Yulan and said, Jiqing Jiang is now very powerful. She has bought the hearts of everyone in the Jiqing courtyard and is deliberately targeting us. Our days will be tough in the future. Lu Yulan felt even more upset after hearing Sun Wunwin. Yes, but Sun Jiqing, what can we do now? We can't beat Jiang Li. If they really fought Jiang Li, only they would suffer. Lu Yulan touched her face, still feeling the pain from the slap. She couldn't help but think about it, and the more she thought, the more frustrated she felt. Sun Wunwin looked at Lu Yulan with a meaningful smile and said, We can't beat her now, but maybe later we can find a way to get her out. Lu Jiqing, there will be chances to deal with Jiang Jiqing in the future. You must stand with me. Lu Yulan quickly nodded and said, Of course, Sun Jiqing. We've always been on the same side. Sun Wunwin was pleased with Lu Yulan's response. She thought that she might still need Lu Yulan's help to set up Jiang Li. Since Lu Yulan was on her side, she could better protect herself. Right now, Sun Wunwin was planning to give Jiang Li some medicine, so she would sleep with Li Mazi. Once they slept together, Jiang Li would be forced to marry him. Then Jiang Li would have to leave the youth team and stop bothering Mu Jingxuan. Also, after Jiang Li married Li Mazi, the team members wouldn't keep bringing up the incident when she fell into the water and was touched by him. Since Jiang Li was married to him, she couldn't marry anyone else. Rumors and gossip would die down in a more dramatic way. Jiang Li didn't know about Sun Wunwin's plan. Because she had plenty of wolf meat, Jiang Li sent 5 jin to the team leader's place. When Li Chongping and Wu Meixia saw Jiang Li bringing so much meat, they didn't know what to say. The young team member was too polite. Why did she need to give them so much meat? Jiang Li explained that her side had a lot of wolf meat and she couldn't eat it all, so she gave some to them. She told Wei Hua and Wu Meixia not to be polite. After sending the meat, Jiang Li still had about 80 or 90 jin left. She couldn't finish it all, so she went to ask around if anyone wanted some meat in exchange for things like eggs or grain. Some families in the team did exchange their eggs and grain for some wolf meat. After trading some, Jiang Li still had about 60 jin of wolf meat left. Lu Yulan saw Jiang Li trading so much meat and felt a bit jealous. She said, Jiang Jiqing, you're just profiteering. I'll report you. After saying this, she suddenly realized something and quickly kept a safe distance from Jiang Li, looking scared. Jiang Li was very annoyed when she saw Lu Yulan acting like that. She thought people are so cowardly when they're guilty. Before Jiang Li could say anything, Ma Guixiang stepped in to defend her. She said, Lu Jiqing, did you not hear what the team leader said? Our Xingli production team doesn't allow reports like that. Can you stop always trying to report others? And besides, Jiang Jiqing exchanging her own meat for something of equal value isn't selling it. How is that profiteering? You really love to report things. Just go ahead and report if you want. You can try to see if your report will be accepted. Think about the consequences of reporting. Ma Guixiang took the wolf meat sent by Jiang Li, but she couldn't help but speak a few words for Jiang Li. Also, she simply didn't like Lu Yulan. Constantly spying on others and reporting their matters. She's just jealous, isn't she? If she had the ability, she would go exchange wild wolf meat with the team members herself. No one would stop her. After Ma Guixiang scolded Lu Yulan like that, Lu Yulan finally cleared her mind. The team leader had indeed warned them, if there's nothing important, don't report randomly. If you upset the team leader and become targeted by him, life in the production team will be very hard. Lu Yulan isn't very smart, but she's not so foolish either. She just feels very jealous and upset when she thinks about Jiang Li and the team members getting so many good things. Jiang Li kept 20 jin of wolf meat for herself to eat, and the rest was air-dried. Once dried, it can be stored longer, but if not dried, the wolf meat will spoil after a few days. For dinner, Jiang Li also cooked wild wolf meat. The wolf meat turned out to be quite tasty and chewier. Jiang Li's cooking was appreciated by Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. During the meal, everyone was lively and cheerful. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Li went back to her room to wash up and practice. Meanwhile, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, under the cover of night, after the youth team members had gone to sleep, took 5 jin of wild wolf meat to the cattle shed. Unexpectedly, when they arrived, Lin Cheng and Zhang Jing were inside eating wolf meat. They ate so late mainly to avoid being seen by the team members. Usually, no one would come out late at night. But during the day, it would be hard to hide, people coming and going, and if someone passing by the cattle shed smelled the meat, they'd be in trouble. So, for safety, they preferred to eat at night. When no one was around late at night, eating wouldn't be noticed. Seeing Lin Cheng and Zhang Jing also eating wolf meat, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were surprised for a moment. What's going on? Why are the teacher and the team leader also eating wolf meat? Where did their wolf meat come from? Lin Cheng saw the two students approaching and smiled, inviting them to sit down. Lin Cheng asked, "What are you here for today?" He had already warned Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, if there's nothing important, don't come here often. Their identities are special, and if they're seen here, it might cause trouble for them too. Mu Jingxuan raised a piece of meat in his hand and said, "Teacher, we originally planned to bring you some wolf meat, but we didn't expect you already had some. Where did you get it?" Seeing Mu Jingxuan ask about this, Lin Cheng also wanted to share with him. "Today, I went up the mountain and encountered a few wild wolves. I thought there was no chance to survive, but suddenly a young girl appeared." Lin Cheng hadn't finished speaking when Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong guessed who that girl was. Because today, Jiang Li had brought back several wild wolves. Only Jiang Li had such fighting skills to take down multiple wolves. However, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong didn't interrupt but quietly waited for Lin Cheng to explain what happened. After hearing Lin Cheng's story, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong admired Jiang Li even more. Last time, Jiang Li fought a wild boar with a machete, and now, she didn't even need the machete. She used her fists instead. After describing the situation, Lin Cheng praised Jiang Li in front of Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. "That young comrade is really impressive. Her name is Jiang Li. You know her, right? She's one of the educated youths who went to the countryside with you." Mu Jingxuan replied, "Teacher, yes, we know her. Jiang Jiying is now eating with us. We've benefited a lot from her lately eating some good things." Lin Cheng looked carefully at Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong. Others who went to the countryside usually became thin and haggard quickly, but these two boys looked healthier and more robust than the last time they saw them. It seemed they hadn't suffered much hardship. Seeing that the students were doing well in the countryside, Lin Cheng felt relieved. The teacher and students chatted for a while, and Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong decided to leave the 5 jin of wolf meat for Lin Cheng before heading back.
Jiang Li waited until Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong returned before she retracted the mental energy she had been holding over them. After finishing her cultivation, Jiang Li hurried to sleep because she had to go to the county town tomorrow. Early the next morning, Jiang Li got up, prepared lunch, and only after eating did she set out for the county town. Of course, before going to the county, Jiang Li needed to ask the team leader for leave. Li Changping was still grateful for the 5 gene of wolf meat Jiang Li brought last night. Now, she was just asking for a day off to visit the county, so Li Changping naturally wouldn't stop her. Jiang Li had a bicycle, which made traveling to the county more convenient. She rode her bike and soon arrived in Anfeng County. Once there, Jiang Li started gathering information about the black market. Well, to be precise, she was relying on her calculations. Jiang Li found the biggest middleman currently operating in Anfeng County's black market. This person's name is Lu Feng. Currently, more than half of the black market in Anfeng County is controlled by Lu Feng. Lu Feng is generous. He always pays a fair price for good items. Some dishonest middlemen try to lower the price when they buy, but Lu Feng is straightforward and fair. Jiang Li successfully found Lu Feng. At this moment, Jiang Li used a transformation spell, so Lu Feng saw her face as different from her real appearance. Since the black market doesn't require strict rules, Jiang Li didn't want to cause trouble, so she didn't show her true face. To Lu Feng, Jiang Li looked like an ordinary young girl with nothing special about her. Seeing this small, skinny girl, Lu Feng asked, "Little girl, what do you plan to sell me?" Jiang Li replied, "Meat." Lu Feng became more interested when he heard she had meat. "Oh, you have meat? How much do you have?" Jiang Li reported the amount of meat stored in her space. 1 bear, probably around 300 to 400 pounds. 2 wild mountain goats, I don't know the weight. You'll have to weigh them yourself. A few wild chickens and rabbits. Oh, and a large wild boar, about 300 pounds. After Jiang Li finished, Lu Feng was so shocked he didn't know what to say. Such a simple girl, and she had so many good things. Then, Lu Feng and Jiang Li started discussing the price. Soon they agreed on the price. Jiang Li wasn't worried about being cheated because she could calculate whether Lu Feng's offer was fair. Luckily, Lu Feng was quite honest. Although she was just a young girl, the prices he offered were not low, even slightly higher than what he offered others. Out of kindness for her youth, Lu Feng gave her a little extra. Helping a young girl who was brave enough to come out and show herself was something he could do. Jiang Li thought Lu Feng was a good person and felt she had found the right partner this time. After settling on the price, Jiang Li borrowed a cart from Lu Feng and left to get the goods. When she returned, the cart was loaded with a lot of game. Lu Feng immediately sent his men to weigh everything. Once all the prey was weighed, Lu Feng paid Jiang Li the total amount. "Comrade, your total for everything is 1,230 yuan. Count this money carefully. The black market meat prices are high. Jiang Li's bear, especially its paws and gallbladder, are valuable, so she made a good profit." In the 1970s, 1,200 yuan was a significant amount. In Beijing, with that money, she could even buy a small house. After receiving the money, Jiang Li counted it carefully, 1,230 yuan, exactly. She was happy and put the money into her pocket. She was very satisfied with this cooperation. Lu Feng was also happy because he earned a lot this time, which was enough for him. Lu Feng said to Jiang Li, "Comrade, if you have more goods in the future, send them to me." "Okay," Jiang Li replied. Lu Feng warned her, "There are many pickpockets outside. Comrade, since you sold so much today, be careful when you leave. Don't let anyone see your money. You should watch over it." Hearing Lu Feng's warning, Jiang Li thought he was quite kind to remind her. Seeing that Lu Feng was a good person, she gave him a peace charm. "Master Lu, forgive me for being bold, but I see a sign of great trouble on your forehead. You might face a life-threatening situation soon. If you're lucky, you might get through it, but if luck isn't on your side, you might not survive. I give you this peace charm. It might protect you once." If she didn't think Lu Feng was a good person, she wouldn't give him a charm, since creating these charms used her spiritual energy. Walking on the street, Jiang Li saw many unlucky people. If everyone tried to help, she wouldn't be able to manage it all. If Lu Feng could stay safe this time, she might have a long-term partner for future cooperation. Today, her helping him was like planting a cause for good karma. In this era, superstitions and feudal beliefs were frowned upon. When Lu Feng saw the charm Jiang Li handed him, he felt it was a bit hot to hold. But he could tell Jiang Li had no ill intentions. Somehow, he believed her words. She was just a young girl, yet she had the ability to operate in the black market, which meant she was quite capable. He decided to trust her. After all, carrying this charm wouldn't be troublesome, and it might even work. Lu Feng accepted the peace charm and thanked Jiang Li. "Comrade, thank you." She waved her hand. "You're welcome." After saying that, Jiang Li left Lu Feng. He was right. She was just a young girl, and having just sold her goods to him, she was easy to target. A few steps later, Jiang Li sensed someone quietly following her from behind. Jiang Li's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. It seemed these people weren't afraid of death and dared to provoke anyone, even her. Jiang Li pretended not to notice the small followers behind her. If they dared to make a move on her, she would definitely make them pay. She deliberately slowed her steps, luring a few troublemakers into a small alley. Once they followed her into the alley, they saw Jiang Li turn around and stand there with her arms crossed, looking at them with a mischievous expression. "Are you guys following me?" Jiang Li asked with a raised eyebrow. The troublemakers guessed she had already noticed their tailing. But if she knew, shouldn't she have run to a safe place for help? Instead, she deliberately led them into a dead-end alley. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Naturally, they couldn't understand why Jiang Li brought them here. She was just making it easier for herself to fight without them escaping. Anyone planning to attack her wouldn't get away. "Yes, we're planning to rob you. Girl, hand over the money you made selling goods to Mr. Feng, and we'll let you go. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being rude. Girl, be honest. Hand over the money, and we'll leave you alone. Don't force us to get rough with a woman." But Jiang Li didn't take out any money. Instead, she extended her hand and flicked her finger at them. The troublemakers didn't understand her meaning. "Girl, what do you mean? Are you unwilling to hand over the money honestly? Don't make us force you to fight. Girl, if you just hand over the money, you won't suffer. If you don't, we can take it anyway. Why make yourself suffer?" Jiang Li said with a teasing tone. "My point is, come on, try to take the money from me and see if you can do it." Her confident attitude was full of provocation. The troublemakers, annoyed, no longer hesitated and charged directly toward Jiang Li. She remained calm as they rushed at her. They were all weak fighters, so there was nothing to fear. If they hadn't provoked her first, Jiang Li wouldn't bother to fight such people. One by one, as the troublemakers charged at her, Jiang Li easily kicked them to the ground with quick punches and kicks. They all fell hard, crying out in pain like pigs being slaughtered, constantly shouting in agony. Jiang Li saw that she had only hit a few times and didn't feel satisfied, so she urged the lying troublemakers on the ground, "Don't just lie there, get up quickly. I haven't even warmed up yet. Stay and fight with me a bit longer, or it will be too boring." The troublemakers lying on the ground looked at Jiang Li as if she were a monster. Is this girl really a normal woman? Why is she so strong? They were beaten so badly that their faces were swollen, and they couldn't get up. There was no way they could compete with Jiang Li again. Seeing they wouldn't get up, Jiang Li stepped forward and kicked each of them directly. "Is this all you can do? Are you trying to rob people? TCH, no skills, and now you're making a fool of yourself. Are you hoping I'll turn you into the police? Or do you want to hand over your money quietly and avoid trouble?" The troublemakers on the ground never expected they would be robbed in this way. After working in this line of work for so many years, if this story got out, they'd be laughed at. "What's the matter? Haven't decided yet? Do you want to get into trouble or pay to avoid it?" The troublemakers naturally wanted to pay to avoid trouble. They had criminal records with the police, and if they got caught, they would be locked up for a long time. That would definitely affect their future business. "Miss, please spare us. We'll pay to make it go away." They hurriedly took money out of their pockets. Jiang Li took the money, a total of 5 yuan, 3 mao, and 5 fun. TSK, they were really poor. Only this much money on a few people. Jiangli was about to leave with the money, but she paused and thought, wait, these guys aren't honest. Why was the money so little? Turns out they had hidden some. She then said to one of the troublemakers, there's 30 more. You didn't give it all. Did you keep it yourself, or do you want me to help you take it? The troublemaker looked at Jiangli with horror. How could she know about the 30 yuan hidden in his underwear? Did she have X-ray vision? He originally thought he could hide the 30 yuan from Jiangli, but now that it was exposed, he couldn't hide it anymore. Silently, he reached into his underwear pocket and handed over the 30 yuan. Seeing him pull the money out from his pants, Jiangli felt a bit disgusted. But she reminded herself not to let her dislike make her take advantage of these troublemakers, so she swallowed her disgust and took the money. After taking the money, Zhang Lilin warned them to be more careful in the future so they wouldn't make mistakes and cause trouble for her again. She also told them not to put money in their pants anymore, as it was disgusting for others. When Zhang Lilin left, the leader of the group of thugs warned the others, no one is allowed to talk about what happened today. If it gets out, our reputation will be ruined. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Even if their boss didn't specifically tell them, they knew they shouldn't talk about it outside. After Zhang Lilin left with the money, she went straight to the county hospital. The county only has one public hospital. There are no private clinics. Usually, the local commune has a health station, and some teams have barefoot doctors. But these clinics and barefoot doctors can only handle minor issues. For bigger problems, people have to go to the county hospital. At the county hospital, the main departments are Western medicine, and there is some traditional Chinese medicine, but in these times, Western medicine is more valued. If Zhang Lilin wanted to buy medicinal herbs, she had to come to the hospital's Chinese medicine counter. She asked the staff to prepare some herbs based on her needs. She was after some rare and expensive herbs which naturally cost a lot. This time, she only needed a small amount, just a few prescriptions, which cost her about 1,000 yuan. It's hard to earn money, but spending it flows like water. However, the herbs she bought today should be enough to make a few foundation-building pills to help her improve her cultivation. Money can be earned again, but she must focus on her training. After paying, Zhang Lilin was about to leave the hospital when she saw someone being brought in. The person was unconscious, with a pale face, purple lips, and looked like they had been poisoned. But Zhang Lilin noticed a layer of ghostly aura around the patient. It wasn't just poisoning. There was a malevolent ghost haunting him. Looking closer, Zhang Lilin saw that the patient had a lot of merit points on him, earned from many battles. The patient looked young, probably in his early 20s, and was a soldier. Zhang Lilin admired soldiers who protect the country. If she hadn't encountered this, she wouldn't interfere. But since she did, she couldn't just ignore it. She decided to help him. Even if it wasn't for gaining merit, she couldn't let such a good person die. Zhang Lilin followed the patient into the hospital again. As they entered, Zhang Li quickly began to calculate. The patient is named Lu Yulan. His uncle is a very important person in the county, Secretary Su Anqing, the county's top leader. Because Lu Yulan's uncle is so influential, when Lu Yulan was brought to the county hospital with health problems, the hospital immediately arranged the best specialists to diagnose him. At first, they thought Lu Yulan was poisoned, but after blood tests, there was no sign of poisoning. Several top experts studied the case, but couldn't figure out what was wrong with Lu Yulan. Lu Yulan's aunt Lu Rong personally came to the hospital. Seeing that the experts couldn't diagnose her nephew, she was so worried that tears fell from her eyes. What should they do? The Lu family only has Lu Yulan as the main male heir. If something happened to him, Lu Rong was afraid the family wouldn't be able to accept it. She considered sending her nephew to the provincial capital for better medical care, but the trip was long, at least several hours, and she worried about accidents on the way. Since Western medicine couldn't help now, she asked the hospital director to arrange for a traditional Chinese medicine doctor to see her nephew. The Lu family has a relative who is skilled in Chinese medicine, and her skills are very good. Lu Rong trusted traditional Chinese medicine more than others. If the county hospital's Chinese medicine doctor couldn't figure out Lu Yulan's problem, they would have to transfer him to the provincial hospital. The hospital director said, "Madam Su, if you trust Chinese medicine, it's a good idea to have it checked. Our hospital's Dr. Wu was sent from Beijing. He is very skilled. If he hadn't gone back home to retire and just happened to visit the county hospital, we wouldn't have had the chance to invite such a talented doctor." Hearing this, Lu Rong felt it was a great blessing for her family, an opportunity they had long hoped for. "All right, Director Sun, please arrange for Dr. Wu to see my nephew as soon as possible," she said. Director Sun, knowing Lu Rong's status, immediately went to the Chinese medicine department to arrange for Dr. Wu to come and examine Lu Yulan. Dr. Wu is over 70 years old, with a white beard, and looks quite wise and noble. At his age, he could be retired and relaxing at home, but he was restless and couldn't stay idle. Plus, Director Sun personally invited him to come to the county hospital for consultations, so he agreed to work here. Of course, Dr. Wu is getting older and can't work for much longer. He only works 3 days a week. Lu Yulan was lucky today and happened to see him during consultation. When Dr. Wu came over to Lu Yulan, he started diagnosing her. Dean Sun didn't boast. Dr. Wu truly has some skill. After diagnosing Lu Yulan, Dr. Wu quickly identified her cause of illness. However, even after figuring it out, he looked troubled and unsure how to explain. Seeing his reaction, Lu Rong hurriedly asked, "Dr. Wu, is my nephew's condition very serious? Is there any hope for treatment?" Noticing many people around, Dr. Wu said, "There are some things I can't say openly. Would Madam Su be willing to speak privately?" Hearing this, Lu Rong realized her nephew's situation was probably quite serious. Otherwise, Dr. Wu wouldn't hesitate to speak. She was very worried about her nephew and nodded. "All right, Dr. Wu, let's speak alone. I'll have everyone leave." She then ordered everyone in the consultation room to leave and arranged for someone to guard the door so no one could come close. After everyone was gone, Lu Rong looked at Dr. Wu and asked, "Dr. Wu, now that it's quiet, what is my nephew's condition? Is he poisoned or suffering from something else? Is there any treatment?" Dr. Wu first comforted Lu Rong, then said, "Madam Su, please don't get too upset. Listen to me first. What I am about to say might be shocking and sensitive. If you trust me, follow my advice, you might still have a chance to save your nephew. If you don't believe me, just listen and don't dwell on it." Lu Rong nodded. "All right, Dr. Wu, please tell me." "Madam Su, your nephew isn't suffering from a normal illness. He has angered a malevolent spirit. Traditional Chinese medicine has only one method to treat this, but it has been lost over time. My master knew how, but he has passed away. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to learn that life-saving skill. If you want to save your nephew quickly, you must find a powerful master in mysticism. Don't delay too long. If you can't find a great mystical master within 3 days, your nephew's life may be in danger." Lu Rong was stunned upon hearing this. She finally understood why Dr. Wu was hesitant to speak openly in front of many people. Currently, it is not appropriate to promote superstitions. Dr. Wu should not speak to her alone about these matters, or someone with bad intentions might overhear and report her. Lu Rong knows that Dr. Wu is not fooling her, but she doesn't understand how her nephew got involved with evil spirits. Given the current environment, truly powerful masters have probably retreated from public life. So, where can she find one? For now, she has no other options and can only try to use her husband's and her family's connections to find a skilled master. "All right, Dr. Wu, I understand. I will do my best to arrange things," Lu Rong said. Dr. Wu nodded and then added, "I'll give your nephew an injection first. It can temporarily stabilize his condition, or he won't last through today. Madam Su, remember, you must find a capable master within 3 days. After that, I won't be able to keep your nephew stable." Lu Rong quickly responded, "Okay, Dr. Wu. I will find someone as soon as possible. Please help stabilize my nephew's condition first." She then thought about quickly informing her family and arranging connections to find a master. Before she left the hospital, a young girl stopped her. Seeing the girl blocking her way, Lu Rong looked a bit puzzled. "Young lady, do you need something? If not, could you please move aside? I am in a hurry to handle some matters. Her face showed urgency, but she didn't seem annoyed at the girl blocking her. The girl lowered her voice and asked, Madam, are you going to see a master to treat your nephew? Lu Rong looked up in surprise. How do you know that? The consultation room only had her and Dr. Wu, with no outsiders. Besides, her own people were outside, so no one could have overheard. Yet, the girl suddenly knew her situation. The girl smiled and looked at Lu Rong. Madam Lu, I have figured it out. If you're willing to trust me, I can try to help your nephew. Otherwise, if you can't find the right person within 3 days, your nephew might not survive this ordeal. These days, many people pretend to be masters, but real ones probably won't come out in such environments. Lu Rong saw that the girl seemed harmless and not like an evil person. But her sudden words made Lu Rong worried. Could the girl have some hidden purpose? Was she here to harm her nephew? She couldn't help but ask, Young lady, can you tell me why you're willing to help my nephew? I need to understand your reasons. Jiang Li explained, Madam, your nephew is a person with great virtue and has contributed a lot to our country through his military service. If you insist on knowing my reasons and intentions for helping, I can tell you that I simply do not want to see such a hero lose his life. Your family has a tradition of doing good deeds, and today you happen to meet me. Perhaps it is divine help. Lu Yulan was brought to the hospital today and was fortunate to be saved by Jiang Li. It was likely a blessing from heaven. A family that does good deeds often has good fortune, and Lu Yulan himself has accumulated many virtues. Lu Rong saw that Jiang Li had said so much that matched their family situation. She thought that if this young girl wasn't deliberately investigating their family, then she must be very capable. Now, Lu Rong was conflicted. Should she trust Jiang Li or not? She didn't dare to take a risk, fearing Jiang Li might have harmful intentions toward her nephew. Since her nephew's current condition was mysterious, it might have been caused by someone's malicious actions. If she blindly trusted others, her nephew might truly lose his life this time. Even if she wanted to save her nephew, Lu Rong would first find someone trustworthy to treat him. She wouldn't just let anyone come and treat her nephew. After some hesitation, Lu Rong said to Jiang Li, Young lady, thank you for your kindness, but I can't trust you right now. How about this? Give me your contact information. If I can't find a suitable person to treat my nephew, I'll get back to you, okay? Jiang Li understood Lu Rong's decision. Being cautious was not a bad thing. She nodded and said, All right, I'll follow your wishes, madam. She then took out a pen and a small piece of paper, quickly wrote her name on it, and handed it to Madam Lu. If you need to find me, just follow the address on this. Lu Rong glanced at the address Jiang Li left and was surprised to find that the girl was just a rural youth. However, since Jiang Li knew so much about their family situation, Lu Rong believed she must have some real skills. She pocketed the small note Jiang Li gave her. She planned to first seek out a master through her family's connections and her husband's contacts. If that didn't work, she would have to try a desperate measure: trust Jiang Li to help her nephew. When it came to that point, there would be no other options. If she didn't trust Jiang Li, her nephew's only fate would be death. Jiang Li left her address and looked worriedly at the ghostly aura surrounding Lu Yulan's hospital room. The ghostly presence was strong, making this ordeal very difficult. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Li had her own things to do. She sold the wild game she had, bought the necessary herbs, and just needed to add some everyday items like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and household supplies before she could go home. Thinking this, Jiang Li made one last stop at the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. The county's supply store was small and not as grand as the department store in Beijing, but it still had most daily necessities. Jiang Li bought some seasonings and household items, then prepared to head back home. She had her own bicycle, so she didn't need to ride a cart. Traveling was very convenient. Before 11 in the morning, Jiang Li returned to the youth commune. When she arrived, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were still working and hadn't come back yet. It seemed that without her help today, their work was a bit slower than usual. Seeing that they hadn't returned, Jiang Li wasn't worried. She first took out the mutton from her space. Knowing that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong could eat, she directly took out 10 pounds of mutton from her space. A wild mountain goat could provide dozens of pounds of meat, but Jiangli didn't sell all of it. She kept one. One mountain goat was enough for them to enjoy several hearty meals. Jiangli started cleaning and preparing the mutton. Today, she planned to have hot pot with the lamb slices cooked directly in the broth, then dipped in fragrant sesame paste, smelling incredible. She sliced several plates of meat. It looked like a lot, but it was only about 4 or 5 pounds, which Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong could definitely finish. Just as Jiangli finished slicing the meat, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong returned. When they saw Jiangli, they greeted her with smiles. Li Jie is back. Yes, I'm back. Li Jie, are you preparing something delicious for us?
Oh.
Is this lamb? Bai Zirong leaned in and smelled the rich mutton aroma. Jiangli nodded. Yes, it's lamb. Hearing it was lamb, Bai Zirong couldn't help swallowing. Lamb was definitely a delicacy, more precious and rare than pork. She didn't expect Jiangli to get such a delicious treat. Li Jie, where did you buy this lamb? Jiangli casually lied. I was lucky today. I met a woman on the roadside carrying a basket who was selling lamb. I bought all her lamb. It's about 10 pounds, enough for us to enjoy several meals. Let's have a lamb hot pot for lunch today. Although strict controls are in place against illegal trading these days, some brave individuals still secretly take risks to trade supplies. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong listened to Jiangli and thought she was very lucky. They were excited to hear they could eat mutton hot pot at noon. When they were in Beijing, they loved eating hot pot, but conditions in the countryside were very tough. Not only was eating mutton difficult, even eggs were a luxury. Today, they finally had a chance for a big meal. Bai Zirong eagerly said to Jiangli, "Sisterly, just tell me if you need help." Jiangli smiled and replied, "Most of the work is already done. The mutton is sliced, and I just need to prepare the broth. If you want to help, light the charcoal fire for me. We need it for the hot pot." Hearing this, Bai Zirong happily went to work. Seeing Bai Zirong helping, Mu Jingxuan couldn't sit still. He approached Jiangli and asked with a smile, "Jiang Jiqing, what about me? Is there anything I can do to help?" Jiangli looked at Mu Jingxuan. He was too handsome and she didn't want him to work hard, so she said with a smile, "Go wipe the table, set the bowls, and bring over these plates of mutton." Mu Jingxuan immediately followed her instructions. Meanwhile, Jiangli took the opportunity to prepare the broth and set out 3 sesame paste dishes. Soon, Bai Zirong returned with the charcoal stove. "Sisterly, I've lit the fire.
Can we start eating?" Jiangli nodded.
Yes. The 3 of them sat around the table. Several plates of meat meant they didn't need rice. They could eat their fill of meat. They happily enjoyed hot pot, chatting and laughing, while the other young workers outside were tempted by the delicious smell of mutton. As fellow countryside youth, their lives were very different. Jiangli and her friends were living well, eating meat every day, but others could only eat coarse grains and often went hungry. It was really frustrating. After lunch, Jiangli saw the water well workers had finished their work and was about to do the final checks. The well was now complete, and once the muddy water settled and was cleaned, it could be used. They wouldn't have to go far to fetch water anymore. They could use the well right at the youth camp, which was much more convenient. Jiangli had already paid the workers through Li Changping, who would settle their wages later. After the well work was finished, the workers told Jiangli to come and inspect it. If everything was okay, they would leave. Jiangli looked over the water well. It was drilled very well, with no problems. If any issues come up later, she wasn't worried because the workers who dug the well were from their own team. She could just ask them to fix it when needed. In the afternoon, Jiangli didn't go back up the mountain. Instead, she entered her space to continue refining medicine. Luckily, she had previously placed a set of medicinal cauldrons in her space, or else she would have been worried about how to make them. These days, copper and iron are very expensive and can only be bought with industrial coupons. Ordinary families find it hard to buy even a simple iron pot. Many large families can't divide their possessions because they only have one pot, which makes it impossible to share, and they can't even cook properly. Jiang Li's medicinal cauldron was large, requiring at least a ton of copper and iron to make. Getting so much precious metal in these times was extremely difficult. Jiang Li spent the whole afternoon finally, successfully refining the medicine. After finishing, she waited for evening to take the medicine and then absorb it to improve her cultivation. When Jiang Li finished, she saw Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong running back happily from outside. Seeing their excited faces, Jiang Li knew something good had happened. Jiang Li guessed what good news they had, but she still wanted to hear it directly from them, spoiling the surprise by saying it early wouldn't be fun. When the two of them happily approached her, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on? Did something good happen?" Bai Zirong, surprised, said, "Li Jia, how do you know we're happy? Do you have some kind of fortune-telling ability?" Jiang Li's mouth twitched. She wasn't blind. Their happiness was written all over their faces. Who couldn't see it? Can't you see your smiles almost reach your ears? Do I need to guess? Anyone with eyes can tell. Bai Zirong scratched his head and chuckled. Haha, I see. Mu Jingxuan then said to Jiang Li, "It's about Pung Jiang. The commune got news. His investigation results are out. The inspection team has found him guilty, and now he's being sent to the farm for reform." Knowing Jiang Li didn't like Pung Jiang either, they knew she would be happy to hear this news. Jiang Li was indeed very pleased with Pung Jiang's fate. He was a thoroughly wicked person, and seeing him dealt with made her feel good. She didn't feel any sympathy for Pung Jiang's outcome. That was a good saying. Karma is unavoidable. Harming others ultimately harms oneself. His current situation is a result of his own malicious thoughts. If Pung Jiang had been more restrained, he wouldn't be in such a mess today. Jiang Li Chong nodded at Mu Jingxuan, saying, "I told you. Why are you all so happy today? This really is something to celebrate." Bai Zirong flattered Jiang Li, saying, "Sisterly, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't stepped in, Pung Jiang might still be free, not caught yet." Both Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong admired Jiang Li's methods. Compared to what Jiang Li did, their rough treatment of Pung Jiang seemed weak. Jiang Li smiled, and Bai Zirong was clearly a great flatterer. Seeing Jiang Li's bright smile, Mu Jingxuan felt his heart flutter. Jiang Li is very beautiful, especially when she smiles. "Li Jia, what shall we eat tonight?" Bai Zirong, feeling happy, also started thinking about food. Jiang Li sighed, thinking Bai Zirong was a true foodie. "Let's have braised lamb chops." Bai Zirong had tried his family's braised lamb before, and it was very tasty. Without a doubt, Jiang Li's cooking would be even better. "Sisterly, should I start preparing now?" "I can help you," Bai Zirong eagerly offered. As long as there's good food, he was always very enthusiastic. Jiang Li took out some lamb chops and asked him to wash them. Mu Jingxuan was assigned to rinse rice and some fresh vegetables. Just as Mu Jingxuan finished washing the vegetables and was about to bring them over, Jiang Li turned around and accidentally bumped into him. She fell right into Mu Jingxuan's arms. This was the second time Jiang Li had fallen into Mu Jingxuan's embrace. Mu Jingxuan's chest was really strong, like a wall, full of strength. Unfortunately, he couldn't take advantage of her, or she really wanted to touch him. Mu Jingxuan caught the faint scent of the girl, fresh and light, filling his nose. He liked how Jiang Li smelled. Being so close, Mu Jingxuan felt his heart pounding. Jiang Li quickly regained her composure, stepped back 2 steps to create some distance, and then said to him, Sorry, I didn't see you coming. I accidentally bumped into you." She was worried Mu Jingxuan might misunderstand her and think she was taking advantage, so she explained. Mu Jingxuan blushed and said, "It's okay, I know it was an accident. Just don't think I took advantage of you."
How could that be?
If anyone's taking advantage, it's me, the guy, taking advantage of you. There's no way a girl would take advantage of a guy. Mu Jingxuan spoke to himself. When it came to taking advantage, he was happy to be taken advantage of by Jiang Li. Because he liked Jiang Li very much, even if she really took advantage of him, he had no objections and would do his best to cooperate.
Who said that?
Some women also want to take advantage of men. You look so good, walking around outside. Many women probably want to get close to you. As a good friend, I think I should remind you, Don't think that being a man makes you safe. Guys need to protect themselves when they go out. With Mu Jingshuan's looks, many women would want to take him. Not to mention others, Zhang Li was one of them. Wasn't Sun Wunwin, who was also in the youth village, interested in him? Zhang Li was sure that if Mu Jingshuan didn't protect himself, he might be taken advantage of by Sun Wunwin someday. Hearing Zhang Li say this, Mu Jingshuan's face turned even redder. Zhang Li praised him for being good-looking. Mu Jingshuan was aware of his appearance. Back in the commune, no young women confessed to him, but he never paid attention to them. These women who liked him mainly admired his family background, but more were attracted by his face. In the past, Mu Jingshuan was annoyed that he looked too handsome as a man, which caused unnecessary trouble. But now he had a different thought. Being good-looking made it easier to attract Zhang Li. As long as he could attract the girl he loved, being handsome was an advantage. Seeing Mu Jingshuan's face suddenly turn so red, Zhang Li's beautiful eyes flickered. Was Mu Jingshuan shy? Oh, she hadn't even said anything. Why was he shy? Men in this era were pure, unlike men in later generations who, after gaining more experience, played around. If Zhang Li were to find a partner, she preferred men from this era. She didn't like those full of tricks and unreliable men. Mu Jiqing, why are you blushing? I'm just telling the truth. Remember my words, guys need to protect themselves when they go out, understand? Not every woman was as morally upright as she was. Some had the opportunity and ability to take advantage, but chose to hold back out of morality. Mu Jingshuan blushed and responded. At this moment, Bai Zirong finished washing the lamb chops and came in. Sisterly, the lamb chops are ready. Can we start cooking now?
Jian minuda.
Help me peel a few garlic cloves. Bai Zirong happily went to help after hearing her instructions. Once all the ingredients were prepared, Zhang Li started cooking. The lamb head needs to be cooked longer until it becomes tender, so Zhang Li started with the lamb ribs first. Once the ribs were simmering, she began stir-frying vegetables and steaming rice. While Zhang Li was busy, the other young workers at the youth farm also finished their work. When everyone returned, they smelled a strong aroma coming from the farm, and it was clear that Zhang Li and the others were eating meat again. Lu Yulan thought that since she last ate wild boar meat, she hadn't had any meat since, and her mouth was watering with longing. Zhang Li used to be less favored at home and had a worse life than her. Now, thinking about how Zhang Li, who was once worse off, could enjoy good food, Lu Yulan felt very jealous. She told Sun Wunwin, Zhang Li is really living well. She eats meat every day and never shares any with us. I've never seen her so stingy. Lu Yulan only dared to complain to Sun Wunwin because she knew she wouldn't dare to say such things to others. No one would agree with her. Instead, they would mock her for dreaming too much. Lu Yulan didn't want to be laughed at for her fantasies, so she chose to side with herself and complain a little to Sun Wunwin, who also disliked Zhang Li. Hearing Lu Yulan's words, Sun Wunwin thought Lu Yulan was really bold, always trying to take advantage of others and expecting them to share meat with her. TSK, is meat worth less than a big cabbage? If she didn't have other allies, she wouldn't want to associate with someone like Lu Yulan. Recently, Lu Yulan had also taken advantage of her. Lu Yulan had eaten several bags of cookies that Sun Wunwin brought back from the city. Now, she couldn't afford to break with Lu Yulan yet. Once she dealt with Zhang Li, she planned to stay far away from her. For now, Sun Wunwin could only agree and say, yes, she doesn't share with strangers like us, and she even refuses to share with you, her classmate. Still, as classmates, she should show some kindness, right? But she's so ungrateful. She's willing to share with the male workers, but not her old classmates. That's so unfair. TSK, she's so selfish. After Sun Wunwin's words, Lu Yulan's complaints about Zhang Li grew stronger. It's true, they're old classmates, yet Zhang Li treats the two new male workers better than she treats her. Seeing Zhang Li walking so closely with Mu Jingshuan and Bai Zirong, Lu Yulan sneered. She's just a fox spirit, probably trying to flirt with Mu and Bai. With her shabby clothes, she doesn't deserve either of them. Sun Wunwin strongly agreed with Lu Yulan's comment. Mu Jingshuan comes from a good family and is destined to become an important official in the future. Someone like Jiang Li truly doesn't deserve him. Mu Jingshuan can only be hers. Right now, Jiang Li is the only obstacle preventing her from getting close to Mu Jingshuan. Tonight, she plans to act, forever tying Jiang Li and Li Ermazi together. Sun Wunwin's resentful gaze shifts away from Jiang Li's room and back to her own. Bai Zirong has been waiting by the stove, eager to eat lamb. Seeing Bai Zirong, Jiang Li smiles and asks, "It will be a little while longer. Are you bored waiting here? Why not go for a walk or find something to do?" Bai Zirong shakes his head. "Sister Li, I have nothing to do. I'm just waiting here. I can't eat meat yet, but it smells so good. The lamb chops smell really delicious." Mu Jingshuan rolls his eyes at Bai Zirong. That's obvious. How could the meat cooked by Ziqing not smell good? Brother Sun, you should learn more from Sister Li. When I go back to the city, I won't be able to taste her cooking. Maybe you can cook for me then, Bai Jingshu says. I suggest you go to sleep instead. You might dream of everything, Mu Jingshuan replies. Hee Brother Sun, I'm just joking. But honestly, if you don't learn, I might not get to enjoy such tasty food again. Sister Li, how about you become my sister-in-law? I have 2 older brothers who aren't married. I can introduce you to them. Once you're my sister-in-law and back in the city, I can come over for meals often, Bai Zirong says happily. The more Bai Zirong thought about it, the more he liked the idea. Mu Jingshuan, nearby, was unsettled upon hearing this. Bai Zirong, do you think that's possible? How old are your 2 brothers? Jiang Ziqing is even younger than you. Your second and third brothers are at least 5 or 6, even 7 or 8 years older than her. That's like an old cow eating tender grass. It's really unfair to Jiang Ziqing, Mu Jingshuan says. Bai Zirong hesitates for a moment, then thinks it might be true. He begins to consider whether he has any relatives close in age to Jiang Li. Soon, he remembers his cousin. Ziqing, I have a cousin who is the same age as you. He works at a newspaper in Jing City. He's good-looking, has a good job, and a nice personality. Do you want to consider dating him? Mu Jingshuan knows that Bai Zirong's cousin at the newspaper has good qualities. But he firmly refuses to let the girl he likes date someone else. That would ruin his chance. Mu Jingshuan quickly interrupts. I think Jiang Ziqing is still young. There's no need to rush into a relationship. Let's wait a few years. Bai Zirong looked at Mu Jingshuan with displeasure. Brother Sun, you don't want to learn cooking from Sister Li, and you're also stopping me from introducing a match for her. Are you deliberately trying to ruin my chance at a good life in the future? Mu Jingshuan thought Bai Zirong was just a simple-minded person who only cared about eating. For the sake of food, he even sold his brothers at home to Jiang Li. Seeing the 2 arguing, Jiang Li smiled and said, I'm still young and not thinking about dating right now. Mu Jiqing is right. I will wait a few more years. Jiang Li knew that in a few years, the college entrance exam would be back, so she wanted to finish university first before considering marriage. Since she wasn't in a hurry to get married or start a family, there was no need to date. Dating someone, and then not marrying them would only waste their youth. Love without the intention of marriage is not right, and Jiang Li didn't want to be seen as someone who played with feelings. So, she decided not to think about dating for now. Hearing Jiang Li say that, Bai Zirong felt a bit disappointed, but didn't insist. He couldn't force her anyway. Mu Jingshuan felt a little sad at the same time. Since Jiang Li was young and not thinking about dating, did that mean he also had no chance? Even if he liked Jiang Li, he would have to wait a few years to confess, or he might be rejected. Mu Jingshuan's expression suddenly looked disappointed, but Bai Zirong and Jiang Li didn't notice. Jiang Li kept her eyes on the lamb chops in the pot, worried they might overcook. Bai Zirong was eagerly hoping the lamb chops would be ready soon so he could eat. Jiang Li thought it was about time. When the sauce in the pot dried up, she took out a piece of lamb chop to let Bai Zirong taste and check if it was soft enough. If it was still hard to chew, she would add water and cook it a little longer. Sister Li, it's ready. The texture is just right, Bai Zirong said. After tasting the lamb, he praised its flavor with a thumbs up. Sister Li, these lamb chops smell so good and taste amazing. I'm almost dizzy from the aroma. Seeing him say that, Zhongli scooped up the remaining lamb from the pot, and the three of them sat around the table to eat. After dinner, Zhongli quickly took out the pills she had made today and took them to absorb their essence and continue her cultivation. The effect of the foundation establishment pill was excellent. Zhongli felt a surge of spiritual power filling her body after taking one. If she took a few more, her cultivation level would surely increase rapidly. The main character's body was very weak, making it difficult for her to quickly reach the level she had in her previous life. If Zhongli wanted to improve, she would need to practice for several years. She knew she couldn't rush things. She had to take it slow, step by step. She was willing to wait these years and use that time to gather more good karma. After taking the medicinal pills, Zhongli heard some faint noises outside. Although the sounds were soft, she sensed something was wrong. She didn't need to go out. She used her spiritual awareness to see that Sun Wunwin was sneaking out of her room. It was late at night, and her sneaky behavior suggested she had bad intentions, possibly planning to do something harmful. Zhongli initially suspected Sun Wunwin might be trying to drug Mu Jingshuan and sleep with him, hoping he would be responsible for her. After watching for a while, Zhongli realized she was wrong. Sun Wunwin was not heading to Mu Jingshuan's room, but was coming toward her own. Zhongli immediately frowned. Was someone trying to cause trouble for her? She quickly began to calculate her next move. To her surprise, she found that Sun Wunwin was actually planning to set her up to sleep with Li Mazi. The lesson Zhongli gave Sun Wunwin last time seemed to have no effect. She still dared to come after her. Well, if that was the case, Zhongli decided to deal with her as she did with Pung Jiang, eliminate her to prevent future trouble. Zhongli pretended to be unaware, lying on her bed and closing her eyes to sleep. Sun Wunwin approached Zhongli's window, lit a cigarette, and blew the smoke through the in Zhongli's door. She had bought the cigarette especially for today, along with some animal medicine for pig breeding. Sun Wunwin knew Zhongli was capable of fighting back, but she planned to first use the drug to knock her out, then give her the pig breeding medicine. Once Zhongli was drugged, she would send her to Li Mazi. She didn't believe Li Mazi wouldn't be tempted and sleep with her. Once they slept together, everyone in the production team would find out, and Zhongli would be forced to marry him, even if she didn't want to. After confirming Zhongli was drugged and unconscious, Sun Wunwin took a knife and carefully pried open the door latch. The door opened quietly, and she slipped into Zhongli's room. Seeing Zhongli sleeping like a pig, Sun Wunwin's eyes flashed with a sinister look. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Sun Wunwin fell into the water at that time and was touched by her son. She didn't want to marry into their family. At most, her reputation would be damaged. Their family indeed had no way to force her to marry. But now things are different. The two of them slept together, and Wunwin's reputation would definitely be tarnished even more by rumors. If she doesn't marry her son soon, she might be accused of having improper relationships. Anyway, the matter has become public, and Wunwin only has two choices: either marry their second son or go to jail. Aunt Guohua thinks that anyone with a clear mind would choose to marry rather than go to prison. She was happy at the thought of gaining a daughter-in-law from the city. She quickly shouted loudly, afraid others wouldn't hear and come to watch the excitement. Zhongli was just ready for breakfast when she heard Bai Zirong hurriedly shouting, "Sisterly, quick! There's a big scene happening now. Let's go, don't miss it." Seeing Bai Zirong so rushed, Zhongli knew what the excitement was about. She smiled and said, "Breakfast is ready. Do you want to finish eating before going to see the fun?" Bai Zirong shook his head. "Sisterly, no rush. We can watch the scene first, and then come back to eat. Breakfast is available every day, but missing this big event might be gone forever." Zhongli rarely saw Bai Zirong, a foodie, so eager to see the scene and not eat. Besides Zhongli and the others rushing out to see the excitement, other young people also hurried over after hearing the news. When Zhongli arrived at Li'ermazi's house, there were already people crowded around in 3 layers inside and outside. Seeing so many people come, Zhongli felt secretly pleased. Aunt Guohua really didn't disappoint her. The more people came, the more embarrassing Wunwin became. This woman wanted to ruin her reputation by marrying Li'ermazi. Zhongli decided to fight fire with fire and let her taste the bitter fruit herself. At this moment, Wunwin, lying on the bed, saw more and more people crowding outside and felt completely overwhelmed. She woke up early that morning feeling sore all over, as if run over by a cart. Then she saw Lier Matzi's ugly, disgusting face. Both of them were, and hugging each other. She vaguely remembered what happened last night. Her body was hot and uncomfortable, and she instinctively pressed closer to Lier Matzi. She didn't need to think about last night's events. She believed she was harmed by Jiang Li, that despicable woman. After Jiang Li knocked her out, she was drugged and brought to Lier Matzi's house. What Sun Wunwin couldn't understand was why Jiang Li knew about her plan and turned it around to harm her. Could Jiang Li really have mind-reading abilities? Now Sun Wunwin hated Lier Matzi even more, and she hated Jiang Li even more. Things had gotten serious this time. Even if she didn't want to marry Lier Matzi anymore, she would have to. Captain Li Chongping hurried over after hearing the news. Seeing such scandalous behavior in the team, he frowned the whole way. No matter what, this was very shameful. If it got out, it would seriously damage the reputation of their victory team. Li Chongping was most worried about the annual team evaluations and awards. He couldn't tolerate even a little mistake affecting their recognition. When he arrived, Aunt Ho-Hot immediately pulled the captain aside to explain and demand an explanation. "Oh dear, Captain, you're finally here. That Sun Jiqing is so shameless. She kept saying she wouldn't marry our Matzi, and now she's sneaking into his bed. Our Matzi is such an honest man, never even touched a girl before. Now that Sun Jiqing has slept with him, shouldn't she be responsible for him?" Hearing Aunt Ho-Hot's words, Li Chongping's mouth twitched involuntarily. Aunt Ho-Hot really had the nerve. A city girl sleeping with their son. Wasn't Lier Matzi getting a bargain? But Li Chongping knew she was just trying to force Sun Wunwin into marriage, so she had to marry into the Li family and become Lier Matzi's wife. He looked at Sun Wunwin, wrapped in a quilt, and Lier Matzi. "What exactly are you two doing? How could you do such shameful things? You're not even married yet, and you're so shameless. At least think about the reputation of our victory production team." Lier Matzi hurriedly explained to Li Chongping, "Captain, this isn't my fault. Sun Jiqing climbed into my bed in the middle of the night. I thought I was dreaming. I don't know what happened. If anyone's to blame, it's Sun Jiqing for seducing me and provoking me. I really can't take responsibility." After he finished, everyone's eyes turned to Sun Wunwin. Oh, how desperate was Sun Jiqing. She even climbed into a man's bed in the middle of the night on her own. Seeing everyone's strange looks, Sun Wunwin was furious. "Captain, that's not true. I was framed. With someone like Lier Matzi, how could I possibly be interested in him?" Lier Matzi felt insulted when Sun Wunwin spoke like that. He was very angry and said, "Sun Jiqing, last night who kept bothering me, calling me brother and asking for favors? TSK, after feeling good, you just pull up your pants and turn hostile? You look down on me, so why did you get into my bed?" After Lier Matzi finished speaking, Sun Wunwin noticed the contempt and laughter from the people around her increased. At this moment, she wished she could sew Lier Matzi's mouth shut. "Captain, I am telling the truth. I was framed. After I was knocked out, someone drugged me and brought me to Lier Matzi. It was Jiang Li and Jiang Jiqing who harmed me. It's all her fault. I had offended her before, so Jiang Jiqing has held a grudge and wants to get revenge." Sun Wunwin felt she had been so badly wronged that she had to reveal Jiang Li's crimes to everyone. Li Chongping was very protective of Jiang Li. When he heard Sun Wunwin's words, he immediately asked angrily, "Sun Jiqing, you say Jiang Jiqing harmed you, knocked you out, and drugged you. Who heard any noise?" Naturally, no one could testify to this. After Jiang Li asked, no one present claimed to have heard any noise last night. Aunt Ho-Hot sneered, "Sun Jiqing, besides you walking around on your own, who else could secretly move you from the room to my son's bed? Don't falsely accuse Jiang Jiqing. Just tell the truth. Are you married into our Li family, or are you planning to report us to the police for defiling my second brother?" Li Chongping glared at Aunt Ho-Hot. "Enough, stop talking nonsense. Your second brother is a rough man. Don't take advantage and act innocent. Then he turned to Sun Wunwin and said, Sun Jiqing, now that things between you and Li Ermatzi have come to this, either you agree to marry him or go to jail. Your choice. Sun Wunwin was so angry her teeth almost ground together. She glared hatefully at Jiang Li, her eyes almost capable of devouring her. It was this despicable woman who had caused her to be in such a desperate situation. Sun Wunwin didn't want to marry Li Ermatzi, but she also didn't want to be locked up. These days, accusations of illicit relationships could lead to many years in prison. So, Sun Wunwin could only agree to marry Li Ermatzi first. After they were married, she planned to find a way to kill him. As long as Li Ermatzi dies, she will be free again. Determined, Sun Wunwin clenched her teeth and said to Li Chongping, Captain, I want to get married. Hearing Sun Wunwin's answer, Aunt Ho-Hot immediately smiled happily. Oh, their family had luck finding a city girl. It's really a sign of good fortune. Although Sun Wunwin isn't as beautiful as Jiang Li, it's already a blessing that their family could marry a girl from the city. Many rural families would do anything to marry a city girl, but can't manage it. Li Ermatzi was also very happy, thinking about the passionate night they had last night. Once Sun Wunwin married him, he could be happy every day. But he was a bit annoyed, thinking that Sun Wunwin disliked his looks. Once she comes to marry him, he would teach her a lesson. Women, after a few good hits, would naturally become obedient. The spectators saw Li Ermatzi marry a city girl and were filled with envy and jealousy. The Li family had really been lucky. After all the twists and turns, Sun Wunwin finally married into their family. When Li Chongping heard Sun Wunwin's answer, he nodded and said, All right, since you want to get married, there's nothing more to say. Let's not discuss this anymore, and don't spread it around. We don't want it to affect our Victory Brigade's evaluation, understand? Hearing Li Chongping's warning, the team members nodded in agreement. They understood the importance of keeping family matters private. If such things got out, it would not only hurt the brigade's evaluation but also negatively impact the young girls and boys in the team. Every family needs to marry off daughters and find wives, so don't let this kind of thing affect the brigade's marriages. After giving instructions, Li Chongping dismissed everyone. They hurried back to eat, as they still had work later and shouldn't waste time gossiping. The team members left reluctantly. After the lively scene, Zhang Li and the others had to go home for breakfast. On the way back, the older villagers were discussing how Sun Wunwin was really reckless. Why did she do this? She could have chosen anyone, but she insisted on ending up with Li Ermatzi. Lu Yulan looked at Zhang Li with fear in her eyes. She felt this matter was not as simple as it seemed. If Sun Wunwin wasn't crazy, she wouldn't have fallen for Li Ermatzi. It might really be, as Jiang Li said, that everything was Jiang Li's plan. Being able to secretly send Sun Wunwin to Li Ermatzi's house in front of so many people was truly frightening. Whether Jiang Li was involved or not, Sun Wunwin and Li Ermatzi had slept together, and marrying Li Ermatzi was unavoidable. Thinking about Li Ermatzi's appearance, Lu Yulan couldn't help but feel disgusted. If she had married Li Ermatzi, she probably would have committed suicide rather than accept it. This incident reminded Lu Yulan that she must not offend Jiang Li in the future, or she might end up like Sun Wunjin. After Jiang Li finished breakfast and was full, Sun Wunjin also returned to the youth commune. She was dressed neatly, but a faint red mark was still visible on her neck. TSK, last night, the fight between Sun Wunjin and Li Ermatzi must have been very intense. When Sun Wunjin returned, she happened to run into Jiang Li and glared at her fiercely. Jiang Li, others may not know, but you do. Just wait and see. I won't let you go easily. Jiang Li sneered, Sun Youth, I don't understand what you're talking about. Your matters have nothing to do with me. I have a piece of advice for you. Doing evil will lead to your own downfall. Your current situation is the result of your own misdeeds. Sun Wunjin was so angry she wanted to rush up and tear Jiang Li apart, but she knew she couldn't beat her, only accept being beaten. Seeing Sun Wunjin return, the other old youth and Lu Yulan all avoided her like she was a snake or a scorpion. The male youth were okay, But the female youth were afraid that if Sun Wunwin and Li Yulan slept together, it would ruin their reputation. They didn't want to be called immoral, which could affect their future marriages. Sun Wunwin felt very uncomfortable seeing the old youth avoid her, and when she saw Lu Yulan also avoiding her, she was so angry she felt like vomiting blood. Yesterday, they had been on the same side, but now Lu Yulan, that despicable woman, was avoiding her. Did she forget how many cookies she had eaten from her? Jiang Li, full and in a good mood, went to work with Mu Jingxuan and others. After a busy morning, they finished their tasks. At noon, Jiang Li made lamb dumplings. Today, she tried a different way to cook lamb, which was just right, delicious, and convenient. Seeing Jiang Li preparing to make dumplings, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong eagerly came to help. Jiang Li first prepared the filling, Bai Zirong was responsible for rolling the dough, and Jiang Li and Mu Jingxuan started wrapping the dumplings. Seeing Mu Jingxuan's well-made dumplings, Jiang Li said, "Mu youth, your dumplings look pretty good." Mu Jingxuan replied, "Not really, they don't compare to yours, Jiang youth." "Of course not, I can't compare with you, but yours are pretty good too." Mu Jingxuan looked at Jiang Li and thought she was very confident and straightforward, which he liked very much. 3 people worked together quickly and efficiently to make dumplings. In no time, they finished wrapping all of them. There were so many dumplings that Jiang Li had to cook them in 2 large pots. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong enjoyed eating them happily. The leftover lamb was enough for another meal tonight. Jiang Li was thinking about what to do with it later. Maybe grill some lamb skewers, make thin pancakes, and wrap the grilled lamb inside. That would be delicious. Jiang Li decided to go up the mountain in the afternoon to cut some bamboo for skewers, making it easier to enjoy lamb skewers at night. Just as Jiang Li was about to clear the dishes, they suddenly heard arguing at the door. It was Aunt Guohua coming to the youth station. She came to tell Sun Wunwin to get ready because, in 10 days, she would marry Li Yulan, and they would hold a wedding feast. Aunt Guohua wanted to marry Sun Wunwin immediately because, once she married into the family, she would have a daughter-in-law to serve her. Many women in the countryside who married became mothers-in-law and lived much better lives. She also wanted a daughter-in-law so she could enjoy being a mother-in-law someday. But getting married was a big deal, and they had to pick an auspicious day. The soonest lucky day was in 10 days. Their family also needed time to prepare for the wedding, and they couldn't rush it. The Li family cared about their reputation. 10 days was enough time, and they had probably prepared everything. Aunt Guohua set the wedding date herself, without discussing it with Sun Wunwin. She just came to inform her. Sun Wunwin didn't want to marry Li Yulan so soon, and Aunt Guohua insisted that if Sun Wunwin refused, they would report her to the police and have her taken away. Afraid of the threat, Sun Wunwin agreed to marry in 10 days, but she had conditions. She wouldn't marry for nothing. In the countryside, a bride's bride price was about 50 yuan, but since she was from the city, she wanted 100 yuan. Besides the bride price, Sun Wunwin also asked Li's family to make her 2 new dresses. When Aunt Guohua heard her demanding so much, she got angry. 100 yuan bride price?
Dream on.
You've already slept with my son, so your innocence is gone. Our Li family can't be bothered to care, and they're willing to marry you. You should be thankful. And now you want 100 yuan? At most, I'll make you 2 new dresses. Don't even think about anything else. If you're not happy, we won't marry you. You can go to the police station. Sun Wunwin saw Aunt Ho-Hot insulting her so badly that she cried out of anger and shouted that Aunt Ho-Hot was unreasonable. Who marries without paying any bride price? It can't be that because she and Li Yulan slept together early, the Li family would skip the bride price. But Aunt Ho-Hot is not someone easy to deal with. When it comes to arguing and being unreasonable, Sun Wunwin could never win against her. In the end, Sun Wunwin was scolded until she cried and had to accept a marriage proposal without a bride price, preparing to marry into the Li family in 10 days. Jiang Li watched this lively scene and felt refreshed. Sun Wunwin was really pitiful, but the more miserable she was, the happier Jiang Li became. Who she annoyed was her own fault. If it weren't for Jiang Li's spiritual skills, she might be the one forced to marry Li Yulan without a single penny of bride price.
Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong guessed that Sun Wunwin's situation was probably related to Jiang Li, but since they had a good relationship with Jiang Li, they wouldn't say anything careless. Plus, Sun Wunwin was quite annoying, and her current fate was her own fault. Jiang Li certainly wouldn't harm anyone without reason. In the afternoon, Jiang Li went back up the mountain for a walk and caught 2 silly roe deer and a spotted deer. Deer antler is valuable, and the venison can be sold later, but she kept the antler because some medicinal herbs used in potion making require it. She gained a lot from this trip. Seeing that it was about time, Jiang Li casually cut 2 bamboo sticks and headed down the mountain. When she returned to the youth commune, the other young people hadn't come back yet. Jiang Li held a small dagger and started carving bamboo sticks. Soon, she had made a bunch of bamboo skewers. When Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong returned, they immediately saw Jiang Li carving bamboo skewers. Bai Zirong, being very curious, hurried over and asked sisterly, "What are you going to do with so many bamboo skewers?" "Tonight, I'll use them to make delicious food. I plan to grill some lamb skewers for you all to try," Jiang Li replied. When Bai Zirong heard there was tasty food, her eyes lit up instantly, and she sat down beside Jiang Li. "Sisterly, I want to help you cut the meat too." Mu Jingxuan followed and said, "I'll help too." Jiang Li stood up and said, "No need. There's enough already. You guys go wash the lamb and cut it into small pieces. We'll need it for the skewers later. Oh, and go pick some green onions from the vegetable garden. We'll wrap the dough with them and eat it together. That will be very tasty. I'll make some thin pancakes." After assigning the tasks, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong happily went to work. Jiang Li took out some flour and prepared a baking mold, then started making pancakes. Knowing that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong both had big appetites, Jiang Li made a generous amount. When she finished her part, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were almost done with their preparations. Mu Jingxuan brought over the skewered lamb and said to her, "They're all ready. Jiang Jiqing, do you still need me to cook rice?" Jiang Li shook her head, "No need. These pancakes can serve as the main food, enough to fill our stomachs." Mu Jingxuan nodded. "Then, is there anything else I can help with?" Jiang Li said, "Help me light some charcoal. I'll handle the lamb skewers." Hearing her, Mu Jingxuan happily went to light the fire. Soon, he notified Jiang Li that the charcoal was ready. Jiang Li then started grilling the lamb skewers. She had brought cumin powder and chili powder from the big city, as the local supply store here couldn't get them. Jiang Li sighed, thinking that the big city was better. Many supplies are short in this small town. If she ever went back to the city, she would stock up more things in her space. She placed the lamb skewers over the fire, and as the charcoal burned, the skewers sizzled and released oil. The rich aroma of lamb filled the air. But the best part was yet to come. After the lamb was cooked, she sprinkled chili powder and cumin on it, and the fragrant smell made everyone salivate. Bai Zirong, it smells so good. How can it be so delicious? Bai Zirong thought Jiang Li's stewed lamb was very tasty, but now he realized that the grilled lamb skewers were even more amazing. Jiang Li saw that the skewers were almost done, so she handed a few to Bai Zirong and said, "Try some." Bai Zirong took them eagerly and bit into a skewer right away. Jiang Li then handed a few more to Mu Jingxuan, who also tasted and praised the flavor. Jiang Li continued grilling some more, and they wrapped the lamb skewers with green onions and pancakes to eat together. The combination of green onions, lamb, and pancakes made the taste even better. Seeing Jiang Li grilling for them but not eating herself, Mu Jingxuan said, "Jiqing Jiang, I think I've learned how to grill now. Let me do it, and you can have a bite? We shouldn't eat all the food ourselves while you work hard." Bai Zirong nodded in agreement. "Yes, sisterly, that's a bit embarrassing. Sit down and eat with us, and let Sun Ji do the grilling." Jiang Li was a little worried about Mu Jingxuan's grilling skills. Although grilling lamb skewers seems simple, it's important to control the heat. If not careful, the meat could be undercooked or overcooked, and neither is good to eat. "It's okay, you all eat first. I'm not hungry. I'll eat after everything is grilled." Mu Jingxuan saw Jiang Li insist and didn't push further. Quietly, he picked up a flatbread, rolled some lamb skewers into it, and offered it to Jiang Li. He said, "I'll roll one for you. You eat while you grill."
Jiang was surprised for a moment when the flatbread was handed to her, then quickly opened her mouth and ate it. Bai Zirong watched silently from the side. He thought brother Sun and sister Li seemed very close, like a couple. But he didn't dare say this out loud, worried that Mu Jingxuan might get angry, since he was quite strict. Jiang Li finished grilling all the lamb skewers quickly and sat down to eat. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong had eaten about the same amount, especially Bai Zirong, whose face was covered in oil from eating. Jiang Li doesn't have a big appetite, so it's fine for him to eat more. After a delicious dinner, Jiang Li washed up and went to bed to continue practicing. She took out a foundation-building pill and absorbed it. After a night of practice, Jiang Li felt her skills had improved again. Even though she stayed up all night practicing and didn't sleep, she still felt energetic and more refreshed than before sleeping. Mu Jingxuan saw that Jiang Li looked radiant when she got up today, her face more beautiful and delicate than yesterday. Unlike other girls who go to the countryside and get worn out, Jiang Li seemed to become even more lively. So, Jiang Li spent 2 more days in the production team. One afternoon, a small car arrived at the Victory Production Brigade. Usually, the brigade rarely sees even bicycles, so a car was a big surprise. Seeing the small car, the team members were curious about what was happening. Inside the car was Lu Rong, looking worried and anxious. Her nephew, Lu Yulan, hadn't been doing well these days. Thanks to her husband's and her family's connections, they were trying hard to find a famous master of traditional Chinese medicine. But after searching, they found only a few masters, and their skills were not very strong. They couldn't help Lu Yulan. Over the years, many real experts had retired due to environmental issues, and they didn't dare to show themselves publicly. Even with the Lu family's influence, it was still impossible to find a master to treat Lu Yulan. Dr. Wu said that before 12 o'clock today, Lu Yulan could hold on. If they couldn't find help by then, Lu Yulan would die. Lu Rong had no other choice, so she thought of Jiang Li. Since they had no other options, she decided to trust Jiang Li and let her try. What if this girl was really powerful? Maybe she could truly help her nephew. Time was urgent. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. If they waited any longer, her nephew might miss the best treatment time. So Lu Rong held on to her last hope and came to the Victory Production team. Seeing Lu Rong's car arrive, Li Chongping immediately went over. In those days, only very important people could ride in a small car, probably leaders from some organizations or factories. The small folks from the Yudo Village production team had never seen such important people before. Now that a big figure had arrived, Li Chongping wanted to give a good welcome. Soon after the car entered the team's area, it stopped. Li Chongping also stepped forward and asked, "Hello, I am Li Chongping, the team leader of the Victory production team. May I ask what brings you here?" After introducing himself, Lu Rong spoke to Li Chongping. "Hello, I am here to find Jiang Li, the girl from Beijing." Seeing Lu Rong's elegant clothes and refined manner, Li Chongping immediately knew she was a noble lady. "You're here to see Jiang Li? She seems to have gone up the mountain and hasn't returned yet." As soon as he finished speaking, a team member called out, "Team leader, Jiang Jiqing is back." Li Chongping looked toward the foot of the mountain and saw Jiang Li carrying a wild chicken walking down. This girl was truly impressive. She always managed to bring back some wild game from the mountain, even more skillful than professional hunters. Seeing Jiang Li coming down, Li Chongping turned to Lu Rong and said, "Comrade, you're very lucky. Jiang Jiqing just came down from the mountain." Lu Rong also saw Jiang Li approaching from the mountain. The girl looked almost ethereal, with a unique aura. Her walk and presence showed she was truly talented. Could she really help her get through her nephew's crisis this time? As Jiang Li reached the bottom, she heard the team members mention someone was looking for her, someone in a car. She quickly guessed who it was. With the situation urgent, Jiang Li quickened her pace and went over to the car. Seeing Jiang Li approaching, Lu Rong hurriedly got out of the car. "Comrade Jiang Li, please help save my nephew," she begged.
Jiang Li nudda.
"All right, let's go. We need to hurry," Jiang Li said as she handed a wild chicken to Captain Li Chongping. "Captain, please help me give this chicken to Mu Jiqing and Bai Jiqing and tell them I might not come back tonight. They can cook for themselves." Captain Li Chongping looked curious about the situation. Was this important person here to save Jiang Jiqing? Does Jiang Jiqing still have medical skills? Soon, Captain Li remembered that Jiang Li had previously used charms to help save his grandson. Could it be that this time the person also needs to use mystical arts to save someone? Captain Li thought this was possible, but he knew he shouldn't spread this kind of story. If it was reported as superstitious, the consequences could be serious. Captain Li took the chicken from Jiang Li. All right, Jiang Jiqing, I will pass this to Mu Jiqing and buy Jiqing for you. I'll also tell them. You can go to your own thing. Jiang Li nodded and got into Lu Rong's car. Lu Rong was worried about rescuing her nephew, so she urged the driver to drive faster, not wanting to waste time. Jiang Li said, "No need to rush, there's still time." She didn't want to risk an accident by speeding. Seeing Jiang Li so calm, Lu Rong guessed she probably had a plan. She hoped her nephew would be saved this time. After Lu Rong's car left, the team gathered around the captain, asking questions. "Captain, what is Jiang Jiqing doing? Who is this important person? Is Jiang Jiqing helping to save someone? I didn't know Jiang Jiqing knew medical skills." Seeing everyone gossip, Captain Li quickly stopped them. "Enough, this isn't your business. Why ask so many questions? Go back to work and don't delay production." Under Captain Li's order, the curious team members gradually dispersed. But while working, they still discussed quietly. They thought it was amazing that Jiang Jiqing knew someone who could drive a car. Maybe she would get ahead in the future. Sun Wunwin was already upset, and now seeing Jiang Li seem to have a powerful connection, she hated her even more. Why was her life getting worse, while Jiang Li's was improving? Jiang Li, this hateful girl, would pay for what she did. Lu Rong's car drove all the way to the county hospital. At this moment, Lu Yan was in a private high-level ward. Luckily, Dr. Wu was there, keeping Lu Yan alive. Without him, Lu Yan would have died long ago. However, Dr. Wu's skills are limited. He can only help support for one more day, and beyond that, he won't be able to assist. Lu Rong successfully brought Jiang Li to the ward. Compared to before, Lu Yan's condition is worse, with a paler face and more purple discoloration. Most importantly, the ghostly aura surrounding Lu Yan has become stronger. If it weren't for this encounter with Jiang Li, Lu Yan might not have survived this ordeal. Lu Yan is grateful to himself and to his ancestors' blessings. Lu Rong points at Lu Yan and says to Jiang Li, "Comrade, this is my nephew. Look, can you really help treat him?" Dr. Wu is in the ward now. He heard that Lu Rong was bringing someone to try to help Lu Yan today. But he didn't expect that the person Lu Rong brought was a young girl. Jiang Li looks quite young. Does she really have a way to treat such a serious illness? Dr. Wu doesn't judge by appearance. He thinks if a young girl really has such skills, it's incredible, truly a hero among youth. Jiang Li nods, and then walks over to check Lu Yan's condition. Actually, Jiang Li already knew what was wrong with Lu Yan, but she had to pretend to look serious so others wouldn't think she was careless or reckless. After examining Lu Yan, Jiang Li calmly says to Lu Rong, "The ghostly aura has entered the body. Using the 13 needles of the ghost gate can remove the evil spirit, and your nephew will recover." Dr. Wu, hearing Jiang Li's words, is surprised. It seems this young girl really has some skills. Given Lu Yan's condition, most professionals wouldn't be able to identify the specific problem. Lu Rong anxiously asks, "Does anyone know this needle technique?" Dr. Wu replies, "Very few people know this needle method now. My master does, but unfortunately, he has passed away." As he speaks, he suddenly turns to look at Jiang Li with suspicion and asks, "Little girl, do you know the 13 needles of the ghost gate?" His medical skills are already top in traditional Chinese medicine. Before returning to his hometown, Dr. Wu worked at the best hospital in Beijing and often treated national leaders. But even he doesn't know the 13 needles of the ghost gate, so he naturally assumes Jiang Li, a young girl, couldn't possibly know it. After all, she's too young to master such advanced acupuncture techniques. The 13 needles of the ghost gate are beyond a reach of most seasoned traditional Chinese medicine doctors, and Jiang Li's chance of learning it is almost zero. After asking, Lu Rong looks at Jiang Li with a mix of nervousness and hope. Jiang Li nodded to the two people and said, "Of course I will. If I couldn't, I wouldn't be here to save someone today." She then added, "Quickly bring me a set of silver needles." Hearing this, Dr. Wu immediately went to get a set of silver needles. As an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor, acupuncture is a common treatment method, so he usually keeps several sets of silver needles on hand. After Jiang Li took the needles, she began to perform acupuncture on Lu Yulan. Dr. Wu watched her every move closely. He was curious and hopeful, eager to see if Jiang Li really knew how to do it, and also wanted to witness the mysterious acupuncture technique again. In the past, he had only seen his master use this magical method once to remove evil spirits from a patient's body. Jiang Li picked up a silver needle and inserted it into the Renjong point on Lu Yulan. Acupuncture treats illness by stimulating the body's meridians. Different conditions require different points and specific needle techniques. Every angle and amount of force must be precise, as even a small mistake can cause big problems. For the Renjong point, the needle was inserted at an angle from bottom to top, about 3 to 5 centimeters deep. Then Jiang Li picked up another silver needle and inserted it into the Sha Shang point on Lu Yulan. As Jiang Li's silver needles moved over Lu Yan's body, Dr. Wu became fully convinced that Jiang Li truly knew the secret 13 needles of Ghost Gate. Her acupuncture skills were even more skilled than his own. Dr. Wu was very curious about how such a young girl could learn these techniques. She was focused on helping Lu Yulan, so he didn't dare to disturb her. Instead, he held back his excitement, waiting until Jiang Li finished before asking her questions. Lu Rong stayed nearby, praying that Jiang Li's skill would cure Lu Yulan. Like Dr. Wu, she didn't dare make a sound, afraid of disturbing Jiang Li's treatment. After working for a while, Jiang Li finished inserting all the needles into the correct points. At the same time, Dr. Wu and the others saw a dark mass being pulled out from Lu Yan's body. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Lu Rong wouldn't believe such a thing existed. It seemed that some things in the mysterious world could not be ignored. The black evil spirit was flitting around the room, causing chaos. Jiang Li, worried it might escape and harm others, quickly used a talisman to trap it. The dark mass was absorbed into the talisman, which Jiang Li then stored in a small bottle she carried. With that, the problem was completely resolved. Soon, Lu Rong saw that her nephew's face had improved a lot. His face, which was originally purple and blue, was now starting to look normal. Excited, Lu Rong went over to Jiang Li and asked, "Miss Jiang, has his illness been cured?"
Jiang Li nodded.
Yes, the evil spirit inside him has been driven out. However, because the evil entered his body for too long, it damaged his vital energy. He can't recover immediately, and it will take some time to fully heal. I will prepare some medicine to help him regain his strength. You just need to give it to him regularly, and after some time, he will be fine. Hearing this, Lu Rong finally relaxed. This was such good news. For a while, her nephew had been sick, and both she and her family had been worried day and night. If her nephew couldn't get through this ordeal and lost his life, she couldn't imagine how her family would bear such a heavy. Now that he was cured, she could go back and share the good news with her family. Dr. Wu saw that Lu Yan's condition had greatly improved and stabilized. He immediately rushed over to Jiang Li and asked, "Young lady, where did you learn your skills? You're so impressive for your age, able to perform the 13 needles of Ghost Gate." Dr. Wu looked at Jiang Li with admiration. Although Jiang Li's experience was much less than his, her skills were much better. He always respected those who were more talented than himself. Jiang Li couldn't say she was trained by a master from a secret school, so she just casually said, "I don't have a teacher. I learned by myself. Maybe I have a little natural talent for this." Hearing this, Dr. Wu felt quite discouraged. The young girl hadn't studied with a famous doctor but had learned on her own? That was incredible. She had taught herself and was already much better than him. He felt ashamed. Jiang Li was very humble, but her talent was extraordinary, something he had never seen in all his years as a doctor. Her natural gift was like that of someone chosen by heaven. Dr. Wu wanted to nurture her and hoped she would follow the path of traditional Chinese medicine. If she studied systematically, her future would be limitless. So he asked her, "Young lady, your talent is truly remarkable. It would be a pity not to develop it. If you're willing, I can try to recommend you to Beijing Medical University, where many famous teachers teach traditional Chinese medicine." For now, Zhongli wasn't interested in university. She just wanted to find a place in the countryside with plenty of spiritual energy to practice and improve. The Shumli Production Brigade was a perfect place for that. Of course, Zhongli understood that Dr. Wu meant well. These days, getting into university is very hard. Many people try to use connections just to get a recommendation, but often fail. Once someone goes to university and graduates, they are likely to get a good job with a stable future for life. If Zhongli could attend university, she wouldn't have trouble finding a good job after graduation. Zhongli calmly declined Dr. Wu's kindness, saying, "No need, Dr. Wu. I've almost taught myself everything I need to learn. If I go to Capital Medical University, I probably wouldn't be a student, but a teacher." Although Zhongli spoke confidently, Dr. Wu knew she was telling the truth. She had already mastered the 13 needles technique of ghost gate acupuncture. What else could she not do? Recommending her for university was unnecessary. Who could teach her? Even he himself didn't qualify. Dr. Wu couldn't help but ask, "Comrade, where do you work now?" Knowing her workplace might help if she has patients he can't treat, and he could refer difficult cases to her. Zhongli's medical skills were obviously excellent. She replied honestly, "I don't work anywhere now. I'm just a young person sent to the countryside as part of a rural youth program." Hearing this, Dr. Wu was shocked. Such incredible medical skills, and she wasn't working at a hospital? Isn't that a waste of her talent? However, Zhongli's current situation was even better. Dr. Wu thought about recruiting her to work with him, to become colleagues. Working with Zhongli, he might learn a lot from her. Thinking this, he asked directly, "Comrade, would you be interested in working at our county hospital? If you're willing, I can recommend you to the director. With your skills, you definitely qualify to be a doctor at the county hospital." Zhongli again refused. "Thank you for your kindness, Dr. Wu, but I don't like working. I prefer freedom. I still think life as a rural youth is more comfortable. Also, even though I have medical skills, I don't have a medical license." At that time, there were official medical licenses, except for barefoot doctors in the countryside. Dr. Wu thought getting a license wasn't a big problem. He could help her prepare for the exam. With her talent, passing wouldn't be difficult. But Zhongli simply didn't want to work. She valued her independence. However, Dr. Wu still felt regret about missing such a talented person. He then said to Zhongli, "Comrade, think carefully about this matter. If you're willing, just let me know, and I will arrange everyththing else." Zhongli didn't refuse again, but she knew in her heart that she was unlikely to choose to become a doctor at the hospital. She continued to watch Lu Yulan in the ward for over an hour. When she saw that Lu Yulan's complexion had fully returned to normal, Zhongli removed the silver needles from him. With the needles taken out, she earned several hundred points of merit. Saving Lu Yulan this time was truly worth it. Her merit points increased greatly. Lu Rong was still a bit nervous and asked Zhongli, "Miss Jiang, how's my nephew now? When will he wake up?" Although Lu Yulan looked normal, he hadn't yet regained consciousness, so Lu Rong couldn't fully relax. Zhongli said, "At most by tomorrow morning. He might wake up tonight, so you should arrange for someone to stay here and watch over him." Seeing that her nephew might wake up so soon, Lu Rong felt much more at ease. "All right, I will personally stay tonight. Miss Jiang, you've really worked hard this time. I'll have someone arrange for you to eat and rest." After everything was settled, it was only right to let Zhongli eat and take a break. The sky outside had already darkened, so it was impossible to send Zhongli back to the production team now. Plus, they didn't know how Lu Yulan's condition would develop, so Zhongli should check on him again in the morning. Zhongli didn't have anything urgent now and was a bit hungry, so she agreed to Lu Rong's arrangement. Lu Rong, being the wife of the county secretary, had people to handle things for her. She arranged for a male assistant to take Zhongli to the guest house and then ordered dinner to be prepared for her. The food was quite good. Even in the 1970s, when many people couldn't eat meat for months, the meals sent to Jiang Li included 2 meat dishes: braised pork with bean curd sheets and spicy stir-fried small pork. There was also a vegetarian dish and soup. Jiang Li finished everything and packed the leftovers into her lunchbox to save for later. In her previous life, she probably wouldn't have eaten leftovers, but now, seeing so many people struggling to get enough food, Jiang Li felt it would be rude to waste it. The guest house had a nice environment, and Jiang Li slept well for the night. However, Mu Jingxuan from Shengli Brigade couldn't sleep peacefully. He didn't know what Jiang Li was doing, so he couldn't help but worry about her situation. Jiang Li slept peacefully through the night, while Mu Jingxuan stayed awake all night. When morning came, Bai Zirong saw Mu Jingxuan with dark circles under his eyes. Bai Zirong was startled and quickly asked, "Brother Sun, what's wrong? Why do you have such dark circles? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Seeing Bai Zirong's concerned look, Mu Jingxuan simply replied, "Yes, I didn't sleep well. I'm worried about Jiang Jiqing. She hasn't come back all night and I don't know what's going on." Although Bai Zirong was curious about what Jiang Li was doing, he hadn't stayed awake all night like Mu Jingxuan. Suddenly, Bai Zirong thought of something and looked at Mu Jingxuan with surprise, asking, "Brother Sun, could it be that you like Sisterly?" The more he thought about it, the more he believed this was possible. Mu Jingxuan treated Jiang Li differently from other girls. If he didn't like her, what else could it be? Realizing this, Bai Zirong suddenly understood why Mu Jingxuan had stopped him from introducing other girls to Jiang Li before. Mu Jingxuan looked at Bai Zirong with surprise and a hint of gossip in his eyes, and his mouth twitched slightly, unwilling to deny his feelings for Jiang Li. "Even if I like Jiqing, there's nothing strange about that, right? She's such an outstanding girl. It's normal to like her," Mu Jingxuan replied. Bai Zirong didn't comment on his answer. Sister Li was indeed excellent, one of the most outstanding women he had ever seen. But Bai Zirong still found it quite surprising. After all, many girls liked Brother Sun before, and many of them were beautiful and talented. Yet, Mu Jingxuan had always been indifferent to those girls, and now he liked Jiang Li. That was like a rare flower blooming in winter. "Brother Sun, it's rare for you to have such feelings. Sister Li is a good girl. You should pursue her seriously and win her over quickly so other guys don't get the chance," Bai Zirong encouraged Mu Jingxuan. Bai Zirong encouraged Mu Jingxuan, not only because Mu Jingxuan was his good brother and he hoped his brother would find a good girl, but also because he thought that if Jiang Li married Mu Jingxuan, he could keep freeloading at her place. After all, Brother Sun was closer to him than his own brother. If Jiang Li was with Mu Jingxuan, he wouldn't have to worry about introducing other men to her. Mu Jingxuan shot Bai Zirong a quick look, saying, "Did you not hear what Jiqing said earlier? She is still young and currently has no plans to date anyone. The two haven't known each other for long, and Mu Jingxuan is worried that if he confesses now, he might scare the girl. If Jiang Li gets frightened, what will happen to their future? She might avoid him, and he could lose her friendship. So, he decides to wait, at least until they spend more time together, and Jiang Li gets to know him better, making it easier to earn her affection." Bai Zirong also thinks this way. Jiang Li is still young, and since she isn't planning to date now, Sun Ge should wait a bit longer. Bai Zirong pats Mu Jingxuan on the shoulder and says, "Sun Ge, the revolution isn't over yet, and comrades still need to work hard. As long as you keep trying, Jiang Li will eventually agree to be with you. As brothers, if you need help, just tell me." Mu Jingxuan also looks forward to that day coming soon. For now, he believes everything will work out naturally in time. In the morning, Jiang Li was served breakfast by the person Lu Rong arranged. After eating, she went to the hospital to check on Lu Yan's recovery and to give Lu Rong the medicine for his health. Once that was done, she could return to the production team without delaying her morning work. When Jiang Li arrived at the county hospital, Lu Yan had already woken up. Last night, Lu Rong stayed with her nephew, who woke up in the middle of the night. Seeing her nephew awake, Lu Rong finally relaxed. She immediately contacted her family to share the good news. After waking up, Lu Yan talked with Lu Rong for a while and then went back to sleep. When he woke up again in the morning, he saw Jiang Li had arrived.
Lu Yulan heard his aunt say that the person who saved him was a young girl, and he was surprised to find that she was Jiang, a very beautiful young girl. Seeing her looking at Jiang in a daze, Lu Rong quickly introduced, "Yenner, this is Jiang, the young lady who saved you." After that, she added to Jiang, "Miss Jiang, you're amazing. My nephew woke up last night just as you predicted. We really thank you so much. We'll stay at the hospital for a couple of days to take care of him, and once he's fully recovered and discharged, we'll come to visit you in person to thank you." Actually, Lu Rong could have simply sent someone to buy some gifts and send them to Jiang to show her gratitude. But she felt that wouldn't be enough to truly express her sincerity. Jiang had saved her nephew's life, and such a life-saving act was more important than anything. A simple gift couldn't fully repay her kindness. She plans to wait until Lu Yulan's health improves enough for him to be discharged from the hospital. When that time comes, she will buy some gifts and visit them personally to thank them. Lu Yulan also spoke to Jiang and said, "Miss Jiang, thank you for saving me. My aunt told me that if it weren't for you, I might not be alive. I will never forget your kindness, and if you ever need help, just ask." Jiang waved her hand and said, "A family that does good will have good fortune. Comrade Lu is a good person, and my help was just fate. You don't need to thank me." Although Jiang said she didn't need thanks, Lu Yulan and Lu Rong still couldn't help but be grateful. Anyway, once Lu Yulan is discharged, he will visit Jiang personally to give her a thank you gift. Jiang then sat next to Lu Yulan and said, "Stretch out your hand, I'll check your pulse again." Lu Yulan cooperated and extended his hand. After checking his pulse, Jiang thought his condition was stable enough and took back her hand. She handed a prepared prescription to Lu Rong. "Take this medicine regularly. In about a month, you'll recover. Since you often train, your body has some underlying issues, so this will help you recover together." Lu Rong took the prescription and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go now if there's nothing else." Jiang stood up to leave, but Lu Yulan called her back. "Miss Jiang, I want to ask why I suddenly got sick and why it was so serious." Lu Yulan only remembered that he was out in the mountains with his comrades on a special patrol mission assigned by the army. Soon after entering the mountains, he suddenly felt blackness in front of his eyes and fainted. When he woke up again, he heard his aunt tell him what happened afterward. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet Jiang, he probably wouldn't be alive. When Lu Yulan asked, Lu Rong also looked at Jiang with curiosity. She was worried that this was the work of enemies from the Lu family. If it was just an accident, it would be understandable, but if someone deliberately set a trap, that would be a serious matter. Seeing Lu Yulan ask, Jiang checked her fingers and said, "Did you go into the mountains before you fainted? There's some evil energy there. You were just unlucky that day, rushing to the front and bumping into a wild ghost, which confused your mind and hurt your body. In the future, try not to go to abandoned mountain areas with many graves. You might accidentally step on its old home and anger it, which could cause you trouble." Although Lu Yulan was somewhat prepared after hearing this, he still found it a bit unbelievable. He was an atheist and didn't believe last night when his aunt said he had provoked evil spirits. Now Jiang said this. Lu Yulan thought it was very strange. Jiang also saw that Lu Yulan didn't seem to believe in these mystical things. Anyway, she had already saved the person. Whether he believed it or not was his own business. Since Lu Yulan was a soldier with many merits, Jiang took out a talisman and handed it to him. "Carry this amulet with you at all times. Even if you don't believe in ghosts and gods, wearing this won't hurt you. Just think of it as a lucky charm." Lu Yulan didn't believe in these supernatural things, but Lu Rong did, because she saw Jiang help her nephew with acupuncture and force out a dark, muddy substance from his body. Some things others might not believe, but having seen it with her own eyes, she couldn't help but believe. "Yenner, take this amulet for Miss Jiang. She's right. Wearing it won't do any harm, and it might bring you peace of mind," Lu Rong said, taking Jiang amulet and putting it directly into her nephew's pocket. Lu Yulan didn't want his aunt to worry, so he didn't push away the amulet. He just kept it as a comfort for her. Seeing that everything was settled with her aunt and nephew, Jiang left the ward.
Lu Rong kindly sent someone to drive Jiang Li back to the Victory production team, so she wouldn't have to wait for the ox cart to return. Half an hour later, Jiang Li returned to the Victory production team in a small car. Seeing her arrive by car, the team members looked at her with surprise. Little Jiang Jiqing must be important now. She was being picked up and dropped off in a car. Could she be working for someone important? Otherwise, why the special treatment? It seemed Jiang Li was hiding her talents. They had always thought she was just like other rural youth with no special skills. Jiang Li arrived early enough. The team leader was just assigning farm work. Jiang Li approached Li Chongping and asked him to assign her some farm work for today. Li Chongping remembered that Jiang Li had helped someone yesterday, so he asked Jiang Jiqing, "Do you need a day off? If you need rest, you don't have to work today. I can approve a leave for you." Li Chongping still remembered Jiang Li's kindness in helping their family. Jiang Li shook her head. "No need, team leader. I don't need a rest. Please assign me the usual work." Seeing that Jiang Li looked well, Li Chongping didn't say much. "All right, since you don't need a break, go work with everyone else." He assigned Jiang Li, Mu Jingxuan, and Bai Zirong to the same group as usual. When they saw Jiang Li back, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were very happy. Mu Jingxuan was wondering if Jiang Li would take a little more time to come back, but he didn't expect her to return so quickly, arriving at the production team early in the morning. "Jiang Jiqing, you're back?" Mu Jingxuan smiled as he approached Jiang Li and greeted her. Jiang Li felt that Mu Jingxuan's gaze was a bit intense, and his smile was also overly eager. Did this guy seem especially happy to see her? Bai Zirong also smiled and stepped forward to greet her. "Sister Li, you're back. It's good that you returned. If you had delayed a few more days, Brother Sun would have missed you so much." After saying this, Bai Zirong saw Mu Jingxuan give him a warning look, so he quickly added, "And me too. I would have missed you a lot." Jiang Li thought Bai Zirong was joking and didn't take his words seriously. The three of them went together, took on their tasks, and went to work in the fields. Neither of them liked gossip or being talkative, so they didn't ask Jiang Li what she did yesterday. However, the people in the team were very curious and gathered around Jiang Li, asking all sorts of questions. They wanted to know where she went yesterday and how she knew the person with the car. Jiang Li replied vaguely, "Nothing special, just helping someone fix a small problem." Hearing Jiang Li's answer, many team members were surprised. "Oh, little Jiang Jiqing, you even know how to see a doctor?" "Yeah, little Jiang Jiqing. Why haven't I heard you mention this before?" Their production team was short of a doctor who could see patients. Other teams had their barefoot doctors, but their team didn't. Without a doctor, it was hard for team members to get medical help when they were sick, and they had to go to the commune health station, which costs money. Since everyone's life was already difficult, who was willing to spend money on medical treatment? If Jiang Li really could help with medical issues, it would save them a lot of money. Just as Jiang Li was about to answer, Lu Yulan nearby started to get impatient. She couldn't stand seeing Jiang Li living well and being praised. In a moment of anger, forgetting it was taboo to provoke Jiang Li, she said, "Jiang Li, you're such a big talker. I've never heard you say you studied medicine before. You're just bragging because no one knows your background, and now you're talking big." After saying this, Lu Yulan saw Jiang Li's cold gaze shoot over. Confronted with Jiang Li's icy stare, Lu Yulan admitted she was scared and backed down. Why did she have to open her mouth and provoke Jiang Li? What if Jiang Li got angry and played tricks on her, making her end up like Sun Wunwin? If Lu Yulan hadn't jumped around, Jiang Li would have forgotten about her. Since Lu Yulan chose to seek trouble herself, she had to face the consequences. So Jiang Li simply used a bad luck charm, letting misfortune take its course without needing to do anything herself. She wanted Lu Yulan to experience the frustration of trying to do something simple and failing. When Jiang Li just looked at her with a cold smile and said nothing, Lu Yulan felt relieved but also uneasy inside. As the saying goes, women's sixth sense is very accurate, and Lu Yulan soon found herself unlucky. While working, she suddenly slipped and fell into the field, landing hard and injuring herself. She scraped her face and body, blood pouring out. The worst part was that Lu Yulan thought her leg might be broken, and the pain was sharp and intense. Her screams drew the attention of the team members. Seeing her fall so badly, none of them felt sorry for her. Instead, they were speechless. Even doing the simplest tasks, Lu Yulan managed to injure herself. She was truly useless. When Li Changping heard the commotion, he hurried over. Seeing Lu Yulan in such a state, he couldn't help but shake his head in frustration. She was truly a troublemaker. Lu Yulan was injured, and the team couldn't ignore her. Li Changping had the team help her up. "Young worker Lu, how are you? Why did you fall like that?" Lu Yulan instinctively thought this was definitely related to Zhongli. Zhongli smiled at her meaningfully, then she felt as if something pushed her, causing her to fall badly. She believed her intuition was correct, and was sure she hadn't fallen by herself, but was pushed. After Li Changping asked, Lu Yulan angrily pointed at Zhongli. "Captain, it's Zhongli who caused my fall. I didn't fall by myself. Captain, I'm in so much pain, and I want Zhongli to pay for my medical expenses." As soon as Lu Yulan finished speaking, an older woman nearby pointed at her and scolded. "Bah! Lu, young worker, everyone saw you fall. You really like to lie." Zhongli was far away and right in front of everyone. "How could she have hurt you? You're blind and fell. Then you falsely accused Zhongli. That's shameless." After she finished, many team members nodded in agreement. Li Changping was unhappy and said to Lu Yulan, "Lu, young worker, you need evidence to speak. It's broad daylight. Zhongli couldn't have hurt you in front of so many people. Don't falsely accuse her." Lu Yulan is now at a loss for words. Clearly someone pushed her, but everyone else says no one did. Why is Zhongli so strange? Although Lu Yulan is very unwilling, she has no proof, so she says to Li Changping, "Captain, I am in a lot of pain. Please send someone to take me to the clinic. My leg seems broken, and I can't work anymore." Li Changping is most annoyed by Lu Yulan's kind of person who can't work but also delays others. She is just a burden to the team, causing more trouble than help. For those educated youth sent to the countryside, the worst to encounter is someone like Lu Yulan. Now Lu Yulan is seriously injured, and he can't ignore her. He has to arrange for a team member to take Lu Yulan to the clinic. At this moment, Sun Wunwin steps forward and says to Zhongli, "Zhong, educated youth, you said you can treat people, right? Since you can, why don't you help Lu Yulan? It's also convenient, so she doesn't have to go to the clinic." Sun Wunwin also thinks Zhongli is bragging, so she deliberately exposes her. Since Zhongli caused her so much trouble, she won't let her get away easily. Zhongli responds calmly, "I do know how to treat, but I'm afraid Lu Yulan won't let me help her. Didn't she just question me? Why should I help someone who doubts me?" Lu Yulan, sensing that Zhongli has a strange vibe, is afraid to trust her. She worries Zhongli might take the chance to harm her under the guise of treatment.
She doesn't want to take that risk. I don't want her to help me.
"I want to go to the clinic." Sun Wunwin, seeing she can't prove Zhongli is bragging, purses her lips in frustration. At this moment, a team member steps forward and asks Zhongli, "Zhong, educated youth, do you really know how to treat people? My grandson has been coughing for a month and isn't getting better. We took him to the clinic, gave him medicine, but it didn't help. Can you help us?" The speaker is an old woman who looks very tired. Zhongli doesn't help everyone, but she definitely needs to help this old lady. Her son was a soldier who died on a mission years ago, leaving only her grandson. After her son's death, her daughter-in-law took the compensation money and ran away. Now she's left alone to raise her grandson, and life is very hard. Because of their financial situation, they can't afford to send the child to the big hospital in the county, so they go to the clinic to see a doctor and buy cheap medicine. Now, Suanzi has taken medicine, but it doesn't work. He coughs every day and loses his appetite. The elderly lady asks Zhongli to help check on him. If Zhongli really knows how to treat illnesses, there might be hope for her grandson's recovery. Sun Wunwin thinks this is a good chance again. Seeing Zhongli silent, she assumes Zhongli is guilty and says sarcastically, "Zhong Jiqing, why don't you speak? Do you really not know how to treat illnesses and are afraid of exposing yourself?" Zhongli is too lazy to respond to Sun Wunwin. Instead, she says to the elderly lady, "Grandma, no problem.
Let me see your grandson first. I'll check him and then treat him accordingly. The elderly lady quickly agrees. Okay, Jiang Jiqing, I'll take you to see him now. Jiang Li greets Li Changping and then follows the elderly lady. Li Changping knows Jiang Li will finish her work, so he doesn't mind waiting a bit. He also wants to find out if Jiang Li can do more than just use traditional healing methods to cure people. If she really has the skill, they might have a doctor in their team after the collective production. That would make medical treatment more convenient and save money for everyone. Jiang Li follows the elderly lady to her home. The elderly lady's family name is Yu, so Jiang Li calls her Grandma Yu. Their house isn't the worst in the village. Before, Yu's son was in the army and received a good allowance every month. With that money, they built a big house. If her son hadn't died, their life would probably be much better now. But many things happened later. Her son sacrificed, and her daughter-in-law took the son's pension and ran away. As an old lady, she can't do much work. She raises her grandson alone, and life is very hard. Jiang Li visits Grandma Yu's house and examines her grandson. The previous treatment didn't work. The child has been coughing for a month and now has pneumonia. Luckily, Grandma Yu brought her here today. If she had delayed any longer, the pneumonia might have become worse and could have even taken the child's life. Jiang Li will do her best to save the brave child. After checking, Jiang Li is confident about the child's condition. She tells Grandma Yu, don't worry. I can cure your grandson. This afternoon, I will pick some herbs from the mountain and bring them to you. Grandma Yu happily nods. Good. Jiang Jiqing. Thank you so much. Jiang Li replies, it's nothing, Grandma Yu. Just a small favor. After checking the child's illness, Jiang Li was about to leave when she suddenly sensed a faint ghostly presence. Seeing Jiang Li stop abruptly, Yu grandma instinctively asked, Jiang Jiqing, what's wrong? Jiang Li wasn't sure whether to tell Yu grandma about it. Never mind, she decided not to say anything for now and focus on treating the child's illness first. Nothing, Yu grandma. I need to go back to work now. All right. I need to go too. Jiang Li returned to the fields to work. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong saw how quickly Jiang Li came back and asked, Sister Li, you really have the skill to treat people? Jiang Jiqing, I didn't know you knew medicine, they said. Jiang Li casually made up a reason. I taught myself some traditional Chinese medicine before, but I don't have a medical license, so I didn't dare to treat others openly. Since someone trusts me and wants me to help, I don't mind taking a look. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong looked at Jiang Li with admiration. Traditional Chinese medicine is so profound. It's impressive that she learned it on her own. Jiang Li is really smart. She managed to learn such complex stuff by herself. The three continued working and finished the day's tasks by noon. After returning home, Jiang Li started preparing lunch. She then noticed that the wild chicken she left for Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong yesterday hadn't been eaten. She asked, why didn't you eat the wild chicken I left? Are you saving it to eat together when I come back? Bai Zirong replied weakly, Sister Li, I wanted to eat it, but Brother Sun said good things should be shared, not eaten alone. Jiang Li looked at Mu Jingxuan with a smile. Don't do that anymore. I can get more later. It's not a rare thing.
Mu Jingxuan obediently nodded. Okay, Jiang Jiqing.
I understand. I won't do that again. Bai Zirong glanced at Mu Jingxuan, thinking he seemed a bit like someone under a wife's control, but he didn't dare say anything, afraid of getting scolded. Jiang Li asked Mu Jingxuan to prepare the wild chicken. She then cooked a small chicken with mushrooms for lunch. Bai Zirong had tasted Jiang Li's chicken with mushrooms before and thought it was delicious, like a taste from heaven. Hearing they could eat it today, he couldn't help but start salivating. Fortunately, Jiang Li was quick, so Bai Zirong didn't have to wait long. The three of them enjoyed their lunch. Bai Zirong felt especially happy with Jiang Li around. Yesterday, he had a dinner cooked by Mu Jingxuan, but it was so bad he couldn't eat much. The difference was huge. Today, Jiang Li's pot of chicken with mushrooms was so good that not a single drop of broth was left. After the three of them finished eating, Jiang Li saw Lu Yulan being brought back. Her minor injuries were briefly treated, and she still had a cast on her leg.
She looked quite miserable. However, Jiang Li didn't feel sorry for Lu Yulan, since she had come to bother her for no reason. Lu Yulan's injuries were serious this time, so she couldn't work for now. Team leader Li Chongping approved her leave, and she was told to rest at the youth station. Even though she was given leave, Li Chongping didn't hold back from scolding her during the process. With such a long rest, Lu Yulan probably wouldn't finish her basic work points this year. But the team couldn't let her starve, so they had to give her some grain. Thinking about how the team now had another dependent, Li Chongping felt quite uncomfortable. Lu Yulan couldn't work anymore, and someone had to take care of her at the youth station. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get out of bed or eat properly. When Lu Yulan returned, Lin Shuang called the female youth workers at the station to a meeting to discuss taking turns caring for Lu Yulan. Worried that everyone might disagree, Lin Shuang added, "We're all youth at the station, and we should help each other in times of trouble. Lu Yulan is facing a big problem now, and we can't just watch and do nothing." Hearing this, Jiang Li felt speechless. She wondered why she hadn't noticed that Lin Yuheng had a kind-hearted side before. Sun Wunwin directly pouted and said, "Lin Yuheng, I'm about to get married and won't be staying at the youth station anymore, so I can't help take care of Lu Yuheng in the future." Thinking about what Lu Yulan had done, Sun Wunwin felt cold inside. After she had eaten so many cookies, Lu Yulan's accident made her feel like she was avoiding a troublemaker. Now that Lu Yulan was in this situation, Sun Wunwin believed it was a punishment from heaven. She thought, let her take care of Lu Yulan?
Dream on.
Lin Shuang knew Sun Wunwin wouldn't stay at the station much longer, so she didn't involve her in caring for Lu Yulan. Jiang Li deliberately raised her voice and said, "I won't get involved in this. You all can take care of her. Everyone knows my relationship with Lu Yuheng has always been bad. Even if I wanted to help, she might refuse." She looked at Lu Yulan and raised an eyebrow, asking Lu Yuheng, "Do you want me to take care of you?" Lu Yulan thought about Jiang Li's tricky ways and instinctively stayed on guard, fearing she might be secretly mistreated under the guise of caring for her. She shook her head like a rattle and said, "No, Lin Yuheng. I don't want Jiang Li to take care of me." Neither side was willing, and no matter how much Lin Shuang wanted Jiang Li to help, she couldn't do anything. Jiang Li glanced at Lu Yulan and gave her a knowing look. In the afternoon, Jiang Li went up the mountain to find medicinal herbs. Rare herbs are hard to find, but common medicines for minor illnesses are easier to gather. That afternoon, Jiang Li successfully collected the herbs needed to treat Grandma Yu's grandson's pneumonia. On her way down the mountain, she also caught a wild rabbit to bring home. She first stopped at the educated youth settlement, placed the rabbit inside, then ground the herbs she collected and delivered them to Grandma Yu. She explained how to use the medicine. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Li returned to the settlement. The other educated youth had already finished work and come back. During work hours, they couldn't take care of Lu Yulan, so they would handle her after work. Since no one was with Lu Yulan all afternoon, she couldn't hold it and ended up soiling herself. Lu Yulan felt she was extremely unlucky today. She had never had stomach issues before, but today her leg was broken and she also had diarrhea. With no one around, she was alone in her room and couldn't get out of bed, so she sadly soiled her pants. The person caring for her was Lin Shuang. As the female leader of the educated youth team, she naturally took the lead by helping Lu Yulan first. When she returned from work, she saw Lu Yulan had soiled herself, which instantly overwhelmed her. Lin Shuang forced herself to suppress her disgust, helped Lu Yulan change her clothes, and also cleaned her up. The other female educated youth couldn't help trembling at the thought that Lu Yulan might be like this every day. They all said they would only deliver her meals in the future, but refused to help with her bathroom needs, fearing they would be disgusted. Lin Shuang, if she didn't mind, was willing to take care of her waist and functions herself, since the others definitely wouldn't do it. She initially wanted to use moral pressure, but when she was cleaning Lu Yulan's mess, she also felt so sick she kept gagging and wanted to give up. She couldn't stand taking care of Lu Yulan's waist anymore. Seeing that the other youth didn't want to help her, Lu Yulan immediately started complaining. If she soiled herself again, and no one helped her clean up, she might end up bedridden. But her fussing was useless. Besides Lin Shuang, no one else cared. As the female leader, Lin Shuang had a chance to be prioritized for university admission after returning to the city, especially for the workers' and peasants' college. The other youth, however, were not team leaders, so they probably wouldn't get those opportunities and naturally wouldn't bother pretending to care for Lu Yulan. Although Lin Shuang verbally agreed to continue serving Lu Yulan, she was actually very unwilling and also developed feelings of dislike toward Lu Yulan. Jiang Li heard that Lu Yulan had a messy accident and felt both relieved and disgusted. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong heard about this incident, which affected their appetites. Jiang Li's rare rabbit stew was not finished, and there was some left over. She didn't want to waste the remaining rabbit meat and planned to eat it again the next day when it was reheated. At night, Jiang Li continued her training, took out a foundation-building pill, and absorbed it. She trained until 3 a.m. before fully absorbing the pill. Although she only slept a few hours, thanks to the pill's effects, she woke up feeling very refreshed and energetic the next morning. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Li's life was peaceful, and she went to work as usual. Lu Yulan, because of her bad luck charm, was really restless even while lying in bed. She often got herself dirty and, when turning over on her bed, accidentally fell off and lost a tooth. Once she almost choked to death while eating. The people at the Youth Thinkers' courtyard thought Lu Yulan seemed cursed, otherwise how could she be so unlucky? Lu Yulan was driven nearly mad by her suffering. She cried all day and felt that everything was somehow connected to Jiang Li, but she couldn't find proof. Now Lu Yulan was truly being honest. Although she had suffered a few setbacks at Jiang Li's hands before, she always remembered the lessons, but didn't hold grudges. After this experience, she was completely clear-headed and realized that Jiang Li was someone she absolutely could not provoke. She couldn't afford to offend her. Early that morning, Grandma Yu came to the youth courtyard to find Jiang Li. She carried a basket with 10 eggs inside. These eggs were carefully saved up by Grandma Yu herself. In the past, her family's eggs were used to exchange for salt and other goods. Now, she was giving them to Jiang Li to show her sincere thanks. Her grandson had only been sick for 2 days after taking the medicine Jiang Li gave him, and his cough had significantly improved. Today, he hardly coughed at all, and his complexion looked much better. The quick recovery of her grandson was thanks to Jiang Li's miraculous medicine. Jiang Li helped her grandson with medical treatment and collecting herbs without taking a single penny. Grandma Yu felt she had to show her gratitude, so she took the eggs she had saved from her family's frugal living to thank Jiang Li. Jiang Jiqing, my grandson has recovered very well. I really want to thank you for your help. My wife doesn't have much money. These eggs are saved by my family. I brought them to give to you, hoping you won't mind or refuse. Jiang Li knew that Grandma Yu's family was very poor, so she definitely wouldn't accept the eggs. Grandma Yu, I don't need eggs. You can take them back for the children. Even though the children are not coughing much now, they still need good care to recover fully. These eggs are just right for them to eat and strengthen their bodies. Seeing Jiang Li refuse to take her eggs, Grandma Yu's tone became urgent. But Jiang Jiqing, you've helped our family so much. I don't know how to thank you. Grandma Yu, I heard your fermented bean paste tastes very good. If you want to thank me, why not give me some of that? Grandma Yu was slightly surprised. Jiang Jiqing, if you want it, I can give you a few bowls. That stuff isn't worth much, so I can't really thank you with it. Grandma Yu, you might not think it's a good thing, but I do. To me, delicious bean paste is more precious than eggs. Grandma Yu understood that Jiang Li was deliberately refusing her eggs to get the bean paste. Ah, this girl is truly kind-hearted. If there's a chance later, I should do something else to repay her. All right, Jiang Jiqing, I'll go back and pack a few bowls to bring to you. Jiang Li then said, Grandma Yu, I'll go with you. Grandma Yu didn't refuse. Okay, just see how much you want. I can give you all of it. Jiang Li followed Grandma Yu back home. While Grandma Yu was inside packing the bean paste, Jiang Li looked at the empty house and said, Yu Weimin, your restless spirit has been lingering in the human world for many years. Do you know that if you stay too long, you might never reincarnate and become a lonely ghost forever? I advise you to let go of your obsession and reincarnate. As Zhongli finished speaking, a dark shadow floated in front of her. Normal people couldn't see anything in the house, but Zhongli saw the spirit of Yu Weimin, Grandma Yu's son. Last time she came to treat the children, she noticed Yu Weimin's spirit lingering here. She saw that this spirit didn't mean to harm anyone, so she didn't expose it. Today, Zhongli came intentionally to persuade Yu Weimin's spirit to reincarnate soon. Yu Weimin looked at Zhongli, knowing that this young countryside girl was kind and had saved his son. He was a soldier in his life, full of integrity, and Zhongli was the one who saved his son. He definitely wouldn't harm her. He was just surprised that Zhongli could see him. This girl had spiritual ability. Soon, Yu Weimin felt the powerful aura emanating from Zhongli. When he got closer to her, he could sense a great pressure on his soul and a deep, heartfelt fear. Aren't you an ordinary young girl? Yu Weimin asked.
Jiang Linudda.
I practice metaphysics. Today, I came to advise you to reincarnate. You have merit, and if you enter the cycle of rebirth, you will definitely be born into a good family next time. If you continue to linger in the human world, you will never be able to reincarnate, and you know what that means, right? Humans and spirits are different paths. Don't be stubborn and blind. A look of sadness appeared on Yu Weimin's face. Jiang Jiqing, I really can't rest easy knowing my mother and child are safe. My son, Lele, is still so young. How can I be at peace? My mother is old and has trouble walking. She has to take care of Lele, and it's very hard for her. Also, I haven't yet avenged that woman. I refuse to just reincarnate and forget everything. Spirits of the dead often refuse reincarnation because of lingering attachments. If it's an unrelated person, Zhongli wouldn't interfere, but for a hero like Yu Weimin, who protected his family and country, she couldn't bear to see him delay his next life because of his attachments. Yu Weimin, don't worry. Your son Lele has survived this calamity. He will be safe and successful in the future. When he grows up, he will achieve something great. Your mother is also a fortunate person. Although she has had a tough few years, her days will get better soon. Lele will give her a happy, peaceful old age. Zhongli paused, knowing that the daughter Yu Weimin mentioned was his wife, who had taken the pension and abandoned her child. She quickly calculated and shared the result with him. As for the woman you want to revenge, there's no need to bother. The cycle of karma will take care of her. She will pay the price for her actions. Within a year, her husband's deception will drain her pension, and she will die from domestic violence. So you don't need to act. The person you hate will face retribution. If you take revenge, you will bear the consequences and ruin the merit you built in your life. Yu Weimin believed what Zhongli said. Since she could see his spirit, it meant she was truly capable. Her ability to read his fortune was not surprising. Knowing that the one he loved would have a better life, and that those he hated would face retribution, he finally let go of his attachment. Tears in his eyes, he said to Zhongli, "All right, I will reincarnate now. But before I go, could I ask you for one more favor? I want to see my mother once. I want to say a few words to her." Zhongli felt a bit uncomfortable when Yu Weimin made his request. Ghosts are best not to meet with living people. But considering Yu Weimin's special situation, he was a kind and pitiful person. Zhongli felt compassion and finally agreed. After Zhongli nodded, Grandma Yu brought over 2 bowls of soy paste. Jiang Jiqing, do you think these are enough? If not, I can add more. Grandma Yu, that's enough. Come over here, I want to introduce you to someone. Hearing this, Grandma Yu looked puzzled. Who was Zhongli going to introduce her to? Then Zhongli used her hand to gently touch her eyes. When Grandma Yu opened her eyes again, she saw that there was an extra person in the room. It was none other than her son, who had passed away years ago. Weimin, is that you?
You
haven't died? Grandma Yu said, trying to go to hug her son. But when she reached him, she passed right through his body. She was stunned but quickly understood the situation. Her son was indeed dead. What she saw was his ghostly spirit. Mother, I am unfilial. I caused you to lose your hair and turn gray. I couldn't take care of you in your old age. This is the last time I will speak to you. I won't be with you anymore, so please take good care of yourself. In the next life, I will find you and repay your kindness, Wayman said as he knelt and bowed his head to Grandma Yu. Sniff, Wayman. Grandma Yu was crying uncontrollably, sobbing as she spoke. Wayman, your mother doesn't blame you. It's not your fault. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself and Lele. Wayman stood up. Mother, it's good that you don't blame me. I can now rest peacefully and reincarnate. With her last attachment gone, Wayman's spirit turned into a golden light and disappeared. Seeing her son's ghost suddenly appear and then vanish, Grandma Yu knew she would never see him again. Tears welled up and streamed down her face as she cried loudly. Zhongli approached her, patting her hand gently. Grandma Yu, don't cry. You should be happy for your son. He has good merits. In the next life, he will surely be born into a good family. The ghost was stubborn and stayed in this world, which only delayed him. Now that he can reincarnate, it's the best outcome for him. Comforted by Zhongli, Grandma Yu gradually calmed her sadness. Her son had suffered so much in this life. If he could be born into a better life next time, it would be a fair reward for all the hardships he endured. As the saying goes, good people are blessed. Grandma Yu was not foolish. She knew she could see her son today mainly because Zhongli used some special method. She felt even more grateful to Zhongli. Naturally, Grandma Yu wouldn't tell others what happened today. Although she didn't know where Zhongli learned the skill, she understood that since Zhongli helped her, she had to keep this secret. These days, fighting against superstitions and old beliefs was common, and if this secret got out, the consequences could be serious. Grandma Yu sincerely thanked Zhongli once again. Zhongli took 2 bowls of the homemade sauce Grandma Yu made and left. The sauce tasted very good, and when she baked pancakes later, dipping them or bread into it would be very delicious. The news that Lele's condition was improving quickly spread quickly in the production team. Many people previously didn't believe Zhongli could treat illnesses, but now that they knew she had helped Grandma Yu's grandson recover from his cough, they realized Zhongli was not bragging. Li Chongping was even more excited and quickly asked if Zhongli would be willing to serve as the village doctor for the team. If Zhongli agreed, she wouldn't have to work in the fields anymore, and the team would compensate her with work points. Other village doctors in different teams received similar treatment, treating team members' illnesses, with the team providing work points, and the team members had no objections. Compared to working in the fields, taking care of patients was much easier and less tiring. Seeing Li Chongping's eager look, Zhongli thought for a moment and finally nodded. Being a doctor was indeed more comfortable than working in the fields, and it was also more convenient for her to go up the mountain. Later, under the pretext of gathering herbs, Zhongli could go up the mountain every day. This would give her more time to practice and also help her collect rare medicinal herbs. Seeing Zhongli agree, Li Chongping and the members of the Victory production team were very excited. Now, their team also had its own village doctor, making it much easier for everyone to see a doctor and get treatment. Li Chongping generously arranged a room for Zhongli at the team office to serve as her clinic. After all, Zhongli needed a proper place to see patients, and it wouldn't be appropriate to let people come to her home. He also provided simple furniture, tables, chairs, and a small bed, everything she might need. Later, he planned to discuss with the commune to request some common medicines. Unfortunately, materials were scarce at this time, and it wouldn't be easy to get enough life-saving medicines. The medicines for treating the team members would mainly rely on Zhongli going into the mountains to gather herbs. Zhongli had no objections. After all, she already needed to go into the mountains, and collecting herbs was just a matter of convenience. Zhongli became the village doctor for the production team, so she no longer had to work in the fields and suffer. Many young workers at the youth camp felt envious. After all, compared to hard farm work, being a doctor was much easier. Unfortunately, they didn't have Zhongli's medical skills. If they could also treat patients, they might have a chance to become village doctors and live comfortable lives. Lu Yulan saw that Zhongli really knew how to treat illnesses and felt even more regretful about what she had said to her before. If Zhongli had helped her with her injuries, she could have saved a lot of money. Last time, when she went to the health clinic to treat her wound and get her leg cast, she spent 10 yuan on medical bills. That money could have bought her a lot of food. Lu Yulan couldn't help but think about it, and the more she thought, the more upset she felt. Sun Wunwin saw Jiang Li becoming the village doctor, and her resentment and jealousy reached their peak. Jiang Li, the troublemaker who caused her problems, shouldn't be getting away with it and living better and better. However, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong sincerely felt happy for Jiang Li. Mu Jingxuan thought that a delicate girl like Jiang Li was not suited for hard farm work. It was better for her to do lighter tasks, and being a doctor suited her well. A few days after Jiang Li became the village doctor, it was time for Sun Wunwin's wedding. Aunt Ho-Hot wanted to make the wedding proper, as it was a big event for her son to marry. She didn't care much about other things, but she insisted that marriage was very important. Aunt Ho-Hot bought 2 new dresses for Sun Wunwin, but there was no bride price at all. On the day of the wedding, early in the morning, the young women from the youth camp came to help Sun Wunwin with her makeup and dress up. After all, she was the bride today. This was one of the most important moments in a woman's life, so she had to look nice. Sun Wunwin, thinking about marrying Li Mazi, felt very reluctant and didn't want to dress up at all. But she remembered Mu Jingxuan would be watching her leave, and if she looked good, maybe Mu Jingxuan would be attracted to her and have feelings for her. Jiang Li definitely wouldn't help her with the dressing up, but she still had to go to the wedding banquet at noon. Such a lively event. How could she miss it? Since Sun Wunwin was getting married from the youth camp, the young workers had to send her off as her family. The team leader kindly granted all the young workers a day off. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong casually asked sisterly, "Are we going to Li Mazi's house for the banquet at noon?" Mu Jingxuan instinctively said, "We don't get along well with Sun Jiqing, so there's no need to join in the fun. Even though we're all sent-down youth, we don't have to attend her wedding." Jiang Li, however, smiled slyly. "Why not go? At least we can enjoy a good meal. The food at the banquet won't be bad." Bai Zirong was confused. "Sisterly, if we go, we have to give a gift. How is that freeloading?" "Yes, we need to give a gift if we go, but there's no rule on how much." "Can they really force us to give a lot? If we just give a small amount like $1.50, we can still enjoy a nice meal. It's a good deal." Hearing Jiang Li say this, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong thought it made sense and immediately smiled mischievously. To be honest, Jiang Li is quite calculating. They're still too young. Well, it's settled then, they're going to join the fun today. The thought of enjoying a good banquet made Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong look forward to it eagerly. Early in the morning, Li Mazi and his family also started bustling around busily. Li Mazi specially dressed up, wearing new clothes. But because he looks very ugly even in fine clothes, he still looks off-putting. After finishing his preparations, he headed to the youth commune to pick up the bride. Although Li Mazi's favorite person to marry was Jiang Li, settling for Sun Wunwin was also fine with him. After all, Sun Wunwin was from the city, and recently, the rough men from the countryside had envied him a lot. Li Mazi swaggered into the youth commune, proud. Jiang Li and others stood at the door watching the lively scene. As soon as Li Mazi entered, he saw Jiang Li. Feeling confident, he shot a flirtatious glance at Jiang Li. Jiang Li almost felt sick. Why doesn't this guy look at himself in the mirror? Does he really think he's charming? Jiang Li decided to look at something nice to clear his eyes, so he turned to Mu Jingxuan. Usually Mu Jingxuan is handsome enough, but compared to Mazi, this man is simply stunning. It made people feel refreshed. Seeing Jiang Li ignore him, Li Mazi felt a bit disappointed. Too bad Jiang Jiqing doesn't like him. If he married her, not only could he have a beautiful wife, but she also had real talent and could take him to enjoy a good life. Then, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Mu Jingxuan sensed Li Mazi's ill intentions toward Jiang Li and immediately looked cold. This bad person dares to have thoughts about Jiang Li and make advances toward her. If he tries anything, he will definitely regret it. Li Mazi's gaze shifts away from Jiang Li, but he doesn't forget his purpose for coming to the youth station today. He walks straight to Sun Wunwin's house and calls out, "Wunwin, I'm here to pick you up." Sun Wunwin is sitting on the bed. When she hears Li Mazi's voice, she instinctively feels nauseous and wants to. She absolutely does not want to marry this man. If Jiang Li hadn't set a trap against her, she would never have come this far. Sun Wunwin ignores Li Mazi outside the door. He has no choice but to shout a few more times toward her room. Sun Wunwin still refuses to respond and joins the others teasing and mocking. Oh wow, Li Mazi, does Sun Jigang not want to marry you? Look, you've called so many times, but she doesn't say a word. She clearly looks down on you. Li Mazi feels humiliated and becomes furious. That woman, Sun Wunwin, showed him up in front of everyone, making him lose face. She deserves to die. Once they cross the Li family's threshold, he'll see how he deals with this shameless woman. A woman who acts so provocatively deserves a beating. A few more hits will make her behave. Go away. What are you all talking about? Whether she wants to marry or not, we've already slept together, so she's my woman now, Li Mazi says. Then he shouts again towards Sun Wunwin's room. Sun Wunwin, don't be shameless. If you don't come out now, I'll kick the door down. Although Sun Wunwin really doesn't want to marry, she's afraid Li Mazi will cause trouble she can't handle. Knowing she can't fight him alone, she finally steps out of her room. Li Mazi smirks proudly, thinking women shouldn't be too nice. Tonight, he'll teach this arrogant woman a lesson and make her obedient. Sun Wunwin has a pretty face, and after some careful dressing up, she looks quite attractive. Many of Li Mazi's friends, who came to see the wedding, are impressed by her beauty. They secretly think Li Mazi is very lucky, and they envy him. Most people's eyes are drawn to Sun Wunwin's beauty, but Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong couldn't be bothered to look at her. To them, it doesn't matter how pretty she is. They keep their distance because they think she's not mentally stable. Jiang Li saw Sun Wunwin looking unwilling and barely holding back her disgust while getting married. She suddenly felt very happy. These two are just a bad person and a fool, she thought. She hopes they stay together forever and don't cause trouble for others. When the bride arrived, the wedding team started beating drums and making noise, lively and bustling as they headed back to Li Mazi's house. The young people from the Knowledge Youth Camp also went along to send off the bride, enjoying the fun and the feast. Jiang Li had never seen a wedding like this before and was eager to see more. When they arrived at Li's house, they found many guests already gathered, and the family was busy welcoming everyone. The team leader, Li Chongping, also attended the wedding as a guest of honor. Later, he would hold a marriage proposal ceremony for the couple with a red book. Mu Jingxuan kept watching Jiang Li closely, noticing she liked to enjoy the lively scene. Seeing Sun Wunwin and Li Mazi's wedding, Mu Jingxuan wondered if he might also have the chance to marry Jiang Li someday. If he did, he would be very happy. Sun Wunwin had a sour face, looking unhappy and unwilling, very different from the smiling bride at other weddings. Her bad attitude made Li Mazi unhappy and also annoyed the Li family. The woman was very rude, especially Anguohua, who was so angry she clenched her teeth, planning to discipline Sun Wunwin after the wedding and set some rules for her. After everyone arrived, the team leader, Li Chongping, held a simple wedding ceremony and read the marriage vows aloud. After the ceremony, they served food and drinks to the guests. The bride was temporarily taken to the bridal room, accompanied by a few women. The guests were given sunflower seeds and peanuts as snacks. There were fewer candies because they were expensive and needed special tickets to buy. Since the countryside folks had no jobs, it was hard to get tickets, so even on a happy day like a wedding, only a small amount of candy could be bought, and not everyone could get some. Jiang Li didn't mind being polite to the Li family. She grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and started eating, chatting casually with the others. As the feast was about to begin, most guests had finished their greetings. Jiang Li, Mu Jingxuan, and Bai Zirong slowly walked over to give their gifts. Jiang Li took out 5 cents and presented it as a gift. She thought giving 5 cents was already quite generous, since most others gave at least 3 or 5 mao, and she was the first to give 5 fin. Unexpectedly, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were even more unreasonable than her. They only gave a penny as a gift. Seeing the small amount of money given by Jiang Li and the others, and Ho-Hot couldn't hold back and scolded loudly. Jiang Jiqing Mu Zhijing by Zhijing, is this all the money you gave? Do you have any shame? We, the educated youths sent to the countryside, are among the wealthiest, yet you're so stingy when giving gifts? After being scolded, Jiang Li didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled playfully and said, "Auntie, you're mistaken. We didn't give much, but as the saying goes, light gifts, heavy feelings. As long as we show our sincerity, it's fine. Don't fuss over the amount of money. It's a happy day, so don't get angry." Mu Jingxuan added, "Auntie Ho-Hot, stop always talking about money. Such thoughts are not good. It's easy for others to label you as a capitalist if you think like that. You don't value friendship and only care about money all day." Auntie Ho-Hot was so angry, she almost spat out blood. How could they justify taking advantage so confidently? But she couldn't argue back against their words, especially since Mu Jingxuan had labeled her a capitalist. She couldn't say anything now. These days, involving thoughts and ideology was serious. She couldn't let it get out of hand. Wu Meixiao listened to Jiang Li, Mu Jingxuan, and Auntie Ho-Hot's conversation and fought to hold back her laughter. It was obvious that Jiang Zijing and Mu Zhijing were deliberately doing this. They must have planned it long ago to provoke the Li family. She stepped forward and said to Auntie Ho-Hot, "Sister-in-law Ho-Hot, today is your second brother's big day. You shouldn't fuss over such small matters. It's bad luck. No matter how much or little they give, it's their sincerity." With the village head's wife stepping in, Auntie Ho-Hot couldn't say anything. Jiang Li and the others just wanted to take advantage of the celebration for good luck and deliberately annoy the family. Normally, she would have argued with them and caused a fuss. Jiang Li and her friends, shameless, sat down to wait for the meal. Auntie Ho-Hot, with a dark face and full of anger, left in a huff. Inside, Sun Wunwin also heard the commotion outside. She was truly angry at Jiang Li's behavior. She felt Jiang Li was deliberately trying to disgust her. That woman was so mean. Why did she have to keep biting and bullying her? She was determined to find a way to get revenge and make Jiang Li pay a heavy price. Jiang Li and her friends didn't care about others' feelings. They crossed their legs and waited for the feast to begin. Since it was a celebration, the host had to prepare some meat dishes. The Li family's wedding also had some special dishes, but not many, not as much as Jiang Li and his friends usually eat. However, the other guests and young workers at the banquet thought the food was very rich, and they ate eagerly. They rarely get to enjoy such good food, so when they finally can, they eat heartily. After Jiang Li and his friends finished eating and drinking, they returned to the youth camp from Liermatzi's house. The other young workers also did the same, rested for a while at noon, then went back to work in the afternoon. Although the team leader gave them a day off, they still chose to go back to work because they needed to earn work points. If they don't work, they won't earn enough points, and there won't be enough food at the end of the year. These young workers from the countryside have long lost the help of their families, so they rely only on themselves. If they slack off, they won't earn enough points, and they'll go hungry, suffering the consequences themselves. Jiang Li, now working as a village doctor, no longer needs to work. In the afternoon, he planned to go into the mountains to practice and pick some herbs. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong both have enough money, so they decided to take the afternoon off and not work either. Since they don't lack money, they can simply pay to make up any shortfall in work points. After a busy afternoon, they returned in the evening, with Jiang Li carrying 2 wild rabbits. That night, he planned to cook rabbit meat for Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong, and he also wanted to eat some himself. When Bai Zirong heard there would be roasted rabbit, he immediately eagerly helped prepare the rabbits. Mu Jingxuan, worried that Bai Zirong might be careless, took the rabbits himself to handle. But Bai Zirong wasn't idle. He went to wash rice and pick vegetables. After eating and drinking well, the next day, Jiang Li and his friends would start their busy day again. Early in the morning, Jiang Li was still getting ready for breakfast when Aunt Guohua came to find him. "Jiang, the young worker, come with me quickly. I need you to look at my second brother's injury." "Oh dear, that wicked woman's Sun Wunwin dared to hit my second brother. Such a wicked thing. Even hitting her own man. If it weren't so late at night, and I didn't want to bother you, I would have asked you to come and see his injury last night, she said. When Jiang Li heard Aunt Guohua's words, his face was full of curiosity. She had come to find him early in the morning, and he was initially not very happy about it. But when he heard there was something interesting, Jiang Li didn't mind and just wanted to follow her to see what was going on. All right, Auntie, I'll get my medical kit and go with you, he said. Seeing how cooperative Jiang Li was, Aunt Guohua felt a bit regretful inside. Look, this young Jiang Jiqing is much better than Sun Wunwin. She is capable of speaking up and communicates more easily. On the way, Jiang Li deliberately stoked the fire in front of Aunt Ho-Hot, saying, Aunt Ho-Hot, there's no such thing as a woman abusing a man. That's not right. Women shouldn't hit men. If women don't fight, then the roof won't be torn off. You should teach your son to control his wife better, or she might cause a big mess. Jiang Li would never say such things to outsiders. She only stirs trouble in front of Aunt Ho-Hot. She wants to ruin Sun Wunwin. Because Sun Wunwin is reckless and trying to harm her, Jiang Li won't be soft. If Sun Wunwin likes to play dirty, Jiang Li will be even more sneaky, making her suffer as much as possible. Aunt Ho-Hot immediately felt she found someone who understood her and agreed with Jiang Li, saying, Jiqing Jiang, you're right. I told my son the same. My daughter-in-law scratched my son's face, so I made my son break one of her teeth. Let her see if she dares to cause trouble again. Actually, Aunt Ho-Hot originally wanted her son to break Sun Wunwin's leg, but then she thought if she really did, Sun Wunwin wouldn't be able to work anymore, and she would have to serve her wife. That wouldn't be worth it. So she just gave her a little lesson to make her remember. Hearing this, Jiang Li secretly thought Sun Wunwin had entered a wolf's den and would be tortured to death by the Li family sooner or later. She had no sympathy for Sun Wunwin. If she didn't have the ability, she would be the one suffering that fate. Soon, Jiang Li arrived at Li Mazi's house. Li Mazi was lying on the bed, groaning and calling out in pain. When he saw Jiang Li, he quickly got up and moved closer, asking her to look at his injury. Jiang Li glanced at Li Mazi's wounds. They weren't serious, just some superficial cuts, nothing to worry about. But Sun Wunwin, who was standing nearby, was badly hurt. The Li family had been very harsh. Sun Wunwin's face was swollen from being hit, and her lips had visible bruises. The exposed parts of her arms were also purple and blue. When Sun Wunwin saw Jiang Li, her eyes seemed to want to tear her apart. Jiang Li looked at Sun Wunwin's vicious gaze and deliberately smiled provocatively. If she dared, she could come and take revenge. Let's see who ends up hurting whom. Jiang Li quickly looked away from Sun Wunwin and took out a bottle of medicine, saying to Li Mazi, apply this medicine to the wounds. After 3 or 5 times, they should heal. Li Mazi hurriedly took the medicine, secretly touching Jiang Li's hand while doing so. Jiang Li didn't know that Li Mazi was deliberately taking advantage of her. Her face immediately darkened. If your hand dares to act up again, I won't mind breaking it, Jiang Li said, grabbing Li Mazi's wrist. Li Mazi cried out in pain. Aunt Ho-Hot, standing nearby, saw Jiang Li suddenly being so harsh with her son and angrily questioned, Jiang Jiqing, why are you bullying people like this? Just a moment ago, she had praised Jiang Li for being kind, but now she saw her change so quickly. Jiang Li's behavior was even more unreasonable than Sun Wunjin's. Could it be that all the city girls who came here are like this? Jiang Li coldly said, you know whether I bullied anyone or not. Li Mazi, I warn you, you can't do whatever you want. At this moment, Li Mazi felt his wrist was about to break and hurriedly begged, I'm sorry, Jiang Jiqing. I won't dare to do it again. Seeing Li Mazi begging and admitting his mistake, Jiang Li finally released his hand. Sun Wunjin, watching Li Mazi's cowardly and bullying attitude, felt even more resentful. This family only dared to bully her. Knowing they couldn't beat Jiang Li, they acted timid in front of her. After giving Li Mazi some medicine, Jiang Li returned to the youth station. After breakfast, since there was no work, she went up the mountain to pick herbs. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong went as usual to the team leader to receive today's tasks. Sun Wunjin was also urged by Aunt Ho-Hot to go work. Seeing Sun Wunwin's swollen face from being beaten, many team members curiously asked and gossiped. "Oh, Sister Ho-Hot, your daughter-in-law just got married, and she's already been beaten like this? She's from the city, and your family doesn't realize how precious she is? How could you let her be treated like this?" Aunt Ho-Hot snorted coldly. "What's so precious about her? Whether she's from the city or the countryside, since she married into our Li family, she's one of us. The law of the land and our family rules are clear. How we handle things is up to us. If she doesn't listen to her husband and gets beaten, she deserves it." Although many team members thought the Li family was too harsh on Sun Wunwin and that their actions were unfair, this was still a family matter. They couldn't interfere too much. In the countryside these days, it was common for men to hit their wives. Even if the woman reported it to the authorities and was badly beaten, the police usually mediated and wouldn't arrest the man for intentional injury. Since Sun Wunwin was beaten so badly on her first day in the Li family, it was clear her future days wouldn't be easy. Everyone just gossiped and teased a little, but no one truly felt sorry for Sun Wunwin. While everyone was gossiping, a small car drove into the production team. They had seen this car before. Last time, the person who came was looking for Jiang Li. This time, they probably came to find her again. Li Chongping walked toward the car and saw Lu Rong, a familiar face. He asked, "Comrade, are you here to see Jiang Li, the young worker?" Lu Rong nodded and replied, "Yes, we're looking for Jiang Li." "Is she here now?" Li Chongping shook his head. "She went up the mountain to gather herbs. If you're looking for her, you'll have to wait a bit." Lu Rong was not in a hurry. "It's okay, we'll wait." Li Chongping asked again, "Would you like to come to my house and sit for a while? Have some water to rest?" Lu Rong waved her hand. "No need, no trouble. We'll just wait in the car." Li Chongping didn't insist, and went on with his work after checking the situation. The team members saw this and started gossiping again, wondering what kind of important person was inside the car. But no matter who they were, it had nothing to do with them. Jiang Li went into the mountains today and was lucky enough to find many valuable medicinal herbs. Traditional Chinese medicine is amazing and can treat many difficult illnesses, but some diseases are better treated with Western medicine. Currently, the large team could only rely on her to prepare some Chinese herbs for treatment. Li Chongping had applied to the commune for some Western medicine to distribute to their team, but they had not received a response yet. Supplies were very short these days, including medicine, making it hard for farmers to get proper treatment. When seriously ill, rural people could only endure with their own strength. Only when it became unbearable would they seek a doctor. Jiang Li's basket was full, so she carried the herbs down the mountain. The herbs she collected couldn't be used immediately. They needed to be processed and dried before they could be used as medicine. When Jiang Li reached the foot of the mountain, it was already past 10 o'clock. As soon as she arrived, she saw Lu Rong's small car. It was obvious she had come to thank Jiang Li. Jiang Li quickened her pace and headed toward the car. Seeing Jiang Li approaching, Lu Rong excitedly opened the car door and stepped out. Lu Yulan also got out of the car with his aunt. This was the first time Jiang Li saw Lu Yulan after he recovered.
His health was clearly much better now.
Maybe the medicine she gave him worked very well. Now, Lu Yulan looked even healthier than before he got sick. Lu Yulan didn't believe in superstitions, but he was sure that Jiang Li's medical skills were excellent. A young girl like her, with such impressive medical skills, truly amazes people. "Comrade Jiang Li, today I brought my nephew here personally to thank you," Lu Yulan said as he carried out the big and small gifts they bought from the car. When the team members saw what Lu Yulan was carrying, their eyes widened in surprise. Wow, this young educated youth is really going to get ahead. The gifts are quite generous and valuable. Upon closer look, the gifts included brown sugar, malted milk, eggs, chicken, duck, fish, red dates, longan, and canned goods. Rural folks usually can't afford such good things. Buying these items not only costs money, but also requires various tickets. Seeing the gifts Lu Yulan brought, Jiang Li felt they were too flashy. Now, she was being watched with envy and jealousy, which made her uncomfortable. She said to Lu Rong and Lu Yulan, "Why don't you come to my place?" Both nodded in agreement, and they followed Jiang Li to the educated youth station. Jiang Li lived alone in a single room, which made it easier to entertain guests. If she shared a room with other educated youths, it would be inconvenient to bring outsiders inside. Jiang Li moved 2 stools over, inviting Lu Rong and Lu Yan to sit and chat. The driver waiting outside was sitting in the car, so she didn't need to worry about him. Jiang Li poured each of them a cup of brown sugar water. Since there was no tea at home, serving brown sugar water was considered the best way to show respect. Lu Rong and Lu Yan came from wealthy families and had tasted many good things, so they didn't mind what Jiang Li offered. They didn't come to trouble her today, but sincerely to thank her. After Jiang Li sat down with them, the 2 relatives expressed their gratitude sincerely, each word heartfelt. After thanking her, they handed over the gifts to Jiang Li. Seeing that it was almost time, they decided to leave so as not to disturb her lunch. Jiang Li saw how many gifts they brought and said, "If you don't mind, stay for a simple lunch before you go." Lu Rong politely declined. They came to give thanks, and staying for a meal would only cause trouble for Jiang Li, which was against their original intention. Hosting guests usually meant preparing more dishes, but Jiang Li, as a rural educated youth, had a rather simple life. They felt embarrassed to impose on her, or they would feel guilty. When they firmly decided to leave, Jiang Li didn't insist further. She personally saw the 2 off at the youth station. She originally wanted to take them to the village entrance, but Lu Rong persuaded her to turn back. When Lu Rong's car left the production team, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong had just finished their work and returned. As their paths crossed, Bai Zirong stopped in his tracks. Mu Jingxuan asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Zirong stared in the direction of the departing car and explained, "Brother Sun, I saw a man in the car, and he looked familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before." Mu Jingxuan didn't find this strange. Many people look alike. When he first arrived at the Xinli production team, he thought some team members looked familiar. Now that he's grown up and just came back here, he's sure he's never seen anyone from this place before. Sometimes, feeling that someone looks familiar is just a mental illusion. Bai Zirong nodded upon hearing this, not paying much attention to it. The 2 went straight back to the youth station to find Jiang Li. "Sister Li, was the person who came to see you just now the same one who helped you last time?" Bai Zirong asked Jiang Li as soon as he saw her.
Jiang Li nodded.
"Yes, I just helped him a little, and he gave me a bunch of gifts to thank me. We're lucky for lunch today. You can take these ingredients and help me prepare them." Jiang Li handed Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong a fish and a duck. For lunch, they would eat the fish, the duck, plus 2 jin of meat, a chicken, and then have more in the evening. Bai Zirong was excited to see the delicious food and immediately went to kill the fish and duck. Mu Jingxuan went to pick some green and red peppers from the vegetable plot, then prepared more and garlic. Jiang Li planned to make sour fish and braised duck, so she needed to wash some pickled vegetables. Wu Meixia had just sent some pickled vegetables earlier, so they could use them now. For lunch, they had sour fish, braised duck, and stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, an abundant meal. Bai Zirong ate happily, with oil all over his mouth, and finished the soup from his plate with rice. In the following days, Jiang Li took time each day to go up the mountain to practice, gather herbs, and occasionally help team members with medical treatment. She also heard a lot of gossip from the brigade. She heard that Sun Wunwin was being beaten daily by Li Matzi. Every couple of days, they saw new injuries on Sun Wunwin's body, each more shocking than the last. Today, Sun Wunwin was hurt the worst, with a deep cut on her arm. Although she didn't want Jiang Li to see her wounds, the injury was too serious this time. It had to be treated, or it would get infected, which would cause bigger problems. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request. You desire too much and wish for things that don't belong to you. Sometimes, things don't go as planned. The more you want, the more you might lose. People should learn to be content." Jiang Li figured out Sun Wunwin's past life. Although she married Li Dizhu, a rural man with modest means, he was truly sincere to her. To be honest, he was so caring that she was afraid to let go. He never made her do farm work. He worked hard to support the family himself. The in-laws were honest and kind, never mistreating her. The family didn't live in wealth, but they were happy and peaceful.
For ordinary people, that was a good life.
But Sun Wunwin was never satisfied. She dreamed of becoming a wife of high status and insisted on being with Mu Jingxuan. Forcing her life into a path that wasn't meant for her led to mistakes and missed happiness. When Zhongli said this, Sun Wunwin was stunned, opening her mouth in shock and unable to speak. How did Zhongli know these things? They were her past life, and she had never told anyone. This secret was kept deep in her heart. How could Zhongli possibly know? You. Sun Wunwin looked like she had seen a ghost, her face full of shock, unsure how to speak. Zhongli tightened her grip when treating Sun Wunwin's wound, then looked up at her with a warning in her eyes. Stop with the you, Sun Jiqing. It's best if you don't come to bother me again. I see through all your thoughts. Be smart and don't cause trouble for me. If you make me angry, I'll make you suffer 10 times worse than now. All right, your wound is treated. Now, get lost, Sun Jiqing. Sun Wunwin was truly frightened by Zhongli's intense gaze and hurriedly ran away from the medical station at the village committee. She didn't want to go back to the Li family, but it was almost mealtime, and she had to eat. She couldn't go hungry. On the way home, Sun Wunwin thought about what Zhongli had said. Comparing her past self with her current situation, she felt regret. In her past life, she never became a wife of high status, but she never suffered much. This life was different. She was constantly mistreated by her in-laws. Now she realized that Mu Jingxuan didn't really like her, and becoming a wife of high rank wasn't something she could just wish for. She wondered if it was still possible to wake up in time, and wanted to win back Li Dezhu. In her previous life, her husband, aside from not having much money, was very loving and caring. She didn't think much of her husband in her past life, but now, after experiencing several days of darkness and despair, she finally realized how good Li Dezhu was. Sun Wunwin remembered that she was a city girl. Although she had slept with Lier Matzi and Mu Jingxuan, a wealthy young master from Beijing, didn't like her, she believed Li Dezhu probably wouldn't dislike her. After all, in her previous life, Li Dezhu told her he loved her at first sight. She looked decent and was from the city, so a simple countryman like Li Dezhu would always see her in a good light. She decided she needed to find a chance to get closer to Li Dezhu. If she could connect with him, she would divorce Lier Matzi immediately. In this era, marriage was already flexible, so even though she married Lier Matzi, divorce was possible. She initially agreed to marry him instead of reporting to the authorities because she wanted to endure temporarily, avoid punishment, and wait for a chance to divorce him later, which would settle everything. After Sun Wunwin left, Zhongli also tidied up and returned to the youth commune. At noon, Zhongli didn't bring out any wild game, but Bai Zirong brought back a lot of snails from the rice fields. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong had already cleaned the snails, and Zhongli made a spicy snail dish. After lunch, Zhongli continued climbing the mountain. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong also went together, but they deliberately kept their distance from her. During this time, Zhongli rarely encountered them in the mountains. She didn't care what they were looking for. She only knew they were her friends. They had a strong sense of righteousness, so she believed they wouldn't do anything bad. Just after finishing her training in the mountains, Zhongli suddenly sensed that Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were in danger. The feeling was very strong, so she immediately started calculating with her fingers. Her intuition was correct. They had indeed encountered trouble. They weren't attacked by wild animals, but got caught in a ghostly maze. Unfortunately, the ghost they encountered wasn't ordinary. It wasn't playing tricks but wanted to trap their souls and kill them completely. At that moment, Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong were in a forest. They had been wandering for a long time without finding a way out. Bai Zirong pointed to a tree where they had tied a cloth a few minutes ago and said to Mu Jingxuan, "Brother Sun, it's over. I think we've run into a ghost maze. How come we've been walking in a straight line and now we're back where we started? We didn't turn once. So how is this possible? It's too strange." After Bai Zirong finished speaking, Mu Jingxuan's brows furrowed tightly. He was usually an atheist, but the situation was too strange to explain with science. The only explanation was that they had encountered a ghostly maze from supernatural stories. Now, The two are trapped here and cannot find a way out. They have tried many times, but no matter how they go, they always end up back where they started. If they stay here forever, they fear they will be stuck in these mountains forever. Mu Jingxuan does not want to die here, but he doesn't know how to break the deadlock. While Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong are thinking about what to do, they suddenly feel a cold wind towards them. Their body hairs stand up instantly. But in the middle of summer, the mountain's temperature isn't low, it's even a bit warm. Yet, they feel the cold wind and start trembling uncontrollably. This feeling is very strange. Bai Zirong quietly leans closer to Mu Jingxuan, trying to get nearer for a sense of safety. Sun Ji, are we meeting a wild ghost? Bai Zirong says, but he also moves closer and even wraps his arm around Mu Jingxuan. Mu Jingxuan feels Bai Zirong holding his arm and finds it strange. Two grown men hugging each other like this feels awkward.